Chapter 61. Although Dongfeng was a fully awakened spirit, perhaps due to his healer nature, unlike attacking spirits, he wasn't present throughout the match. He only appeared at crucial moments, returning to his spiritual sea after using his skills. Looking back at Baichuan's previous matches, Dongfeng's appearances were so rare that he was almost forgotten. However, he was actually a fully awakened spirit, so it wasn't surprising that he arrived alone on a mountain with few alien species. Xiaowu took a long time to recover. This is truly a perfect spirit swap. It caught the opponent off guard and reversed Baichuan's initial disadvantage. The three members of Changshui, along with their spirits, froze in place, their expressions palpable. Strong healing was a characteristic they were proud of, but now that the opponent had shown off, it was more painful than eating shit. With this interruption, both sides tacitly retreated, and the intense battle seemed to stagnate. Seeing that the opponent wouldn't be easily eliminated, Changshui naturally wouldn't attack with all their might, and Baichuan certainly shared the same sentiment. I have to say, Dongfeng was a pro at pouring cold water on opponents. He was so good at seizing the right moment. Having a fully awakened ancestor is so tempting. Yang Fan, clutching his Suona, had just used his innate ability, and it still had 7 or 8 minutes left before its cooldown. He said unconvincedly, "The enemy's healing ability is on cooldown. We can still defeat them." Kong Hui raised his hand to stop him, his expression serious, as if he were lost in thought. Meanwhile, his bracelet rang. Golden Crow captured. Baiwan number 2 and number 5 are on their way back to the team. Evacuate first. Jiang Yunyan's steady voice rang from the bracelet. Kong Hui had the same idea. With the captain and vice-captain making their decision, Yang Fan fell silent, and Changshui retreated with a clean and efficient process. With the axe giant in the way, Baichuan couldn't catch up even if he tried, and could only watch them flee. Xiaowu sighed. Changshui's performance in the autumn competition was much stronger than in the spring. The third year's training at the military headquarters paid off. The team remained calm and composed. Xiaowu, Captain Changshui is still retrieving his teammates from the sea, his hand wound still untreated, while Baichuan's number 2 and number 5 are already returning. If the 3 Changshui members choose to continue fighting, they sooner or later be pincered by Baichuan. Xiaowu, from Changshui's perspective, they don't need to rush into battle. Baichuan should be anxious. After all, they lost a powerful force. Although the scroll's ability to gather ancestor spirits isn't as effective as gathering summoners, the reduction is substantial. Jinwu is a fully awakened ancestor spirit with the highest power. His skills are all related to fire breathing. Skill 1 is a single target attack with flames. Skill 2 is a group attack with fireballs, and Skill 3 is a fire attacking skill, which buffs his team's fire-based skills. Although there is a cooldown, it can be minimized by switching between skills. The Deer Eagle also has 2 skills to alternate with. Without the Golden Crow's pincer, Baichuan will have a hard time gaining an advantage in the next team fight. Kong Hui, fearing Baishu's return, used his innate ability to allow Jiechenyu to unleash Yang Fire. That thing was even more powerful than the captain's innate ability. After all, the scroll couldn't deal damage. The enemy retreated like the tide. Knowing he couldn't catch up, Jiechenyu didn't bother to chase. Rest here and wait for the deputy captain and Baishu to return. The 3 of them sat down to rest. Even in a relatively safe place, encountering aliens wasn't ruled out. All summoners agreed to seize every opportunity to rest. Jiechenyu wasn't worried about Kong Hui and the others returning to block Baishu. Their positions were still being concealed. Though they had temporarily forced the enemy back, each of the 3 men on the ground was scowling, racking their brains for the next response. Without the Golden Crow, it was a 5v5 battle. I couldn't think of anything. Zhuo Xingtian collapsed to the ground in an unceremonious manner. Changshui was truly difficult to deal with. Is he stronger than Chiwenda? Not really. The axe giant, though massive, lacked agility, making it much easier to defeat than the divine general. But Changshui's strength was evenly matched. The 3 of them coordinated seamlessly, and the 2 newcomers obeyed unconditionally, leaving no room for exploitation. Most importantly, they were not only strong, but also calm. But this calmness was a step above Chiwenda's. Jiechenyu sat cross-legged on the ground, one hand supporting his head, the other tapping his knee. His expression showed nothing, but Ning and the others knew he was also thinking of a strategy. Not many people could make Captain Jia so focused. Changshui possesses the scroll and moves quickly. If anyone is caught in it, elimination is almost inevitable. If they act collectively, the entire team will be exposed to Jiang Yunyan's watchful eyes. Being caught in the scroll together would certainly strengthen their fighting power, but the enemy would inevitably lead them to the sea or cliffs, exploiting every possible advantage. If they act separately, they can quickly deplete the enemy's scroll skills, freeing them from any restrictions once the scroll goes on cooldown. But the enemy is still fast, and they might stage a Calabash brother saving his grandfather drama, allowing them to defeat them one by one. Both methods are currently unfeasible. Xiaowu. Although Baichuan managed to survive despite extremely unfavorable opening conditions, dealing with Chen Shui later seems even more difficult. Xiaoyu looked surprised. Captain Baichuan is actually worried? He's always so effortless. I thought he could handle anything. Xiaowu was speechless for a moment. He's not Superman. Isn't it normal for him to have some things he can't handle? It's not his fault he's worried. After all, Baichuan lacks speed and combat effectiveness. Alas, Chen Shui is a national-level team after all. Unlike the previous minor skirmishes, Baichuan has hit a wall this time. Just as he was thinking, Jie Qinyu's expression suddenly brightened. Did he come up with a solution? The people on the screen perked up as Jie Qinyu stood up quickly, naturally taking Bai Shu from Jiang Zhengping, and patted Jiang Zhengping on the shoulder. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you for your hard work seems like a perfectly normal phrase, but why does it feel so wrong when he says it? Of course it's wrong. Look at how quickly he moves his hands. He has a strong sense of ownership. No matter how worried he is, his wife's presence can alleviate all his worries. Bai Shu was truly exhausted. The journey alone had taken them nearly an hour, and in the end, he relied entirely on Jiang Zhengping for support. Remembering that Jiang Zhengping was equally exhausted and needed a humanoid brace, he offered his hand to Jie Qinyu. His team uniform was soaked with sweat, his hair drooped and plastered to his forehead. He limped along, looking pitiful. But he was oblivious. His eyes were bright, as if his physical fatigue was a deliberate act of coquettishness. His glittering eyes and enthusiastic body language clearly expressed it. Hold me. Jie Qinyu's mood suddenly brightened. Why are you all so gloomy? Jiang Zhengping was startled when he first spotted the three of them. They looked like three statues in deep thought. He knew what the three were worried about, so without waiting for their response, he continued, given such a difficult opening, it's already great that we're all here together. We can always find a solution by pooling our resources. Even if you don't trust yourself, don't you trust the captain's cunning? Several people nodded. The last sentence was quite convincing. Bai Shu's return and Jiang Zhengping's words finally brought some peace to the three, whose faces were agonizing. Bai Shu almost collapsed into Jie Qinyu's arms. His legs were weak and aching. Without Jiang Zhengping's support, he would have given up running. Sorry, Jingwu. It's not your fault. Jie Qinyu said gently, I heard everything you said. It's my fault I was in the middle of a fierce battle, and couldn't spare any time. Let it rest in there. Jie Qinyu was inhumane. A little nervous, Bai Shu couldn't help but laugh. He knew his teammates wouldn't blame him, and his anxiety stemmed from the fear that Jingwu's absence would demoralize them. It seemed he overthought. On one side, two people whispered in each other's ears, while on the other, three sat solemnly discussing countermeasures. Although he couldn't hear what they were saying, their expressions were different. Alas, beauty can be deceptive. This is eye-opening. When had Jiedgo ever been so gentle? His voice was almost hoarse. Huh? Bai Shu paused for a moment before joining the team meeting. And Ning spoke first, her left fist clenched, pressing it to her lips. The most difficult thing is that scroll. The Jingwu had been contained within the painting, and they couldn't just sit there and wait for death. The scroll has 3 uses per day. To rescue Jingwu, we need someone to act as bait, allowing Jiang Yunyan to open it. And Ning exhaled and said seriously, as if with firm resolve, for the bait. I recommend myself. I have the lovebirds, so there's a chance I can dodge. Next time, I face Jiang Yunyan. Jiang Zhengping spoke first. No, I do it. I have the invisibility skill. And Ning insisted, but you already been there once, so they be wary. Zhuo Xingqian shook his head. It's difficult to escape the range of their scroll instantly. They're well trained, so even with the Lovebird's assistance, it might not be possible. Besides, he knows the Lovebird's abilities, so he be wary of you. I go. The Lovebirds can still help. And Ning stood up. You're the attacker, so you can't make any mistakes. I go. No. Zhuo Xingqian raised his sword. I go. These weapons are yours. Bai Shu watched the others arguing over the bait. Just as he was about to emerge, he was stared at by 4 pairs of eyes, as if to say, don't you dare try being the bait yourself? Bai Shu shrank back. I'm saying, if you have to choose someone as bait, why not ask Jingjing and pick the one with a higher success rate? That makes sense. Jie Qinyu's suddenly seemed to have a thought. His lips curled up, and he rubbed Bai Shu's head with his large hand. How can you be so clever? He figured out a second way to counter the scroll. Bai Shu? ? The other side of the painting was much more normal. Although Chang Shui seemed strong to Bai Chuan, in Chang Shui's eyes, Bai Chuan was also a tough nut to crack. I don't know how Bai Chuan found such a fierce healer. Guoming sat dripping wet on the cliff, shivering in the sea breeze. The scenes of being beaten and thrown were still vivid in his mind. Bai Chuan's two new players are both capable of handling their own strengths. Even the weakest healer is as strong as an attacker. Bai Chuan is a tough nut to crack. Meng Jiyuan agreed. That invisibility skill is also a problem. It can counter the captain's main ability. Yang Fan was disappointed to learn that the captain had used a skill but failed to bring back a summoner. Kong Hui checked the positions of both teams. Bai Chuan has also joined forces. It doesn't look like they initiate an attack. Both teams seem to have forgotten about the game, each occupying their own territory without interfering with the other, and a rare peace reigned on the field. But everyone knew this was only temporary. There was something else compelling both teams to move. Supplies. Chapter 62. Nutrients are secondary to the supply. While a bit of a hassle, capturing common animals is possible. Unless the aliens are starving, they generally don't eat plants or animals, so common animals are still available. The aliens' diet primarily consists of humans, low-level aliens that are blind and provocative. High-quality food is summoners. Fresh water is essential for the supply. Whoever controls the supply first will seize the initiative. As time runs out, both teams stare intently at their wristbands, awaiting a signal. The moment the supply was dropped, the two teams, silent for hours, finally moved. Whether it was an accident or not, supply number 1 was between the two teams, slightly closer to Bai Chuan, while supply number 2 was far away, atop a mountain. Golden Crow was nowhere to be found. Bai Chuan was practically swearing. The 5 of them immediately set out to grab it, not daring to hesitate. The thief Chang Shui is also heading for this supply. Although the supply is closer to Bai Chuan, Chang Shui is faster and might even reach it before Bai Chuan. Xiaoyi. Chang Shui sent lying to the high mountain supply, while everyone else went to supply number 1. They want to combine both supply lines. If they succeed, Bai Chuan will definitely lose. Chang Shui has made great progress, and Xianling has the upper hand. Even though Xiaoyi has become a loyal fan of Bai Chuan, the facts are undeniable. Let's go! Bai Chuan is unyielding, full of momentum. The lovebirds lead the way, while Bai Chuan number 1, number 2, and number 4 take a detour and rush, while number 5 and number 3 close the distance, moving at a moderate speed. The first part makes sense, but the last two's operations are confusing. And attack, shield, and healing control are separated. Who gave them the guts? With what air in hand? Xiechun knew the nearby supply number 1 like the back of his hand, so it's no surprise he mapped out the shortest route. But why were those taking the shortcut so calm, while those taking the detour were so rushed? Could it be that Bai Shu's strength hasn't recovered yet? Looking at his normal expression, he lowered his head, carefully weighing the bow in his hand, and walked briskly without the slightest effort. That doesn't seem likely. Bai Shu thought back to their previous discussion. During the break, Bai Chuan wasn't idle either. Xiechun, as usual, drew a map of the course. Seeing the locations of the 2 supply points, he raised an eyebrow. He marked 2 points on the crude hand-drawn map. On the map, an arc represented the cliff edge, with the sea on the left and the mountains on the right. The mountain had 2 peaks, one shorter, where they and Chang Shui were, and one taller, where the supply points were. This is a rough outline of Area G, due to its vast terrain, and the fact that Fire 2 is no longer as inconspicuous as it initially was, and with increasing use, it's become increasingly guarded by the team. Exploration is limited. One reason Chang Shui chose the cliffside was because Fire 2 fears water, and can't leap from the sea, and the plains in front of him are all rock, making it difficult for Fire 2 to hide. Thus, the cliffside and Bai Chuan, another peak, remain unexplored. The 2 points Xiechun pointed out are within the lower peaks, and one of them, coincidentally, is the supply point. There aren't many alien species in Area G, but location number 1 happens to be within their range. I don't think it's a coincidence, Xiechun said, pointing to the 2 points. Bai Shu nodded. I agree. The supply point at the peak is likely near the alien species, and it's very likely the most formidable flying species, and a high-level one at that. The other 3 agreed. Those who could survive high in the mountains were most likely able to fly. But Bai Shu had a different idea. He pointed at the 2 holes he had poked. According to Weir's investigation, The supply point was near the cave entrance of the bear-like alien, and the other was a spider-like alien, also operating in a crevice in the cliff. Both were level 5, with similar abilities, each occupying their own territory without interfering with the other. The fact that both of the two level 5 aliens lived in caves was not a coincidence. It could be due to habit, or perhaps they were trying to avoid something. If there were aliens on the peak, they would definitely be higher than level 5. Since they knew there were aliens, Baichuan naturally stopped worrying. The lovebirds, which were difficult for aliens to detect, were the perfect candidates for retrieving supplies. And Ning and Baishu would wait and see. If Chanshui arrived first, it wouldn't matter. It would be best if they fought the aliens to a draw. If not, with Jiang Jingping's invisibility, Zui Xingtian and Jie Qinyu wouldn't mind stabbing him in the back and adding fuel to the fire. If Baichuan had arrived first, it wouldn't have mattered. The three of them were taking a detour to intercept and launch a surprise attack. As for Ning and Baishu's arrangements, there was another hidden meaning. In the end, it was Baichuan who found the supplies first. Xiaowu, Chanshui acted very cautiously. They didn't choose to use the spirit to speed up. The deer eagle had already left. Perhaps they were worried about making too much noise, so they didn't summon the axe giant. The two sides faced off, and the spectators outside the arena had a clearer view. They now understood what was going on. Chanshui didn't know the distribution of the alien species, so they naturally had to be cautious. Anything is possible in the presence of pollutants. This was the most valuable lesson I learned in my 3rd year at the military headquarters. The living habits of alien species are difficult to infer using common sense. Cases of alien species crossing different regions are common. After all, the contaminated area is human-planned, so there are always omissions. So, even though officials claim the alien species are rare in this area, they still proceed with caution. This isn't a points race. No one wants to be drained of their skills by alien species. At this point, Jie Qinyu raised his hand, and Jiang Zheping understood. Under the protective shield of the bed mother, the three figures vanished. Jiang Yunyan had been keeping an eye on Baichuan's movements. Seeing his location disappear, he immediately stopped and watched cautiously. The low grass and trees in the mountains rustled in the wind, effectively obscuring the whereabouts of Baichuan and his companions. The calm before the storm. Xiao Yi's interest rekindled. Huaer's presence has given Baichuan a deeper understanding of the mountain and sea map. This is their chance. Xiao Wu, as long as they can hold the enemy off, there's a high chance Baichuan will get the supplies. Even on the other side, and Ning and Baishu didn't rush to get the supplies. First, they found a hiding place, crouching in the grass on the small slope. And Ning hadn't noticed it before, but after the match against Yunxiang and seeing Baishu's earthy tint working so well, she began to think her uniform was a bit conspicuous. It was a little dirty, but who cared about that in a competition? She was about to imitate him and roll in the dirt, but halfway through, a hand pulled her back. And Ning? Baishu? Where are you going? Baishu's fingers flew, deftly weaving a few grass rings over herself and in Ning's heads. As for the conspicuous uniforms, they were covered with large leaves. The two of them lay in the grass, and at first glance, it was hard to tell. And Ning turned her face away, embarrassed to say what she was thinking. Strange. It's really hard to tell. I try next time. Haha, I know what number 3 is up to. How did this come about? I slowed it down twice as fast, and still don't understand. My fingers are about to get tangled. Everything was ready, and both Baichuan teams unsheathed their weapons almost simultaneously. Baishu's side was relatively normal, just swords and arrows, but Jie Qinyu's weapons were much more powerful. As Chanshui approached, a long-handled curved hook suddenly appeared from nowhere in the air, snaking Guiming in the center. Guiming, surprise! It's me again! 3 familiar faces appeared in the previously empty field of view. Jiang Zheping in the center had a ferocious grin on his face, and the handle in his hand was the culprit who had hooked him. Jiang Zheping, you pick on the weak, who else to pick on? Jie Qinyu and Zui Xingtian, on either side, wielded maces and meteor hammers, respectively, anything that hurt. Ah! The scream of shock and horror not only shook Chanshui's body, but even the people off-screen turned their heads away. Fortunately, the healers were among the teams most protected. Meng Jiyuan reached out and grabbed Guiming's shoulder, moving the controller in a direction. What's the point of hiding? What the hell? Meng Jiyuan didn't receive the same preferential treatment as Guiming. He didn't even see the figure upon entering, let alone use his special abilities. He was assaulted with clubs and hammers. Meng Jiyuan was furious, his palms open, a wisp of cold air emanating from them. In such a small space, he frees them into ice. But the three had been wary of him. If they hadn't feared he used his special abilities inside, they wouldn't have attacked Guaming. Without waiting for Meng Jiyuan to move, the hook on Guaming's waist retracted and stabbed him in the abdomen. Cough, cough, cough. Meng Jiyuan clutched his stomach in embarrassment as Guaming was mercilessly punched out. Xiuwu. Of the three Shirakawa players, two attackers lacked the aid of ancestral spirits, so Shirakawa simply forgoes skill-based attacks. He leverages the Bed Mother's invisibility and the small space to forcefully pressure opponents into the area, preventing them from summoning ancestral spirits. Furthermore, by maintaining the initiative, he denies them the opportunity to use their skills. Shiui. In short, this is Shirakawa's unique niche for physical attacks that don't rely on skill boosts. Once the opponent reacts and intends to bombard with skills, he quickly withdraws and hides again. This approach is fast, but not lethal, and a great way to buy time. Xiaowu. Shirakawa seems to have a preference for pure physical attacks. This wasn't particularly evident in the spring split, but in the fall split, with the addition of number 4 providing weapons and number 5, an excellent healer with both ranged and near-range attacks, we see Shirakawa attempting a unique approach. Baichuan and his two companions didn't stand there after spearing Meng Jiyuan, but quickly fled to the other side, dodging the various skills that followed. The two who emerged were bruised and battered, looking grim as they received treatment. The attack skill missed, and Baichuan disappeared again, but everyone knew they were nearby. I vaguely saw a meteor hammer, Baichuan. What a dog. What's this for? Can this win applause? Is this a summoner skill competition or just a physical fight? Some people, especially summoners accustomed to the dazzling and sophisticated skill competitions in the outer zones, who value skills above all else and prioritize spirits over spirits, can't accept this. These days, people pursue powerful spirits, and the criteria are many skills and long cooldowns. This method of avoiding battle, leaving skills nowhere to be used, is seen by many as a cunning and unsustainable strategy. Don't be so conservative. Will you win soon? Isn't it possible to win without skills? Doesn't that mean a summoner isn't a summoner? The South District people responded with a tone of "Why are you so reserved?" as if forgetting they were once among the skeptics. Many people, accustomed to Baichuan's style, had even more bizarre concerns. Remember how rudimentary Baichuan No. 3's weapons were before. They become much more powerful since his last battle with the sea monster. Are weapons still classified as rudimentary or heavy? People from other districts were filled with questions. Is the South District still the same South District? If Baichuan's methods were used in other districts, summoners would probably criticize him, claiming he lacks the spirit of a summoner. But this was the South District, where summoners were scarce, and the audience had already been desensitized by Baichuan. No matter how many years have passed, human herd mentality remains unchanged. Seeing the South District people accepting it well, as if they were ignorant, the outsiders couldn't utter the curses they wanted to say, and withdrew their hand from the close button. Not sure, let's wait and see. Chapter 63. The people of the South District have been feeling inferior for far too long. As the region with the fewest summoners, and the last region in the national tournament, they rarely travel to watch matches. Seeing stronger teams, and reading the occasional disdain or regret for the South District in the comments always made them feel powerless and sad. The South District had many alien species, and the lack of secret realms wasn't something they could change. Without comparison, and since summoners from other regions didn't play with the South District, there wasn't a widespread summoner spirit or judging standards, so naturally, they didn't realize they were being led astray by Baichuan. On the contrary, after seeing Baichuan's numerous examples of him slaying alien species without any skills in the competition, many people regained their confidence, and recently, a frenzy of ordinary people hunting alien species has begun. At first, the border troops wanted to stop them. After all, ordinary people didn't have bracelets, skills, or the ability to heal quickly, so entering the contaminated zone was simply too reckless. But gradually, they realized that it actually worked. Not all ordinary people were suited to logistics or academic research. There were also warmongers among them. Once this craze took hold, people were surprised to discover that there were many capable and righteous individuals among ordinary people, at least those who could effectively attack level 1 or 2 alien species. They even began to spontaneously search for the most effective combinations of ordinary people to form groups. With this broadened perspective, all changes became natural. Currently, the Southern Border Army is undergoing reforms, attempting to carve out a fourth area within the northern contaminated zone, splitting the inner zone in two. Capable ordinary people will be assigned to guard the innermost circle, and also be included in the border army. This has many people excited. The reason they failed to become summoners wasn't due to any deficiency in their mental power, but rather their inability to summon the ancestral spirits through the token fragments at the academy. Without a primordial spirit, they couldn't participate in the competition, and naturally couldn't access other fragments. This vicious cycle forced them to withdraw from the stage of becoming a summoner. But joining the border army meant more opportunities to access token fragments, even ordinary ones, even though they were older and didn't possess the peak spiritual power of younger people. For those who had no other means to serve their country, as long as they could kill aliens, nothing else mattered. They knew clearly who had brought about this change. If Xietchen Yu's impressive skills in the spring split only gave them a glimmer of hope, then the healers, who defeated summoners in the autumn split by simply killing aliens on their own, had completely ripped apart the fragmented cloth covering their heads. If such a young healer could do it, why were these powerful healers hiding in the city, in the arena? Bai Shu was unaware that he had become a role model for some. He was unaware that some people didn't call him Baichuan number 5, but simply called him by his name, sincerely hoping he would win and shine in the regional preliminaries and the national competition. Just as the three men were harassing Chan Shui ahead, the two behind them also began to move. Bai Shu and An Ning had settled themselves, hiding not far from the supply station, when they finally spotted the aliens' location. They were currently on a platform extending from the mountainside. Not far from the supply station was an upward-pointing rock wall, dotted with caves of varying sizes. The largest was about 2 meters in diameter. Carefully maneuvering, they finally could vaguely see a tuft of earth brown fur deep within the cave's entrance, nearly completely filling the entire cave. If you didn't look closely, it almost blended in with the color of the mountain soil and rocks. The two dared not approach, so they could only have the lovebirds use their abilities to pull the supplies closer, trying not to alert the aliens in the cave. The scene was unnerving. But seeing the two men still had some sense of propriety, staying at a distance, he breathed a sigh of relief. At least they hadn't gone too far. They hadn't charged headfirst into the aliens. But Shirakawa was being too bold, leaving only the healers and controllers to face the aliens? What do you know? Shirakawa wouldn't attack without a purpose. There's a backup plan. This was an old watcher of Shirakawa's matches. Having been slapped in the face so many times, he learned his lesson. Unless Shirakawa was eliminated, he wouldn't believe any bad words. What backup plan could a healer and a controller have to fight a level 5 alien? People from outside the zone scratched their heads, unable to figure it out. So what was the backup plan? You find out later. And those with bad intentions, I won't tell you. Outsider, What are you so proud of? The lovebirds, like industrious bees, stalk the aliens. Luckily, this didn't attract the aliens' attention. Just as the supplies were about to arrive, the ground suddenly trembled, and the aliens in the cave visibly trembled and began to move. It was the axe giant, ahead. Chan Shui was completely entangled by the three persistent individuals. They didn't need to be trapped in the front, but the three Baichuans had formed a Baichuan domain, preventing them from escaping. This domain was small, yet invisible, and its movements were agile and cunning, targeting Guoming, the most vulnerable target. If an attacker actively engaged, the three octopus-like individuals, catching Guoming, would abandon him like a worn-out shoe, giving him no time to unleash his skills before slashing out with their crutch. If the opponent had no intention of engaging them, and actively avoided them, the three men's expressions would change and become extremely eager again. This tug-of-war was like a thorn in Chan Shui's throat. However, the main attacking force, Deer Eagle, was absent, and the axe giant was too conspicuous. Uncle Yang, though capable of shooting through arrows from 100 paces, at least needed a target, right? Jiang Yunyan's scroll could be used, but to do so, he would have to release the golden crow first. The opponent was still invisible, so wouldn't that be exactly what he wanted if he activated it? Captain! Meng Jiyuan's face was filled with anxiety. When he entered the shield, he had seen 3 people inside. Numbers 3 and 5 aren't here. They're probably going to get supplies. Captain! Yang Fan gritted his teeth. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The shield only lasts 10 minutes. When that time is up, we can simply cover these 3 within the scroll. The remaining 2 will be easy to capture. Just consider them the supplies. There's still 1 left. Jiang Yunyan pondered for a moment, and was about to say something when his expression suddenly froze. The shadow of Deer Eagle appeared behind him, and then disappeared into his body. The Deer Eagle was injured. He summoned his ancestor spirit, and made a quick decision. If we can't get the other supply, summon the axe giant. Originally, they hadn't dared summon the axe giant to avoid an alien attack. But now, with one supply out of reach and the other about to fall into Baichuan's hands, what was there to worry about? If they couldn't get the supplies, then it would be best if they didn't get any at all. The axe giant's appearance shook the mountains and forests, leading to Baishu's accident. The bear-like alien felt quite defeated. Considering the other creature's bird-like appearance, though a bit odd, and with two heads, he didn't bother intercepting its food from its doorstep. Even so, the enemy refused to give up and charged at it. If they continued to act cowardly, where would their dignity, as the overlord of the forest, be? But on the other side, the danger faced by Jiechenyu and his companions was no less severe than that faced by Baishu and Ning. Jiang Jingping's quick hand had just lured Guoming back to his shield when the 4 enemy soldiers and 2 spirits surrounded the 3 of them. The towering axe giant lowered his head slightly, exhaling with a whizzing breath. He tightened his axe in his hand and raised it high above his head. In the distance, Uncle Yang had already drawn his bow, the arrow on the string, the arrowhead glaring in the sunlight. Why had the enemy suddenly changed their strategy? Jiang Jingping and Zui Xingtian's ferocious smiles froze on their faces, their bewildered expressions becoming more obedient. Their dangerous eyes glanced around before clearing. Oh no, this is too bad. Sweat instantly broke out on Jiang Jingping's face. Why don't we retreat while our skills still have time? No, Xiechenyu said gravely. The few capable fighters had all retreated. Were they going to let the healer control the enemy's front? Besides, his hypothesis hadn't been tested yet. If the team stayed together, they'd be easily wiped out by the scroll. Seeing Baichuan's face darken, Guoming, with his face bruised, wanted to roar to the heavens. He shook the bracelet on his wrist. Haha, this is too much. Either you kill me. Otherwise, I tell them my location in real time. From the hidden position, everything outside was clearly visible. Okay, I take your idea. Xiechenyu grabbed Guoming's neck with one hand. Even a strong attacker would have difficulty resisting him, let alone Guoming, a healer of short stature. Jie. Guoming choked out, his eyes widening. He winked at the stun too. He can't speak now. Why don't you find another hiding place? The situation on the field shifted rapidly. As Guoming was hooked into the shield, Chan Shui unleashed his skills towards the spot where he disappeared. Jiang Jingping retracted the hook and summoned his innate tortoiseshell shield to block several attacks, while Zui Xingtian, on the side, took advantage of the gap. The axe giant was enormous, and the space between his legs was just enough for them to break out of the encirclement. Finally, Jiechenyu, carrying Guoming like a chick, followed and dodged. After all, he couldn't actually kill him, so he could only slowly tighten his fingers, observing the changes in his bracelet. But this slowness was even more torturous for Guoming. His face flushed from the breathlessness. He tried to pry Jiechenyu's hand open with both hands, but it was futile. The man's hand was like iron, unshakable. Even more terrifying was the man's expression, as he observed his bracelet coldly. It seemed like he was genuinely trying to figure out how to kill him. This year was Guoming's first time participating in the regional tournament. Needless to say, with the third-year seniors present during the matches leading up to the semifinals, especially Kong Hui, he didn't need to step forward to provide assistance. Even in the semifinal match against Nanlin, he was always accompanied by the captain, vice-captain, the axe giant, and Yang Fan at his side. Of course, he was attacked, but he knew the uniform provided ample protection. Even if he was injured, he wasn't afraid, as a healer himself. Being strangled was the first time he'd been strangled. He couldn't speak or use his skills. The brain blackout caused by lack of oxygen made the stone Taoist priest he had finally summoned appear hazy. But what good was summoning the stone Taoist priest? He didn't have any offensive skills, and he couldn't hold the refined stone in his mouth. What good was he doing besides just taking a few hits? The color of his bracelet faded rapidly, and the beeping alarm brought Guoming a moment of clarity. Of course, it would help. Reporting the captain and the others' location wasn't just about him, but also about the ancestor spirit. Even if the ancestor spirit was captured, it could return to the spiritual sea, making him the perfect choice to guide the captain and the others. That way, he'd have a fighting chance, but it was too late. Xiechenyu and the other 2 had already broken through the encirclement. Xiechenyu freed his hands, raised his mace, and charged at the heart of the now-dead Guoming. With the summoner eliminated, the Taoist figure, with a stoic aura, vanished before he could escape. Chapter 64. Guoming! The summoners knew all too well what the sudden disappearance of the sage spirit meant. In the contaminated zone, it meant death. On the field, it meant elimination. Experienced summoners knew that if a summoner had only temporarily lost consciousness, the sage spirit wouldn't have vanished so suddenly. The staff inside the arena immediately launched a rescue operation upon receiving Guiming's message. Xiao Wu finally announced, Chang Shui No. 5 was eliminated by Baichuan No. 1. The crowd erupted in uproar. While Chang Shui No. 5's chances of survival were understandably slim, having been caught in a dangerous area with 2 attacks and 1 shield, it wasn't surprising. But that was Chang Shui, who had an absolute advantage at the start. Just when everyone thought Baichuan was doomed to lose, Chang Shui was the first to be eliminated. Xiao Wu, what a shame. Chang Shui No. 5 still lacks combat experience. Shui, it all depends on how Chang Shui recovers. Losing 1 person and 1 spirit turns their advantage into a disadvantage. Off-screen, in the stadium's medical room, Guiming half slept on a hospital bed. Thanks to Jie Qinyu's precise timing, his injuries weren't serious, and he quickly regained consciousness. He stared at the match video, pounding his head in frustration. Those involved are often confused, but those who observe clearly see. Only in the end did he realize the opportunity he had missed. If he had summoned the Stone Taoist earlier, if he had used the spirit to warn his teammates sooner, perhaps he would still be on the field. His thinking was too limited. The Stone Taoist could do much more than just heal. What was Shirakawa's No. 5 doing? He was a fellow healer, younger than him, a pure rookie. Guiming unconsciously compared the images, and flipped them around, revealing the figures of Baichuan and the other 2. Guiming's body suddenly stiffened. Baichuan No. 5 was facing a level 5 alien. Thanks to the axe giant's summons, the bear-like alien had awakened, and the creature in the cave had finally emerged. It was unknown how its massive body managed to maneuver in such a small cave. What Baishu had originally seen as a bear's back had suddenly become a head. The creature emerged from the cave. Its form seemed clumsy, yet it was actually nimble. It emerged from the cave like fluid. As soon as its front paws extended, its thick fur exploded like dandelions, blocking the cave entrance without leaving a single gap. Its face, however, didn't resemble a bear's. Its ears were invisible, seemingly hidden in the fur on either side of its head. Its cheeks appeared well-developed, and the hair had 2 symmetrical, horizontal peaks. If anything, it resembled an apricot kernel. For this characteristic, it was named the Kernel Bear. If you ignore those scarlet eyes, it would have seemed rather innocent and adorable. The nuclear bear slowly emerged from the cave, but Baishu and Ning dared not underestimate it. Though the aliens were insane and unable to communicate, they were no less cunning than humans. The nuclear bear was renowned for its speed. Its clumsy movements had fooled many when it was first discovered. The 2 men's only weapons were Will-o'-the-Wisp, and their 2 weapons. Their attack power paled in comparison to the aliens. Baishu wasn't so arrogant as to fight a level 5 alien alone. He immediately summoned the spirit Dongfeng, using his 3rd skill to feign death and escape, hallucinating the enemy. The nuclear bear then began to rampage through the forest, and the lovebirds took the opportunity to deliver supplies to Ning's arms. Supplies in hand, the 2 men didn't hesitate to fight. Baishu glanced at his bracelet and pointed toward the more rugged mountain path. "Senior, let's go up." "Okay." And Ning, carried up the mountain by Baishu, rushed forward without looking back. Baishu blocked the path from behind, leaping onto a branch slanting along the mountainside. If the nuclear bear stumbled towards them, he would immediately fire arrows to disrupt it. Baichuan No. 5 was completely stunned. Why was he heading up the mountain? He should have headed towards Jie Qinyue. It was 4 against 3 there, and his shield would have been ineffective. He could have just lured the nuclear bear over there, creating chaos that would have allowed Baichuan to escape. Don't even think about it. The aliens are so petty. How can you guarantee that luring them there will only cause trouble for Chang Shui instead of Baichuan being caught in a pincer attack by both Chang Shui and the aliens? Of course, that would have been no different from now. Another crucial factor preventing them from reuniting was Chang Shui No. 1 scroll. What if Baishu and Ning went up and were taken down together? Giving away kills and supplies? Guiming saw the gap between him and Baishu. Leaving aside their skills, he saw the 3rd-year student and Ning's unconditional trust in Baishu's decisions. Just like his unconditional trust in the 3rd-year students. Would it work the other way around? He himself lacked confidence. It's no wonder some hoped Baishu and Ning would lure the aliens down the mountain to try their luck. Although Guiming was eliminated, Jie Qinyue and the other 2 were in a dire situation. Xiao Wu, with Guiming eliminated, without the bait, Baichuan's domain is greatly diminished. Even if the shield remains effective, Baichuan won't be able to hold Chang Shui back. With the initiative back in Chang Shui's hands, will they choose to seize the supplies or engage the 3? Xiao Wu, Lu Ying has returned injured, and supplies from the mountain are unavailable. Now, the supplies available to both sides are of limited importance, needless to say. At the same time, Baichuan No. 2's shield skill was on the verge of failing. If they could capture the 3 people in the scroll, they wouldn't need to fight for it, and could still win. Xiui, from Changshui's perspective, Baichuan and the other 2 have shifted positions dramatically, making it very likely they already succeeded. Recovering them would be difficult and far away. If I were Changshui, I'd probably choose the second option. Xiaoyi's guess was correct. Capturing the opponent's attacker and shield man in one fell swoop would be even more tempting for Changshui. After Guiming was eliminated, Tao Escher's last location alerted the 4 Changshui players, and they surrounded him again. Perhaps the previous failed attempt to contain Guiming had spurred them on, or perhaps it was the experience they gained the second time around, but they were clearly more cautious this time. They didn't use their skills rashly, instead quietly observing any slight movement in front of them. This in turn deterred the 3 Baichuans from acting rashly. This took less than a minute. Almost as soon as the shield skill expired, and a few strands of hair appeared out of thin air before them, Ming Jiyuan and Yang Fan moved simultaneously. Uncle Yang's arrows, the axe giant's axe, ice, and demonic sounds all attacked the 3. When his hidden shield vanished, Jiang Zhengping immediately activated his innate tortoise shell shield. However, after barely blocking 2 physical attacks, ice cracks appeared on the shell, and then it was further frosted by Ming Jiyuan's innate power, making a crackling sound as if it was about to shatter. Not to mention the shell's lack of soundproofing, Jiang Zhengping deeply regretted not having mentioned soundproofing when he awakened. It was over, it was over. Baichuan's rash elimination of Guiming would indeed have paid the price. No matter how strong these 3 were, without hidden shields, they couldn't possibly stand up to Changshui. Not necessarily. Isn't there the awakened spirit Dongfeng? He'd be there at the crucial moment. The comments stopped abruptly, and their gaze shifted to see Dongfeng following and Ning, helping her fetch supplies. How could they possibly overcome such a vastly different distance? Not far behind them, Baishu swung from the tree like a monkey. Even though the nuclear bear, disoriented by Dongfeng's abilities, and forced to take many detours, remained firmly on its heels. If it hadn't been for his abilities, the 2 would have perished instantly at the nuclear bear's claws. And as time passed, the nuclear bear inched closer. The audience in the arena couldn't help but resent the screen's size and clarity. The nuclear bear seemed to be riding right into their faces. Its sharp teeth, its crimson eyes gleaming with cold light, and its broad paws all betrayed the oppressive presence of a level 5 alien. If they felt this way even outside the arena, let alone Baishu, who was actually facing the alien. Where's the lovebird? Get Baishu away from the aliens. The spectators outside the arena were terribly anxious, searching everywhere for any sign of the 2-headed bird, but to no avail. If the confrontation between Baishu and the aliens was like a roller coaster ride, with its ups and downs, Dongfeng's skills were still there, so he wasn't desperate. The situation for the 3 in front was even worse. The 4 Changshui, eager to eliminate them, were far more formidable than a level 5 alien. The demonic sound of the Swana kept the health of the 3 men down. Uncle Yang's sneak attacks were hard to defend against. Ming Jiyuan and the axe giant teamed up to deal with the most formidable Jietchenyu. Jiang Zhengping stepped forward to intercept Jiang Yinian, who was about to attack Zui Xingtian. Baichuan's health was visibly decreasing. Baichuan's supporters were anxious. Where's Yang Hua? Isn't Captain Baichuan's innate power very powerful? Why didn't he use it? The lack of Yang fire naturally meant the crucial element was gone. Baishu had once given Yuan Qin the Baihua's skill in front of Kong Hui, and Changshui was one of the few teams that knew that Fire One shouldn't be used casually. Xietchenyu frowned. If Jiang Yinian was so easily outmatched, he naturally wouldn't use the scroll. That wasn't what they wanted. Zui Xingtian. He and Zui Xingtian exchanged glances. Xietchenyu tossed him his mace, and the 2 exchanged weapons midair, Xietchenyu switching to a long sword. He tucked the long sword behind him, leaned forward, and charged straight at the axe giant. His nimble figure, from a distance, resembled a crimson goose soaring through the wind, the axe giant's muscular form a ladder for his ascent. He climbed up the axe giant's body, closing in on Kong Hui, who sat on its shoulders. Amazing! He looked like he could fly, even on the other side. Zui Xingtian abandoned his shield man, leaving Jiang Zhengping alone to draw the fire. He had unknowingly acquired a large cauldron, and the mace in his hand rapidly transformed, its ferocious spikes melting into water that evenly coated the shaft. This operation seemed simple, but it was extremely mentally demanding. Zui Xingtian stopped halfway through melting. The mace, smooth and spiked, was more than sufficient. He turned the bottom of the cauldron inward, striking it hard with the rounded end. Clang! The deafening sound, accompanied by a vibration that shook the very air, resounded louder than a swona, sending one's soul tumbling out of their bodies. Zwishing Tian, the source of the sound, said, He was deaf. Although he lost 1,000 of his own lives and injured 800 of the enemy, at least the noise drowned out the swona's demonic melody, and their health would no longer continue to decline. Good knock. Keep it up. Jiang Zheping roared, thinking his own slam dunks were much more pleasant than the opponent's. Baichuan is actively responding. Shui said excitedly, they haven't given up. They're still fighting Changshui head-on, looking for a breakthrough. Unknowingly, Baichuan had already established itself as a strong team, and even against Changshui, they had room to struggle. Xiaoyu's situation was more complicated. Baichuan's perseverance and bravery in desperate situations were certainly worthy of applause. But he also happened to be the commentator for the Baichuan vs Changshui match in the spring split, and the two matches had striking similarities. The attacker, who guaranteed damage, had no healer to support him, his health was dwindling, and the only player left on the court was a non-damage player, a rather awkward situation. Xiaoyu saw Jiang Yunyan's actions, and suddenly realized. No, this time was different. This time, Baichuan truly had some strength. Changshui had no idea Dong Feng wouldn't be coming this time. Chapter 65. The three men's stubborn resistance finally forced Changshui to unleash his final killer move. To avoid another obstacle like Dong Feng appearing at a critical moment like last time, Changshui decided to end the battle swiftly. Jiang Yunyan drew out his scroll. This practically sentenced Baichuan to death. Baichuan's healer was far away, but Changshui pressed on, steadily closing in on Baichuan's two attackers, seamlessly forcing those who tried to retreat back to their original position. Meng Jiyuan and Yang Fan beamed with joy. As long as the two attackers were eliminated, what was the point of the remaining shield and healer? Oh my god. It was almost a repeat of the spring split. Someone couldn't help but cover their eyes, then peek through their fingers. Xie Chenyu and the other two were practically trapped. Faced with near-certain defeat, strangely, their faces showed no sign of dejection. Although Xie Chenyu, the leader, had a stoic expression, his eyes gleamed brightly. Everyone wondered what Baichuan's plans were, but one thing was certain, they hadn't given up. Similarly, the two pursued by the nuclear bear were also fighting hard, each narrow escape from its jaws a source of deep fear. On their own, they couldn't handle a level 5 alien, and it was easy to imagine what awaited them after their stamina was exhausted. But there was hope in their eyes. It was an inextinguishable flame, a determination to persevere until the very last moment. But to the audience, both sides of Baichuan were facing desperate situations. Even after fighting so hard, they still couldn't change their fate of losing. Every time I watch the autumn finals, it's sad. If only both teams could qualify for the nationals. They're both so skilled. Seeming the battle was drawing to a close, Meng Jiyuan couldn't help but smile, saying to Jie Chenyu, is Baichuan just like this? It seems like they're still the same as last year? There's been no improvement. The deputy captain exaggerated your descriptions. Even if your skills are impressive, what good does it matter? If you don't know how to use them, what's the difference between having them and not having them? Xie Chenyu seemed powerless to resist. He was knocked off the axe giant's shoulders by Meng Jiyuan without a second thought. He didn't even have a chance to speak, and rolled on the ground to avoid the axe giant's continuous stampede. When he stood up, he was covered in dust. His breathing was slightly heavy. He stood up, holding onto his knees. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and an unknown light flashed in his eyes. Until the end, who knows the outcome? Meng Jiyuan snorted coldly. You're still stubborn. Ah! Uncle Yang's natal pot was ambushed from afar, leaving Zwishing Tian unable to compete peacefully with Yang Fan's natal pot. He used the pot as a shield, his other hand, unwilling to be outdone, using a stick to knock the opponent's Swana away. The irritating sound finally faded, and Yang Fan smiled triumphantly. Zwishing Tian looked back, and saw that he and Jie Chenyu had unknowingly turned back to back. Not far ahead was Jiang Yunyan, fighting against Jiang Zheping. Jie! A familiar sound echoed through the air. Seeing the golden crow would have been a good thing, but not now. The golden crow didn't care about the scene. The atmosphere was heavy. Finally, I flew out of the scroll, looking at the blue sky and the flowing sea, feeling incredibly happy. Inside the scroll was an endless expanse of white, a vast expanse that seemed boundless no matter how far it roamed. No one inside, no response. It was suffocating. It was over. The golden crow's appearance signified something self-evident. Jiang Yunyan's scroll was already trained on the three people who had been herded together. Run, even though they knew there would be no escape once Jiang Yunyan's scroll was unleashed, many people still held such an earnest hope. However, Xie Chenyu advanced instead of retreating. Zui Xingtian and Jiang Zhengping retreated quickly. Chang Shui's expression changed, and he immediately understood what they were going to do. Countless people had attempted to decipher Jiang Yunyan's destiny. Previously, one team, to avoid being wiped out by the scroll, had one person act as cannon fodder, moving towards the scroll to shield the others. This way, only one person would enter the scroll, greatly reducing casualties. But Baichuan was naive to think this would work. Thanks to these people, Chang Shui had a variety of countermeasures. If Jiang Yunyan were alone, Baichuan might have succeeded, but the entire Chang Shui team was present. The rest of the Chang Shui team reacted swiftly. With a simple and brutal swing of the axe giant's long arm, he flung the two retreating men towards Xie Chenyu. Jiang Yunyan raised the scroll slightly, and a white light emanated from the scroll, enveloping all three of them. Ah! Shui clutched Xiaowu tightly with one hand, ruffling his hair aimlessly with the other. His professionalism prevented the scream that threatened to burst from his chest from being choked by his mouth and nose, leaving a muffled, strange cry. Xiaowu's raised hand fell back beside him, and he glanced at Xiaoyi's horrified expression, frowning and turning away. Ugly. But soon, he and Xiaoyi stopped dwelling on Baichuan's inevitable defeat. Because, besides Baichuan and the other two, Captain Chang Shui had also vanished. Snap. The scroll closed in midair, fell to the ground, and rolled slightly. Huh? What happened? Xiaowu quickly rewound time, but everything had happened in an instant, and he couldn't make out a single detail. But Jiang Yunyan had mysteriously vanished with Baichuan and the other two. Huh? Xiaowu suddenly noticed something. A moment before the four disappeared, a blinding light flashed across Jiang Yunyan's face. Then, Jiang Yunyan's expression suddenly changed, and his movements seemed to indicate he was turning the scroll around. Xiaowu only then realized the clue. The three Chang Shui players, who had deliberately avoided the scroll, naturally didn't notice. The captain was gone. The Chang Shui people were stunned. Yang Fan even stepped forward, gently picked up the scroll, and peered over it for a long time. It was as if time had stopped for the three Chang Shui players, along with the people outside the field, for 3 seconds. After a while, Xiao Wu's commentary finally brought everyone back to their senses. Xiao Wu, a man of high professionalism, keenly identified the strange, blinding light as the source of all this. He observed it from every angle and finally confirmed it. Baiwan number 1 was holding number 3 in Ning's natal crystal mirror. When the scroll was opened, it happened to illuminate Jiang Yunyan, who was standing opposite Qin Yu. Shui understood. So, because Chang Shui number 1, as reflected in the mirror, had appeared in the scroll, Jiang Yunyan disappeared. If Jiang Yunyan had wanted to open the scroll, he would have had to release all 4 of them simultaneously. The scroll would have been used 3 times, entering its cooldown period, thus resolving Baichuan's major concern. If the scroll hadn't been opened, Chang Shui and Baichuan would have been 3 versus 2, and with Baichuan's supplies, there might have been a chance to turn the tables. No, it's not 3 versus 2, it's 3 versus 3, Xiaowu said firmly. What? Xiaowu turned the screen around, and while Chang Shui was stunned, a figure darted swiftly not far away, not pausing. It was number 4's Wishington. How did he escape? Before he could utter a single word of doubt, he saw the two-headed bird circling above him, and everything fell into place. No wonder the lovebirds had suddenly vanished, and no wonder Ning hadn't used her crystal mirror to assess the situation long ago. Everything was explained. Baichuan's scheme had been plotting for who knows how long. Someone sighed. It was a 3 versus 3 situation now, so Baichuan wasn't at a disadvantage. He. In the audience, Si Li's shoulders trembled, and he nearly burst out laughing. Jiang Yunyan certainly never imagined he'd one day be trapped by his own skills. It's a shame he didn't see his expression back then. Xie Chenyu, that bastard. Su Xiang gritted his teeth. He'd been genuinely worried about Baichuan just a moment ago, but he'd forgotten how skilled a thief is at playing the pig and eating the tiger. Not only had they tricked Chang Shui into it, but they, the audience, were also left stunned. On the court, Meng Jiyuan clenched his fists, his entire body trembling with anger, his teeth chattering. Baichuan, you're fantastic. Calm down. Kang Hui held Meng Jiyuan and Yang Fan in check. The deputy captain's calmness was like a stabilizing force for the team, temporarily calming the surging rage of the 2 men. Deputy captain. Their expressions were unusually sullen. Let go of your pride. They're no worse than us, okay? Kang Hui's expression was calm, but even that made them feel even more guilty about their previous carelessness. Now calm down, build up your health and skills, and let's go again. Yes. The two nodded, finally rallying. But with the captain absent, their usual play style had to change. They had never considered the possibility of their captain being included in the painting. This was a wake-up call. The group rested while reorganizing their tactics. Deputy Captain, check the bracelets. Yang Fan suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Because the scroll closed upon use, the three of them hadn't seen its contents clearly, believing that Bai Chuan and the other two had been sucked into the painting. But now, he saw something. 3 locations on the field belonging to Bai Chuan. A pair of wings. Kang Hui quickly realized the situation. Given Bai Chuan's lineup lacking attackers, the opponent's second and fourth attackers should have been taken away. Chang Shui was actually hoping to prolong the match. After spending the night, once the captain's skill cooldown was over, they would have to completely eliminate the 3, no 2 of them. But the most important issue was supplies. Without supplies, even if they made it to tomorrow, their physical and mental strength would be greatly depleted, and they wouldn't stand a chance against the well-rested Bai Chuan. The second supply was the last one of the day, and they had to get it. So what should we do now? Yang Fan kept his words to a minimum. His rest had intensified his need for water. Recover and find water. Kang Hui summoned the water baby. Luckily, his ancestor, formed from mountains and rivers, could help them find water. While it took some effort, it might be just in time. If nothing unexpected happens, this time Bai Chuan will come looking for us. Elsewhere, the released Golden Crow quickly tracked down Ning and Bai Shu, successfully driving off the nuclear bear. The nuclear bear seemed to have an unusual fear of birds, and even more so than the colorful lovebirds, the pure black Golden Crow frightened it. The Golden Crow swallowed the flames that reached its mouth, then, with its head held high, landed on the shoulder of Bai Chuan, who looked a little disheveled from running. Its large, green eyes were filled with pride, as if to say, this bird has to step up when it counts. Asking where its own summoner had gone, and why it couldn't sense him, the Golden Crow shook its head. It craned its neck to get a good look at Bai Shu. After the lovebirds returned, they learned that Jie Qinyu's plan had succeeded. Bai Shu patted their little head. Don't worry, he's fine. If Bai Shu said he was fine, then he was fine. The Golden Crow, relieved, fluttered its wings and nestled against Bai Shu's shoulder, closing its eyes wearily. In the scroll, it hadn't stopped for a single moment. Flying back and forth was exhausting. The others were secretly surprised that the Golden Crow could be soothed by Bai Shu's words. You must know that the ancestral spirits and summoners are inseparable. They are not only sympathetic partners in battle, but the summoner is the ancestral spirit's home, the lifeblood of its rebirth. Unless the ancestral spirit and summoner are at odds with each other, an ancestral spirit that loses contact with its summoner will inevitably become frantic and uncontrollable. Miraculously, the Golden Crow didn't do so. Was it Bai Shu's strong affinity, or was the Golden Crow influenced by the summoner and unconditionally trusting him? Chapter 66. The two men and the bird found a safe place nearby to rest for a while, and Zui Xingtian was soon brought back by the lovebirds. Even though the bracelet no longer had their location, Bai Shu subconsciously glanced behind him. Jiang Zhengping and Jie Qinyu were nowhere to be seen. But this was something they had already anticipated, or perhaps the best outcome they could imagine. After hearing Zui Xingtian's words, Ning felt incredibly relieved. Jiang Yunyan probably never dreamed he'd one day be trapped by his own skills. I wonder what his expression was like when he was sucked into the painting. Although Jiang Yunyan wasn't captain during the spring split, and the team strategy wasn't centered around his signature skill at the time, his skills did cause Ning and the others considerable trouble, and the two teams began to dislike each other. So, when Jie Qinyu asked Ning for the crystal mirror before leaving, intending to try it out, Ning had been secretly anticipating it. Zui Xingtian, healed by Dongfeng's skills and replenished with nutrients and water, finally felt alive. He collapsed to the ground, his demeanor undignified. What should we do with the remaining 3? They have 2 attackers and a healer, and their attack power is stronger than ours. If possible, Zui Xingtian would have preferred the captain to be rescued by the lovebirds. Unfortunately, the captain was being closely watched by Chan Shui. If he hadn't acted desperate, Chan Shui would have likely noticed something was wrong. And Ning slapped him, unfazed. What are you afraid of? With you, Jinwu, and Bai Shu, we're not weak either. It was impossible not to be nervous. The captain and vice-captain were both gone at once. As the only third here, Ning couldn't afford to show any fear. But she was also speaking the truth. They now had a good chance of winning. Zui Xingtian was stunned. It seemed to make sense. Jie. Golden Crow, perched on Bai Shu's shoulder, heard his name being called, and he held his head high, nodding in agreement. Hui'er also leaped out from Bai Shu's side. Its flame seemed a little dimmer in its absence, but it wavered back and forth as if trying to prove its usefulness. Although Jie Chenyu was gone, he had left behind a valuable legacy. Looking at Bai Shu, surrounded by Golden Crow and Hui'er, and Ning rubbed her chin. Ancestor spirits were fine, but she had never seen someone so clingy with their own natal element. Was it because Bai Shu also had a fire element, or was it because of his master? Her crystal mirror, already aloof, was rendered half-dead in Jie Chenyu's hands, barely functioning as a mirror. However, Bai Shu's close relationship with Golden Crow and Hui'er reassured Ning. With their help, Bai Shu could perform better as an attacker, perhaps becoming the next Jie Chenyu a headache for his opponents. At this thought, Ning's eyes lit up surprisingly, and she suddenly realized she had struck it lucky. Bai Shu tried hard to listen to Hui'er's words. Although he couldn't achieve the telepathic connection between Jie Chenyu and Hui'er, he could still discern something from Hui'er's efforts. The resting place now was the safe haven Hui'er had found. Turning around, he was about to say something when he met Ning's eyes, which shone like searchlights, and Zhui Xingtian's curious gaze. Bai Shu said, ? What happened? Suddenly, Bai Shu said, what should we do next? Usually Jie Chenyu would lead the strategy at this time, but now, only the three of them could do it. And Ning frowned. The captain told me that if the plan succeeds, we should pursue the victory. Ideally, we should eliminate the enemy before the second supply period. We absolutely cannot wait until the next day, when the scroll cooldown period ends. Zhui Xingtian agreed. Chanshui has no supplies now, and we already gathered our strength. Now, before the second supply period, is the best time to attack. Bai Shu lowered his head, his chin resting on his hand, as if pondering something. Upon hearing the two men's unanimous decision to attack, he stood up and shouldered his quiver. There's no time to lose. Let's go now. Bai Shu was quiet, and Ning didn't notice him lose focus for a moment. She simply felt that without the captain, their child was more motivated than ever. Okay, let's talk while we walk. Zhui Xingtian clenched his fists. This time, leave Meng Jiyuan to me. It was okay against Yang Fan, but he was a little unsure about Meng Jiyuan. Without the main attacker, as the secondary attacker, he would have to shoulder the heavy responsibility of dealing damage. Bai Shu was a little worried. Meng Jiyuan's innate ability will weaken your agility. It's better to let the Golden Crow, which has a countering attribute, deal with him. But you? It doesn't matter. Bai Shu patted his quiver. I attack from a distance. Uncle Yang's arrows won't bother you this time. Thinking of the arrows chasing him, he couldn't shake them off. Zhui Xingtian shed a bitter tear. Okay. Ancestors aren't easy to deal with, even if they haven't fully awakened, especially after they activated their abilities. And Ning patted his shoulder. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. We still have the lovebirds. As for the axe giant, none of them considered actively confronting him. While he was difficult to kill, dodging him wasn't difficult. Eliminate as many as you can. Eliminate Yang Fan first. Seeing his worries resolved, Zhui Xingtian felt incredibly proud. He felt like he failed to eliminate Yang Fan this time, as if all his hard work had been wasted. This time, it's our turn to take the initiative. The three of them were filled with enthusiasm, and the people watching on the screen were equally excited. Baichuan couldn't possibly be truly determined to win. From obscurity to reaching the national competition in a single year, the dean of Baichuan College would wake up laughing in his dreams. Even on the other side, Chanshui was in high spirits. The captain's absence didn't dampen either team's spirits, instead, it fueled their competitive spirit. There's no captain anyway, so whoever loses is a coward. Kong Hui lowered his eyes. Although Baichuan only has 2 sophomores left, and the only third year is a support controller, don't underestimate them, especially Bai Shu. He may appear docile and quiet, but when it comes to cunning, he's just as smart as Jie Chenyu. I think they'd be here soon. As someone who had fought alongside Bai Shu before, Kong Hui had a strange feeling, as if this seemingly harmless first year was a battle-hardened veteran. But thinking of Bai Shu's face and his shy, well-meaning smile, he forced himself to change the adjective on the tip of his tongue. This time, Yang Fan and Meng Jiyuan didn't object. Baichuan had tricked them, and they knew the deputy captain's words were not an exaggeration. Meng Jiyuan, the axe giant is always prepared. Yang Fan, Uncle Yang is always on guard. As a master archer capable of hitting an arrow from 100 paces away, Uncle Yang's eyesight is impeccable. Furthermore, the cliff face they were on was bare, and the red color was extremely conspicuous. If anyone from the enemy appeared, they would be immediately spotted. Without Jiang Zheping, could they still launch a stealth attack? The axe giant crouched down, reached out to Uncle Yang, and lifted him into the air, granting him a clear and expansive view. The two spirits had become a tower of surveillance. Chang Shui, nestled on a cliff face, surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, only had to guard one side, greatly increasing their chances of success. Chang Shui had chosen a prime location. The 3 men were practically on the defensive. Even the best disguises wouldn't work. Could they have hollowed out the stone and made a shell of themselves? Suddenly, a faint blue flame ignited on the cliff face. From a distant point, it gradually approached, encircling a half circle, moving with incredible speed. The surrounding temperature plummeted instantly, and the view was filled with a brilliant blue. The air was distorted by the will-o'-the-wisp fire, forming an unreal ghostly realm. Meng Jiyuan shuddered. Fuck. What is this? Will-o'-the-wisp? He was referring to phosphorus fire, which was used in ancient times to create ghostly illusions, and was called will-o'-the-wisp. It had been a lucky coincidence. Yang Fan was bewildered. Is this an alien? Beware. It's Baichuan. Kong Hui's expression changed, however, because he had seen it before. When they were facing the mystery at sea, they had unexpectedly encountered Jiechenyu, Yuan Can, and Bai Shu. They were trapped in a clam shell, emitting the exact same blue flame. Bai Shu was a wood element, Yuan Can was a metal element, and only Jiechenyu was a fire element. He naturally assumed the will-o'-the-wisp flame belonged to Jiechenyu. But how could that be possible? Hadn't Jiechenyu already been included in the painting? If he wasn't afraid of something bad happening, he would have really opened the scroll and taken a look. Not only was Chang Shui confused, but the audience, with their bird's-eye view, were also bewildered. Why did they say it wasn't an alien but Baichuan? How could Baichuan even have a fire element? But it really isn't a mutant, it's Baichuan. Baichuan, that number 5. Isn't he a wood-type healer? Are those 2 eggs hanging under your eyebrows in the South District? That will-o'-the-wisp came from number 5's hand. He's an attacker with a healing spirit. While rare, he shouldn't be so inexperienced, right? That's right, we have players like that in our district, plenty of them. He was a wood-type before. Now it was the outside district's turn to get upset. What? No one could give an answer. Even veteran commentator Xiaowu, who had seen many talented summoners, had never encountered such a situation before. In the arena, Su Xiang was startled. Captain! Sha Huayu didn't respond, his dark blue eyes lost in thought. He hadn't forgotten seeing this kind of blue flame during his previous practice match with Baichuan, though it looked more immature back then. But he hadn't expected it to be Bai Shu's true form, because it looked like something only found in the ghost realm. He even asked the ghost general, but naturally to no avail. I didn't expect to find my doubts solved today. Baichuan is truly new and exciting, Sha Huayu remarked, feeling deeply moved. Zheng Tianhua agreed, after the match. Why don't we schedule a few practice matches with him? Okay. Sha Huayu's lips curled. But I'm more excited for cooperation than competition. I hope they join the reserves. Su Xiang, hoping they join the reserves? It would be better to just say you hope Baichuan wins the match. But that's not the point. The point is that the captain actually smiled. How excited is he? Inside the stadium. Although Kong Hui had seen will-o'-the-wisp fire, he had never been attacked by one, and was unaware of its attack power. But with the will-o'-the-wisp fire coming at him with such force, no one would have guessed its attack power was a measly one. Chang Shui's repeated retreats compromised Uncle Yang and the Axe Giant's plans. This was exactly what Bai Shu wanted, an opportunity to close in on Chang Shui. What Air reported Chang Shui's situation in advance. The enemy was on high alert, and without some tactical maneuvering, Baichuan and the other 2 would be sitting ducks if they showed up. Meng Jiyuan, a water element, attempted to use his own energy to suppress the will-o'-the-wisp fire, but was surprised to discover that this fire couldn't be predicted based on common sense, as it naturally favored cold. But Chang Shui was experienced, and despite the initial panic, he quickly recovered. This fire spread very slowly. This was good news for Chang Shui, but unfortunately, the captain had been taken into the painting so suddenly, and Lu Ying had just returned to his spiritual sea due to his injuries, so he wasn't able to leave the ancestor spirit outside. Otherwise, he could have used a fan to return it. Kong Hui frowned. Was the will-o'-the-wisp fire so slow? Why didn't he remember? Chapter 67. It wasn't that the willow-lanterns were slow, but rather that Bai Shu didn't dare let them touch them. Being discovered to have weak willow-lanterns wasn't a good thing. He wasn't willing to expose his own abilities to unleash the willow-lanterns, not to harm them, but simply to give himself a fighting chance. Just like now, Uncle Yang's accuracy was affected by his running, and the lovebirds and golden crows finally showed up. The next second, Zui Xingtian charged in Yang Fan's direction. And Ning, without her crystal mirror, decided not to act rashly, remaining by Bai Shu's side to protect him. The moment Zui Xingtian charged toward Yang Fan, Uncle Yang's arrow followed closely behind. But, swoosh, swoosh, a wooden arrow shot out, followed closely by another arrow slanting from the southeast, deflecting the previously forward-moving arrow for a moment before narrowly swishing past Zui Xingtian. Zui Xingtian jumped in surprise as danger narrowly avoided him, then realized that with Bai Shu around, he could truly let loose. Jie! The golden crow overhead, observing this, seemed to cheer for Bai Shu, spinning and flipping in the air. Isn't this bird a little too human? Why do I see so many expressions on its face? Are all fully awakened ancestors like this? Actually, not really. Above the axe giant, Uncle Yang saw he had missed his target and didn't draw his bow again. Instead, he looked in Bai Shu's direction. Although he hadn't yet awakened, his archer's instincts remained. He knew this wasn't a coincidence, so neither the first nor the second arrow would succeed. Bai Shu smiled at him, unfazed. Uncle Yang's love for the bow and arrow was ingrained in his bones. Now, upon seeing a rival of equal skill, a subtle smile crept across his usually expressionless face. The two exchanged bows and arrows. Although Bai Shu used harder iron arrows, without the added bonus of skill, they were no match for Uncle Yang's wooden arrows. His aim wasn't high, however, he simply hoped to slightly alter the arrow's trajectory. Even so, the constant drawing of the bow took a toll on his arm and eyes. Fortunately, even if he missed, there were still the lovebirds to guard the rear. He, freed from the harassment of bows and arrows, Zui Xingtian felt like a fish in water, like a dragon in the sea. He wielded his two broadswords with such ferocity that every pore in his body shone brightly. He grinned at Yang Fan, revealing two sharp fangs. Yang Fan sweated profusely, the color of his bracelet visibly darkening. He perceived the energetic boy before him as no different from a vicious dog in pursuit. Uncle Yang's arrows had once been his bridle, but now Bai Shu had unleashed them. He didn't even have a chance to put his swana to his lips. Besides, having learned from the previous experience, both sides blocked their ears. The golden crow pursued Meng Jiyuan relentlessly. Scorched by the pervasive flames, Meng Jiyuan's face broke out in sweat, making him, accustomed to the cold, feel very uncomfortable. Deputy Captain. Meng Jiyuan suddenly thought of something and hurriedly pulled out the scroll, and threw it to the approaching axe giant. Don't let their captain burn it. To prevent the lovebirds from taking the scroll away, Kong Hui reacted quickly, sliding from the axe giant's shoulder to his hand. Using Shui Wa's clothes, he wrapped the scroll, which Meng Jiyuan had sealed with ice, and quickly stuffed it into his arms. Shui Wa, suddenly summoned, spun around dazedly. Looking down, he immediately covered his sensitive skin, a slight blush and stiffness visible on his dark face. Don't children have human rights? Kong Hui patted his head. Be good, I buy you new clothes later. Something that makes you look whiter. As a fully awakened ancestor, the Golden Crow's firepower was almost uninterrupted, but the summoner's absence had restrained it somewhat, leaving the man and the bird in a stalemate. Both sides were busy with their own affairs, no one paying attention to this incident. Even Ning only regretted that the double-winged bird was on cooldown, missing a good opportunity to grab the scroll, and then focused on the battle at hand. After all, the opponent was experienced in combat, so it wasn't surprising that he had calculated the double-winged bird's cooldown. Only Bai Shu stared at the columnar protrusion from Kong Hui's chest, his eyes shining. Xiao Yi was surprised. I didn't expect that among the remaining three, Bai Chuan had such an overwhelming advantage. Zui Xingtian's combat power was superior to Yang Fan's. Bai Shu, a healer, had restrained the attacking ancestor. Needless to say, the Golden Crow, a fully awakened ancestor with an innate strength, perfectly compensated for Zui Xingtian's lack of ancestor assistance. As for a healing healer, Chang Shui has one, and Bai Chuan not only has one, but it's fully awakened, but Chang Shui isn't so easy to deal with. Yang Fan's bracelet's warnings weighed on Chang Shui and the others. Although Kong Hui summoned Haiwa to heal him, it was only a temporary solution, and his natal water coffin wasn't suitable for use. But they absolutely couldn't lose any more men. TSK. Meng Jiyuan was being chased around in disarray. His pink hair had lost its original elegance, and the fire had scorched his forehead into curls. He glanced at Bai Chuan, slowly and fiercely. I had wanted to stay in the national competition, but I didn't expect you to force me out. This slow, resolute tone instantly lifted the spirits of the Baichuan and the other two, who were already in a tense mood. This also sparked curiosity among the audience. Kong Hui summoned a new water priest during military training, but Baichuan knew about it and banned it. Jiang Yunian strengthened his water priest skills during training, and the second summoned, Deer Eagle, had also increased its level and developed new skills. As the strongest attacker among the three, how could he not have improved? They should have thought of this earlier. Be careful. And Ning, who had been observing, noticed the axe giant's sudden change in movement and had a bad feeling. Although the axe giant was massive and its attacks were ferocious, its weakness lay in its lack of agility. While the water priest's skills could split mountains and seas, they weren't effective against them, but might be more effective against larger mid to high-level aliens. For this reason, Meng Jiyuan generally avoided using the axe giant in competition. As the main attacker of Chanshui, he was the most vulnerable to being targeted, resulting in a high axe giant appearance rate. Thankfully, the large field gave the axe giant an advantage this time. Choosing Yang Fan to the first team might also be a way to address any shortcomings. But Meng Jiyuan didn't want to be constantly controlled by others, nor did he want to constantly rely on others to make up for his shortcomings. Finally, through constant battle, he mastered the axe giant's second skill. Wave Roll. The axe giant was a water spirit, and while his first skill didn't seem water-like, his second skill did have the qualities of a water spirit. The axe giant paused in pursuit, a faint glow emanating from his body. He stomped his foot hard on the ground, shaking the mountains and the ground. The people on the cliffside swayed from side to side, unable to stand still. The shaking soon subsided. Bai Shu steadied himself, but his breath caught at the sight before him, his eyes wide open. A massive wave suddenly rose from the sea, towering over the 20-meter cliff. The salty smell of the seawater hit them. Bai Shu's first reaction was to look around, trying to pull as many teammates as possible with him, but they were caught off guard by this skill, and were standing too far away. Chanshui no longer had to worry. Kong Hui and Meng Jiyuan were already on the axe giant's shoulders. Yang Fan, barely alive, was a step behind, and was also picked up by the axe giant. Without a word, he entered Kong Hui's natal water coffin to recuperate. Left alone were Baichuan and the other two to face the overwhelming waves. Chanshui had instantly turned defeat into victory. Chanshui was, after all, a seeded team for the national competition. As soon as the new skill was revealed, the commentators, including the audience inside and outside the area, began recording. Understandably, discovering a new skill without awakening the ancestor spirit is extremely rare. If searching for the remaining fragments relies on hard work, then discovering a new skill depends entirely on the summoner's understanding. Having two skills available can somewhat fill the gap in cooldown time, which is quite a bit of progress. Chanshui's new skill. Although it's also a powerful skill, this one doesn't allow anyone to escape. Chanshui has made great progress in this autumn competition. Sure enough, the military is the best place to train people, even in the South District. It's not just Chanshui, Kurosawa, and Takichi's annual first and second place rankings are somewhat influenced by this. The arena was bustling with activity, and no one paid any attention to the disappearance of Shirakawa and the other two. Xiaoyi opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. The winner takes the glory, the loser leaves silently. It's always been this way. Swoosh. On a screen rarely noticed, an arrow shot straight at Kong Hui. Kong Hui instinctively dodged, then immediately realized Bai Shu's target wasn't him, but the scroll in his arms. Kong Hui didn't dare lose focus for a moment, given the importance of the scroll. He looked towards the source of the arrows. He didn't aim his last arrow at Uncle Yang, but abruptly changed direction the moment he released it, only to find himself the target. Bai Shu was struck in the shoulder. He continued to draw his bow without pause, as if the wounded were not himself. He couldn't see the surging waters before him, nor the arrow pointed directly at his vitals. He stared at Kong Hui, unblinking, like a determined animal. Swoosh. Before Kong Hui could regain his balance, a second arrow followed. This arrow struck Kong Hui's chest, making a clang against something hard, revealing a corner of the cloth-wrapped scroll. Kong Hui instinctively searched for the lovebirds, but it was the golden crow that flew towards him. It seized the opportunity, snaking its claws, and effortlessly yanking the scroll from Kong Hui's arms before he could react. In this life-or-death situation, Baichuan couldn't bear to use his lovebird skills. At the same time, the three were swallowed by the waves, vanishing without a trace. You're overestimating yourself. Meng Jiyuan, surprised that Baichuan could still stir up trouble, his brows cold. Don't worry, I have them eliminated in 10 minutes. The waves, as flexible as an extension of the axe giant's body, transformed from waves into whirlpools, sucking Bai Chuan and the other two, who were struggling to rise, into the sea. Cough, cough, cough. The bow and arrow in his hand had long since fallen, washed away by the waves. Bai Shu's injured shoulder was soaked by the seawater, and the pain instantly made cold sweat and natural tears flow. It hurt so much. He covered the wound in vain, but it was no use in preventing it from coming into contact with the seawater. Bai Shu struggled to swim upstream, finally reaching the surface, but a whirlpool suddenly appeared on the surface, and the suction from his feet made him fall unconsciously, as if he were trapped in a madly spinning washing machine, unable to move. He could clearly swim, but he seemed to have a problem with water, never calming down after landing. The water receded in an instant, and on the shore, Chan Shui and the other two watched the whirlpool forming in the sea. The whirlpool can last 10 minutes. Bai Chuan is definitely dead this time. Ming Jiyuan gestured to Yang Fan, but just in case, if anyone shows up, Uncle Yang will eliminate them. Yang Fan nodded, feeling unspeakably happy. It's a pity they took the scroll. It doesn't matter. The three of them are dead this time. Don't forget, they still have the lovebirds. Kong Hui's face didn't reflect the joy of impending victory. He wouldn't let down his guard until he had eliminated all of the other team members, especially Bai Chuan. It can bypass our range and help him escape. Ming Jiyuan smiled at this. There's only one person left with the escape option. Will it be Zhuixing Tian? Or Bai Shu? No matter who it is, they can't handle the three of us. Chapter 68. The moment she was swept away by the waves, and Ning knew something was wrong. She had never expected the other party to have a trick up their sleeve. Her brows furrowed. Her biggest dilemma was not facing the bleak fate of her own elimination, but rather deciding who to leave her hope of survival to. Was Bai Chuan the only one left on the field? Under normal circumstances, and Ning wouldn't have to think twice, and would have given her final hope to the attacker. The attacker still had a 1% chance of turning Bai Chuan around, the others had a 0% chance. However, the healer was Bai Shu, and in Ning's dilemma only lasted a second. Time waited for no one, so she chose Bai Shu. Besides his dual attack and healing attributes, and in Ning's heart, he, like Jie Chenyu, was a man full of miracles, the most reliable. With them around, there would always be unexpected surprises. However, and Ning struggled mightily in the churning waters. Even if she was facing elimination, she still had to hold on a little longer. Human strength always seemed so insignificant in the face of nature. Bai Shu struggled to float upward, but as soon as he emerged, he was swept back by the ensuing wave. His arms were powerless, and like a floating leaf on the water, he was blown far away by the waves. The sight of his struggling was heartbreaking. Bai Shu's face was visibly pale, not only from the difficulty breathing, but also from the force of the waves, causing the arrow in his chest to become a secondary injury, stirring in the wound. Bai Shu steeled himself and broke the arrow, feeling better. The color of his bracelet was about to reach the warning mark. A trace of blood drifted from the sea, then disappeared in an instant, drifting with the current. Not only was he in pain, but even the audience, unable to see what was happening underwater, felt the pain. His shoulder is still injured, my poor Xiaobai. Get yourself treated quickly, what are you waiting for? It's over, Shirakawa is completely finished this time. The situation on the field was clear. No matter how Shirakawa struggled, he couldn't escape his fate. Xiaowu leaned closer to the screen, analyzing carefully. Right now, it's not time for Shirakawa to be eliminated. The lovebirds can save a player. If we choose a healer, number 5 is in poor condition right now. For some reason, they haven't treated themselves. If we choose an attacker, although number 4 is in good condition, Shirakawa might have a chance of winning if he and Jinwoo work well together, but I'm afraid they won't be able to sustain the attack. But? Xiaoyi, unwilling to be outdone, glared at Xiaowu. What nonsense analysis. Shirakawa hasn't given up. They will definitely find another way out. Xiaoyi was incredibly determined, but he was genuinely worried about Bai Shu's health. Ascending again, Bai Shu struggled to open his eyes, which were red, swollen, and painful from the stinging seawater. This time, he barely managed to spot Zhuixing Tian, also struggling in the swirling waters. Zhuixing Tian's physical superiority was clearly superior to Bai Shu's, and coupled with the fact that the skills bestowed upon him by the ancestral spirits hadn't yet cooled, he blazed a trail through the seawater with his blade. He was in the best condition of the three, and seemed to be holding on better. As for senior sister and Ning, he didn't see her. He saw the lovebirds, and the golden crow circling high above, the lovebirds probably searching for a suitable point of displacement. If only he could hold hands with Zhuixing Tian and Ning at this moment, they could escape together. But thinking about it, it seemed impossible. Bai Shu wanted to reach out to Zhuixing Tian, but found that only his fingers were barely within his control. Huh? Bai Shu ignored the thought and forced himself to calm down. Is there any other way? The golden crow was anxious in the air, swooping down towards Bai Shu more than once, trying to grab him and escape the vortex. But it was too small, and even with its 2 claws free to grab the scroll, it was useless. The golden crow angrily breathed fire at the sea. Of course, it was useless. Although fully awakened, the golden crow was summoned from only a precious fragment, and could only maintain its juvenile form. Bai Shu gave the golden crow a soothing smile, urging it to calm down. But he didn't realize how pale and frightening his face was at that moment, and the golden crow became even more anxious. Cough, cough, cough. When Bai Shu surfaced again, his eyes flashed, as if he had seen something. On the cliff face where they had been, something dark yet transparent seemed to be the same color as the cliff. Bai Shu initially thought he was seeing things. If he hadn't just seen it move, he would have thought it was part of the rock. On the cliff face, several dark lines stretched out, extending in their direction, but retreated due to the distance. An alien? Or something else? Bai Shu didn't care what it was at this point. It looked slimy, and might help him escape the whirlpool. He was about to use some pink flowers to swim towards the cliff face, when a figure passed him first. It was Zhuixing Tian. He had already seen Bai Shu, staring in that direction, and his teammates' tacit understanding allowed him to instantly guess what Bai Shu was thinking. Solving danger with danger, typical Bai Shu thinking, but Zhuixing Tian knew he was a more suitable candidate than Bai Shu. Thankfully, his swordsmith skills were still useful. At least, he could fight the whirlpool, and still find the strength to speak to Bai Shu. His gleaming longsword split the waves, and Zhuixing Tian shouted to Bai Shu from afar, "Hold still. Let me go. Lovebirds will take you." With that, he swung his sword in the opposite direction, helping Bai Shu escape the whirlpool before he could say anything. You? Bai Shu's eyes widened, and he stumbled back, his words choking. He could only backhand the pink flower away. Zhuixing Tian's health instantly recharged. He was already near the cliff edge, his bladeless wrist entangled by several elongated black threads. Upon closer inspection, the black lines were transparent. Zhuixing Tian raised his lips to Bai Shu, reassuring him, "It's okay. This thing feels pleasantly cool. It's probably some low-level alien species. I deal with them after we escape the long water." Bai Shu was wary of reassurance. The low-level alien species that inhabited the central region were not to be underestimated. Golden Crow. Bai Shu had barely managed 2 words when the golden crow, who had been following him, understood his intention, handed the scroll to Bai Shu, and flew off in Zhuixing Tian's direction. At the same time, the Lovebird's ability activated, and Bai Shu's figure vanished from the sea. Severely exhausted, Bai Shu could barely maintain consciousness. The tense strings in his brain snapped in the instantaneous displacement. When he regained consciousness, it was the Lovebird's mournful cry that awoke him. Bai Shu found himself free from the weightlessness of the water, and collapsed onto the cliff. Bai Shu propped himself up, coughed up a few mouthfuls of water, and hurriedly looked towards the direction where the voice of the love-winged bird came from. He saw the last shadow of the love-winged bird in the field, which completely disappeared in the blink of an eye. Baituan number 3 was eliminated. The surrounding scenery was somewhat different. While still barren, it wasn't completely bare. The surrounding rocks were taller and larger, the lowest still about a man's height. With his back to the sea, the mountain peaks towered into the clouds before him. Bai Shu sat half leaning against the rock wall, finally having a chance to collect himself. His left cheek stung slightly, and where he rubbed it with his hand, a small indentation remained. Perhaps, while unconscious, his left cheek had been pressed against a rock. And Ning, fearing he wouldn't be eliminated in time for the lovebirds to land Bai Shu on the other side, practically forced the lovebirds to use their maximum speed. Bai Shu was thrown ashore and rolled twice. The wet, muddy clothes, and the marks on his face were minor issues. He quickly glanced at the scroll in his hand. Luckily, Chang Shui had sealed the scroll with ice to prevent it from accidentally falling apart, so Ming Jiyuan had sealed it with ice. After Jinwu took it, a thin layer of ice still remained. The cloth that had been wrapped around him washed away in the sea, and his slender fingers, frozen red from direct contact with the ice, swelled up like radishes. He lowered his head, concentrating intently on the scroll. Half his face was red and swollen, his body was soaking wet, his hair dripping, and his shoulder was injured. His pitiful appearance was heartbreaking. For some reason, I suddenly felt so sad. My poor Xiaobai, without his teammates, was in such a state of misery. After a tough match against a strong team, he was alone in the end, but at least his captain was there with him in the painting. In their most desperate moments, they stared at each other across the scroll. Ah! I was moved to tears. No, please open your eyes. At least one of us is still alive, even though we're stuck to the cliff face and can't get off. Please don't add too much drama yourself, okay? Besides Captain Baichuan, there's also Deputy Baichuan and Captain Chan Shui in the painting, so there's more than one person to gaze upon. I don't know what's going on in the painting yet. Is it possible that the three of them are locked in a fierce battle, too busy to pay attention to the outside world? You're heartless, but he's certainly not alone. Behind Baishu, the figure of Dong Feng appeared. But this usually jade-faced and gentle spirit now had a scowl. Baishu's back stiffened, and he put down the scroll. No one knew that in the scroll, Xie Chenyu and Jiang Zheping sat in a row, one on each side, holding Jiang Yunyan. The three of them were frozen like dogs by Meng Jiyuan's skills, their hair and eyebrows frosted with white. The three of them huddled together, their brows furrowed in unison, like three old men. Xie Chenyu and Jiang Zheping frowned deeply, worried about Baishu and Zui Xingtian. Jiang Yunyan's brow furrowed. This was his first time entering his own scroll, and now he had only one thought, to stop Meng Jiyuan from touching his life. The scroll was a special space, with no entrance or exit unless it was unfolded. Attacks from within were ineffective, but the scroll itself could affect those within. For example, Meng Jiyuan had added a layer of ice to the scroll as a precaution. The people within felt like paper figures, their bodies frozen solid, their movements making a crackling sound, though no real damage could be done. On the other side, a low cliff. Kong Hui looked at his bracelet. The vortex had stopped. Only number 3 has been eliminated from Baichuan. Numbers 4 and 5 haven't been eliminated yet? Meng Jiyuan looked at the location in surprise. One had moved away, but the other's location was almost overlapping. Since they had no shield, the only possibility was someone was below them. Meng Jiyuan looked down and, as expected, saw a large bump on the cliff wall that vaguely resembled a human figure. He gasped, Baichuan are truly crazy. This was their base, and he knew there were alien species on the cliff face. They weren't high level, officially considered only low level, second or third level, but they were numerous and quite persistent. To avoid a confrontation, they deliberately avoided them. Gah! Meng Jiyuan had just poked his head out when a burst of flames erupted from above. Even with his quick skills, his hair was completely destroyed, and his face was streaked with ash. He met a pair of gleaming black eyes. This guy was going to face his hair? Chapter 69. Retreat first. Kong Hui pulled Meng Jiyuan up. Deputy Captain. Meng Jiyuan rubbed his face, smoothing out the gray streaks. He looked a little comical, but he didn't care. Such a great opportunity. I know. Kong Hui interrupted him. Number 5 was already out of reach, and they had even snatched their scroll. Number 4 was right in front of them. Giving up even now would be like cutting off their own flesh. But they had to leave now. Their skills were exhausted, and they were exhausted. Yang Dan was still recovering in the water coffin. They were weak. If they continued fighting, they would probably be eliminated by the Golden Crow. The captain's scroll is in Baishu's hands. The most important thing is to get it back. Kong Hui's voice was deep, and he finally said, we must not lose any more men. Meng Jiyuan knew Kong Hui was right, but that didn't calm him down. Okay. He angrily summoned the axe giant to stand before him. He climbed up a few steps, but when he turned around, he saw Yang Fan still standing there. I want to stay here. Please trust me. Yang Fan hesitated for a moment, but his eyes quickly shifted to one of determination and hope. For so long, because of the seniors' reliability, he and Guiming had always relied on them. They were worse than the first years. He should also learn to make his own decisions. He couldn't just throw away the hard-earned advantage. Kong Hui and Meng Jiyuan were momentarily surprised when they heard Yang Fan's words. Okay. Meng Jiyuan curled his lips. If number 4 is eliminated, the captain will give you extra training. Yang Fan, that's not necessary. Seeing that 2 of the 3 Chanshui men had left, leaving only the noisy and inexplicably annoying archer, the Golden Crow retracted its wings and landed on a protruding rock on the cliff edge. Without Jiechenyu, it had almost exclusively carried the bulk of the firepower in the battle, yet without the summoner's care, it was now exhausted. However, its green eyes remained diligently vigilant, scanning the opposite peak with a hint of human concern. At its feet was the bulge Meng Jiyuan had spotted when he peered in. The person inside was, of course, Zui Xingtian. However, In his hasty gaze, Meng Jiyuan failed to notice the faint green light emanating from the bulge, precisely where the bracelet was. After Meng Jiyuan was forced back, Zui Xingtian opened his eyes. This slight movement sent black slime squirming, giving one goosebumps. Yet, looking at Zui Xingtian's expression, he looked incredibly well. Bai Shu's innate healing ability was unparalleled. Although Zui Xingtian hadn't come into contact with many healers, he still had common sense. Bai Shu's healing abilities were beyond common sense, allowing him to maintain his optimal green state even under the attack of the slime stream. What kind of alien is this? How come I never heard of it? Xiaowu, this alien is known, called the Greedy Flow, a second or third level alien, transparent black in color. As its name suggests, due to its invulnerability to standard attacks and its ability to rapidly regenerate and bind, it enjoys devouring any living creature that comes near to strengthen itself. This alien prefers shade and humidity, and fears light and heat, so it only appears along the coast. Its range is fixed, so summoners rarely encounter Greedy Flow unless they're on a sea mission. Furthermore, its damage is low, so it's not well known in alien catalogs. Xiaoyi then added, alien levels are typically measured by the damage inflicted within a specified timeframe. While Greedy Flow is classified as a low-level alien, it holds a place in the mid-range, and has its own unique characteristics. It's safe to say that, aside from fire summoners and ancestral spirits, summoners of other attributes would face as much difficulty against it as against a mid-level alien. This is why Chen Shui avoids provoking it. Bai Chuan was very foresight to keep the Golden Crow. He's well-versed in such unpopular aliens, and he can make the most accurate decisions in such a chaotic and crucial moment. That's the makings of a strong team. Even Xiao rarely praises someone. Is it possible that Bai Chuan didn't think too much about it, and that the Golden Crow was the only one who could move at the time? So it was. A lucky coincidence? It's very likely that Bai Chuan number 5 made the decision. If a first-year student's incredible combat and summoning were known to even an alien like Tanlu, I'd be dead, I can rest assured. Judging from the previous matches, he seemed unfamiliar with every alien he encountered. Damn, even so, why am I even more unbalanced? The Golden Crow spat out a few sparks, and the viscous fluid enveloping Zui Xingtian visibly dried up, losing its elasticity and temporarily splitting. Zui Xingtian seized the opportunity to thrust a long knife from within. The added heat from the flame sliced through the previously unbreakable slime like cloth. Zui Xingtian didn't dare move. A Chen Shui guard was guarding him from above. He feared being shot like a hedgehog if he showed his head. The swordsmith's skill was on cooldown, and he didn't want to face Yang Fan head-on. He couldn't go up, and the sea was even more unsafe. The path ahead, while unusual, seemed a better option. Zui Xingtian looked ahead. It was a dense, sticky current that also protected against arrows. Ah! The man and the bird sighed in unison. Just then, a clear voice emanated from the bracelet. Chen Shui number 1 is eliminated. The number 1 wasn't given for nothing. It signified the captain, the core of the team, the leader and decision-maker. His importance within the team was unlike that of number 4 or 5 in the first and second grades. This news caught everyone, both inside and outside, off guard. Chen Shui was even more excited. Although they had been prepared the moment the scroll was snatched, the fact that the captain had been eliminated still cast a shadow of gloom over the faces of the 3 people in different locations. Kong Hui and Meng Jiyuan stood still, their wristbands flashing, indicating they had just ended a call. Gao Feng was already within reach, and despite their haste, they were still too late. On the cliff face of the short peak, Yang Fan played his Swana. Number 4 must die. Time flashed back 10 minutes. High peak, cliff face, stone forest. The scroll in Bai Shu's hand was snatched away by Dong Feng, who suddenly appeared. Bai Shu looked up and saw Dong Feng's dark face. Huh? Bai Shu took a few steps back in panic, looking terrified. Am I more terrifying than the aliens? Dong Feng's eyes flashed with pity at his wound, but he kept a straight face. He's so unkind to himself. No. Bai Shu shook his head like a rattle, his eyes pitiful. He could be so well behaved, but he'd done something so infuriating. Dong Feng's face was clearly displeased. You should be nicer to yourself. He knew Bai Shu was competing, and would have to face alien species in the future, so injuries were inevitable. In fact, because of the existence of healing systems, many people didn't care about injuries. After all, as long as the injury wasn't too serious, it could be healed. As a healer, Bai Shu felt even more confident. He knew the limits of his healing abilities better than anyone else, and thus developed an even worse habit, hitting his health limit. as if not keeping his health at the limit would be a huge waste. That would be fine, but after reaching shore, he didn't immediately summon himself to heal his wounds. Instead, he stared at the scroll, wondering what was so beautiful about that ice lump. It was rare for the good-tempered Dong Feng to look so grim. Bai Shu didn't know what to say, so he reached out and gently pinched Dong Feng's sleeve. I was wrong. Dong Feng quickly removed the arrowhead from Bai Shu's wound while using Skill 1. However, Bai Shu's wound was too severe. Removing the arrowhead only barely stopped the bleeding, but it continued to ooze out with every movement. Additionally, the seawater clinging to his body irritated the wound. Take off your clothes, Dong Feng said coldly. Oh! Bai Shu obediently raised his hand, allowing him to remove his shirt. In a short period of time, Bai Shu had gone from his previously skinny, almost fleshless frame to a much more robust figure. Muscles defined his arms, waist, and abdomen, and his naturally fair skin only made his chest even more striking. As soon as his shirt was removed, the comment section took a strange turn. My eyes, what's wrong? Why can't I look away? Screenshots, crazy screenshots, shook quietly. Soon, however, Dong Feng draped his outer robe over Bai Shu and tore his clean inner garment into strips to bandage him. Bai Shu looked at his own spirit and fumbled. Let's go out and buy a better set. The bandage on his shoulder suddenly tightened, and Bai Shu gasped. Dong Feng's expression grew even more menacing. Do you think I'm in need of clothes? Huh? Bai Shu gave an awkward smile. After bandaging him, Dong Feng swatted away Bai Shu's claws as he tried to grab the scroll. He glanced at the anxious, yet afraid child. Sit down and wait. He bent down, picked up the scroll, and headed towards the distant forest. He watched the battle from his spiritual sea. Although Dong Feng wasn't skilled in combat, he wasn't stupid. He knew what to do next. The two fire brothers stepped forward and melted the remaining thin layer of ice. He walked far enough away, then with a flick of his wrist, the scroll unfolded. The scroll activated its third ability. The moment the three figures appeared, Dong Feng left without hesitation. The dense forest hindered Lu Ying's abilities, and Jiang Yunyan's life force was depleted. If Jie Chenyu and Jiang Zhengping couldn't handle it, then there was no point in continuing the competition. To be honest, the appearance of the three figures surprised everyone. They finally remembered their existence. Wait, Bai Chuan still had someone else. No wonder Bai Shu risked injury to obtain the scroll. It was a good move. The three huddled together, their movements strangely stiff, yet like sworn enemies who hadn't seen each other for centuries, a battle imminent. Jie Chenyu glanced around without leaving a trace. Seeing no sign of Bai Shu, he breathed a sigh of relief, yet also a tinge of worry. Xie Chenyu and Jiang Zhengping exchanged a glance. Eliminate Jiang Yunyan before the others from Chan Shui arrive. The two took the initiative, attacking Jiang Yunyan from both sides. Because of Jiang Yunyan, the scroll's owner, they could see the situation outside the scroll and knew their current advantage was hard-won, thanks to the efforts of the three outsiders, and that Bai Shu had been seriously injured. They shared Dong Feng's sentiment. If this couldn't eliminate Jiang Yunyan, how could they possibly be? Jiang Yunyan, knowing the situation he faced, fought aggressively, almost with the intention of dying together. Although the stag eagle was injured and unable to fly in the woods, a single flap of its wings could still push Xie Chenyu back several meters. Not to be outdone, the stag eagle let out a high-pitched cry, similar to a deer's cry, at Xie Chenyu. Xie Chenyu's expression turned grim. The stag eagle's cry wasn't simply a show of strength, it was intended to attract other species. Alien species share a familiar trait: holding grudges. The deer eagle had previously fought a Gaofeng alien species over supplies. Its voice was unique, resonant, and powerful, like shouting in someone else's home. Jiang Yunyan knew he was doomed, and was hoping to use the alien species to eliminate them. Even at a disadvantage, he remained formidable. Chapter 70. Jiang Zhengping also realized this. Anxious, he saw Jie Chenyu being tripped, and immediately leaped in front of Jiang Yunyan. Jie Chenyu was being controlled. He had to resist. Just then, from the corner of his eye, Jiang Zhengping caught a glimpse of Jiang Yunyan's lips curling up slightly. He could actually smile? Jiang Zhengping realized this and thought to himself, oh no! Jiang Yunyan suddenly pulled away, leaving Jiang Zhengping empty-handed. Before he could turn, a heavy blow to his back sent him stumbling forward. Puff! Cough cough cough. Jiang Zhengping fell to the ground, his back aching. The deer hawk had somehow circled behind him, its two claws charging straight at him. It seems the deer hawk can not only fly, but also run as fast as a deer, but Xiaowu's expression was difficult to describe. It just didn't look like a good bird, peering out its nose. It was a stark contrast to its image as a cold and taciturn summoner. The deer eagle, leveraging Jiang Jinping's strength, flapped its wings and soared upward, soaring into the air. Leaves rustled to the ground, the fresh green leaves still stained with blood. It belonged to the deer eagle. It hadn't had time to recover from its injuries, and now it was at its final stage. They say the barefoot are not afraid of the shod, and that's exactly what happened to Baichuan and Chanshui at this moment. Jiang Yunyan seemed like a completely different person, a stark contrast to Changshui's cautious and measured captain. He fought with complete disorganization, catching Baichuan and Chanshui completely off guard. Shui was stunned. Is Captain Chanshui really like this? So unconventional? Too conservative, almost asking for a beating. Ah! His serious, cool face was so jarring when he smiled. Captain Baichuan, on the other hand, had a tense expression after emerging from the scroll. Could they have swapped personalities in the scroll? Not really. Perhaps it was Baichuan's fault. Captain Changshui's expression darkened the moment he was added to his scroll. Lying had definitely gone to provoke the aliens. Jiang Jinping looked up at the soaring Lying. He punched the ground angrily, supported himself with one hand, and scrambled to his feet to chase Jiang Yunyan. We had to eliminate him quickly. At this moment, the numerous trees became Jiang Yunyan's hiding place. As a shield bearer, Jiang Jinping couldn't match his speed, and could only watch helplessly as the other fled, his back throbbing with anxiety. Just then, a dark shadow flashed by. It was Jie Chenyu's face. That's it. He was in excellent physical condition. How could he be knocked back by a single blow from a deer eagle? It was just that Jiang Yunyan had suddenly changed his fighting style, leaving him momentarily baffled, and only now had he caught up with him. Jiang Yunyan froze, a sharp, cold light piercing his back. A glimpse of Jie Chenyu's delighted face pierced his peripheral vision. It was the first smile Jie Chenyu had shown since emerging from the scroll. The blade, without giving him a moment to speak, stabbed deeply. Suddenly, a crimson glow blazed, and a location belonging to Chanshui vanished. Chanshui number 1 eliminated. Jiang Yunyan's face paled for a moment. Before being teleported, he stared intently at Jie Chenyu, who wore a false smile. He hadn't held out hope of escaping, but elimination came so quickly that he hadn't even noticed the guy approaching. Was he exhausted, or had he been distracted too much by Jiang Jinping? And, besides using the scroll to capture him and the ancestor, had he done anything else to earn his hatred? The pain in his back was unbearable. It was definitely his fault. Everyone was stunned by the abrupt end to the battle. Then the arena was filled with cheers and sighs. Without their captain, Changshui was in for a tough fight. Captain Changshui's skills had always been unstoppable, but this time, they suffered a heavy blow. I wonder what he'd think when he returned to the arena. It was a shame that Changshui number 2 and number 3 hadn't arrived. The axe giant was much slower than at the start. Wait, alien. The deer eagle had successfully lured the alien. Although Jie Chenyu had quickly eliminated Jiang Yunyan as it emerged from the forest, and it hadn't flown far, the alien's eyesight was impressive. As the alien drew closer, Xie and Jiang could clearly see the massive creature soaring through the air. Once they had a clear view of the alien, everyone suddenly realized why the deer eagle, so adept at controlling the wind, had been injured so quickly. This bird-like creature possessed enormous wings, and its speed was only swift. Its small head also bore 3 eyes, the third one a double pupil with almost no white, giving it a decidedly unfriendly look. Comparatively speaking, its beak was smaller in proportion, but longer than that of an average bird. Its tip was tipped with a dangerous hook, gleaming like a dark gold metallic gleam in the sunlight, capable of easily piercing a victim. From the moment it appeared, it exuded the ferocious aura of a carnivorous predator. Its fame was far greater than that of the Tanlu. It's the three-eyed wing. Jiang Jinping's hair stood on end. Even if their health was at full strength, even 2 land creatures like them would be no match for the overlord of the sky. Just looking at its 3 eyes and 4 pupils revealed its exceptional vision. Its enormous wingspan allowed it to fly at breakneck speed, closing in on anything with the blink of an eye. Most importantly, its claws were 5 fingers, unlike those of ordinary birds. These slender, bony claws were like thorns, with tiny, hooked spines radiating outward, allowing it to firmly grasp anything it desired. Jiang Jinping felt a chill run down his spine at the mere sight of him. This was unlike the level 6 sea monster, whose skills focused on defense. The three-eyed wing was a true offensive alien. No wonder it had forced the aliens on the other mountaintop into a cave. Perhaps only the slimy currents on the cliff face were immune to it. Thankfully, the 2 of them had immediately moved away from the battle, and the dense forest here provided some shelter. But elsewhere, Bai Shu. Both of them could see the panic in each other's eyes. They had been released by Dongfeng, and hadn't seen Bai Shu since leaving the scroll. It would have been disastrous if he hadn't hidden. The two men didn't even bother to catch their breath, running at top speed, following Bai Shu's direction. It was a shame that Ning had been eliminated by the other side, unable to speed up without the lovebirds. Those aren't Baichuan's men. From afar, Meng Jiyuan, perched on the axe giant's shoulder, was overjoyed to see the two fleeing in panic. They're both at the edge of health. One blow from the axe giant will surely kill them. The captain had just been eliminated, and he was already simmering with anger. Watching the Baichuan and his companions charging at him like headless flies, Meng Jiyuan's smile widened. Before he could even say the words to tell the axe giant to move, the two men had already scurried past like a tornado, leaving the tall and burly men no chance of a glance. Hey! Meng Jiyuan's words were stuck in his throat, and he was furious. Hurry up and reincarnate. Jiyuan, reclaim your spirit. Meng Jiyuan was about to get chase when Kang Hui called out in a stern voice. Knowing Kang Hui wouldn't do anything without a purpose, Meng Jiyuan, bewildered, obeyed. Following Kang Hui's gaze, he saw a massive creature approaching. A level 6 alien. Meng Jiyuan patted his chest in fear, and the two teams fled. Jie Chenyu was unaware of this incident. He hadn't noticed Chan Shui and the others. They had reached the edge of the woods, and saw that Bai Shu was no longer there. Their palms sweated. Senior? I know. Without stopping, the two men emerged from the woods, their shields activated, and their figures vanished. Luckily, Bai Shu wasn't too far away, just off the edge. Their eyes lit up. Who else could that person in a white robe and red shorts be but Bai Shu? Bai Shu sat with his back against a rock, his elegant robe covering his wounds, only a bandage visible at his chest and neck. His lips were pale from blood loss, and the smile on Xie Chenyu's face faded. Dongfeng stood before him, frowning and saying something. Bai Shu nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, his expression incredibly obedient. Suddenly, his expression froze, his round, cat-like eyes sharpening. His body tensed, his pupils narrowing as he focused on a single point, and he met Xie Chenyu's gaze directly through his shield. It was a strange, hostile look, unlike his usual gentle and harmless one, but it sent a shiver through Xie Chenyu's body and soul. The pebbles on the ground vibrated. Bai Shu stepped in front of Dongfeng. Sir, be careful. A ferocious beast is coming. The change in Xiao Bai's eyes was killing me. One moment, he was a well-behaved student, and the next, he exuded an aura of 180 meters. Sure enough, aura doesn't discriminate by height. Let's just say, the last part can be omitted. Although, this is his captain, not a beast. Haha, it doesn't really make a difference. Seeing Bai Shu's expression of pain from suddenly standing up, Xie Chenyu abruptly quickened his pace. Jiang Zheping, who could barely feel his legs, said, eh. Gritting his teeth, he followed. He often suspected Xie Chenyu was inhuman. Go, go! Xie Chenyu, knowing Bai Shu had misunderstood, tactfully squeaked a little. Bai Shu paused in his attack. Xie Chenyu quickly extended his arm, carefully holding Bai Shu's uninjured shoulder. Bending down, he slipped his other hand through Bai Shu's legs, gently and tenderly pulling him into a hug. From the perspective of the spectators outside the arena, Bai Shu suddenly floated into the air, as if swallowed by an invisible force, disappearing from view. Immediately afterwards, two intersecting lines appeared within the invisible shield. With the man in his arms, he watched him struggle in the water, wounded and in pain. The moment he held him close, he finally felt his heart return to reality. Seeing the familiar face, Bai Shu finally let down his guard. Brother Jie? Yes, it's me. Sorry for the wait. Leave everything to me from now on. The first half of the sentence was addressed to Bai Shu, the second to Dongfeng. Dongfeng, sensing something was amiss, nodded and vanished behind Bai Shu. Where? Lead the way. The three of them didn't dare run to the beach. Instead, they turned back into the woods and ran to the foot of the mountain. Following Wair's guidance, they found a narrow cave in the cliff face, like a crease in the sky, and rested for a while. The two men were panting heavily. They hadn't had time to refuel, and the repeated exhaustion that followed was too much for even Xie Chenyu. Even so, he didn't let go of Bai Shu. He carefully untied Bai Shu's incongruous robe. Because the light was dim, he simply closed his eyes. As if caressing a treasure, his fingertips gently touched the bandaged area of Bai Shu's body and traced it. As they traced it, they felt a slight dampness. It was blood. Although he could see the outside world through the scroll, Bai Shu's vision was too chaotic when he was injured, so he couldn't see clearly. But Xie Chen Yu knew Dong Feng's healing ability. Even after healing, blood would still seep out. The injury must have been at its limit. He circled his fingertips along the wet edge. The wound was too large, much larger than an ordinary arrow wound, and the bleeding was faster than expected. Was it because the arrow was so powerful that it pierced through? He ran his fingers down from top to bottom, then around his shoulder and felt his back. Luckily, there were no penetrating wounds. Immersed in his own thoughts, Xie Chen Yu didn't notice that his light movements caused the body in his arms to tremble. A pair of hands tried to push him away, but as if concerned, they held back, lightly resting against him. In the dim light, Bai Shu's eyes widened as he turned to look at Jiang Zhengping. Even in the dim light, he could see the fear in his eyes, a flicker of uncertainty. What's wrong with him? Jiang Zhengping spread his hands. I don't know. Chapter 71. Does it hurt? I'm sorry. Feeling the stiffness in his arms, Xie Chen Yu spoke. Because they were so close, Xie Chen Yu's breath fanned across his bare shoulders and neck as he spoke. Bai Shu hunched his shoulders. He was held in his arms, his developmentally delayed body looking smaller against the boy's broad waist and back. Unable to bear it, his palms pressed against Xie Chen Yu's chest, but ultimately he held back. Bai Shu looked at Xie Chen Yu from the crook of his arm. His head was lowered, his sharp features and prominent nose half obscuring his face. His sharp eyes were closed, allowing him to gaze freely. His brows were slightly raised, his lips pressed into a straight line, his expression looking somewhat sad and dejected. As an attacker, he could only watch helplessly as a healer was injured, unable to do anything to help. Suddenly, his fingertips brushed behind his ear, and Bai Shu's body stiffened. Paw! The slap in the face brought Xie Chen Yu back to his senses. He covered his aching nose, his eyes moistening for a moment. Even Xie Chen Yu couldn't avoid the reaction, and he looked at the instigator in his arms. Bai Shu instinctively put his hands behind his back. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Let me get up. Xie Chen Yu's eyes shifted, already understanding what had just happened. He loosened his grip on Bai Shu slightly and, with amusement, helped Bai Shu up and leaned against him. But he didn't give him Dong Feng's outer robe, instead taking off his own shirt. The team uniform has some defensive properties. Yours is still wet, so wear mine first. Bai Shu quickly refused. He was already at the point of losing health, and he couldn't heal him for now. There were unknown dangers ahead, and the attacker was the one facing them directly. No need, my health is fine. It's easy to hold on until the master's skill ends. But you? Be good. With my health down, it doesn't matter whether I wear it or not. Xie Chen Yu's tone was firm. Jiang Zhengping, who hadn't dared to speak up, finally couldn't help but speak. Grasping the corners of his shirt, he also took off his shirt. Just wear mine. I still have my shield. Before Bai Shu could say anything, Xie Chen Yu glanced at him. Jiang Zhengping shut his mouth. What kind of look was that? He was clearly just trying to show concern for his junior. He wasn't lecturing him like a teacher, and his voice was gentle, but for some reason, Bai Shu couldn't find an excuse to refuse. Under Xie Chen Yu's earnest gaze, he accepted the shirt. Okay. Xie Chen Yu rubbed Bai Shu's head, a smile finally breaking across his face. Captain! Captain! What should we do now? The quiet atmosphere was broken by Zui Xingtian's devastated voice, transmitted through his bracelet. He had been hanging on the edge of the cliff for a long time, almost numb to the disgusting mucus. He had originally been patiently waiting for the captain's instructions, but with Chang Shui No. 1 eliminated, the three captains' positions had stabilized. He waited for ages without any instructions, and Zui Xingtian suspected he'd be forgotten if he didn't speak up. Xie Chen Yu paused. Can you survive without the golden crow? Huh? No, how could he survive without the golden crow? Zui Xingtian never imagined that by being a mouthpiece, he'd end up losing everything he relied on. He looked up. Uncle Yan was glaring at him. He was practically a hedgehog. If it weren't for the slime blocking his way, and if the other party hadn't had limited arrows, he'd be finished. He was able to survive in the slime thanks to the Golden Crow's help. He frowned upon hearing that the Golden Crow was being transferred. Jinwu, however, was visibly excited, shaking off the non-existent dust from his wings. He was about to meet the summoner, and Bai Shu, he was determined to appear in the most dashing manner. Facing Zui Xingtian's reluctance, he simply gave him a slightly cold glare. May the best be for you. Zui Xingtian, Xie Chen Yu didn't mean to embarrass Zui Xingtian, but he and Jiang Zhengping needed supplies to replenish their energy. He wanted to finish them off in one fell swoop before the next supply run, or rather, to prevent them from getting any supplies. Of course, This statement seemed a bit arrogant given their low health and injuries. But, if Chang Shui were given a chance to recuperate, too many variables would arise. They had finally eliminated Jiang Yunyan, and could have taken a breather, but the axe giant's single skill nearly wiped them out. He didn't want this skill to happen again. The most important thing was, his gaze shifted to Bai Shu. Despite his efforts to pull himself together, his face still showed signs of fatigue. Almost a full day's worth of running around was still a significant burden on him. It took too long. Could Bai Shu escape the aliens or the Chang Shui next time? The problem was, their health was low, so they could wait for the spirit's cooldown to expire. But he and Jiang Zhengping had no supplies to replenish their energy. Can I? Xie Chenyu asked again. If I can get ashore, I'd do it. Zui Xingtian gritted his teeth. With only Yang Fan above him, he still had the strength to fight without the Golden Crow. No problem. Xie Chenyu turned his head and looked eagerly at Bai Shu. Bai Shu nodded, and a branch of white peach blossoms appeared in his hand. The person on the screen unconsciously moved closer. They already seen the healing power of the pink flower, so what was the purpose of this one? Noticeably different in color. In the previous two matches, Bai Shu's innate ability had been used so quickly, and so subtly that it went unnoticed. It was a rare moment when Bai Chuan didn't try to hide his incompetence, and both the ordinary people and the team watched intently. The people in the South District are so ignorant, making a fuss out of nothing. Those in the other districts scoffed on the surface, but in reality, they were watching with far more seriousness than anyone else. Those who were once considered at the bottom of society suddenly had the potential to rise. For those accustomed to looking down on others, even the slightest sign was significant. Gently shaking the branch, the white flower swayed and fell. This time, it was clearly not as swift as before, flying towards Xie Chenyu at a slower pace, the flower twirling back and forth, looking back every few steps. The skill was primarily designed to protect its master. It sensed its master's injuries, and was more eager to affect him. But the master was determined, and the white flower dissipated with familiarity onto Xie Chenyu. Xie Chenyu's spirits suddenly perked up. While his overall appearance hadn't changed much, his eyes had undergone a startling transformation, their brilliance now much brighter. Even the golden crow, far away on the other side, seemed perked up. Though only a third of its strength had been restored, its feathers were noticeably darker and shinier. Ancestral spirits feed on the summoner's spiritual energy and inhabit the spiritual sea, so naturally, the changes are significant. The golden crow flapped its wings and soared upward, raining down several streams of flames on the man and the ancestral spirit on the shore. Is it really that exaggerated? Before, the golden crow could only spit out a pitiful amount, and that was only through the indirect influence of the summoner. I really want to experience this. +1. However, as a frontier soldier, a healer who could increase spiritual power, even just a little bit, wasn't something ordinary summoners could enjoy. Except in the academy. So, seeing Bai Chuan taking it for granted was truly irritating. In the spectator booth, Yuan Can unconsciously puffed out his chest. After all, he had experienced it once before. A dark voice surged up from the cliff below, and thunderous flames spread from the sky. Yang Fan and Uncle Yang's eyes tightened. It was finally coming. The two men launched simultaneously, unleashing arrows and magic sounds recklessly. The flames were intense, but fortunately, there were few flammable materials nearby, and the dampness of the seawater reduced the flame spread and temperature, allowing the two to dodge. Thankfully, Uncle Yang's arrows inevitably lost their aim while dodging. I knew this would happen. Zui Xing, holding a large pot in front of him, faced the hail of arrows like a soldier charging into battle in ancient times. After successfully escorting Zui Xingtian to shore, the golden crow signaled with two GA sounds, mercilessly vanishing from its original location and reappearing next to Xie Chenyu in the blink of an eye. Zui Xingtian's eyes welled up. Didn't they just send me to shore? He was clearly an attacker, yet he was doing the work of a shield man. There was no healer behind him, and the support had left without a care. Looking up again, he flashed a fierce look at the two men opposite him. Even if I'm alone, I fight to the end. Uncle Yang shot an arrow through the air. Zui Xingtian let out a cry, grabbed his small pot, and turned to run. The dazzling array of weapons hanging from his body became a special protective shield. Because they were so full, Yang Fan had no way to strike. He couldn't even see the back of his head. Uncle Yang, Even on the other side, the golden crow flashed onto Xie Chenyu's shoulder, intending to approach Bai Shu to express his longing, but just as he fluttered up, he was grabbed by his own summoner with 3 claws and pulled back. Gaw! The golden crow's eyes glared. Jiechenyu threw him out with an expressionless face. Go, check out the summit, and get the supplies. The quicker the better, while the three-eyed wings are still wandering outside. The man and the bird stared at each other. Finally, the golden crow turned away first. This bird was wise enough not to argue with the two legs on such a matter. The golden crow flew away with composure. Meanwhile, Jiechenyu, through Air's perspective, saw the situation on the summit, and a look of surprise spread across his face. What's wrong? Jiechenyu frowned. It's strange, there are eggs in the alien's nest. Jiang Zheping then looked thoughtful. Yeah, that's really strange. Bai Shu? Question mark. No. Shouldn't there be eggs? The two men looked up, already accustomed to Bai Shu's lack of common sense. Jiang Zheping said sternly, alien species don't reproduce. What? Then why are there so many? Jiechenyu corrected him. To be precise, within our reach, the alien species we see, from their appearance to their death, don't mate or reproduce. The alien species you see invade our range after the annual beast tide, or migrate in from unexplored areas. How could that be? Bai Shu pondered. He had always believed that alien species, like humans, had been distorted for some reason to become what they are today, like the zombies at the beginning of the apocalypse. Occasionally, he felt something was amiss. Many alien species didn't remind him of the plants and animals on Earth before the distortion, and they didn't even look like a fusion of multiple plants and animals. The most discordant aspect is the aliens' inherent rage and hatred of humans. These are two statements that shouldn't belong together. The aliens are ignorant and mad, instinctively seeking to harm humans. Yet, they can precisely distinguish humans from other animals. The aliens maintain strict hierarchies and rules within their communities, possessing a sense of territory. If followed, they can live in peace. They occasionally hunt ordinary plants and animals. This hunting is all for survival, but not for humans. No matter if they are ordinary people or summoners, they will be attacked once they enter the aliens' field of vision. Where did these aliens come from? How did the world he knew become so completely different in the 300 years he had traveled? This question once again surfaced in Bai Shu's mind, but he knew no one could answer it. The answers lay outside. Bai Shu's contemplation didn't last long. Jiechenyu glanced at his bracelet. We can't stay here any longer. Changshui's location is closing in. And they're likely being targeted by aliens. The three of them looked stern. Chapter 72. Dong Feng immediately unleashed his second skill without hesitation. Speeding up everyone's recovery was secondary. More importantly, his healing skill was still on cooldown. With one injured and two at low health, the three of them were no match for Changshui. Needless to say, Jiang Zheping and Jiechenyu supported Bai Shu on either side. Turning back was out of the question. They had no choice but to press forward, heading deeper. The deeper they went, the more they could feel the path slope down. Bai Shu discovered a hidden world within. The narrow sliver of sky overhead gradually widened as they went deeper, but no light filtered in. The trees on either side were denser than ever, completely blocking out the light. Furthermore, as their altitude gradually dropped, the shadows cast by the rock faces on either side made the view from above almost indistinguishable from the canyon, even dimmer than before. Besides the light, the smell was also deeply unpleasant. Instead of the refreshing feeling of the trees, it was filled with a stale, rancid, and faint smell of blood. Despite being sheltered from the wind, this place still held a chilling, eerie atmosphere. The animal instincts embedded in human genes told them this was an ominous place. Bai Shu unconsciously moved closer to Jiechenyu. Jiechenyu was surprised, but even more delighted. He naturally pulled him into a hug, softly saying, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Bai Shu, Sometimes he thought Jiechenyu was formidable, but other times, he felt his mind was constantly wandering. Bai Shu pulled the man behind him, tilting his head slightly, his gaze still sharp and focused. He said simply, "Get behind me. You're shirtless, it's dangerous." Jiechenyu froze, his expression swiftly shifting from joy to dazed. Jiechen유's clothes on Bai Shu were noticeably too big, the hem hanging down to his thighs, like a child wearing adult clothes. The man beside him, his sturdy upper body bare, his relaxed expression facing the danger ahead clearly betrayed his strength. Despite visible scars, no one could tell he was a fragile, vulnerable man. And yet, with such a frail body, a single glance and a single sentence silenced the shirtless, feral man beside him. Isn't he stupid? What was he thinking at such a perilous moment? Haha, I didn't even see his expression change during the spring split defeat. This moment deserves to be recorded. Wait, what was that? High-tech cameras can capture things invisible to the human eye. Those outside the arena can't empathize with those inside, but they can see the blurry images of piles of debris piled up like mountains in the dim canyon. As they went deeper, the canyon became almost completely dark, relying only on the light from the wristband. It was still daytime, so it shouldn't be like this. The stench of decay and stench grew stronger in the air. The obedient Xiaoqinyu tore Dongfeng's coat into 3 pieces and distributed them. Wrap your head, especially your mouth and nose. Be careful of the miasma. This was also due to his experience in the military. In places where death abounds, the environment is more dangerous than the alien species, especially in the humid forest. Another point is that any feeling of something amiss must be taken seriously. Be prepared, you never know when you might fall prey to the enemy's trick. The 2 men immediately followed Xiaoqinyu's lead, wrapping themselves up. After a few steps, a click stopped the 3 men in their tracks. Bai Shu paused, his wristband pointed at his feet. The dull sound made it clear that what lay beneath his feet wasn't some dead branch or leaf. It was a leg bone, about 40 centimeters long, clearly human, its honeycomb-like pattern of holes making it fragile. The light immediately shone around, and the vague object finally materialized, piles of white bones, though something else was clinging to them, creating a darker hue than the surrounding darkness, making it difficult to detect with the naked eye. Startled by the sudden sound and light, the pale whiteness of the bones finally revealed itself beneath the surging movement. Listening closely, the eerie sound of an unknown reptile slithering across the bones was heard. The faces of those on the screen paled. Ugh! Trypophobia was taking over. Are these all human bones? No one would come here, right? But with the alien's wings so large, it could easily move anywhere it wanted. I imagine some of the people who disappeared in the previous maritime accident were left here. The thought of this made it even harder for people to accept. Explorers disappeared or died almost every day, including those from spontaneous civilian groups and those assigned by the military. People always held onto a glimmer of hope for those who had disappeared, but now the piles of bones were exposed, extinguishing even that glimmer of hope. Xiaowu sat up straight. We can't go any further. Facing these unknown things is worse than facing the Changshui River. The creatures were so small that they couldn't tell whether they were native to Earth or distorted alien species. As Xiaowu finished speaking, the 3 people on the screen had already carefully retreated, which made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Xiaowu couldn't help but look at the person trapped in the middle. Is Bai Shu okay? They were already terrified off-screen, let alone the 3 people they were actually facing. Xiaoqinyu, needless to say, had just as much experience in the contaminated zone as the border troops. Jiang Zhengping, after all, was a 3rd-year student about to graduate. Although his expression was grim, he was holding up. The most worrying thing was Bai Shu. He was only 16 years old. He had never seen such a brutal scene before, and must have been terrified. As the camera turned to Bai Shu, everyone was stunned. There was no fear on his face, but rather excitement. How could Bai Shu not be excited? This was exactly what he had dreamed of. A vast mass grave, a place where all evil energy converged. After the semifinals, and even after facing high-level aliens at sea, after returning, he had been thinking about opportunities to increase the lethality of his Will-o'-the-Wisp fire. Will-o'-the-Wisp fire's damage increased inside the mountain sea monster's stomach, but not outside of it. He concluded that there must be something special inside the mountain sea monster's stomach that could fuel the Will-o'-the-Wisp fire. Afterwards, he repeatedly released flames inside the mountain sea monster, but the damage was gradually decreasing. This suggests that the substance that fuels the Will-o'-the-Wisp is consumable, not a constant substance. But only once did he see the Will-o'-the-Wisp damage, though slight, actually recover. That was when they temporarily needed to drive the mountain sea monster and fed it the carcasses of the alien species they had hunted. It's highly likely that the fuel for the Will-o'-the-Wisp is an alien species, and a dead one at that, or perhaps even more than just alien species. To prove this, Bai Shu conducted a special experiment. In the end, he discovered that the fuel for the Will-o'-the-Wisp isn't limited to alien species. The carcasses of ordinary animals can also be used. Yet, after the Will-o'-the-Wisp burned, the carcasses remained intact, showing no signs of burns or other damage. So, he tentatively speculated that the true fuel for Will-o'-the-Wisp wasn't corpses, but the unique aura produced by corpses. Because the sea monster was so massive and ate such a diverse diet, its interior could be considered a small mass graveyard, allowing the Will-o'-the-Wisp to flourish. And now, before him lay a gloomy place even larger than the sea monster's interior, a stage for the Will-o'-the-Wisp to flourish. How could Bai Shu be afraid? He was too excited. Bai Shu even wondered if he could bring the Will-o'-the-Wisp back 300 years. Would it be the zombie nemesis? Axe Giant, hurry! Eliminate them! Ming Jiyuan's excited voice came from behind him. Wasn't Changshui also in a hurry? Damn, Baichuan had attracted the aliens, but because of the axe giant's size, he was captured by the three-eyed wing, severely hampering them. The two men didn't yet know that it was their own captain who had actually attracted the three-eyed wing. Full of anger and anxiety, Meng Jiyuan didn't hesitate. Upon seeing the three men, he told the axe giant to go all out. Before Baichuan and the other two's health recovers, before they're forced out of the competition by the three-eyed wings, the moment he heard the sound, Baishu unleashed three flames in quick succession. The dim screen was instantly illuminated by blue will-o'-the-wisp fire, which surged around the three of them and toward Changshui's position. Anyone who paid close attention would have noticed that the will-o'-the-wisp's color was even more ghostly and vibrant this time. The flames puffed up, and the mountain wall was imprinted with a joyful, pulsing flame, as if it were well-fed. The bottom of the screen was completely occupied by Yuan, making it impossible to see the players on both sides. At the top, the already towering axe giant's body suddenly expanded several feet, his arms holding a massive axe radiating golden light. His arm muscles bulged dramatically as he held the axe high. Beneath him, the deep ravine seemed a perfect slot for the axe about to strike. The screen was filled with two distinct lights, one blue and one gold. Nothing else was visible. The last of their hidden powers was unleashed. The final showdown between the two powerful teams, using their ultimates right away, was too sudden, without even a call to arms. There was no way out. There were wolves in front and tigers behind. If they didn't quickly decide the outcome and leave, they would become prey for the aliens. The two teams' ultimates brought the eager three-eyed wing to a halt. It landed steadily on a branch, its three eyes fixed intently, waiting for its prey to be destroyed, a grand harvest. Meng Jiyuan was about to curse. He could clearly feel his health dropping at an extremely fast rate. Whoever told him Baishu was a healer would be furious. What kind of healer deals damage like that? Even if it were an attacker, such high damage should have a special move with a 20-hour cooldown, right? Where's justice? At this rate, he'd be killed before the axe giant even chopped him down. Meng Jiyuan. Go in. In the flames, something swung toward him. Baishu had hoped to eliminate the opponent before the axe giant chopped him down. But the axe came down anyway. The mountain shook, the ground crackled. A terrifying vibration and crash filled their ears. Although the will-o'-the-wisp blocked the axe giant's sight, even a slight hit or a blow from falling rocks would have eliminated them. Just a little longer, just a little longer. Baishu was shaken and unsteady, and regardless of his injuries, he pinned Jiechenyu down. The tremors had already spread to the corner where they were, and falling rocks pelted them. Be careful. Jiechenyu saw the rocks above him crumbling. How could he let Baishu block him? Don't move. His hand just touched Baishu's waist, about to reverse their position, but Baishu sternly stopped him. Jiechenyu was startled. I want to win. Baishu straddled Jiechenyu, swatting away Jiechenyu's grasping hand and pinning him down. I don't care about healers being protected, or some other rubbish rule. I just want to protect you and win. Baishu knew he wasn't good enough. The will-o'-the-wisp fire only worked in this area, and there were still people on Short Peak. His skills were exhausted, and he didn't have the stamina to travel far. But Jiechenyu was different. He had his ultimate move, and the Golden Crow must have already secured the supplies. Rather than trusting himself, he trusted Jiechenyu to bring victory, a thought he had never entertained before. Jiechenyu's pupils trembled as he stared at the figure on his body. In his memory, Baishu was always obedient and soft, shy and quiet, even after eliminating his opponent. He had never heard Baishu issue such forceful commands, such a hysterical expression, or such fervent and persistent eyes. He seemed to be glowing like this. Chapter 73. Even though he said this, Baishu was still feeling nervous. His long eyelashes covered his drooping eyelids, obscuring the flicker and uncertainty in his eyes. There was still a minute left before Dong Feng's skill cooldown. It wasn't long, but it felt especially long at this moment. In this kind of turbulent situation, it was very likely that everyone would be eliminated before their skills could be used. Amidst his chaotic thoughts, his head felt heavy, and a hand gently pressed against Baishu's head. Bewilderedly, Baishu looked up to see Jiang Zhengping, looking a little helpless. Don't forget that Senior is still here. Thankfully, the will-o'-the-wisp fire didn't harm inanimate objects. As the camera approached, the audience outside held their breath, watching the figure they had been thinking about within the twisting flames. Shui was almost choking with excitement. It's Baichuan. They're still alive. Xiu covered his ears expressionlessly. Of course they're still alive. The elimination will be announced. I thought Shui would continue to express himself for a while, but unexpectedly, the people around him paused. Xiui's mouth opened in surprise, his face still brimming with excitement. What kind of movement was that? Jiechenyu, shirtless, was pinned to the ground, with a petite boy straddling his waist, his face submissive and willing. Before, it was hard to imagine such a cunning fox would display such a gesture. That would have been fine, but above the two of them, Baichuan No. 2 was gently stroking the boy's head, while Baishu gazed up at him with admiration and delight. Is this something I can see? What the hell? What a harmonious threesome. Shut up. The scene flashed by, and then a large, earth-colored, hard shell appeared where the three of them were, almost blending in with the ground. If it weren't for the familiar tortoise-shaped shell on it, it would have been almost unnoticed. This is... Baishu stretched out his hand, and his fingers felt rough sand. The three of them were encased in a pitch-black, tortoise-patterned mud shell, shielding them from all danger. Though pitch-black, it felt reassuring. Baishu's hope was rekindled. This is my innate skill. Jiang Jumping tried to appear relaxed, but the sweat dripping from his forehead showed he'd been expending considerable effort. To be precise, this is my original innate skill. It's slightly more defensive than my transparent form, but that's all. In his first year, Jiang Jumping wasn't particularly outstanding, and he never imagined he'd have a chance to compete in the nationals. Back then, he just awakened his innate skill, and because of his strong defensive abilities, he'd been selected as a reserve for the first team. However, the tortoise-shell's shortcomings became apparent. Heavy, conspicuous, and immobile, its high defense served as little more than a grinding stone for the enemy. Ultimately, it was a transition from immediate elimination to a trap. At the start of the new school year, Ning had naturally become a member of the first team, while he was still competing with another backup shield man. Funny enough, he barely even qualified for the underdog first team. By chance, he came out of the training room and ran into the newly enrolled Jiechenyu. He had already become a popular figure in the school, his knowledge, resources, physical strength, and combat experience unmatched among the freshmen, making him a top priority for the first team. It was late, and the other players had all left. Jiang Jumping, assuming he was interested in the first team, composed himself and prepared to bring him in for a look. Junior, are you here to apply for a backup spot on the first team? It's a little late, but that's okay. Who knew Jiechenyu would turn around and say, I'm very optimistic about you, senior. At some point, this first-year student had already walked in front of him, surveying the place with a relaxed air, as if he were the master of the place, and he was merely a footman following behind. Jiang Jumping, ? High defense is enough for a shield man. Complaining about this, and that is just an excuse for incompetent fools to maintain their authority. Jiang Jumping's mouth dropped open slightly. Ah! Jiechenyu smiled, his narrow eyes determined yet malicious. If I were the captain, I would definitely choose you, senior. Ah? But I heard that Sha Huayu of Boji has 2 innate skills, and so does Hei Zhe. Perhaps you could try it too. Having one more skill is always good. How is that possible? Jiang Jingping's expression was vacant. A second innate skill, that's a gift only possessed by geniuses. How could he say that so easily? Why not? So, senior, what do you think are the chances of me replacing the captain? Xiechenyu's tone was light, as if he were discussing something insignificant. The first year glanced at him sideways, said something, and turned away, leaving Jiang Jingping staring blankly at the arrogant figure. Why did he feel scorned? 6 months later, Xiechenyu truly became captain, and Jiang Jumping had even created a second shield. At the expense of some defensive power, this new shield was transparent and more flexible, capable of appearing in small pieces to provide partial defense. Jiang Jumping marveled, I never expected it would come in handy in the finals. The once despised innate ability had become a crucial protective amulet. Baishu's eyes lit up as he stood up from Jiechenyu. Senior, you're so handsome. Jiang Jumping put his hands on his hips, and glanced at Jiechenyu on the ground, feeling quite proud. Haha, just averagely handsome, right? Jiechenyu, Where did he seem to be so desperate just now? But the crisis wasn't over. Having missed his target, and his vision was obstructed, the axe giant, influenced by the summoner's eagerness, struck furiously and haphazardly. The mountain was teetering on the verge of collapse. Baishu couldn't see outside, but he could feel the dampness of the protective shell. Perhaps the mountain they were on was sinking, and the sea was rising. Suddenly, the protective shell shook violently, and the 3 people inside heard the sound of the shell cracking above their heads. The axe giant had a wide attack range, so it wasn't surprising to be blind-swept. How long can this skill last? Baishu asked hurriedly. 2 more times. Jiang Jumping gritted his teeth. At most. Although the earth shell had strong defense, The axe giant's skills were no pushover. The second blow came quickly. The previous mishap had given the axe giant the perfect location. What bad luck. Jiang Zheping made a quick decision. Get ready. I let you go. I draw the fire. Bai Shu nodded quickly, and quickly pulled his clothes over Jie Qinyu's head, fearing Jie Qinyu wouldn't cooperate. His expression was tense, and looked a little fierce. But to Jie Qinyu, this was adorable, and he wanted to lean in and kiss him. A gap appeared beneath the protective shell. As expected, the water had risen. Let's go! Before the axe giant's axe could strike again, Jie Qinyu, holding Bai Shu, jumped into the water, hiding behind a large piece of rubble. A smile finally crossed Bai Shu's face. The skill cooldown was over. The axe giant unleashed a final, powerful blow, sending rocks raining down like raindrops. Bai Shu pushed Jie Qinyu away. He was exhausted and didn't want to be a burden to Jie Qinyu. I need to rest. Okay. Jie Qinyu quickly leaned forward and pecked Bai Shu on the cheek. Wait for me. Changshui number 2 is eliminated. Baiwan number 3 is eliminated. Baiwan number 4 is eliminated. Changshui number 4 is eliminated. Baiwan number 5 is eliminated. The elimination notifications continued to chime, leaving the audience disoriented. On screen, the axe giant, having exhausted his mental energy, vanished from the arena. The peak had been pushed down from mid-mountain to the foot, its upper portion tilted, transforming from 2 peaks, 1 tall and 1 short, into 3, 2 large and 1 small. The mountain was in ruins, strewn with tree stumps, collapsed ground, and rubble. There was no sign of any human or animal. So what? Both teams perished? Impossible, the game is still going on. Wait, how did the 2 from Short Peak get eliminated too? High Peak's vision was blurry, and he couldn't find any surviving players, 1 and 3. Xiaowu switched to Short Peak. Only Baichuan 1 and Changshui 3 are left on the field. The 2 players originally on Short Peak were forced to come to High Peak due to the alien pursuit, and caught up in the axe giant's mountain splitting and will-o'-the-wisp rage. So, cannon fodder. In the lounge, Zhuixing Tian and Yang Fan, expressionless but in perfect sync, joined in. One excelled at long-range attacks, the other was agile and slippery, and the outcome remained undecided. Just as they were excitedly preparing for a showdown, Mountain Spider and Nuclear Bear suddenly appeared. These 2 had been plotting this for a long time, and while they didn't fight, their goals were clear. But they were dumbfounded. How could they possibly kill the aliens? Realizing that the aliens wouldn't dare reach the peak, the 2 men, sworn enemies, became friends and tacitly headed for the peak, determined to shake them off before fighting. Then, they were killed by the will-o'-the-wisp fire. The 2 aliens that arrived later slammed on the brakes. Zhua and Yang, well, they were just playing trial and error. Even after figuring out the whole story, the audience wasn't in the mood to laugh. No figures appeared on screen, and everyone was anxious. Could there be some kind of accident? Look there. Xiaowu pinpointed the location. A figure appeared on the sea, its curly hair scorched beyond recognition. Resting on a rock, who else could it be but Changshui number 3? At the critical moment, he was stuffed into Kong Hui's natal water coffin, which floated out of the will-o'-the-wisp fire's range, allowing him to escape. But his mental energy was already depleted. Meng Jiyuan gave a wry smile. He had never imagined being forced to this point, by a team, not even in the top 4. Goo! Followed by a bird's cry, it was the 3-eyed wing. Meng Jiyuan cursed inwardly, and dove back into the sea. No matter what, he wouldn't give up. The mountain spiders and nuclear bears were also frightened away by the noise, hiding everywhere. With such a commotion on Gaofeng, they probably assumed the territory was about to change hands, only then daring to chase them. Pa! Elsewhere, small pieces of gravel tumbled down, and an arm emerged from the gap between them. Then, a tall figure stood up. Flying dust and tiny stone chips tumbled from his body. Jie Qinyu carelessly brushed back his scattered hair, the ends dripping with water. He shouldered the half-thorned, half-smooth mace he scooped up from the sea, and smiled brightly. Why do I feel so uneasy? Brother, stop laughing now, it's really scary. Jie. The golden crow flew down from above, dropping the supplies and its claws to Jie Qinyu's side. It slowly landed on Jie Qinyu's raised arm, folded its wings, and peered around. Don't look anymore, he's not here, Jie Qinyu whispered. Gone? The golden crow took a long time to react. Its sharp beak, furious, left a red mark on its summoner's face, its claws thrashing in protest. He came back after so much trouble, only to find him missing. So angry, Jie Qinyu stood a little further away from the bird stand, bent down, took out a few bottles of nutrient solution, and drank a few sips. He didn't seem in a hurry at all. His health was back, his mental strength was full, and even his physical strength was at its peak. Could anything be more satisfying than this? The price of my healing costing a life wasn't just a few drops of health, right? Ga. The Golden Crow nodded seriously. Chapter 74. Carrying his staff, Xie Chenyu swaggered leisurely towards Meng Jiyuan's hiding place, as if he were entering his own backyard. His clothes. Someone noticed that Xie Chenyu's shirt was worn inside out, suggesting he had hastily put it on in the final seconds, when they couldn't see him. The clothes still clung to Bai Shu's warmth, and thinking of Bai Shu's final embrace, Xie Chenyu's steps quickened. He wanted to get back quickly to see him. Xie Chenyu was confident in himself, having been born with advantages over others. He had powerful summoner parents, a superior physique and genes, a keen understanding of the spirits, and a vast resource of fragments. Those token fragments, difficult for ordinary people to obtain, were toys he had played with as a child. Even though his parents had disappeared, he had the support of the military. In the apocalypse, what could be more precious than this? Thus, he paid no attention to the pursuit of a strong team by most. Ultimately, it was arrogance, a self-confidence that defied setbacks. He didn't take the spring split defeat seriously, it was merely an experiment to assess the feasibility of his plan. Besides, the team had uncontrollable idiots, it wasn't his fault. Until a very special person appeared. His frail body was the most scarce resource in the apocalypse. When they first met, he was naive, innocent, and endearing, though, of course, that wasn't exactly a compliment in the apocalypse. But it was this person who easily surpassed him, causing him to inquire, question, and gradually be won over. Behind him, the long-watching three-eyed wing finally saw the opportunity, and flapped its wings. The three eyes stared intently at the human before them, their salivating eyes, salivating from waiting for so long, undisguised their bestiality. This foolish human didn't even try to evade, unlike the fleeing humans it had seen before. But this person looked delicious, full of energy. The Golden Crow then flew from the side, spitting flames, blocking the path of the three-eyed wing. Xie Chenyu slid down the mountain path. First, search for Changshui No. 3's location. Hearing a subtle noise, Xie Chenyu looked up. It was the swiftly moving nuclear bear, hidden from view, and a model giant spider, almost fused to the rock wall, silently following. The two aliens, initially cowering in fear of the three-eyed wing, gradually grew bolder upon seeing it entangled. Everyone outside couldn't help but sweat for him. He's so arrogant, he's attracted all the aliens. Ah! How terrifying. Wouldn't it be better to just quietly eliminate number 3? Why did he have to make it difficult for himself? There won't be any accidents, will there? No, Xiao Huayu whispered softly, Baichuan wins this round. Su Xiang remembered something, and nodded with a sullen expression. As much as I hate to admit it, that move was very powerful. Meng Jiyuan's situation wasn't so rosy. The opponent's positioning point was approaching him. He hid in the shadows and observed, astonished at Xie Chenyu's condition. His face showed no signs of fatigue, and his steps were steady. It was no different from the beginning of the game. He gave up on direct confrontation, and was about to dive, and leave stealthily, when something sharp blocked his way. Do you think you still have a chance to hide? Meng Jiyuan emerged from the water, with a gloomy face. He was in a very bad condition. He hadn't had any supplies all day, was seriously injured, and his mental strength was exhausted. When he saw Xie Chenyu, he knew he had no hope of winning, but he just didn't want to give up. Meng Jiyuan gave a helpless smile. The current situation was the opposite of the spring split. What a reversal. Let's get started. Xie Chenyu nodded happily. Excuse me. Meng Jiyuan, ? When did this guy become so polite? Boom! The golden flames once again shone with light, blinding everyone's eyes. The crimson gold flames blazed fiercely, a wave of heat washing over them. The cold seawater and the intense heat made Meng Jiyuan's already weakened face paler, then stained an unnatural red from the intense heat. For a long moment, at the center of the flames, everyone saw Meng Jiyuan's expression contort, his mouth opening as he uttered a few beautiful words that even a non-lip reader could decipher. You bastard. You're killing a chicken with a butcher knife. Everyone was initially puzzled by Xie Chenyu's ultimate move, but upon seeing the alien creature in the sea of fire, their surprise was finally resolved. I don't know when it started, but the eating and grabbing aspect of the Baichuan competition has become ingrained in everyone's minds. The nuclear bear and the mountain spider howled in pain, and even the three-eyed wing was no exception. Xie Chenyu and the golden crow coordinated perfectly. When the yang fire ignited, the three-eyed wing broke through the Golden Crow's blockade and dived down. The three-eyed wing screamed in agony, but its resistance was better than that of the level 5 alien species. The three-eyed wing flew past quickly and plunged into the water. However, the flames not only did not extinguish, but instead intensified, rising from the tail of its wings. Its long, pointed beak opened, revealing 2 rows of sharp, fine teeth that could retract and retract within its mouth like a cat's claws. It turned its head and decisively bit the underside of its own wing. A wing was bitten off, and the other wing fluttered awkwardly on the water, away from the terrifying flames. The level 6 alien of this aerial overlord could no longer fly. The level 5 alien was completely destroyed. Although he was not satisfied with the result, there was nothing he could do. The hostage in his hand was no longer useful, and Xiechenyu moved his arm slightly. Changshui number 3 is eliminated. The game is over. This skill must be a scam. Did Baichuan mess with the fire summoner? 2 such monsters appeared at once? He must have been incredibly lucky. Explosive. The South Division is on the rise. The scene shifted from the arena back to the stadium. The 2 sides were evenly matched. The battle lasted nearly a day, but many still felt unsatisfied. Of course, more people were looking forward to the national competition and the rising stars of the future. However, the players' backcourt was filled with even more intense emotions. The moment Meng Jiyuan returned to the waiting room, he stormed toward the door, shouting that Xiechenyu. Guiming grabbed him from behind. Senior, calm down. You need treatment. I'm going to kill him, Meng Jiyuan roared. He was nearly melted. This guy hadn't forgotten to use him as a shield when he was finally eliminated. Senior Meng's temper was unstoppable. Yang Fan looked at Kang Hui pleadingly, Deputy Captain. Kang Hui calmly pulled out a mirror and held it before Meng Jiyuan's eyes. Who was that person with that messy, tangled mess of hair, that ugly complexion of dark red and black? Meng Jiyuan stopped dead in his tracks, quickly covering his head with a towel. He leaned against the wall, his head drooping and his body hunched, and muttered softly. I was thinking of redeeming myself at the Nationals. But I lost. Yeah. The loss seemed to finally sink in at this moment. In the other waiting room, the atmosphere was strangely calm. After a while, it felt like they were finally awakening from their dream. Is this true? Jiang Zheping and Zui Xingtian stared at each other in disbelief, their eyes wide open. We won. We can join the military? We can get into the Nationals? And Ning couldn't stand it anymore, and slapped each of them. Don't be silly. How many times are you going to ask me this question? She looked to the side. The Golden Crow, resembling its master, was circling Bai Shu, its shameless demeanor mirroring the boy clinging to Bai Shu's lap like a giant cat. And Ning sounded a bit contrived. Headache. Maybe it's because I overexerted myself at the end. Bai Shu gently placed his hands on his head, his cheek rubbed furiously by the dark head of the Golden Crow. Are you feeling better now? Yeah. Xiechenyu nodded. Even if you don't use your skills, just being around you is so relaxing. And Ning, ugh! Damn trap. Damn bird. Because both teams were weak after the match, it took some time for them to recuperate and return to the field. Even so, the audience seats were packed, no one left, awaiting the final results. The people in the South District were overjoyed, and those supporting the Baichuan team were even more delighted. Seeing that familiar red figure, their excitement was indescribable. This is the team I nurtured. Xiao Bai? My little cutie? Even walking so well. If it's not that black bird, who does it belong to? It looks so flattering. Everyone from the other districts raised their devices, eager to record this newly minted national team. This trip to the South District was worth it. As soon as the news gets out, you can imagine how much discussion will spread about the South District, the least known and most ridiculed of the two, a brand new team, with dual attribute players, exceptional fire attacks, and formidable physical strength, a truly powerful force. The winner of the 26-25 Autumn South Regional Finals. Shirakawa Academy Team won. They are now qualified for the national competition. Salute, both teams. Changshui lost. Jiang Yunyan was as calm and composed as ever. He extended his hand to Xiechenyu. Congratulations, you two. Perhaps we meet again soon, and we have a showdown then. Xiechenyu gave a forced smile, their clasped hands trembling slightly. Of course, I'm always available. Of course, I'm even more looking forward to being teammates with you, Bai Shu. Jiang Yunyan's expression was sincere, but his pronunciation of you was barely audible. Haha, me too. The two men let go of each other's hands, leaving several fingerprints on the backs of their hands. Kong Hui, Meng Jiyuan put on his coat and hid his hair with his hat. Amidst his gloom, he glared angrily at Jie Chenyu. This man and that bird were the two things he hated most in his life, bar none. Guoming and Yang Fan looked sad, barely able to hold back their tears. He raised his hands and covered his eyes with his hands. Bai Shu's outstretched hand fell flat on his face. Guoming, noticing it now, quickly wiped his hand and shook Bai Shu's. "You're amazing, and your performance was even more impressive. Very, very cool. Keep up the good work at the Nationals. I be watching you." He spoke fiercely, but it wasn't particularly devastating. Bai Shu gave a kind smile. "I definitely will." The sadness on Guoming's face was replaced by another feeling of embarrassment. The boy's blood boiled, and his face flushed. After a long struggle, he finally mustered up the courage to ask, "Can you be my master?" The other person's voice was too quiet, so Bai Shu leaned in slightly. "What did you say?" Guoming waved his hand quickly. "I mean, can we exchange contact information?" "Of course." Guoming left, his phone in hand, content. "Can't take you to the Nationals, and you're still so happy?" Kong Hui was helpless. "It's okay, senior. We always have another chance, and another." Guoming's spirits lifted. At least, he saw the path ahead. We can't always rely on the seniors. We must, like them and Baichuan, secure qualification for the national competition ourselves. Yang Fan, likewise, grew stronger with each setback. Uncle Yang said, 100-step shot isn't achieved overnight. It's just that our training isn't enough. Meng Jiyuan patted both men on the shoulders. "Good boy, although you didn't eliminate Zhuixingtian, the seniors will still train you hard, and double your efforts." Chapter 75. By the time he emerged from the arena, it was clearly getting late. Seeing the familiar night lights illuminating the night sky, Bai Shu felt a bit dazed. In the apocalypse, people still had a forged oasis, a place of peace and joy. How wonderful! Bai Shu couldn't help but sigh. The current peace and prosperity were inseparable from the vigorous protection of the border troops, and the vast majority of those protected were also working hard. Ordinary people were shining in the construction field, and generation after generation of young people resolutely joined the border troops to become one of the guardians. This has been going on for centuries. Although it was praise, there was a hint of melancholy in his eyes. Jie Chenyu hurried forward, his expression a bit stoic. "Yes, we soon become guardians too. I want to change, starting with our generation, from caged prey to hunters of alien species." He extended his hand to Bai Shu. "Will you join me, never give up, and be together through life and death?" Enclosed? Caged? Indeed, being protected by layers of boundaries is like sitting in a well, constantly worrying about alien attacks, with no freedom at all. In another sense, how is this situation any different from being in a cage? Bai Shu solemnly placed her hand in his. "I do." Jie Chenyu, as if he had gained something truly special, raised the corners of his lips like a cat that had stolen some fish. "Once you agreed, you can't change your mind. If a more powerful summoner wants to team up with you in the future, you're not allowed to abandon me. And of course, I'm the same way." Bai Shu tilted his head, completely confused by Jie Chenyu's words. "Of course. Besides, you're already very powerful. It's rare to find someone more powerful than you." Jie Chenyu was stunned. Who could resist such a cute face saying so earnestly, "You're the best. Good Junior, come here and give me a kiss." "No." Bai Shu pushed him away. "I don't need comfort right now. Don't be so strict. It's okay if you're happy. Then go kiss Senior Xingtian." Bai Shu knew no one would kiss casually. Forget it then." Jie Chenyu rubbed his nose and calmed down. Xiao Bai is no longer easy to fool. Who taught him that? And Ning behind him closed her eyes, hiding her achievements and fame. Back at the hotel, Bai Shu looked at her phone with relish. It was filled with text messages from many people wishing her well. Wang Meng was the most exaggerated, peppering almost every sentence with exclamation points. Bai Shu could even imagine that if Wang Meng were actually in front of him, the tall boy would probably jump for joy. In fact, it was pretty much the same. After watching the game, Wang Meng couldn't calm down. With nowhere to vent his energy, he simply left the dormitory and ran laps around the playground, shouting loudly. At first, he'd been suppressing his emotions, but when he got there were quite a few people, and everyone was staring at him, all in unison. Suddenly, a loud, long cry of monkeys filled the air above Baichuan College. This performance was no exaggeration. You have to understand that Baichuan Team 1's advancement to the national competition benefited not only the team, but the entire college, from the dean down to every student. Their resources, student recruitment and reputation skyrocketed. Baichuan College was about to undergo a revolutionary transformation. In addition to the well wishes from his classmates, former rivals like Yunxiang, Boji, and even Kurosawa Team 2 also congratulated Baichuan on their victory. Xie Chenyu cleaned himself up in the bathroom when he saw the young man lying on the bed, barely glancing at him, his face etched with a smile. Jinwu perched on his shoulder, tilting his body, staring intently, unable to understand the glowing cube. One claw rubbed against his other 2 feet, looking quite anxious. For a moment, Xie Chenyu felt like a nagging woman dressed for the blind, a feeling remarkably consistent with Jinwu's anxious mood. What are you looking at? Baishu held up his phone for Xie Chenyu to see. Talking to them. Just then, a new message popped up. Xiaohuayu, congratulations on being selected for the finals. Once you enter the military, we be teammates. I'm looking forward to fighting alongside you. Xie Chenyu's eyes narrowed. A dangerous glint flashed across his face. He took his phone and lowered his gaze, scrolling intently, his brows drooping, looking deeply saddened. No one congratulated me. Was it because I was too aggressive during the competition? Baishu's expression went blank for a moment, and he racked his brains to offer comfort. How could that be? It's just a competition. Everyone's nice, and won't take it too seriously. I expected him to offer comfort for a while, but unexpectedly, Xie Chenyu slid downhill at lightning speed, offering a relieved smile. Well, maybe it's too late, and everyone hasn't had time yet. But since it's so late, why not go to bed early? The sudden change in his expression left Baishu, who had prepared a response, with no time to react. He nodded. Yes, that's right, but... He wasn't sure if he had finished his reply. Go wash up quickly. Be careful not to stay up too late, and you won't grow taller. Xie Chenyu waved his hand, smiling brightly. Don't worry, I explained everything to them for you. Not growing taller. Baishu's face tightened as he grabbed his clothes and walked hurriedly into the bathroom. Xie Chenyu stared down at Xiaohuayu's chat box with a stern expression. By the way, Baishu's head popped up. Xie Chenyu was startled, then quickly looked up, asking with concern what's wrong. Thank you for explaining it to me. Xie Chenyu's expression was a bit strange. Baishu couldn't put his finger on it, but he just felt something was off. But the next moment, Xie Chenyu's expression was perfectly normal, looking at him gently. No need to thank me between you and me. This is what I should do. Perhaps he had misread it. Baishu retracted his head. Thank you for your congratulations, but my child is tired and asleep. Let's talk tomorrow, okay? Ding dong. Across from Xiaohuayu, seeing the reply, a sense of displeasure emanated from her. Such polite and warm words, no one would find them excessive, yet every word was tinged with a mixture of pride and discomfort. The phone creaked in his hand. That Xie Chenyu. That Xie. Xiaohuayu raised his head and adjusted his glasses, his expression regaining its composure as he looked at the source of his inner voice. Su Xiang was glaring at his phone. Su Xiang, having watched the game, was deeply moved. It was rare for him to message Xie Chenyu. It made him want to kill his former self. Half an hour ago. Your teammates performed very well. Congratulations on winning the championship. Thank you. That's not unusual. 2 seconds ago. Which military unit is your team's reserve assigned to? Green Team 005. What's wrong? Nothing. Which team is farther away from you? Urgent. Baishu quickly washed up and fell asleep, unaware that someone beside him, who wasn't afraid of growing taller, had been fussing over his phone all night. The next day, everyone gathered in the captain's room, high spirits. They were all young men, about 17 or 18, recovering quickly and full of energy. In addition to the 3 of them, there was also the returning Shan Liangzhe. A happy smile spread across his face. Who wouldn't be happy that their team had made it to the national competition? Even the hotel owner was beaming. Upon hearing that Baichuan had won, he offered to waive their room for a few days. Shan Liangzhe held a stack of letters in his hand. Although information communication is now convenient, some important notices are still sent out on paper. Coach! Several people stood up. Shan Liangzhe nodded. They sat in a circle. He pulled a piece of mail from his hand and placed it on the table. First of all, congratulations on winning the autumn championship. This is a congratulatory letter from our dean, along with his words to you and his reward. In addition to words of encouragement, the letter mentioned that the academy was about to undergo renovations and install high-end equipment like teleportation arrays, and asked if they had any special needs. Beyond that, there was the dean's reward. He promised to let the 5 of them choose from his collection of fragments upon their return, one each, regardless of rank, even including his own ancestral spirits, judging by the meaning of the words. Such a generous offer truly surprised the others. Anyone who could become dean must have been a formidable warrior in his youth. Even if he had retired due to age, the fragments he held were undoubtedly top-notch. To the astonishment of the others, Shan Liangzhe produced another stack. These are invitations to practice matches for various colleges in the South District. So many, Jiang and Zuo were once again stunned. Unlike Jiechenyu, who was originally wealthy, and unlike Baishu, who had no concept of wealth and poverty, the 3 of them, suddenly wealthy, looked bewildered. So there are invitations to competitions? Yes. Shan Liangzhe nodded. You are now a strong team qualified for the national competition. Don't underestimate this value, it means you are among the top 3 in the region. You are eligible to choose your opponents for the training matches, so they will naturally show their sincerity. Shan Liangzhe paused. As for the fact that we were able to compete with Boji so smoothly earlier, it's because they are kind. If it were Kurosawa, they would never have agreed. Several people nodded, half understanding. The stack of invitations included not only invitations from various colleges, but also invitations to training camps from several joint colleges. Several people were gawking enviously when a pair of hands gathered the stack. Shan Liangzhe said sternly, "These aren't your priorities. For the next 2 months, I only select 1 or 2 for you to train with. It might sound a bit harsh, but your time is precious." Jiechenyu nodded and pointed to the calendar. Coach is right. Think about the time of the nationals. Jiang Zheping clenched his fists. The nationals are on the last day of every year. It's cold around this time, and that's when the aliens are most at peace. It's only a little over 2 months away. No, less than 2 months, maybe even less. Don't forget, we still have a long way to go, so we can't slow down. The joy of victory was replaced by a tense atmosphere. Although Shan Liangzhe longed to give the children a good vacation, time waited for no one. He quickly produced a 3rd invitation. This one was less fancy, its black background adorned with gold foil accentuating its solemnity. This is an invitation from the military. I invite you to participate in training as reserve border troops. Military. The others suppressed their excitement as they listened to Shan Liangzhe's next words. Reserve border soldiers are a unique designation for all elite summoners who have qualified for the national competition. For a long time, up until today, over 80% of the talented summoners who have donned the black uniforms and ventured deep into the highly contaminated areas have come from the reserve border soldiers. Becoming a reserve border soldier grants you the same qualifications as a regular border soldiers, including fragment selection, healing, and supplies. Those who pass the assessment and become a regular border soldiers can skip the ranks of ordinary soldiers and directly rank as a non-commissioned officer, starting as a 2nd lieutenant. Wow! Time waits for no one. You must report to military headquarters by today. I will continue to oversee your training there. Shan Liangzhe glanced at the anxiously awaited faces, and finally put on a relaxed smile. Finally, it's time to give you the rewards for winning this regional competition. Chapter 76. Compared to the others, Baishu's eyes lit up noticeably, the anticipation evident in them. 1,000 times more delicious. Something 1,000 times more delicious than egg custard, soft and fluffy like clouds. He hadn't forgotten what Wang Ming had said. The regional competition had brought the most gifts. Besides the trophy and envelope, there were also fragments of a token obtained from the 2 level 5 aliens Jiechenyu had killed. And a large, square, and beautifully packaged box. Sensing Baishu's anticipation, Jiechenyu set the letter and trophy aside and, under the expectant gazes of the others, opened the gift box. So beautiful. Baishu's eyes sparkled. It was a cake. He had seen pictures of something similar in books. It was said that before the apocalypse, it was a common food, often shared during celebrations. However, after the apocalypse, it became an extremely luxurious treat. He had only heard of it from others. Jiechenyu lowered his head, a look of doubt on his face. Beautiful. Huh? The box contained a round cake, topped with a variety of cookies, fruits, cream-filled flowers, chocolate decorations, and so on. The riotous, unaesthetic arrangement made the cake look like a chicken coop filled with flowers, giving it a rather eerie feel. But one could also see the cake maker's good intentions, eager to present all the desserts, so the children could enjoy as much as they wanted. This was also Zhuo Xingtian's first time seeing a cake. While they had plenty of food, it didn't mean they had it in abundance. He circled the cake, scratching his head. Wow, so bright! Is this really edible? Indeed, in nature, the brighter something is, the more poisonous it is. The few of them stood around looking at it for a long time, but no one touched it. And Ning looked around. It smells quite sweet. Jiang Zhengping suggested, why don't we put it on display so we can just smell it? Xie Chenyu looked at the greedy cats around him, their faces fluctuating between delight and disappointment, and picked up his knife. This isn't a decorative item, it's food, and food spoils. With a steady cut, he discovered a hint of staleness inside, a little oozing out along the cut. Xie Chenyu quickly and decisively handed the most decorated piece to Bai Shu. Try it? Bai Shu picked up the bowl and chopsticks and smiled brightly at him. Xie Chenyu could guarantee this was the most heartfelt smile Bai Shu had ever had. Seeing Bai Shu's narrowed eyes, and the others as well, Xie Chenyu began to wonder if his previous memories were inaccurate, and if it was really that delicious. He took a tentative bite. Cough, cough, cough. So choking. What's wrong? Bai Shu pulled himself out of his euphoria and sipped the cake in small sips. There was still plenty of cake left in the bowl. Nothing. Xie Chenyu took a sip of water, one hand supporting his painfully sweet forehead, obscuring most of his face. After a moment, his voice calmed. My throat is a bit sore. If you don't mind, could you please help me with this? Bai Shu was visibly pleased, then his eyes sympathized. Of course I could, but it's too bad you can't have something this good. It's okay. You can treat me back later. Perhaps because of Xie Chenyu's generosity, Bai Shu didn't know how to express her joy. She stared at the cake in front of him, her body subconsciously leaning towards him. She peered through the obstruction of her fingers, finally landing on lips moistened from eating. Xie Chenyu's eyes drifted for a moment, and some filthy thoughts began to stir in his mind. Return the favor? How? He didn't like things so sweet that they made his teeth turn. He wanted to eat something sweet. Bai Shu reached out to take it, but Xie Chenyu's hand holding the cake retreated a bit. Bai Shu? Xie Chenyu, who had been pressing his forehead, rested his chin on his shoulder, smiling a dignified smile. How about saving it for tomorrow? It would be a shame to eat it all today. Such sweet things would make you sick. Bai Shu thought about it, and nodded in agreement. Xie Chenyu had become his candy keeper. He lacked self-control in this regard, always wanting to eat it all in one go, only to regret it the next day. After enjoying a morning of sweetness, Shirakawa and his group set off for the military headquarters after noon. The military headquarters was quite large, with locations throughout the city, including the inner, middle, and outer circles. Bai Shu and his companions were heading to the middle zone. Driving out of the inner city, passing through the inner contaminated zone, and on the border of the middle contaminated zone, a low, gray, and unassuming structure stood. A wall. Despite its inconspicuous appearance, it was the strongest wall currently developed. It was also infused with a large amount of mid-level alien bones, which could mask human presence to a certain extent and prevent concentrated alien attacks. Unfortunately, mid-level alien skeletons were rare, making them impossible to construct by individuals or small groups alone. The person who greeted them was familiar to Bai Shu. It was the Outer Circle officer who had rescued them earlier, Lu Qing. Hello, I'm Lu Qing, the chief instructor leading the training. You can call me Instructor Lu. Are the reservists going to the Outer Circle? Shan Liangzhe was a little surprised. Judging by his clothes, he knew this was an officer in charge of the Outer Circle, and the reservists were all operating in the central area. Wouldn't it be too much to use officers from the Outer Circle to coach them? Not to mention the Baichuan people. Even Xie Chenyu was a little surprised. Last night, he asked an uncle he knew to agree to choose the 008 formation led by Uncle Ding. 001 and 002 were the Outer Circle reserves. The reservists wouldn't be assigned there, so Kurosawa should be in 003, Boji 005, and Changshue's position was still unclear, but at least 008 was much better than 004 and 006, and Uncle Ding's training techniques weren't bad either. And then, there was the dormitories. He specifically chosen one far away. Based on past experience, the three teams had tacitly agreed not to interfere with each other during training at the military headquarters. After all, they were rivals in the national competition. But, Chief Instructor, Xie Chenyu had a bad feeling. Follow me. Lu Qing led the group inside, introducing them as he did so. He couldn't help but smile when he saw Xie Chenyu's face, grave and thoughtful. Originally, he didn't need to take on this task, but Lu Qing couldn't wait to see Xie Chenyu's frustrated expression. He heard that this guy had contacted someone at the military headquarters, so he wondered what his plan was. Bai Shu and the other three were much simpler, looking around with curiosity. The Central District Military Headquarters was significantly smaller than the inner city and inner circle, and the staff was much smaller. Everyone coming and going wore green military uniforms. It was divided into 5 main areas: accommodation, dining, and commercial areas, training areas, keepsake exhibition areas, administrative and medical areas, and restricted areas. It was like a complete little society. Here, reservists are not much different from ordinary soldiers. Besides preparing for the national competition, they must carry out missions alongside their respective formations. The only difference is that reservists are assigned to elite teams with higher numbers. Normally, this month's training will focus on preparations for the national competition. Your formation captain will serve as instructor, conducting specialized training in 3 categories: elimination rounds, mission rounds, and points rounds. Each team will be organized into 3 types of training: competitive matches, mission execution, and alien combat. However, due to feedback from many people, there have been slight changes this year. Lu Qing smiled. This was why he was here. This year's training plan has expanded to include joint training, including single attribute training and advanced alien combat practice. It's even more demanding than before, so be prepared. The main reason for this change is that the frequency of alien species appearing across regions this year has drawn the attention of the military. Coincidentally, this situation isn't unique to the southern region, it's nationwide. The authorities were reluctant to see any loss of a national team member on the way to the competition. With the reserves taking the initiative, this reform became a natural progression. Shirakawa, having collected his clothing and supplies, stood in the dormitory area. No building in the military headquarters was higher than 2 stories, all were single-story buildings. Kurosawa's captain and vice-captain, Toji's first team, and Chang Shuijiang, Kong, and Meng, who qualified for the national competition last year, were approaching. Seeing Shirakawa, the 3 captains smiled knowingly. Could it be that only Jiechenyu was allowed to scheme? Welcome aboard. Although the words were welcoming, their expressions were different. They looked as if they were here to challenge someone to a fight. Almost everyone gathered here was the South Division's new generation of top players. Their numbers were overwhelming, and their aura was overwhelming. Bai Chuan and the others were a bit overwhelmed. Furthermore, they were now covered in clutter, completely lacking any aura. Looking back hopefully, they saw their captain, looking dejected and ready to burst. Thank you. Seeing no one speak, Bai Shu stepped forward and took the initiative to negotiate. He was a different person now. Besides thank you, a few pleasantries were inevitable on a first meeting. Bai Shu, are you going to dinner? The other person, who's going to dinner at 3 o'clock? But to say they were here to cause trouble for Jiechenyu, to join in the fun, was that something they could say to his face? Bai Shu, a bad start. He anticipated 2 possible responses. I go and I won't go. What did silence mean? I had cake today, it was delicious. Good job, the other party's demeanor has changed, and Ning silently gave a thumbs up. What a way to defeat the enemy with a bunch of nonsense. This time, without embarrassing Bai Shu, Xiaohuayu spoke, I like cake too. We can go together next time. Bai Shu was about to nod when a hand reached out and placed it on his shoulder. Jiechenyu patched himself back up, returning to his original appearance. Let's talk later. Let's get settled first. Lu Qing watched silently for a moment before speaking. Okay, the rest of the time is yours. You can visit the Fragment Exhibition Hall. Training will be arranged for you tomorrow. Lieutenant Lu. The girls' dormitory is right next to the boys'. Just as Ning was about to part with the others, a figure from the girls' dormitory arrived, a large group of people following. This person wasn't wearing a military uniform, but rather an elegant, classically elegant outfit. He wasn't much older, probably around their age, and even accompanied by a servant-like figure, making him seem completely out of place in the drab military complex. He looked more like a young lady from nowhere. Several people looked at Seely. Her demeanor was somewhat similar to his, but even more exaggerated. To be fair, this young lady was beautiful, but her slightly raised chin and the arrogance in her eyes made her less endearing. Even the way she looked at Lu Qing was haughty, let alone the others. Are they all here? Are they the ones I want to teach? She closed her folding fan and pointed at the group, scanning them one by one. Yes, Miss Gongsun. Lu Qing's face was gentle, her eyes distant. This puzzled Jiechenyu. What was this person's background that Lu Qing could tolerate so much? Aside from a nod to Seely, Miss Gongsun was aloof and arrogant towards everyone else. Upon seeing Bai Shu, she was even more surprised, sneering, had the Southern District Military's reserve recruitment standards sunk so low? Bai Chuan and his companions, who had previously been indifferent to this man's arrogance, all frowned. Chapter 77. And Ning glanced up and down. Wow, this lady is so beautiful. Wow, her skin is so nice too. Before Gongsun Luo could cheer, she continued, although her tone sounds old-fashioned. Like an aunt, her face is so well-maintained, like a young girl. What's going on? Is someone's mother worried about her, and came to visit the military headquarters? Jiechenyu joined in the excitement. You're wrong. I think it's some old lady who got lost, and was rescued, because she's mentally ill. And Ning's mouth twitched. This guy's words are even more vicious than his. The woman had clearly rarely been ridiculed like this, and her face flushed with anger. Lieutenant Lu, is this how you treat guests in the South District? Lu Qing gestured with his eyes before speaking. Don't be rude to distinguished guests. This is a young lady from the Gongsun family in the Central District, the same age as you. You need to see each other often over the next month or so. He then bowed slightly to the young lady. I'm truly sorry. They're not very knowledgeable and speak rudely, unlike you, Mississippi. I hope you won't take offense if I offended you. Gongsun Luo glared at him angrily. If you want to apologize, you should apologize. Why bring up her age? She's already 18. Just this once, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. The woman regained her composure, glanced at the others, and left with Lu Qing. Jiechenyu raised an eyebrow. No wonder she was so domineering in the military, not even caring about the dignity of a peripheral officer like Lu Qing. So she came from a prominent family in the Central District. And Ning's face was irritated, her eyes wide, and she mimicked the woman's expression, pinching her throat and pouting, don't blame me for being ruthless. TSK. The vividness of her expression amused Bai Shu. What does this Miss Gongsun want to teach us? Can't the military teach us? Zui Xingqian was curious. The other teams had been in the military zone for a while, so they were more informed. Su Xiang folded his arms. It's not combat related, but about the ancestral spirits. I heard that with her guidance, they can achieve full awakening. Sha Huayu looked at Seely. After all, she's from a hidden family. She holds ancient texts unknown to ordinary people, and is well versed in the deeds of the ancestral spirits. Summoning a fully awakened spirit shouldn't be easy for her. Seely shrugged modestly. She's more capable, I'm not that skilled. The Central District is the most ancient region in the country. Among the other 4 districts, it has the fewest alien species, the most ancient sites, and the most summoners. It's no exaggeration to say it's a land of exceptional people and talents. The appearance of alien species caused the territory humanity had reclaimed from the zombies to fall again. After years of chaos, the summoners, operating independently around the secret realm, finally formed a unified military organization, which eventually evolved into the 5 districts we have today. Each district's military department is responsible for a district, but they also cooperate with each other, sharing life and death. When the disaster began, the hidden families weren't reclusive, on the contrary, they held high status. The ancestral spirits they summoned were powerful, and it's no exaggeration to say that a single call could bring hundreds, even thousands, of responses. However, they kept their knowledge secret, emphasizing the importance of master-disciple inheritance and the bond between them. As the military established urban areas, distributed books, and joined forces to combat the alien species, they gradually faded from public view. Later, as the military grew in size, even these people were protected by layers of walls, enjoying the comforts earned by ordinary summoners without contributing anything. Finally, the noble families could no longer remain indifferent, and they sent their children to various academies to join the border forces in the fight against the enemy. Unwilling to pass on their knowledge to future generations, yet still wanting to appease the public and enhance their own prestige, they found a compromise, regularly sending their children to the military to help summon fully awakened ancestral spirits. The military didn't want the noble families to surrender the things that made them safe and secure. Who wouldn't have selfish motives? The stability of the Central District depended on the existence of the 4 surrounding districts, especially the South District, which was most vulnerable to the alien invasion. Therefore, the Central District would also provide assistance to the other 4 districts. Gongsun Luo was assigned to the South District for this very reason. But this was like a bolt from the blue for her. She lived in the Central District, and belonged to a prominent family there. Coming to the South District was like a rich young lady condescending to help alleviate poverty in a remote area. Her attitude was naturally arrogant. It was nominally assistance, but the value of fully awakened ancestor spirits was self-evident. They already summoned them for you, so what if you just took a few fragments you liked and demanded their respect? Helping summon ancestor spirits? The Baichuan group was all surprised. Unlike the established powerhouses, Baichuan was isolated from the news, and this was the first time they had heard of such a thing. No, not even the first time. Didn't Ning's Kunpeng and Zhuixingtian's Zhuanju both fully awaken thanks to Baishu? And his own fully awakened ancestor spirit was summoned from ordinary fragments. How powerful is it? Xie Qinyu remained silent. This was a rare occurrence, not something that happened every year. He didn't know much about it, so it was hard to make a casual judgment. Kong Hui interjected, as much as I hate to admit it, that person is quite capable. He's already successfully awakened the ancestor spirit of a high-ranking officer. Zhuixingtian leaned closer to Baishu, covering his mouth and whispering, she's only one, and she's already calling herself a teacher. Xiao Bai, you already summoned two. Why don't you kick Captain Ji out and make him captain? I'd be the first to support you. Xie Qinyu lowered his eyes and looked at him. I heard you. Baishu pushed Zhuixingtian back. He was just joking. Xie Qinyu tucked him into his arm and half carried him toward the dormitory. He has a good idea, but it's not his turn to support it. If you want to be captain, I definitely offer my services. I massage your shoulders and legs, and I'd be happy to do it. No. Baishu shook his head like a rattle. I want to go to bed early. He secretly felt that someone like Xie Qinyu, who was so well-rounded and could still be full of energy after just 2 or 3 hours of sleep, was a natural for captaining. Okay, Xiaobai, you learned a lesson. The two of them parted ways in a friendly manner, and the remaining 3 Baichuans went their separate ways, unfazed. That wasn't the strangest thing. The strangest thing was that even the people from Kurosawa and Boji were paying close attention to Miss Gongsun, and Chang Shui even more so. Unlike Team 3, the 3 of them were going on a mission with the border troops, preparing to become regulars. However, since they had finally arrived in time for Miss Gongsun's arrival, they were also among those receiving instruction. The mere mention of full awakening was enough to send the summoners into a frenzy of joy, overlooking any hint of arrogance. However, Baichuan's reaction was indifferent, as if he was accustomed to it. Gongsun Luo's still barely open dormitories were not worth noting. Sealy narrowed his eyes. Baichuan acts as if there's a master in charge of the team. Sikong bowed slightly. Perhaps they just don't realize how powerful it is yet. Are they that stupid? A team that can make it to the nationals? Baishu was pleasantly surprised when he found the dormitories. He had assumed that housing would be tight, since this land had been seized from aliens, but he was surprised to find a double room. While the room was small and the bathroom was shared, it was more than adequate. The group quickly packed up and emerged from the room. After Lu Qing left, Shan Liangjia had been planning to take them to the exhibition hall, but he was called away at short notice. Xie Qinyu declined other offers to lead the group. Since the military headquarters buildings were largely similar, he could find them easily, so he led them directly to the keepsake exhibition hall. The exhibition hall was located in the very center of the headquarters, practically the largest of the buildings, making it easy to find. It's huge, Jiang Zhengping exclaimed. The military headquarters exhibition hall was the size of a football field. Although shrouded in gray, it exuded a sense of solemnity. The interior was divided into 3 areas based on the completeness of the fragments: ordinary, rare, and premium. Each area was further categorized by the color of the keepsake fragments. Rows of glass display cases stood, neatly arranged with keepsake fragments of all sizes. As soon as the group entered, the figures of the ancestors appeared beside them. A feeling, Dong Feng appeared beside Baishu, looking towards the ordinary area, wondering where his keepsake fragments were. At the same time, a token fragment in Baishu's hand glowed faintly. It was the rare fragment he had received from Yuan Qian. As for the other fragment, the one with the zither pattern on it that Xie Qinyu had given him earlier, it remained silent. What surprised Baishu the most was the fire fragment. The fragment he sensed was also a rare one. Combining the 2 fragments, the pattern on it became even clearer. In addition to the 2 tails, it also had a belly, limbs, and a small part of a mouth. This confirmed Baishu's thoughts. Dong Feng sensed his joy and expressed anticipation. Looks like I have a new partner. The collection of token fragments in the entire hall was overwhelming, and several people exchanged the 2 precious fragments they had just obtained. Overnight, Baichuan was reduced to poverty again, and they had seen less than 1/10 of the places they had visited. Now I understand why there are auctions. Jiang Zhengping looked heartbroken. It's still the fastest way to make money speculating on token fragments. By the way, Baichuan guys, you can also get a top-quality fragment. The staff called them over. That's indeed the case. The regional competitions were almost entirely hosted by the military. Since Baichuan was going to join the military, the competition officials naturally didn't bother with it. The winner could simply choose the top-quality fragment at the military headquarters. This was mentioned in the official letter. However, top-quality fragments are hard to come by, and with only one being awarded, who should they choose? The others looked at each other in bewilderment. Look first. Yu finally spoke. Whoever sees one they're confident of summoning gets priority. Top-quality shards are few in number. Compared to the endless display of ordinary shards, there are only 2 sides, 11 or 12. Most people choose to keep these shards themselves. Even soldiers and officers cannot be asked to donate them for free. Therefore, unless there are special circumstances for reward, top-quality shards must be exchanged for shards of equal value. Most top-quality shards are stored in peripheral military headquarters. These few are from the reserve, and were later gifted to the younger generation by seniors who went deep into the periphery. Several people were disappointed. These top-quality shards aren't easy to summon at all. Of course. Why should easy summons be left to you? After all, they cost their lives to obtain them. Having them is good enough. And Ning patted Zhuxingqian's head. Oh. Got it, senior. Yu stopped in front of a shard. The pattern was unusually complex, and upon closer inspection, one could make out the shadowy figures of a human. Before the other figures, a more distinct and larger figure stood out, a sturdy figure clutching a sword and draped in a red cape. He glared, resembling a majestic general. On either side of the figure, and thus the token itself, were rows of willow trees. Further to the upper left corner, a raised pattern appeared. Unfortunately, a large section of the upper left corner of the token was missing. Seeing this, Baishu leaned over. Do you have any feelings about this fragment? Yu shook his head. Not really, but I quite like this fragment. What do you mean? A lot of people. Chapter 78. The other 3 finally saw the top-grade fragment. While excited, they were completely clueless. They waited until they were almost dizzy, but they still couldn't come up with anything. Jiang Zhenping was overwhelmed by the choices, and couldn't make a decision. Why not just take this? How can I finally have so many options and still be stuck? And Ning nodded empathetically. In the past, to summon an ancestor spirit, I racked my brains over the 1 or 2 token fragments I had, and I gained some insights. Sometimes, the trigger for summoning an ancestor spirit was just a single point. Now, with so much information, it's hard to know where to start. Looking at this, and that seems like a good idea, but it's just too much trouble. Zhuxingqian scratched his head. Besides, I don't have an idea for my next ancestor spirit yet. It turns out that becoming stronger isn't something that happens overnight. Only by constantly fighting and identifying your own shortcomings can you find the motivation to summon. The others were devastated. It felt like finding a treasure trove only to discover they didn't have the capacity to hold it, letting it slip through their fingers like sand. Yu looked at them. I didn't expect you gained so much insight from this visit to the exhibition hall. Add to that the token fragment you sensed, and this trip wasn't in vain. So take this? Several people nodded in unison. Although they had no idea what to do now, this was a top-quality fragment, so why not take it? Even if it wasn't suitable, they could always exchange it later. Yu said with a smile, let's go. Finally having some free time and a long for new environment, and Ning and the other 2 wanted to continue exploring the military headquarters. Baishu had more important matters to attend to, so he opted to return to the dormitory. Yu naturally followed. Training began tomorrow, and Baishu thought it was time to summon his second ancestor to strengthen the team before the national competition. Those 3 words had been ringing in Baishu's ears since the moment he arrived. In the national team, even Kurosawa and Boji pale in comparison, and they wanted to win the championship. Baishu felt a sense of urgency. He held out the red fragment. Yu, unusually quiet, watched with interest. Partly because he saw Baishu couldn't be disturbed, and partly because he was curious about how Baishu summoned the spirits. Before Baishu could speak, a sudden gust of wind blew through the room, rattling the pages of the book on the desk. They both looked up in unison, as a pair of upturned, cold, gray-blue eyes, distinctly those of a beast, appeared near the ceiling. At the same time, a snow-white, furry creature with a captivating crimson tip darted towards Baishu. At the same time, the figure of the ancestral spirit appeared. It was a gigantic 9-tailed fox, its ears tucked back from the ceiling. Aside from the tail held in front of it, its 8 tails looked like a giant, fluffy, moving marshmallow. It was truly adorable, but this cuteness was negated by the sight of its sharp claws. For only 2 people to share a room, such good treatment was hard to deny, thanks to the ancestral spirit. Xie Qinyu's face darkened, and he was about to step forward when Bai Shu shook his head at him. It was his concern that made him panic. The ancestral spirit, with its home in the summoner's spiritual sea, would never harm a summoner. But it's better to be safe than sorry. Xie Qinyu continued to stare intently, unblinking. The tail wrapped around Bai Shu's waist. Bai Shu could sense that the ancestral spirit didn't mean to hurt him, but it was certainly not in a good mood. Bai Shu was lifted high up in front of its face, his hot breath puffing against his face as he met those curious yet indifferent eyes. Ahem. The classic of mountains and seas says there's a beast in Qingqiu Mountain, resembling a fox with 9 tails. When I saw the fragments, the first person I thought of was you. The eyes narrowed, looking even angrier. After a while, Bai Shu heard a cold voice. You humans consider us 9-tailed foxes a disaster. Why did you choose to summon me? Bai Shu's face was serious. He could sense that if he didn't answer this question well, he and the 9-tailed fox would no longer be trusted comrades. As expected, nothing in the world is perfect. While beast-type spirits are easy to summon to full awakening, most are wary as summoners. Some consider the 9-tailed fox a disaster, but others consider it a sign of good fortune. The 9-tailed fox flicked its tail, its brows still cold, unmoved by the auspiciousness. There are many opinions. But people have their good and bad sides, and the same is probably true of 9-tailed foxes. Besides, judging animal behavior by human standards isn't always accurate. Bai Shu stared intently into its eyes, tentatively placing his palm lightly on its head. So in my eyes, you're neither auspicious nor a curse, but simply my future partner in battle. I summoned you because it's our destiny. I like you, need your help, and I take good care of you. Humph, the usual sweet talk of humans. With a cold snort, the 9-tailed fox retracted its tail and released Bai Shu, but its movements were a little gentler. Those cold eyes finally lowered, and its tone was reserved. Remember what you said today? If you break it, I will eat you even if you turn back into fragments. You humans are the most hypocritical and fickle. Bai Shu breathed a sigh of relief after being safely put down. Thanks to the natural connection between the ancestral spirit and the summoner, he could somewhat sense the reason for the 9-tailed fox's anger. It was because he delayed summoning it. Since he had something on his mind, the 9-tailed fox, who accompanied him every day, naturally sensed it. And this time, by chance, he had found another precious fragment of the 9-tailed fox, so he rushed out to confront him without even waiting for him to summon it. He hadn't considered it carefully, focusing solely on the competition without realizing how he had hurt the ancestral spirit. I'd be more careful next time. As Bai Shu lowered his head in thought, he didn't realize the white fox's eyes had inadvertently glanced at him, its ears pressed against his head. When Bai Shu looked up, the white fox immediately raised its head high, its ears blazing. In short, from now on, we're inseparable partners. Shake hands first? The 9-tailed fox didn't move, its tail brushing Bai Shu's palm and vanishing in the blink of an eye. Don't worry, since you've given me a place to live, I do my best to protect you. If there's a fight, call me. Not for anything else, I just can't stand seeing those ugly, grotesque creatures. Are you okay? Xie Qinyu looked at Bai Shu, his expression glum. Bai Shu's first expression of affection was actually to a fox. Bai Shu thought Xie Qinyu was worried about him, so he soothed, "It's okay. Since they're animal spirits, they're naturally more wild. Some are docile, like Mo Dian and Jin Wu. Some are ferocious, but we eventually get along." Xie Qinyu, Jin Wu docile? When they first met, there was no bird more arrogant and troublesome than this one. Speak of the devil, and here comes the devil. The golden crow couldn't help but rush out, wings spread, and rubbed Bai Shu's face fiercely. "Xiao Bai, how come you have another dog so soon?" Xie Qinyu quickly stuffed the golden crow back. "How are your skills?" Bai Shu checked the 9-tailed fox's skills that had surfaced in his mind. Skill 1. Fox Fire. When flames appear, the visitor will die. Attack power increases by 50% at night. Use time, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 25 minutes. Skill 2. Blood Tail. The seemingly soft tail is a sharp weapon for strangulation and lashing, dyeing the pure white fur blood red. Using this skill significantly increases damage. Usage time, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 25 minutes. Skill 3. Tail Cutting. Each tail represents a life. If the 9-tailed fox voluntarily cuts off its tail to save someone, the tail has the power to bring the victim back to life. But this is impossible. It can be used a total of 9 times with no cooldown. When he saw the last one, Bai Shu's gaze stopped at the word voluntary. He had always been curious about the origins of these skill descriptions. After observing them for a while, he came to understand these skills as rules. The ancient spirits had returned from the dead, but were constrained by the rules of the current world. They followed these rules to define their abilities, and then presented them in the form of rules. Although they were rules, the descriptions of the skills were not all the same. Some were brief, some detailed, some lively, and some rigorous. He hazarded a guess that these were written by the ancient spirits according to the rules, so the word voluntary was profoundly meaningful. Does it mean that it had been forced? The nine-tailed foxes first stood on end within the spiritual sea. Why did it suddenly feel so cold? Humans, no matter how harmless they appear, are truly terrifying. What are you thinking about? How did skills appear? And who dictated them? Jiechenyu paused for a moment, then chuckled softly. Sometimes I really wonder if you're from a different world than us. Baishu's heart tightened. What do you mean? Summoning ancestors and gaining skills are eternal, unspoken rules, like the green of grass and the changing of time. Accustomed to things dulls our perception, and few people become curious or question them. But you're as if you're seeing everything for the first time, incredibly curious. Without waiting for Baishu to speak, Jiechenyu muttered to himself, but this is good. Maintaining a constant curiosity about ordinary things might help you. The unconventional after seeing through the conventional. Baishu suddenly said, if you put it that way, you don't seem to be from this world. Jiechenyu smiled, of course, that's why we're made for each other. Looking into Baishu's eyes, he added two more words to the sentence that should have ended teammate. Okay, it's getting late, time for bed. Meanwhile, in another dormitory, Seely sipped his tea, his expression calm. Did you see that? They summoned us so quickly. Like drinking water. Jiechenyu had deliberately chosen a dormitory on the opposite side of the street, so from their room, it was easy to see the window across the street. That red light, that loud noise, was all too familiar. Sikong silently poured more tea. Yes. Even within the clan, no one would summon so quickly. Perhaps it wasn't him. What's the difference between those two? I'm really a little disappointed they didn't show up in my group. For now. The teacup thudded as it was placed on the table. Yes, you're right. Even Silly hadn't expected Sikong to be so right. The next day, Baishu was awakened by a commotion. Beep, beep, beep. Wake up, my dear little pigs. Jiechenyu's face darkened. What was old man Deng up to? But he quickly got up and dressed. Xiaobai, wake up. Baishu looked out the window sleepily. The moon was high, and it was still dark. After going downstairs, Jiechenyu realized he had blamed the wrong person. The rest of the 008 formation hadn't appeared. Instead, Hei Zhe and Bo Ji had appeared one after another. Judging from their bewildered expressions, it was clear this was their first time experiencing such a thing. Chapter 79. In addition to the 15 of them, Lu Qing and the coaches of the three teams appeared before the crowd. Lu Qing stepped forward and clapped his hands. I apologize for disturbing you in this way, but the nationals are approaching, and training is urgent. Your training will begin at 1 o'clock. Looking at Bai Chuan, who was clearly still confused among the three teams, Lu Qing added a few words. The nationals and regionals are not on the same level. They both train endurance. Do you know what the longest nationals competition ever recorded is? Without needing anyone to respond, Lu Qing continued, half a month. Facing intense combat, harsh conditions, and alien invasions, they persevered for half a month. Of course, this is an extreme example. Normal competitions average 2 to 3 days, and the intensity is far higher than in the regionals. This requires you to adapt to nighttime combat, and train your endurance as soon as possible. Seeing everyone's focused expressions, this was exactly the effect Lu Qing wanted. It could be said that among this 15-member team, aside from Xia Huayu, Si Li, and Si Kong, third-year students who had experienced the national competition and understood its harshness, the others were overly optimistic and inevitably idealistic about the competition. It wasn't that optimism was bad, but rather that he feared they would become complacent after securing the opportunity, ultimately becoming demoralized by the insurmountable gap. There had been many such examples before, and they were most common among the newly promoted third-place teams. The South Division's year-round losing streak couldn't be reversed by sheer ambition. He hoped they would remain vigilant. But looking at their gleaming eyes, Lu Qing didn't want to dampen their enthusiasm with too much talk. A period of excitement, he thought. He changed the subject. Let's get back to the point. As the head instructor of Team 3, I will lead you through the first phase of training, which will last 20 days. After 20 days, you will return to your respective teams, and each captain will conduct the second phase of training. After saying this, Bai Chuan saw that even the third-year students at Kurosawa Boji were somewhat shocked, as if they knew nothing about this. There had never been a head instructor before, let alone phase training. The participating reserve teams simply had to rack their brains to join the top teams. Experienced captains and seniors would teach them lessons, provide tactical guidance, analyze the characteristics of the national competition teams, and train day and night. That was all. Experiencing this kind of training for the first time was quite exciting. Now, the first thing you have to do, each of you choose a spirit to complete today's first individual mission. Hunt a level 5 exotic rhino cat. The first team to complete and deliver it to me will be the winner. The winning team will receive a portion of carefully prepared food from the cafeteria. Everyone's expression was indifferent, except for Bai Shu, whose eyes lit up. Is there such a good thing? Lu Qing pointed to the cameras hovering behind each team. I suggest you all choose a spirit that hasn't fully awakened. During your hunt, show off as many of its characteristics, skills, habits, and even clothing as possible. This will allow Miss Gong's son to quickly understand your spirit and offer suggestions. This time, everyone's expressions changed, and they immediately began to think. After all, how can a momentary victory or defeat compare to a fully awakened one? After the chief instructor finished speaking, all three teams began to discuss. The rhino cat Lu Qing was referring to wasn't a cat, but a species with eyes on the sides of its head, ears tucked almost invisible on top, and a long, hard snout integrated into its mouth. Aside from its cat-like shape and nimble demeanor, it bore no other resemblance. Its all-like beak is incredibly sharp, the rhino cat's greatest weapon for survival. It can not only dig holes to hide in, but also attack enemies. A puncture with its mouth would undoubtedly leave a bloody hole. If that were the only reason, the summoners wouldn't be afraid. At most, they could just attack from a distance and stay away. But its body is extremely agile, slippery like a loach. Its body can change length, width, and shape like a fluid, allowing it to slip into the narrow holes it carves with its beak. This is why the rhino cat, while lacking exceptional defense, is smaller than a nuclear bear or a sea monster, yet unlike the fanged rabbit, it can still be considered a mid-level alien species. However, this is not a difficult task for a strong team that can fight against a level 6 alien species. The three teams discussed their respective strategies, unaware of Lu Qing's calculating smile, and the three coaches waiting to see what was happening. Are all decided? Lu Qing asked after the voice subsided. Yes. The three teams answered in unison, and just as they were about to depart, Lu Qing stopped them. Wait, there's one more thing. He pulled out a few sheets of paper. Write down your current ancestor spirits on the form. Just mark their names, and whether they're fully awakened. But don't hide anything. Fill it out truthfully. Although you be rivals in the future, now is not the time to hide your weaknesses. This training session was truly filled with strangeness. After the 15 people filled out the required information, Lu Qing bent down and pulled out a box from under his feet. Come on, draw one. Jie Yu's eyelids twitched, and he suddenly had another bad feeling. What is this? Drawing lots? Nonsense. Everyone knows that. Come on, the youngest one draws first. The box was placed before him, and Bai Shu hesitated for a moment. He couldn't be more impressed with his luck. It wasn't bad, but rather strange. He reached out and pulled out a slip of paper. It had nothing written on it, just a pure blue slip. Everyone drew in turn, and Lu Qing clapped his hands, his suppressed smile and triumph radiating. All right, everyone, find your teams by color and get ready to go. What? Everyone in the three teams was stunned. Bai Shu looked at the people holding the blue slips. Himself, Zheng Tianhua from Boji, Su Xiang, and the two newcomers from Kurosawa. 4 attackers and 1 healer. No, 4.5 attackers. What a magical combination. Almost all the attackers from the three teams gathered here. Lu Qing gave the three newly formed teams a chance to get to know each other. Facing his teammates, who were paired off in pairs, Bai Shu, alone, felt like an isolated island. Fortunately, Zheng Tianhua and Su Xiang had met before and greeted him warmly. The two newcomers from Kurosawa were briefly startled by the team change and then approached. They were a man and a woman. The woman, Lin Xuesong, a gold-type attacker, saw them with a gleaming eye and waved from afar. Her hair was neatly tied high in a series of small braids, and her skin was a healthy tan. Although she was a woman, her figure was better than the average man's, especially her arms and thighs, where firm, defined muscles could be seen when she exerted herself. It was said that he was a martial arts enthusiast. The man, Zhang Mingjie, an Earth-type attacker, had a rather sullen expression on his face and seemed a bit arrogant and difficult to get along with. He was dressed lavishly, his hair dyed a brilliant golden hue, and was said to come from a wealthy family with close ties to the reclusive Shur family. It's worth noting that Kurosawa's 2 new recruits this year are both very capable. They each possess a fully awakened ancestor, a fact that has a lot to do with Sealy becoming captain, and was one of the reasons Chi Winda was expelled from the first team. Every member of Kurosawa's first team possesses a fully awakened ancestor, while Baichuan, who will soon join the first team, has a substitute who has yet to be summoned, a clear distinction. Furthermore, Kurosawa's family is large and powerful, and the team members' uniforms are custom-made by the academy, so their uniforms are not uniform. To accommodate special members, Kurosawa number 3 wears a distinctive monk's robe, a uniform black and gold color. This brings us to Kurosawa's final member, Jia, a third-year Wood-type healer from the Buddhist sect. He wears a pure black robe, a red mole between his eyebrows, and a pink slip of paper in his hand. He is one of the few who remains unfazed by the team changes. Despite his youth, one can detect a clear mind, extraordinary dignity, and a tranquil and distant presence at a glance. The Buddhist sect itself has a long history, having existed before the apocalypse and even in ancient times. Its history even outlasts many reclusive families, yet people don't categorize the two as the same. The Buddhist tradition is not private. Anyone who desires can learn. Academies were once established to teach the teachings. Unfortunately, for those living in uncertainty, whose lives are determined by fate, most people embrace a carpe diem approach. The scriptures are too dull, and the austere life in the academy is difficult to reconcile. Even if one listens with all their heart, if one doesn't truly understand, no matter how many fragmented scriptures one reads, one will not be able to summon the spirits of the ancestors. Over time, the academies founded by the Buddhist sect fell into disuse, becoming a gathering place for a few. 3 attackers, 1 control, and 1 healer. This is Kurosawa, the strongest team in the South District. Although they lack a shield man, this doesn't mean Kurosawa's defense is weak. On the contrary, their superior control and healing make their defense impenetrable, and their powerful offensive power leaves their opponents struggling. As the 5 of them stood together, old rivals Boji and Kurosawa locked eyes, and instantly, a flash of brilliance erupted. Their momentum was overwhelming, making Bai Shu and the 4 attackers seem out of place, like sheep among wolves. Lin Xuezong glanced around, hands on his hips, and smiled. This training session was truly interesting. I guess I'm lucky. All the attackers are on our team. This time, we're definitely going to win. Su Xiang, as if he's seen something terrifying, turned his head like a robot. Not necessarily. You coward who doesn't even have this little bit of confidence, Zhang Mingjia's voice suddenly broke as he glanced at the others. Ugh! What a hellish scene. The ones holding the white slips were Jie Chenyu, Li, Xiaohuayu, He Lu, and Jiang Zhengping. The ones holding the pink slips were Ning, Xikong, Yi Gao, Zhuixingtian, and Jia Yi. The excited expressions of the 4 members of the blue team suddenly turned to bitterness. Why are those 3 guys together? Su Xiang's voice trembled. As much as I hate to admit it, these 3 on one team. What's the difference between them and 3 nuclear bombs? The other team's tough to deal with too. 3 control bots and 1 healer. Are we really going to get close? Bai Shu was a little confused. Wait, isn't our mission to hunt rhino cats? You're so naive, little brother. Lin Xuezong's eyes were filled with battle. Who would quietly go after a rhino cat when they have such a rare opportunity to fight openly with their teammates? Isn't it more fun than beating their teammates to a pulp? Fighting openly with teammates. What a strange way to put it. Zhang Mingjie was overcome with a headache. This willful, reckless nature was back. Without a captain, he didn't know who could contain her. From the beginning, he stood far away from Lin Xuezong, as if he weren't one of his teammates. Finally, he couldn't help but scold, violent girl, who would think of such things. The smartest thing to do is to avoid the other 2 teams and find the rhino cat. Why were these 2, supposedly on the same team, arguing first? Zheng Tianhua soothed. Don't get too excited. We discussed this slowly. They both looked at him. We can't wait. Then they exchanged glances. As usual, the minority obeys the majority. Zheng Tianhua, what do you say? Should we face the enemy head-on, or find the rhino cat? Zheng Tianhua, find the rhino cat. Su Xiang pondered, but avoiding the other teams is a bit of a waste of opportunity. Everyone looked at Bai Shu. What do you say? 4 faces suddenly appeared in his field of vision. Bai Shu took 2 steps back in surprise. These 2. Aren't they contradictory? If the rhino cat is here, the other teams will arrive sooner or later. We always meet. Okay, that makes sense. Chapter 80. The blue team was arguing endlessly, and the situation on the other teams wasn't much better. I never thought this day would come so soon. It's truly an indescribable subtlety. Si Li and Xia Huayu stood facing each other, staring at each other. Although Si Li's words were gentle, his expression was completely different, one of perverseness and hostility. Xia Huayu's already expressionless face grew even colder. He removed his glasses, pulled a handkerchief from his pocket, and meticulously wiped his eyes, as if he had seen something foul. In that case, stay away from me. Oh, that's what I meant. The two established powerhouses were natural rivals, not to mention their captains. While it's common for the two teams' talents to become true life and death teammates after graduation, it certainly wasn't now. After all, they had just irritated each other in the spring split, and they might irritate each other again in the nationals. It's not easy for young people to turn enemies into friends so quickly. Even though both had been selected for the youth academy, they had never worked together despite the abundance of talent there. This was the first time, and there was another equally annoying presence. The two looked at the absent-minded Jiechenyu, who kept turning his head away, his brows furrowed, as if he feared someone was being wronged. Si Li curled his lips, now acting like a motherly woman. He wasn't like this a year ago. Before choosing Baichuan, Jiechenyu had visited Kurosawa, and was even on the Kurosawa Academy freshman list before school started. He wasn't like this when he came over during the summer and threatened to take the captain's position. Their gazes were hard to ignore, and Jiechenyu turned back smirking. I couldn't agree more. It get in the way. His brows furrowed, a sharp edge to his expression. It was clear that his humble words weren't in the way. Si Li leaned slightly toward him, his posture oppressive and teasing. Captain Jia, are you being soft-hearted? How could that be? Unexpectedly, Jiechenyu answered seriously, his eyes slightly curved, his smile softer and more genuine, gleaming with pride. He wouldn't want me to do that either. Si Li, Xia Huayu, Is he crazy? Who is he? It felt like he was being proud of something, but even more unsatisfied. Jiechenyu, sir, there's no need to discuss this. Si Li, of course not. Xia Huayu put on her glasses. It's best to get started quickly. Jiang Zhengping and Elo wanted to minimize their presence. The two watched the three of them exchange false pleasantries, and for some reason, they began to flatter each other with a sarcastic tone, finally reaching a consensus. The two were stunned, bewildered, trembling, and afraid to speak. They exchanged a silent glance and followed their captain's lead. The best atmosphere was Zikong's team, with two controllers, a healer, and a shield. They practically brought together the most stable players from all three teams. They tacitly chose a temporary captain to lead the team. Zikong. Zikong wasn't a talkative person, but surprisingly, he was comfortable to be around. He didn't have the overbearing or rebellious nature of a top controller. He never said a word, but he got to the point, appearing competent rather than aloof. Though he appeared like a calm mountain, he was actually as tolerant and attentive as water. After a brief exchange of greetings, the five quickly formulated a strategy based on the mission and adjusted their chosen spirits. However, their expressions revealed a solemnity. Their team's offensive power was too limited. Zui Xingtian, among them, was under the most pressure. He was the only attacker, the cheerful boy, usually cheerful in front of Bai Shu, since the weight of the burden on him. Facing several glances, he lost his usual playful and relaxed demeanor within the team, and nodded with a heavy expression. On the blue team, after a brief silence, Zheng Tianhua, the only senior among the sophomores, spoke first. The team can't be without a captain. How about I take over the reins temporarily? This was the most undisputed decision. Zheng Tianhua was the only junior, Boji's vice-captain, and with his steady personality, he was the most influential person in the group, making him the perfect fit for the temporary captain position. Su Xiang and Bai Shu had no objections, and Lin Shusong didn't care who became captain at all. Zhang Mingjie felt a little dissatisfied. In his mind, no one other than Silly had the right to order him around. But after looking around, the chattering monkeys, the brainless women who only cared about fighting, and then looking at Bai Shu, how could he allow someone a year his junior, with a pretty face that looked easy to bully, and no aura to lead him? As for himself, Zhang Mingjie, though arrogant, had self-awareness. He knew no one would trust him, so he simply stopped talking nonsense and reluctantly acquiesced. Although we may have learned everyone's ancestral spirits, as this is a new team, I hope everyone will reintroduce their chosen ancestral spirits. During the team introductions, you can consider whether you need to change your chosen ancestral spirit. Okay. Then I go ahead and say it. Zhang Mingjie spoke before Zheng Tianhua could say anything. Seeing everyone's gaze, He raised his chin slightly, as if afraid something invisible would fall from above. I'm an Earth-type attacker. My natal explosive stones allow me to use 3 at a time, with a half-hour cooldown. I have 2 ancestral spirits. I think you all know the first one. I used it in the spring split. It's a fully awakened ancestral spirit, but of course, I won't be using it this time. Zhang Mingjie looked very pleased. Only he could summon his ancestral spirit. Although his performance was unpleasant, it was understandable. Having 2 ancestral spirits in his second year, one of which was fully awakened, is rare in the South Division. Outside of the top 4 teams, he's definitely the core of the team, and that's something to be proud of. My second ancestor is called Night Girl. At this point, Zhang Mingjie's expression grew a bit more complicated. You don't need to know the details. Just know that Night Girl strikes at night, and never fails. The other 3, Su Xiang pursed his lips. After all, this guy still had them alone, and didn't want to reveal the details. What difference would it make if he said it or not? Lin Xuezong rolled her eyes. Nuts. She was getting impatient. Next one. She spoke bluntly. I'm a gold-type attacker with a natal whip, specializing in strangulation. Once activated, the damage doubles, lasting 10 minutes, with a half-hour cooldown. One of my ancestor is fully awakened, and the other is unawakened. Of course, I choose the latter. She spread her hands. You know why. Speaking of the second ancestor, she coughed awkwardly. I call the second ancestor the puppet master. He can create and control puppets. But ahem, the effects are quite random. She quickly added, but I redouble my efforts to restore the firepower. A puppeteer controls the puppets, but the problem is that because the puppeteer herself hasn't awakened, she's under Lin Xuezong's control. While it's fine for Lin Xuezong to fight, it's really hard for her to control the puppeteer and the puppets. Zhang Mingjie looked up at the sky, stupid. Several people nodded, their minds, initially heated by the concentration of attackers, cooling down. It's hard to imagine how random an effect could be for a summoner to call it random. Su Xiang said, my innate water film shield, skill retaliation, and 2 primordial spirits are not fully awakened. This time, I use the white-haired ape, which has 2 skills, a sudden attack power increase and a water disaster. After entering the military headquarters during the spring split, he tried countless times to fully awaken the little monkey, but the 2 of them worked together seamlessly. As he collected more fragments, the little monkey's abilities greatly improved, and he even discovered a second skill, Water Disaster, which he hadn't had during the practice match with Baichuan. He also summoned a spirit, a half-human, half-fish water deity he named Beishuishan. Because his hair was white, and even his tail was a translucent, crystal-clear color, he was clearly a divine spirit. This was undoubtedly good news. Divine spirits were powerful even without awakening their own powers. For example, Beishuishan could innately sense everything within the river without any special abilities. However, he was using it to gather gossip. That guy was completely lazy, and he hadn't yet established a good relationship with Beishuishan. He had originally intended to use him in this training, feeling reassured with the captain and vice-captain's presence. Who knew the team would suddenly change, and with an unreliable member, he had no choice but to change. Next up was Zheng Tianhua. He had 1 fully awakened ancestor, and 2 unawakened spirits. After listening to the discussion for a while, he decided on his own spirit. My main element is Fire Chain, so I'm using the twin-tailed dog, whose abilities include Fire Devour and Energy Recharge. Like Su Xiang, he chose a less than fully awakened ancestor with the best synergy. The twin-tailed dog wasn't particularly aggressive, but it was a definite fire killer. Normally, he might have considered DPS, but with so many attackers on the team now, that wasn't an issue. It was Baishu's turn, and he was different. He had originally wanted to train with the 9-tailed fox, but now, he could only choose Dong Feng. My natal power, Wood Element, Peach Blossom Wood, can heal and restore spiritual power, with a cooldown of 24 hours. My Fire Element, Will-o'-the-Wisp, can be used 3 times at a time, each lasting 3 minutes, with a cooldown of half an hour, and its attack power varies. After finishing this long string of words, he took a breath. My ancestor, Dong Feng, has group healing and group spiritual power restoration skills, with a cooldown of half an hour. Illusionary Confusion, with a cooldown of 24 hours. The 4 of them watched Baishu's mouth open and close without blinking, listening to his stream of words. Even though they knew Baishu had dual attributes, they couldn't help but gape at such a long list of skills. And that's a skill that completely restores spiritual power. What attacker wouldn't want to try it? In comparison, It wasn't so surprising that he still chose to use his fully awakened ancestor and forego the opportunity to summon Gong Sun Luo. After all, he was only in his first year, so it was normal that he hadn't summoned a second ancestor yet. Then let's go! Time was almost up, and the three teams settled into silence, readying themselves for the mission. Although the task wasn't difficult, everyone's expressions were varied and intriguing. Former rivals, and yet to be familiar future rivals, have become teammates. What kind of game will this be? Shan Liangjia and the other two coaches exchanged a glance, each filled with anticipation. Just as he was about to send Lu Qing back, Shan Liangjia turned and met Lu Qing's probing gaze. He didn't miss the stern, suspicious look that flashed across his eyes. He followed his gaze, startled. Was he looking at Bai Shu? But why? Lu Qing held a thin sheet of paper containing the spirit form that the 15 people had just filled out. The bottom line read, Bai Shu, Dong Feng, fully awakened, Nine-tailed Fox, fully awakened. Chapter 81. For training, there were naturally no cars. The three teams left the military headquarters in the dim light of dawn and entered the dangerously contaminated area. Lu Qing and the three coaches also returned to their rooms. Not only Gong Sun Yao, but they also needed to carefully observe the students' reactions. After all, this was the first major training overhaul, and no accidents were possible. But Lu Qing was clearly distracted, his pen circling the paper. It was Bai Shu's name. People with fully awakened ancestor spirits were not uncommon. They were arguably the best of the nation's youth generation. Lu Qing could only be happy to see such a person. But it was quite different when all summoned ancestor spirits were fully awakened. For example, Sealy had the legacy of an entire family. But Bai Shu, as far as he knew, he was just an ordinary student. His father was a summoner in charge of the inner circle, and his mother was an ordinary person. The border town they lived in had been hit by a beast tide a year earlier. After his parents died, Bai Shu was rescued and placed in a relief center until he was admitted to Baichuan Academy. A seemingly unremarkable resume, yet it immediately shone brightly upon entering campus. From that moment on, everything changed. Lu Qing frowned. Ever since entering the outer contaminated zone, he stumbled upon some bizarre stories. He hoped this change wasn't what he imagined. It had better not be. His pen stopped. I have to find time to check out the Ping and Relief Center. When Lu Qing looked up again, his expression was normal. He and the others watched the 15 people in the video, their gaze fixed on the blue team. Unless someone was mentally ill, no one would be so hostile to a healer. Of the blue team, Bo Ji and the other two led the way. Rhino cats prefer to live in dry caves. Zheng Tianhua said, I saw a rhino cat in this area before, during a previous mission. Su Xiang and his ancestor were arguably the strongest in the team, so it was perfect for him to lead the way. Behind them was the crowded and chaotic Kuros. Beside Zhang Mingjie, the night girl was beautiful, with naturally white hair standing high and a compassionate expression, like the queen mother of the nine heavens. Her only flaw was that her eyes, naturally blinded by light, were covered with a golden veil that matched the color of her clothes. Next to her, the puppeteer was controlling the movement of a puppet. Although his face was expressionless, one could tell from the slight twitching of his forehead and the veins in his hands that were tense from exertion that he seemed angry. However, being a reserved person, he gritted his teeth and silently pulled at the shiny string in his hand. Beside the ancestor, Lin Shusong was frantically helping his ancestor's puppet straighten its legs and hold its armrests, looking like a lackey. Zhang Mingjie was speechless. I told you so many times, you have to control it with your heart and brain, not your hands. Lin Shusong retorted loudly, it's not like I haven't tried it before. The result was that the control line of the spirit and the puppet became tangled, and the puppeteer didn't speak to her for a month. Zhang Mingjie helplessly held his forehead, clearly remembering the accident. Click, click. Although the puppet was made of wood, it made a heavy sound when it moved, and every step kicked up a cloud of dust, reminding Bai Shu of the heavily armed infantry on the battlefields of ancient times. Bai Shu walked in the middle, forming two completely separate spaces, front and back, quiet and chaotic, serious and casual. His teammates had absolutely no desire to cooperate, and the team atmosphere was rigid. But there was still some tacit understanding. At least when it came to keeping an eye on him, they were in perfect harmony, never letting him out of their sight. Despite his attempts to prove he was fine, both teams were surprisingly unanimous on this point. Bai Shu then realized that Baichuan, who had allowed himself to wander the map, seemed the outlier. Most likely because he hadn't yet gotten used to the healer's presence. Besides, Bai Shu clenched his palms, feeling empty without a weapon. Stop. Zheng Tianhua paused. It's right here. This. Several people shared expressions of shock. As the tall, lush trees faded, they revealed massive, conical mounds of earth. No, more accurately, piles of rubble. Bai Shu surveyed his surroundings carefully, surmising that this must have been a residential area. First, the rubble was numerous and massive, and the rubble itself was smooth and sharply angled, not natural rock. Second, the towering piles were evenly distributed, bearing traces of human activity. Humanity hadn't set foot in the contaminated area for over 300 years. Unchecked vegetation and various alien species had obliterated and covered up any traces of human civilization, leaving only a few broken walls and ruins. Su Xiang, is it here? It looks so desolate. Zheng Tianhua was slightly puzzled, then nodded affirmatively. It's here. I can't be mistaken about these stone piles, but there's something indescribably different about them. Everyone, be careful. The men exchanged glances. Bai Shu was about to take a step when his body stumbled. Su Xiang leaned over. When the fight starts, how about giving me your mental power recovery first? You saw I'm the team's strongest fighter. Having seen Jie Chenyu repeatedly in videos with a look of relief as he restored his mental power, displaying his prowess, Su Xiang had long wanted to experience it. How could he pass up such a good opportunity? Bai Shu removed his hand from his shoulder. I consider it. Ah. So cold. Su Xiang pinched the soft flesh on Bai Shu's face in disappointment. Not as cute as he looks in the video. Bai Shu's face was grim. He wasn't cute to begin with. Don't embarrass yourself. Let's go. Zheng Tianhua gave Bai Shu an apologetic smile and sheepishly rubbed the red spot where Bai Shu had been pinched, trying to comfort him. With his other hand, he carried Su Xiang away. But he had forgotten that his hands, used to handling chains, were already covered in calluses, almost as hard as a scraper. Bai Shu covered his face with his hands. He knew he meant well, but his face hurt even more. Although the blue team had already considered the Rhino Cat a sure thing, things weren't going smoothly. They walked countless miles, skirted countless piles of rubble, and didn't even see a single hair of the Rhino Cat. The sun was high in the sky, scorching and windless. The piles of stone, resembling giant tombs, created a quiet, oppressive atmosphere that made everyone's hearts flutter with the heat. Zhang Mingjie, feeling irritated, couldn't help but ask, are we really going to be here? Why not try another route? Su Xiang turned his head impatiently, the clattering noise behind him becoming even more piercing. Keep going. Listen to the captain. He Zhe and the other man had chosen to use their own strengths, using their own spirits. They didn't know the strength of Zhang Mingjie's spirits, but they knew they were useful at night. But now it was daytime, and he was blind. Lin Shusong had been busy all the way, and even then, he didn't look like a capable fighter. They were under immense pressure, yet they seemed so relaxed. Just because they won first place in the spring split, Zhang Mingjie's eyebrow shot up. Why? What if he's wrong? Bai Shu looked at Zheng Tianhua. Seeing no sign of the Rhino Cat, he alternately glanced at his bracelet and looked up into the distance, making no attempt to intervene. He knew the force calm was about to be broken. All right, stop arguing. Zheng Tianhua regained consciousness and saw his team in disarray. A headache immediately seized him. Honestly, Boji was known for his rationality and composure, and he wasn't good at dealing with overly assertive individuals. He could only dryly say, don't waste time. Check your location. The others are following suit, which means we're on the right path. What does that mean? They're getting closer, but this place is so big, and we haven't encountered anyone yet. Maybe this is the only wrong path? What the hell? He's commanding them, as if they're the only ones who can survive. It's disgusting. Even in Heizei, only Seeley could control him. What right did Zheng Tianhua have? What was Su Xiang shouting about? The atmosphere was heating up. Bai Shu watched with a cold eye. He saw the extreme egos of Kurosawa and his partner, Su Xiang's anger, and Zheng Tianhua's pressure and helplessness. This forcibly assembled team was disorganized, so there was no point in talking about unity at this moment. Bai Shu said, since no one can convince the other, let's go our separate ways. The arguing suddenly stopped. No one expected Bai Shu to utter such casually. Anyone who had watched the regional competition knew that the Baichuan team had a tacit understanding, especially Bai Shu, who could defend and attack, and who meshed perfectly with everyone on the team. Even Shan Liangzhou was surprised by the sharp, cold side Bai Shu occasionally showed. The point is, they're in perfect sync, even speaking the same language. This is what Xie Chenyu said to the other two as they entered the contaminated area. Zhang Mingjie took a liking to Bai Shu. Well said, Bai Chuan, you have some good sense, unlike some people who are so self-righteous. Violent girl, let's go. Violent, Lin Xuetsong? Zhang Mingjie's panicked voice caused everyone to look back. Lin Xuetsong, who should have been beside him, was gone. Only the puppeteer and his puppet remained. The previous clash, and the clattering of the puppets drowned out everything. Rage clouded their minds, and with the puppet's enormous size obscuring their view, no one had noticed Lin Xuetsong's disappearance. The first thing they did was check their wristbands, their expressions darkening even further. The difficulty of the national competition was not on the same level as the regional competition. Besides the more complex maps and opponents, there were also several subtle details that added to the challenge, such as the ability for players to choose to hide or reveal their location points. For various reasons, the Southern Division didn't implement this strategy. While this wasn't conducive to the national competition, it was a necessary evil. To help them gradually adapt, the wristbands didn't distinguish between friend and foe. All they could see were scattered or clustered red dots, making it impossible to determine which represented Lin Xuetsong. Damn it! I was wondering why the mission was as simple as hunting rhinoceroses. Turns out there's a trap waiting here. The key question is where Lin Xuetsong is now, and what he encountered. Since this was a matter of great importance, the few of them immediately abandoned the arguing. Zhang Mingjie gritted his teeth and shamelessly returned to the team, and Su Xiang stopped taunting. Bai Shu frowned. If he were in Baichuan, with Jie Chenyuzhui air around, he should have been able to get the news quickly, but that convenience was clearly lacking now. That's right. Bai Shu turned his head and glanced at Zheng Tianhua's spirit. The two-tailed dog's nose should be quite sharp, right? Zheng Tianhua, He nodded dully. Probably. After questioning the puppeteer to no avail, Zhang Mingjie had already taken the initiative to pull the puppeteer over to the two-tailed dog. Quick, sniff it. The puppeteer's too dumb, I can't get anything out of him. The two-tailed dog, having received such a task for the first time, approached and sniffed awkwardly. It turned around and finally wagged its tail in a certain direction. Woof. Good dog. Zhang Mingjie patted the dog's head in the air. Then let's go, Zheng Tianhua said. Now they had no choice but to give it a try. Chapter 82. Wait. Bai Shu pulled Zhang Mingjie, who was rushing ahead, back. Huh? What for? Zhang Mingjie turned back, his face filled with impatience. Bai Shu was stunned. He hadn't expected that even though he and Lin Xuetsong seemed to be at odds, he was the most anxious. His temper was truly terrible. Although he didn't know what this place looked like before, something was clearly amiss. The most obvious thing was the piles of building debris. If they had formed naturally, how could they be arranged in such a neat, conical pyramid? Let's go together. Don't separate. Bai Shu summoned the spirits. Zheng Tianhua agreed. Indeed, we don't know how Lin Xuetsong disappeared. We can't be careless. Dong Feng appeared from behind Bai Shu and handed him a long belt. For safety's sake, tie them together. We don't want anyone else to disappear. If we encounter a fight, even better, just cut the belt. Bai Shu calmly tied one end around his waist. The three of them, What a simple and ancient method. Besides, what ancestor would have such a long belt? Dong Feng smiled with satisfaction. Ever since he realized the convenience of a rope during his last fight against the sea monster, he always kept one handy. While it was a bit long and cumbersome, it still made for a nice decoration. It had to be a good idea. The men quickly tied the ropes around their waists and advanced, led by the two-tailed dogs. The atmosphere was peaceful, and Bai Shu calmed down. The puppeteer hadn't been recalled, indicating that Lin Xuetsong was currently safe, but most likely unconscious. Besides the rhino cat, there should be another species here that could cause coma, and its agility was probably even greater than the rhino cat's. Puff. A faint blue flame appeared in his palm, and Su Xiang blinked beside him. I didn't expect her flame to be quite chubby. Cute. The will-o'-the-wisp entity that had bared its fangs and claws in the finals, capable of instantly transforming into a purgatory, was surprisingly harmless. Its face was chubby, and the three trembling flames on its head rested like a small crown. Bai Shu gestured with his fingers. Indeed, it's a bit fatter. The will-o'-the-wisp, pretending not to hear, immediately trembled in protest. Stop. Bai Shu clasped his hands together to cover him. He had summoned the will-o'-the-wisp for a serious matter. In truth, from the moment he stepped into this place, Bai Shu had felt a subtle, inexplicable feeling, one he couldn't quite put his finger on. While the will-o'-the-wisp couldn't gather information like fire too, it could sense the aura of death, which was already a huge help. Soon, the will-o'-the-wisp transmitted back information. There was no aura of death in this cemetery. This was strange. Bai Shu speculated that there were more than just the rhino cat species here, so it was practically impossible for death to not exist, unless there was a dedicated garbage disposal plant like the three-eyed winged creatures. But that was impossible here. First, the rhino cats were smaller, making them less transportable than the three-eyed winged creatures. Second, the terrain was different, the cemetery was vast, and it was impossible for the rhino cats to diligently carry garbage daily without anyone noticing. Finally, and most importantly, even if the above two conditions were met, there should be a mass grave nearby, resembling a canyon, thick with the aura of death. But there wasn't one. To avoid the unnoticed presence of the alien species, the four of them moved with extreme caution, but the surroundings remained as quiet as usual. If only one person hadn't been missing, one would have suspected a dream. The positioning point is just ahead, Zheng Tianhua said. Nervousness and excitement washed over the faces of the men. A large mound lay before them, and the positioning point lay just behind it. Perhaps there were other aliens lurking behind. Just then, the rope around Bai Shu's waist tightened, and when he turned back, Su Xiang, now broken off, was gone. The belt that had once held Su Xiang had been neatly cut. Damn it! Zheng Tianhua cursed inwardly. What on earth could be here? With the previous experience, everyone was on high alert, yet Su Xiang still vanished before their very eyes. The little monkey, like the puppeteer, was left behind. What happened? Zheng Tianhua walked over to Zhang Mingjie, the second to last person. Zhang Mingjie's brows furrowed into a deep frown, and he lowered his voice. I don't know. I don't know? Or do you just not pay attention? Huh? How could that be? You're thinking about your teammates. Can I? He's also a striker. Am I supposed to be around him like a mother? Enough. Seeing that even Zheng Tianhua was beginning to lose his composure, and Su Xiang's position was rapidly drifting away, Bai Shu struggled to get between the two and pushed them apart. Wait until the fight is over. The sun beat down directly on the men's heads. Even the slight dust and cool breeze couldn't calm the restlessness in their hearts. Beads of sweat covered the three of them. What's going on? Zhang Mingjie tried hard to suppress his anxiety, but it still showed on his face. Damn it, the image of Si Li suddenly popped into his mind. Or maybe Si Kong was there. At least, he wouldn't be so helpless. He would rather confront the level 6 alien directly than face this unpredictable and frustrating situation. I go last this time, and I definitely catch that guy. No, I do it. Zheng Tianhua clearly couldn't trust him anymore. Zhang Mingjie wanted to object, but Bai Shu stopped him. Since you've chosen the captain, listen to him. Don't waste time. Saving people is the most important thing. The last part of his words struck a chord with Zhang Mingjie. Furthermore, Bai Shu had already made his point, so his insistence was futile. What are you doing? Seeing Bai Shu busily removing the belts from the three men and returning them, Zhang Mingjie had barely opened his mouth to ask when Bai Shu grabbed his hand. He let out a cry, like a virgin confronted by a thug. Bai Shu? ? He knew interacting with people wasn't easy, but this time it was so difficult that even their actions were incomprehensible. It seemed his meager progress at Baichuan wasn't enough. The rope's useless now. Holding hands is safer. He raised his other hand, which was holding Zheng Tianhua's. If you don't want to hold hands with him, that's fine. Disgusting. Zhang Mingjie and Zheng Tianhua's hair stood on end, and their hands retreated in resistance. Let's go with you. Zhang Mingjie was speechless. He had been used to the life of a rich young master, self-proclaimed, and even disobeying his father, but he was truly impressed by this little dwarf. Since holding hands, their anger had subsided, and Bai Shu was extremely satisfied. The eerie image of the three members of Team Blue holding hands appeared on the screens in front of Lu Qing, and the other 5 people inside the border army. Half of the screens on one wall were pitch black, indicating the sudden disappearance. Besides Team Blue, the other 2 teams also suffered losses. The strange disappearance of the first person was hard to prevent. The white team started the game scattered, with the most black screens. Contrary to Bai Shu's expectations, Xie Yu didn't use fire too. With only 2 of them, and without Bai Shu's second chance, how could Xie Yu bear to give up Yang fire? But thankfully, there were only 2 of them. When Jiang Zhengping disappeared, Xie Yu immediately spotted him and chased him. Then his screen went black, and the rest of the white team, fighting alone, went black one after another. The pink team, led by Sikong, had the fewest casualties. And Ning had used the crystal mirror to divine the best route before setting off. They were the last of the 3 teams to disappear, giving them time to get back on track. Just as Xingtian was about to be dragged away, Sikong immediately used his innate control chain to lock the remaining players together, and they all set off in pursuit of Xingtian. They all ran here. Things haven't been peaceful here lately, Lu Qing sighed. Stop pretending. Arranging this seemingly simple mission is actually a deliberate attempt to lure them somewhere else, Coach Boji said with a smile. Lu Qing helplessly spread his hands. Well, I can't fool you. The Rhino Cat was just a decoy. This is the battlefield they're destined for. Their gazes converged on the screen once again. This time, the 3 members of Team Blue landed safely on the Lingshukan location, but before them lay a massive pile of rocks, identical and ordinary, devoid of any trace of human or alien life. What's going on? There's nothing here. Lingshukan? Zhang Mingjie called out several times, but received no response. The towering ruins seemed to mock their foolishness. He held a pitted stone in his hand, his expression stern, as if he wanted to vent all his emotions. If that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. His expression suddenly faltered, and he glanced at the people around him. There's definitely something wrong with the pile of rocks. Zhang Mingjie almost wanted to slap himself in the face the moment he finished speaking. What was he about to do? Did he need to explain it to anyone? Yes. Bai Shu nodded. Go ahead and blow it up. Zhang Mingjie. Why does he sound like a little brother? He felt the pile of rocks was the key to finding Lin Xuetsong, so he planned to blast a hole through it and take a look inside. To be on the safe side, Zhang Mingjie blew up another rock pile farther from Lin Xuetsong's location. Boom! After a thunderous roar, a gap opened in the center of the pyramid-like pile of rocks. The residual force of the explosion made several people feel the tremors beneath their feet, and the soil particles vibrated in the air. As expected of Team Kurosawa, regardless of their personalities, they were truly capable. Hand in hand, the 3 of them climbed to the hole. The pile of rocks was indeed hollow. But to their disappointment, there was nothing they expected to see inside. No aliens, no human figures, only gray-black concrete, indistinct colored fabric, and not even a trace of blood. The 2-tailed dog sniffed around, circling the pile of rocks, its tails lashing. Zheng Tianhua translated, the 2-tailed dog said this place is contaminated by another aura, and Lin Xuetsong's aura disappeared here. Another aura? An alien? At least Zheng Ming was right about this key point. Bai Shu released another will-o'-the-wisp. The orchid flame exploded with a roar, multiplying from Bai Shu's palm. The chaotic lines of the broken stone walls were distorted by the blue flame, forming a dazzling mirror image. This time, however, it wasn't to detect the aura of death, but to attack. Zhang Mingjie tensed as he saw the flames approaching. Hey! Can't you make a squeak when you use your skill? He's seen the finals before. Once this thing touched health points, it was over. Bai Shu was stunned. He'd forgotten his new teammates didn't know the characteristics of the will-o'-the-wisp. Sorry, squeak. Huh? What's the point of squeaking now? Nothing? Zhang Mingjie felt himself. He was certain he was enveloped by the will-o'-the-wisp, but he hadn't touched it. Besides a slight chill, he didn't seem to feel anything. Zheng Tianhua, after a moment of initial surprise, became much more composed. As the first person to encounter the will-o'-the-wisp, the captain had watched nearly every recording of Bai Shu using it. The will-o'-the-wisp could be controlled, and its attack power was subject to certain conditions. As for what those conditions were, there was too little data available to analyze them, but they were expected to be controlled before the national competition. The will-o'-the-wisp's range expanded outward from their position. Just as Bai Shu was struggling, he finally saw the long-awaited -1 symbol. The will-o'-the-wisp's range then tentatively contracted. After repeated attempts, he finally limited it. A flash of understanding flashed across Bai Shu's eyes. Why was there no trace of death? Why was everything so peaceful? Why had Lin Xuetsong's breathing ceased? Underground. Let's go! Bai Shu retracted the will-o'-the-wisp. Chapter 83. It's actually underground. The 3 men moved in unison, bending over to stare at the exposed cave entrance. The entrance was in an inconspicuous corner of the rubble, blocked by rocks held together by a strange mucus. Even Zhang Mingjie's earlier photos hadn't shaken them apart at all. If it weren't for their determined, thorough search, they wouldn't have found it. Zheng Tianhua looked at the cave, about a man's width, in deep thought. His bad premonition became reality. This isn't good. There are other species here besides rhino cats. Although rhino cats are adept at digging holes, they prefer dry habitats and would never live underground. Caves and rock piles were their preferred habitats, and this proved to be true. The rock piles were hollowed out, which was why they hadn't initially considered going underground. But if there were another species coexisting with the rhino cats, it would make sense. Can aliens actually allow other aliens to live in their territory? This is the first time I've seen that. Zhang Mingjie was surprised. Based on his current analysis of this behavior, while they might occasionally cooperate when mutually beneficial, a territory, a place of survival, would never allow another alien to invade unless it was a social species. Forget it. Zhang Mingjie was the first to poke his head into the cave. There's no point in overthinking it. I go down first. You stay up there and provide support. Together. Baishu pulled a person who had half a foot in out. The other alien was still unknown, so going in one by one was like delivering food. If anything happened, the three of them could at least look after each other. You. Before Zhang Mingjie could say anything, Baishu said, you go last. Zheng Tianhua agreed. You're still going it alone in this situation? Are you really a reckless person? Okay then. Zhang Mingjie pretended to straighten his throat and quickly agreed. Just kidding, he wasn't stupid. Didn't he know it was better to work together? He just wasn't used to asking for help. Although the result was what he wanted, but... Zhang Mingjie glanced furtively at Baishu's expressionless profile, seemingly unapproachable under the orchid-lit fire. His assertiveness and refusal to take no prisoners were a stark contrast to the docile demeanor in the competition videos. Could he be a bit of a histrionic? Zhang Tianhua and the two-tailed dog led the way, Baishu in the middle, his will-o'-the-wisp lighting his head, and Zhang Mingjie trailed behind. The cave was narrow, and the three of them had to crawl forward. So many forks in the road. What kind of alien creature is this? Baishu touched the earthen wall above him. It was surprisingly smooth, and the texture was very similar to the stuff that held stone together. It was precisely because of this stuff that the underground passage didn't collapse. I don't know. I can't figure it out. The underground was just as complex as the surface. Every so often, forks in the road, deep or shallow, appeared, making the three of them nervous, fearing that a species they had no clue about would suddenly emerge. In this situation, it would be difficult for them to fight back. However, after trying one or two blocked forks, Zheng Tianhua finally delivered encouraging news. Cha-Cha has smelled Lin Xuezong again. The others sped up, using Lin Xuezong's location as a guide, and the two-tailed dog's nose to quickly locate her. After all, the cave entrance wasn't far from their location. She was huddled in a small branching hole. Baishu approached to take a look. Aside from her pale face, she seemed fine. What is that? Just as Baishu was about to pull Lin Xuezong out, the others saw a pair of blood-red eyes hidden behind Lin Xuezong. Its face was an inverted triangle, with a small mouth at the bottom. Two jagged teeth protruded outward, leaving the rest of the mouth only the size of a bottle cap. A short, wrinkled mouthpart, the thickness of a finger, dangled in the center of the bottle cap. The body was shrouded in darkness, making it difficult to discern its size. What is this? So disgusting. Zhang Mingjie saw it all, his face pale. Before the others could launch their attack, the alien species vanished without a trace, the moment it was illuminated by the will-o'-the-wisp fire. Zheng Tianhua, as if reflecting on something, said uncertainly, is that the second-level blood-sucking ant that's supposed to live in the inner circle? Second-level blood-sucking ant? Baishu tilted his head. Zheng Tianhua, well, while the blood-sucking ants look terrifying and physically unpleasant, their danger levels are the opposite of their appearance. They only feed by sucking blood. Their mouthparts are retractable, and while they have a paralyzing effect, even if someone is accidentally caught, their teammates will react and kill the ants immediately. Therefore, they pose little threat to humans, who generally enter contaminated areas in groups. Of course, even for a single person, the blood-sucking ants are quite agile, so those with fully awakened spirits or sufficient alertness don't have to worry about them. The alien species atlas records that the blood-sucking ants are most active only when the alien species first appears. With humans starting to work in teams, these alien species have become rare recently. I was surprised that they didn't appear in the inner circle, but instead infiltrated the middle circle. It took Zhang Mingjie and Zheng Tianhua a while to think of this alien species. After all, blood-sucking ants didn't previously live underground. It was a close call. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Wake up, violent girl, wake up! Zhang Mingjie shook Lin Xuezong awake without much gentlemanly grace. They clearly disliked each other in their previous team, but now he felt the joy of having found his own organization. Lin Xuezong awoke dazed, and was taken aback by the sight of the others and the surroundings. Why am I here? No time to explain. Let's talk about it outside. With experience, rescuing Su Xiang became much easier. After the 5 of them gathered and took stock of the situation, they finally began to vent their pent-up anger. The 4 attackers, with incredible destructive power, blew up and pushed back the strange-looking piles of rocks until they finally found the rhino cat's nest, successfully completing their mission. Sure enough, the alien species still has a sense of territory. With this conclusion, the 5 of them relaxed considerably. None of them wanted the established rules of thumb to be broken. The outer piles of rocks were the habitat of the blood-sucking ants, while the central pile was the rhino cat's territory. The only connection was underground. The rhino cat's ability to dig holes provides shelter for the weak blood-sucking ants. The extensive underground tunnels provide convenient hunting opportunities for the ants, allowing them to sneak up on anyone who appears nearby, much like a tunnel warfare operation. After sucking blood, they transport their prey deep underground, providing the rhino cats with food and token fragments. Finally, they diligently clean up the food scraps and bury them deep underground. This is why Bai Shu never sensed the aura of death. The mass graves are buried so deeply that no aura can reach them. And yet, the rhino cats, despite their size disadvantage, can kill humans without even a single blow. It's incredible how interspecies can cooperate so well. Zhang Mingjie couldn't help but sigh as he carried the rhino cat's corpse. Wait, that's not right. The 4 turned to look at him. Why am I the one carrying the rhino cat's body? How could he, a perfect, wealthy, and unparalleledly elegant young master, do such a thing? Normally, it was Xikong who did such things in the team. Zhang Mingjie handed the rhino cat to Zheng Tianhua. Since you're the captain, go and report. Zheng Tianhua took it without hesitation. It was a trophy, after all. Zhang Mingjie met looks ranging from anger, confusion, and contempt. Unfortunately, the organization he thought he found wasn't on his side, and naturally, they were on the opposing side. He felt isolated again. In Kurosawa, isolating everyone hadn't been a big deal, but now, watching them chatting and laughing, Zhang Mingjie couldn't say he didn't care. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't. Never mind. It was just a temporary team-up, and he returned to his own team. That was the comfortable, strong team it should be. Yes. That's right. The familiar base was right before them, and the gate opened automatically. Thinking about their performance, the 5 of them lost their pre-departure confidence and walked in nervously. No one from the other teams was in sight. Could they be the first? Welcome back. Lu Qing walked out, smiling and clapping. He saw what Zheng Tianhua was holding. Looks like you completed the mission. Congratulations. Amidst the 5 expectant faces, a mouth with a temperature over 30 degrees Celsius spoke icy words. You won last place. Sorry to have kept us waiting. The 5 faces instantly fell. Bai Shu walked in and saw the 2 predetermined pink and white teams. Lu Qing sat opposite him. Besides him, there were 3 coaches from each team and a beautiful woman. Gong Sun Luo. Her demeanor was much better than the day they met. Her eyes lingered mostly on Si Li, Xiaohuayu, and Jie Chenyu. Seeing the 5 enter, she finally glanced at Bai Shu and smiled gently. To be able to summon 2 fully awakened spirits at such a young age was no ordinary individual. He must be from some clan. Lu Qing sat in the middle, his usual approachable demeanor gone, his eyes sharp and tinged with contempt. In this competition, of the 3 teams, first place goes to the pink team, second to the white team, and third to the blue team. I thought the task I gave you wouldn't be difficult, but I didn't expect your procrastination and disorganization to be so far beyond my expectations. You truly impress me. This blatant mockery had been heard by the audience for a long time. Even Bai Chuan, with his growing fan base, was now surrounded by the compliments of his friends and family. Who would have known that rhino cats and vampire ants would be linked together? Zhang Mingjie whispered. The appearance of the blood-sucking ants is truly shocking. Well, my teammates aren't familiar enough yet. I barely used my ancestral spirits. If they weren't restricted, the mission would have been completed much faster. Oh! You all think so? Lu Qing asked softly, his eyes devoid of a smile, his voice rising. Even aliens understand cooperation. You, the best summoner selected from the South District, have watched teams compete since birth, hearing words like teamwork and cooperation so often that your ears must be calloused. You, the chosen ones. Are you unwilling to cooperate because you're unfamiliar with your teammates? Or are you unwilling to cooperate because you're so self-righteous? Lu Qing scoffed, looking at the blue team. As attackers, have you killed so many aliens that you mistakenly believe you truly accomplished all that on your own? The blue team lowered their heads. He turned his gaze to the white team. But there are plenty of people more arrogant than you. The white team fell apart the moment they entered the contaminated zone. Are you used to being a captain, unwilling to yield to your own position, risking your own and your teammates' lives? Is it pleasant to be so timid? The white team was silent. The video replayed the performances of the three teams, and the difference was immediately apparent. No one could make excuses for their losses anymore. Isn't the pink team also unfamiliar with each other? And they were no different in their unexpected interspecies collaboration. But they didn't waste time arguing, missing the best time to spot the vampire ants, nor did they risk their lives alone like the white team did, wasting time. They quickly noticed when Zwishingtian disappeared and caught up with the ants a second before they entered the cave. The lovebirds rescued Zwishingtian, and Yigao's ground control directly explored the cave and sealed it, preventing further attacks. The five of them successfully captured the rhino cat. After watching the video, the traumatized teenagers were given time to reflect and learn from their mistakes. Several sheets of paper were distributed to each student. In addition to the team scores, there were also individual scores. Baishu looked at his own and his teammates' scores. Team scores were undoubtedly C's. As for individual scores, he and Zheng Tianhua received an A, Zhang Mingjie a C, Su Xiang, and Lin Xuesong received a D and an E. The three coaches and I did the scoring together. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. His face, along with that of his own coaches, was incredibly kind. Faced with such a situation, who among the already guilty teenagers dared to ask, looking at the scores in their hands? Some were disappointed, some surprised, and some delighted. They finally understood the true purpose of the scuffle and the instructor's intentions. They secretly vowed to remember this lesson well, even preparing to keep the report card as a souvenir. Some others, harboring ominous suspicions, stared intently at Lu Qing and the coaches. These suspicions were answered when Lu Qing spoke again. Okay, please step forward. 3 of the highest-rated players from the winning team. Standing up were Xikong, and Ning, and Yigao. Undoubtedly, without Xikong's control chain, the 4 would have lost their attackers without a teammate. And Ning's chosen path largely helped the team avoid danger, allowing the lovebirds to successfully rescue their teammates. Without Yigao's control, they wouldn't have discovered the vampire ants so quickly, and found Zwishingtian. These 3 were well-deserved. You 3 will be the captains of the next mission, and you have the right to freely choose your teammates from the remaining 12. Everyone was stunned. No way. Still coming. Lu Qing added, worriedly, don't think that choosing your original teammates will save you. Remember, this world is full of possibilities. Even vampire ants can find rhinoceros cats, so what are you afraid of? There's no better opportunity than now. Use different matchups to understand your future opponents and discover new sides of yourself. The 3's eyes shifted, clearly convinced. Hey, no way. Zhang Mingjie, who had been desperately hoping for a return to normal, stood with his mouth wide open, his expression vacant, as if he had fallen into a trance. Chapter 84. Controllers aren't like attackers, born to end aliens and end the highlight of a match. They're not as rare as healers, naturally commanding attention. In certain matches, their presence can even be less pronounced than that of shield men. They hide in the details. Seemingly inconspicuous, they're actually everywhere. Baishu could clearly sense the team's lack of controllers, which added a certain sluggishness. What was once easy became doubly difficult in this mission, like a gear without lubrication. Thus, Baishu wasn't surprised by the 3 controllers becoming captains. Instead, he looked forward to it. The second-year students were moved by Lu Qing's simple words. He had a point. Everyone here is incredibly capable, each with their own unique characteristics. Teaming with any of them is a win-win. If they could spark new ways to use skills, that would be even better. The third-year students haven't changed much. They already gotten used to it. They already gone through a round of internal team changes. After joining the Border Army Reserve, they could team up with the Border Army. Even Sealy, Xikong, and Xiaohuayu could team up with elite players from other regions during the youth training camp. For them, unless they found someone they particularly interested in, it didn't matter who they teamed up with. To ensure fairness, the 3 captains will be ranked according to their ranking. Xikong will captain Team 1, and Ning will lead Team 2, and Yigao will lead Team 3. They each take turns selecting one player. Zwishingtian and Jiaya, members of the first-place team, will also receive a special privilege. They can choose any of the 3 teams. Lu Qing raised his hand to silence the whispers. The appetizers are over. Now comes the main event, the infernal training. Before selecting the players, let me first announce the training schedule and rules for the 20 days. Teams 1 and 2, 1 and 3, and 2 and 3 will each play 1 match per day, each lasting no more than 4 hours. This means each team will play 2 matches for a total of 3 matches. But remember, team rankings are not fixed. The winning team will receive 1 point. If there is a tie after 3 matches, the team with the highest combined individual scores will win. The top-ranked team will replace the original team, and the top 3 will become captains to select their players, just like today. Since playing 2 matches a day is a significant burden for everyone, the wristband sensitivity will be increased. Please be careful not to get injured, as this will quickly lead to your elimination. Finally, please show your best and strive to make your team a top team to improve your individual scores. The 5 highest scoring players will have the opportunity to enter the outer circle and even participate in Secret Realm maintenance. After dropping a bombshell among the 15, Lu Qing lazily returned to his seat. This time, even the 3rd graders couldn't remain indifferent. The Secret Realm was every summoner's dream. Even a tiny glimpse of it was an irresistible temptation for everyone. It was time to get serious. This was the consensus among everyone. And Ning winked at Bai Shu. Although Jiaya's healing skills were also powerful, she still preferred to be on the same team with Xiao Bai, as they were more likely to claim the top spot. Bai Shu nodded. Got it. Jiachen watched the 2 exchange glances from a distance, then saw a Ning's smug smile, his face stiffening slightly. He hated this feeling of being manipulated and out of control. If I had known this would happen. But something unexpected happened the next second, and a Ning's smile froze her smile. The first person I want to choose is Bai Shu. Sikong beckoned Bai Shu, come here. Slightly surprised, Bai Shu stepped out of the group and stood behind Sikong. Although Sikong wasn't particularly handsome, he often had a stern expression, looking menacing. His dark tanned skin and physique were among the tallest and most robust teenagers, and for some reason, Bai Shu easily associated them with the Silent Wolf King. Bai Shu, on the other hand, had a delicate appearance and a shy, gentle smile that gave him a gentle and harmless impression at first glance. Although he had grown taller, it wasn't noticeable among the rapidly changing crowd of teenagers. When 2 people with completely different ideas stood together. How exaggerated. Zhang Mingjie couldn't bear to watch. Although he had known Bai Shu was the youngest and shortest of the group, he hadn't expected the difference to be so stark. It was the most literal cat and dog scene ever. As if sensing the tension, Sikong scratched the back of his hand and grinned at Bai Shu. Bai Shu silently stood on tiptoe. ? He acknowledged Sikong's superior physical condition, but that wasn't a reason to attack him. Sikong, Damn, what a terrifying expression. Is Sikong showing off? Does he have any grudge against Bai Shu? Su Xiang and Zheng Tianhua murmured softly. Zheng Tianhua looked up and thought for a moment. As far as I know, the 2 of them have no connection at all. If I had to say something, it's that Si Li and Jiachen have a bad relationship. So he was implicated? That's terrible. Could it be that? This isn't just a matter of points. The top 3 teams are also the dominant group among the 15. The second-year students who overheard something secretly clenched their fists. I fight to the death to be on the first team. Jiang Zheping silently rolled up his sleeves and reconciled Chenyu, looking at Sikong. Look straight at my son. Why are you taking out your captain's grudges on a child? Sikong silently smoothed his lips. The tension intensified. Wait, then Sikong, who can freely choose his players, is now guaranteed to be on the first team. He can choose all attackers or strong players. If I had known, I would have ignored Gong Sun Luo. In the end, I got nothing. No, there are variables. Zui Xingtian walked towards Sikong. A team of 4 or 5 players can freely choose their team. They are the variables. In fact, Zui Xingtian was still a little confused. When they were forming the team, Sikong seemed quite normal. Why did he suddenly become so abnormal? Just then, a hand pressed on his shoulder. It was Jiaya. Don't worry, Sikong means no harm. Jiaya walked past him. I choose Sikong's team. You can wait and see. Zui Xingtian understood what he meant. For both of them, it would be best to wait until the team had 3 or 4 players confirmed before making a choice. Those who hadn't yet formed a team were once again stunned. Why were healers clustered together? Shouldn't the default allocation of 3 healers be 1 for each team? This means 1 team is left without healing. Jiaya calmly walked over to Bai Shu and politely greeted him. He had lived in a temple since childhood, practicing vegetarianism and worshipping Buddha in a secluded lifestyle. Through luck, he had received divine protection, awakened his special powers, and summoned spirits. Among the people he knew, his healing skills had always been the strongest. When the team split up this time, he heard Ning and Zui Xingtian rave about Bai Shu. Although life was simple, it didn't mean Jiaya didn't have a competitive streak. On the contrary, it was a common trait among young people, especially those with strengths. For the first time, he became curious about the differences between these first-year healers, their strengths. Baishu smiled back. He had met almost everyone on Kurosawa's team by now. He had assumed they were unattainable, but in reality, they weren't so much unattainable as they were a group of overly unique and strange individuals. Zhang Mingjie had an awkward personality. Lin Shusong was single-minded except for fighting, and Jiaya was surprisingly simple-minded. He didn't hide his intentions. His eyes clearly showed his desire to challenge him. He wasn't annoying, because those clear, open eyes didn't give off any annoyance. Besides, having a healer on the team was quite a novelty for her. Because of the series of changes triggered by Sikong, and Ning and Jiechenyu suddenly became united in their hatred of the enemy. And Ning's expression twisted for a moment, and she smirked viciously at someone below her. Seely, come here. Don't think she didn't see the eye contact between the two men just now. She wouldn't let him have his way. Of course, she had her own agenda. She wanted to compete for the first team. Seely shrugged and walked out. Good judgment. Zui Xingtian silently chosen Ning's team. His goal was to become stronger. The strongest of the new generation was the captain of Team 3. To him, Seely was the most mysterious of the three. He wanted to see what made the South District's #1 so powerful. Yi Gao chose He Lu without hesitation. With only 3 healers, 2 already secured, the final one was crucial. Sikong chose Sha Huayu as his third teammate. The team needed an attacker, and they couldn't let other teams become formidable opponents. Sha Huayu rolled her eyes and looked at Jiechenyu, clearly showing off. Jiechenyu, damn Seely, damn Sha Huayu. And Ning chose Jiechenyu. They had no choice but to increase their strength, as they had no healers. Yi Gao chose Zheng Tianhua. The sophomores were chosen last, unsurprisingly. However, due to their performance in the previous match, Kurosawa's Zhang Mingjie was chosen last, and he didn't seem happy about it. Finally, the new 3 teams were formed. Team 1, Sikong, Baishu, Jiaya, Sha Huayu, Lin Shuesong. Team 2, and Ning Seely, Zui Xingtian, Xiechenyu, Jiang Zhengping. Team 3, Yi Gao, He Lu, Zheng Tianhua, Su Xiang, Zhang Mingjie. After the 3 teams had finished their selections, Lu Qing announced the disbanding of the teams. To hone your adaptability, the competition format and venue will be drawn after you select your primordial spirits. The 3 captains must submit their primordial spirit selections by tonight. Baishu declined Sha Huayu's invitation to lunch, looked around, and walked towards Xiechenyu. The moment he met Baishu's eyes, watching him approach, Xiecenyu's mood suddenly brightened. He approached him, feigning a nonchalant, normal demeanor. How's it going? Are you still adjusting? They were true teammates competing in the national tournament together, agreeing to explore the outer realms together. This was just a temporary split. He couldn't be too stingy. After winning the regional tournament, he should have known that Baishu's brilliance was undeniable. Yes, it's just a temporary split. It's nice to experience the joy of being rivals once in a while. Baishu blinked, and the two of them walked together naturally. It's okay. My new teammates seem a little difficult to get along with, but I try my best to adapt. The others are also very interesting. You don't seem very happy. Remove the seams. Jiechenyu thought. I'm not unhappy, just a little worried. Jiechenyu sighed. What are you worried about? Some people are difficult to get along with. Do they dislike me? Maybe it's just my imagination. How could that be? Baishu was stuck. It seemed true that the atmosphere between him, Seely, and Sha Huayu was always a little tense. But it doesn't matter. Maybe we're used to being rivals, and it's hard to change for now. I will get along with them well. Jiechenyu's face was lively, generous, sunny, and positive. I'm glad you think that way, but I have something to say. Huh? What? I'm looking forward to playing against you. Jiechenyu was stunned, then smiled with a long, helpless, yet relieved smile. You're always like this. Huh? Baishu didn't hear clearly. He flirted with me so casually, changed me, and looked at me with such pure eyes, it was hard to know how to respond. Nothing, I'm looking forward to it too. Be careful in the next match, I won't let you down. Of course. Chapter 85. Let's go eat together, I'm a little hungry. Baishu patted his stomach, his face lit with anticipation. Every time he moved to a new location, the thing he looked forward to most was the cafeteria. Although he didn't win and wouldn't receive any rewards, just looking at the delicious food was satisfying. The two of them walked into the cafeteria together. When they reached the window, Jiechenyu was stopped. Sorry, the B-level window is over there. The cafeteria attendant glanced at him and politely pointed to the other window. They were now in a corner of the border military base, isolated from the rest of the area. The cafeteria had been newly reopened, serving Team 3 exclusively. It wasn't large, and the only 5 windows were labeled A, B, C, and D. Jietchenyu smiled politely, carrying his tray and leaving, but there was a sinister undertone to his smile. Thankfully, the seating wasn't divided, so he endured it. Before Jietchenyu could leave, a heated argument erupted at the farthest window, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Are you kidding me? Is this food for humans? Zhang Mingjia's face was filled with disbelief, and what he held in his hands. It was truly unbearable to look at. A bowl of something that looked rather disgusting because it had been chopped so finely that its original form was unrecognizable. Judging by the only intact piece of rice, it must have been fried rice, but it was also covered in a layer of brown paste of unknown origin. What a devastating effect! Anyone who turned their head to look would have wished they were back to their curious selves just a second ago. Jietchenyu manually blurred the image. Don't look. Bai Shu, eh? Although he had already seen it, he didn't refuse Jietchenyu's offer. Even in his past life, if he had seen this thing, he wouldn't have dared to touch it again. Of course, if someone he trusted told him it was okay, he'd still give it a try. A burly man in a chef's hat pulled back the curtain and emerged, wielding a large boning knife. He was muscular, with a scruffy beard. What's going on? So noisy? Zhang Mingjie was startled by the sudden appearance of the burly man. For a moment, he thought it was a bandit who had come down from the mountains to rob the military cafeteria. He shook his head, throwing out strange thoughts, and raised his plate with a look of disdain. You're the kitchen helper, right? Here, what you feed the pigs. Don't serve the wrong thing next time. That's right, the fierce bandit chef said proudly. I just made this. Zhang Mingjie was stunned. He's a chef? Why do I think he looks more like a butcher? Bai Shu agreed. Zui Xingtian suddenly appeared. No, he's obviously the cook. His apron is clean, and he doesn't smell of blood, but of food. Bai Shu sniffed, surprised. You can smell it from this far away? Zui Xingtian scratched his head. After all, I'm half a cook. What's going on? He had just arrived, and he didn't know what was going on. Bai Shu pointed at the plate in Zhang Mingjie's hand. Just look at that. Zui Xingtian tilted his head. Any questions? Bai Shu, about to nod, replied, ? Jietchenyu held his forehead with his hand. Does that person look like an evolved Zui Xingtian? Bai Shu hesitated. Don't you think it looks terrible? A little? Zui Xingtian nodded. But I can sense the chef's dedication in that dish. Jietchenyu and Bai Shu, how do you sense that? Neither of them spoke, but their expressions were clear. Zui Xingtian waved his hand. After all, you see, chopping food so finely that you can't even see the original ingredients is no easy feat, right? That's right. The fierce chef glanced in Zui Xingtian's direction with a knowing glance, then patted his chest confidently. Yes, although it may not look very good, the ingredients are all genuinely good. I rushed it this time, so next time I pay attention to the appearance and color. Stop talking. Zhang Mingjie took a skeptical bite, and his face immediately turned pale. I take it back. This is definitely not for pigs, because pigs won't eat it. The onlookers were filled with curiosity. What does it smell like? He looks so pale. Is he still alive? After a while, Zhang Mingjie seemed to regain consciousness, his breath escaping. Why is it bitter? The chef scratched his ear and said nonchalantly, because we added bitter melon flakes. Bitter melon is a good thing for clearing heat and maintaining health. We also added chopped carrots, eggs, fish, milk, and rice, stir-fried evenly to ensure a balanced diet. It's not only easy to chew, but also oil-free and low salt, making it very healthy. The chef gave a thumbs up, extremely satisfied with his masterpiece. You. Zhang Mingjie's voice trembled. You used your fingers to pick your ears. The chef blew on it. What's wrong? Don't worry, I wash my hands. Zhang Mingjie had lost his former composure after that bite. He reached out weakly. Forget it. Give me the nutrient solution. No! The nutrient solution isn't nutritious. The higher-ups have told us that besides training, diet is crucial. I have to help you. Then why do they eat so well? Zhang Mingjie pointed indignantly at other areas. They were full of delicious food, and even the 5 winners had dessert. Them. The gangster chef smiled. They're better than you. Eating an extra dessert won't affect their muscles or sensitivity. You're different. You're this world is filled with hostility. At that moment, the 15 people all tacitly shared the same thought. Never become E. This is indeed a world filled with hostility. Xiaoqinyu walked Bai Shu to the door with a sullen expression. Sha Huayu opened the door with a warm smile. Welcome, Xiao Bai. By the way, can you take the top bunk? Thank you, sure. Bai Shu turned to look at Xiaoqinyu. Sha Huayu glanced over, her expression returning to a cold expression. What a shame. It's too far from our original dormitories. We probably won't be moving back in until the second phase. To facilitate team discussions, the military has specially approved a 5-person dorm for us as a temporary resting place, organized into teams and squads. He kindly reminded her, you're from Team 2, right? And Ning, and the others are waiting for you. You talk too much. Xiaoqinyu's expression was expressionless. I'm in a good mood. Xiaoqinyu had no desire to argue. He looked down at Bai Shu and gave him detailed instructions. Take care of yourself. Finally, after a pause, he said, wait for me. Wait. For what? He left a nonsensical sentence and turned away without hesitation. Bai Shu instinctively tried to catch up, but Sha Huayu stopped him. It's time to discuss tactics, otherwise it will be too late. After all, his opponent had been driven to a fierce battle. If Bai Shu had caught up and seen Xiaoqinyu's face, he would have been surprised by his expression. Even the regional finals were more serious than this. Xiaoqinyu gritted his teeth in a solemn silence. Lu Qing, he'd been gone so long, I'd forgotten who he was. He now suspected he'd done it on purpose. Bai Shu walked into the room with some hesitation, and was immediately shocked by the scene before him. Bai Shu's eyes widened. This is... Lin Shusong sat cross-legged on the single bed and pointed at the rough wall behind him. It's bare. The room was spacious, even large enough to echo, but apart from the bed and a small cabinet, it was empty, clearly telling everyone that it was for no other use than sleeping. Only Lin Shusong's bed had a little extra space, but not much. A newly installed curtain. The 4 boys slept in bunk beds. Lin Shusong seemed more comfortable than the boys about sharing a bed, even considering adding a sandbag. Bai Shu was a little uncomfortable at first, but seeing Xikong and the others' composure, he gradually adjusted. After everything was packed up, the group gathered in a circle. Xikong spoke. According to Instructor Lu's 3 matches per day plan, the earliest match will begin at 4 a.m. tomorrow, the second at 11 a.m., and the third at 6 p.m., with each match lasting a maximum of 4 hours. Time is tight, so the team's primordial spirit selection must be decided as soon as possible. The first match will be between the 2 teams. We don't know what the venue will be like yet. This is different from the previous matches. It seems that to win, we can only use our strongest primordial spirits. However, this means we forego the opportunity to advance to a fully awakened primordial spirit. Whether it's a secret realm or a fully awakened primordial spirit, the choice is yours. This was the first time Bai Shu had heard Xikong speak so much. Even without Si Li, he acted like a captain. But his next words were characteristically Kurosawa's. Although I'm the captain, I won't interfere with your choices. The decision about the ancestral spirits is yours to make. However, my goal is the secret realm. If not, I don't like teaming up with weaklings. This was Kurosawa's philosophy. Sufficiently free yet sufficiently ruthless, recognizing only the strong and nothing else. Bai Shu silently observed his surroundings. While Xikong's words were correct, they were a bit too absolute. Wouldn't there be an argument? Lin Shusong frowned, clearly thinking. Sha Huayu carefully wiped her glasses, oblivious to the situation. Jiaya spoke first. I choose Master Huiji. Jiaya had 2 ancestral spirits, both healing. Before Bai Shu's arrival, he was undeniably the foremost healer of the new generation. He still is, of course, but he felt a sense of danger of being surpassed. Master Huiji was a man from the ancient southern dynasties. He was extremely skilled in preaching, able to save lives through his teachings, a skill perfectly suited to Jiaya's natal wooden fish. Although Jiaya came from a Buddhist sect, his ancestral scriptures on deities and Buddhas were no different from those of other families. They all had their shortcomings. Because the scriptures were difficult to understand, and even more so, they lagged behind. Until Kasayapa appeared. Huiji was able to fully awaken thanks to Kasayapa's affinity with the Buddha. During meditation, he received guidance from the gods and Buddhas, attaining enlightenment. He directly revealed the life and soul of the ancestral spirit, successfully summoning the fully awakened. This catapulted the Buddhist sect to widespread acclaim. Everyone in and around the southern district knew of a Buddhist disciple deeply beloved by the gods and Buddhas. However, apart from Kasayapa, no one else in the southern district had this honor. Kasayapa's second ancestral spirit was not fully awakened, And it wasn't a Buddhist sect member either. Instead, it was a middle-aged physician whom Kasyapa addressed as Sir. Sir was deeply fond of Kasyapa, a Buddhist sect member. During the fragmented period, he had quietly hung his body in the military district exhibition hall until Kasyapa appeared, suddenly emitting a brilliant light that prompted Kasyapa to summon him. Compared to the various trials others faced in summoning ancestral spirits, Kasyapa's success was so smooth that even Bai Shu could hardly believe it. Bai Shu had never met this master, but Jiaya's ancestor in the Rhino Cat competition was the master. Zui Xingtian had said that the master's clothing was somewhat similar to Dong Feng's, though more ornate, and he wore an official hat instead of a wooden hairpin. He had specifically asked Dong Feng about this, but unfortunately, despite being a fellow healer, he didn't recognize him. Jiaya had used full awakening, the meaning obvious. After saying this, he looked at Bai Shu. The others also looked at Bai Shu, as if waiting for him to utter the word Dong Feng. They hadn't even considered Bai Shu having another ancestor. After all, at the end of the finals, Bai Shu only had one ancestor. He couldn't possibly summon another in such a short time. Although Lu Qing had previously asked everyone to write down all their ancestor names, they hadn't published them. Bai Shu, He moved his fingers. Since there were no other healers on the team, Bai Shu had no choice but to choose the healing ancestor. But this time, there was an extremely powerful healer on the team. What a great opportunity! My ancestor is a nine-tailed fox. Chapter 86. The four faces were momentarily stunned, as if they hadn't reacted. What did you say? Nine-tailed fox? Lin Xuezong was surprised. She'd been complacent, thinking she summoned a fully awakened beast at such a young age, thinking she was a genius. She hadn't expected this person to be a true genius. Sikong was the first to come to his senses. Tell me about its skills. Bai Shu, the nine-tailed fox is a fully awakened beast-type beast. It has 3 skills: Fox Fire, 2 offensive skills that increase attack power at night, and Strangulation. Finally, a healing skill, but it's difficult to use. Bai Shu hesitated, but didn't hide the nine-tailed fox's healing ability. As his teammates, they had a right to know, but he stated directly, "So, I don't know how to use it, so please don't take it into consideration." The other 4 didn't press their concerns. Everyone had their own concerns. If the conditions were truly difficult, it was understandable that they wouldn't use it in a match where their safety was guaranteed. Their focus wasn't the inability to use healing skills, but another fully awakened one? Bai Shu, so you're actually the ancestor spirit, right? Lin Xuezong's question was rambling, but surprisingly, everyone understood her meaning. Bai Shu quickly shook his head. It just so happens that the name Nine-Tailed Fox is easier to guess. Sha Huayu smiled. It was certain that during the regional finals, Bai Shu clearly had no other ancestor spirits, yet to have another one appear in such a short time was simply. Even if it was a coincidence, you're moving too fast. It's putting quite a bit of pressure on us older people. And such a person had to fall into Bai Chuan's hands. No, thinking more broadly, Bai Shu was from the South District. What relationship did he have with Bai Chuan? Compared to Lin Xuezong's surprise, Jiaya's subtle disappointment, and Sha Huayu's unexplained thoughts, Sikong, as the team leader, was clearly pleased. Regardless, Bai Shu's transformation from a healer to an attacker was a good thing for the entire team. While having a strong healer on the team isn't a bad thing, too much is as bad as too little. Even Sikong couldn't help but sigh at Bai Chuan's luck. Bai Shu's skills and spirits were a universal asset no matter which team they were placed on. With Bai Chuan's sudden rise, his strength might be even greater than he imagined. But Jiaya's hopes would be dashed. Bai Shu glanced at him furtively. Jiaya, already calm, bowed to him. Your choice is a good one, and I am convinced. Lin Xuezong had been hesitant, but now she had finally made her decision. I choose the White Bone Demon. In addition to the Puppet Master, she also had another fully awakened ancestor named the White Bone Woman. She was a delicate and beautiful lady, but only after seeing her use her skills did one realize her true form was a terrifying skeleton. Lin Xuezong actually preferred the Puppet Master to be a fully awakened ancestor. Firstly, she was definitely not good at controlling puppets. With the national competition approaching, she kept her composure, but she was deeply anxious. Restoring the Puppet Master's sanity would be her greatest help at this stage. Secondly, the 5 spots were most likely for third-year students. She knew the gap between her and them. She could never forget the shock Seely Sikong had given her when she first joined the team. But again, she's not good at dealing with puppeteers yet. With everyone else using fully awakened spirits, she can't be a drag. Even more terrifying is that she absolutely can't be rated E rank, Lin Xuetsong glanced around, and suddenly missed Zhang Mingjia's whining. No, that wasn't the right way to think. As long as she fought hard, Jiaya wouldn't have a chance to attack. This was Bai Shu's first time working with the nine-tailed fox, so she still had a chance to get an excellent rating. Bai Shu knew about the Bone Demon. As a newly promoted team, Bai Chuan didn't know much about the other two established teams, especially Kurosawa. As perennial champions, they had the privilege of directly participating in the semifinals, so footage of them was relatively scarce. In Kurosawa's two spring split matches, Lin Xuetsong and Zhang Mingjie only had one ancestor, the Bone Demon, and Zhang Mingjie's fully awakened ancestor, the Mandrill. At that time, Night Girl and Puppet Master hadn't yet been summoned. As the strongest team in the South Division, Kurosawa didn't have many ancestors, with no more than 2 per player. However, each one was formidable, and a high percentage of them were fully awakened. As Seeley put it, the more ancestors, the more weaknesses there were in the game. A single, arbitrary summon of a non-fully awakened one was enough. Only a young man from an aristocratic family, unfazed by the need to summon ancestral spirits, could utter such impulsive words. However, he had a point. Although Bai Chuan advocated summoning ancestral spirits and forming a transformation lineup, the tight timeline and heavy workload placed high demands on everyone on the team. And Ning, possessing 3 ancestral spirits, faced the greatest pressure. If she weren't already familiar with the first 2, and Kunping was a fully awakened ancestral spirit, she would likely be completely overwhelmed. Xia Huayu spoke, then I choose Meng Shan. Meng Shan was obtained by Xia Huayu during his entry into the secret realm last year. Although the team didn't make the top 3 nationally, he was invited to the youth training camp, and had visited the secret realm on his own. The appearance of Si Li and Jie Chenyu together was always a cause for concern. If they wanted to defeat them, they couldn't hide their abilities. Sikong pondered for a moment before deciding, then my ancestor will be Shiob Oni. Sikong has 2 ancestors. Shiob Oni is a fully awakened ancestor. His control on water is unmatched, but his weakness is limited control on land. The second ancestor is General Dinghua, who has even stronger control on land, but is not fully awakened. With all members fully awakened, it's no exaggeration to call this a magnificent lineup. Compared to this, Bai Shu felt deeply that Kurosawa was truly impressive. Judging from their innate power and the strength of their ancestor, any one of them could be considered a prodigy, capable of leading a team. Even his old rival, Bo Ji, had to admit how astonished he was when he saw even a second-year player in the spring split have a fully awakened ancestor. Then it's settled. Sikong promptly submitted the ancestor selections for the 5 players. The 3 teams submitted their selections almost immediately, and soon they were asked to send someone to draw lots. Bai Shu subconsciously glanced at Sikong. In Baichuan, such matters were handled by the captain. However, the one who stood up was Kasayapa, and the people in Kurosawa seemed accustomed to it. Seeing Bai Shu's confusion, Lin Xuetsong casually put her arm around Bai Shu's shoulder. This is our Buddha's disciple, born blessed by heaven, someone who has been actively trusted by the spirits. This is his luck. She gave a thumbs up. Bai Shu thought about her own and Jie Chenyu's luck, and doubted that anyone could have such good luck. Even if they did, it was only temporary. How could it be every time? The order of the matches was quickly determined. 4 a.m., Team 2 versus Team 3. 11 a.m., Team 1 versus Team 3. 6 p.m., Team 1 versus Team 2. The unified venue was near the Wanshur Grottos, in the Middle K zone. While not near the sea, there was an inland lake where Sikong could perform his magic. What good luck! Team 1 was in the last 2 matches, giving them time to analyze Teams 2 and 3's spirits and combat strategies. More importantly, some powerful skills had cooldowns of over 20 hours. If they had used them in the first match, it would have been incredibly advantageous for them. Sitting upright, Jiaya could no longer ignore the pair of glaring eyes behind him. He turned his head and asked Junior, "What's up?" "No." Bai Shu shook his head quickly, his eyes still gleaming. He was simply curious. There were actually people in the world with such concrete luck. He had always believed that luck was an abstract, unpredictable entity, but his belief in it had only deepened after meeting Jie Chenyu. Now, Jiaya had completely reshaped his worldview. We were all human, so what was the difference? Jiaya silently turned his head, trying to ignore the gazes behind him. It felt like he was being studied, as if he were some strange object. Even though we don't have a match tomorrow morning, we should still get up early to watch their competition. So let's all rest and recharge. Yes. The others left. It was late at night. The bright moonlight shone on Bai Shu's face at the head of the bed, allowing him to clearly see the yellowing leaves on the trees outside the window, their shadows cast dimly on the rough wall. It should have been peaceful and quiet, but Bai Shu couldn't sleep. Was it the novelty of the new environment? The nervousness about tomorrow's game? Or simply a lack of accustomedness? Bai Shu wasn't sure. The only thing he knew for sure was that he was thinking of someone. In the past, at this time, the golden crow would land on his chest, like a small furnace, chirping and bickering with Jiechenyu. Sometimes it would perch on his head and scratch him, sometimes pinching his mouth to punish him, or flashing in the air, one trying to get it back to its spiritual sea, the other persevering to escape. Only after we separated did we realize how unfamiliar everything had become. Before, Bai Shu's mind was filled with thoughts of battle, the spirits of the past, and a voracious appetite for knowledge of this new world, fearing anyone would notice anything was amiss. So much so, now that I think back, I realize that Jiechenyu had been with him for most of his life, even taking care of his daily needs. I still remember the way they first met, and it's hilarious now. The small stove was gone, and so was the large stove. In the gray dormitory, Bai Shu huddled under the covers. It felt a bit cold. Is the window here drafty? In another room, furnished almost identically to Team 1, Jiechenyu lay stretched out in bed, equally unable to sleep. Sometimes he pondered tomorrow's tactics and strategy. They had a match early in the morning, and they had to win. But as he thought about it, Bai Shu's face resurfaced. Even on the narrow single bed, without him, he felt a sense of emptiness. That heartless little guy must be fast asleep. No, perhaps with a new teammate, he already forgotten about him, not to mention Xiaohuayu, who had long coveted him. Thinking of their heated conversation, Jiechenyu gripped the bed railing. Feeling the upper bunk tremble slightly, Zhuixingtian, who was on the lower bunk, winked at Jiang Zheping, raising a finger to his head. Captain Jie. Nothing's wrong here, is it? Jiang Zheping, like Zhuixingtian, didn't dare to make any big moves. Seely slept above him. That white-haired man, who didn't look as fierce as Si Kong and spoke so gently, yet somehow gave people a strange feeling, the kind they wanted to stay away from. Looking at Ning, who slept alone in a bed, he felt an indescribable envy. He forced himself to turn his head and mouthed sleep. The three teams' heated discussions were drawing to a close. Although they had a healer, their offensive capabilities were lacking. Furthermore, the pressure from Xiaohuayu, Sikong, and Jiechenyu was immense. With their once trusted captains now facing them, the pressure on all three teams was palpable. So, after the draw, they held a second discussion. Zhang Mingjie, with unprecedented enthusiasm, or perhaps even fanaticism, said to Su Xiang, "Our first match is against Team 2. Isn't the bracelet sensitivity very high? And Team 2 doesn't have a healer. If you, me, and our Xianling work together, we definitely catch them off guard." Su Xiang looked surprised. "How surprising! You actually come to talk to me." Their disagreement during the search for the rhino cat was still fresh in his mind. Normally, Zhang Mingjie would have retaliated against such words, but now, a wise man knows when to act. Leaving E rank was his top priority. Of course. Our ancestors are both apes, so our cooperation is perfect. Zhang Mingjie coughed and couldn't help but retort, "Of course, if you're scared, that's fine. I definitely win, and get an A. How could that be? I'm the winner." Chapter 87. The next morning, even the team not competing woke up early to watch the match. Lu Qing and the three coaches, including Gong Sun Yao, were present, but they all simply nodded in greeting and returned their gazes to the screen. So strong. Lin Xuetsong couldn't help but sigh. Bai Shu hadn't expected the match to draw to a close. Checking the time, it was only a little after 5, less than halfway through the scheduled match time. Even with the bracelet sensitivity turned up high, it was still too much. The two teams' ancestral spirits were as follows: Team 2, and Ning Yu's Kunpeng, fully awakened; Sili Guiche, fully awakened; Jiechenyu Jinwu, fully awakened; Zhuixingtian Zhuanju, fully awakened; and Jiang Jingping's bed mother. Team 3's ancestral spirits were as follows: Yi Gao Snake Turtle, He Lu Bao Xiangu, Zheng Tianhua Twin-Tailed Dog, Su Xiang Little Monkey, and Zhang Mingjie Mandrill, fully awakened. Even from the ancestral spirits, it was clear that Team 2 was determined to win. The screen clearly showed that only 3 members of Team 3 remained: Yi Gao, Su Xiang, and Zhang Mingjie. Forced to disperse by Team 2's relentless pursuit, the 3 were forced to separate. With almost no hesitation, Team 2 instantly split into 2. Jiechenyu, Jiang Zheping, and Ning pursued Yi Gao and Su Xiang. And Ning, like a Kunpeng, flapped its wings and soared into the sky, carrying the 3. Zhuixingtian pursued Zhang Mingjie, while Si Li walked leisurely behind. Glancing upward at the giant bird as it flew away, he exclaimed, "Baichuan has so many goodies." The three fugitives were already at the end of their rope. No one had expected He Lu to be pursued relentlessly by Xiaoqinyu the moment he appeared. He was like a chicken with a shot of chicken blood, his fighting prowess terrifying even Bo Ji and others, who had previously competed with Baichuan. If I had to describe him in 2 words, it would be Mad Dog. Even more terrifying was the fact that he and Sealy had formed a sort of alliance this time. Although they hadn't communicated at all during the match, their synergy was unparalleled. Zheng Tianhua, who had once again chosen the double-tailed dog specifically to target Xiaoqinyu, was immediately eliminated by Sealy. This completely disrupted Team 2's plans. If it weren't for Yi Gao's powerful control, which held off the 2 players at a crucial moment and interrupted the game, and the unexpected coordination between Zhang Mingjie and Su Xiang's 2 spirits, they might not have made it this far. And because of the next match, the opponent was clearly holding back on their long cooldown special moves. This realization was even more disheartening. Yi Gao and Su Xiang, thanks to the monkey's exceptional climbing abilities, hid in a cave. Yi Gao wiped the sweat from his face. The combination of Sealy and Xiaoqinyu is too formidable. If Xiaoqinyu is like a sharp sword, its attack power so powerful it's almost uncontrollable, then Sealy is like a delicate mechanism, dispersing, transforming, and manipulating lethal force. This brings us to Sealy's natal spirit and ancestral spirit. The Sea surname has a long history, dating back to priests skilled in divination. Despite thousands of years of evolution, through the decline of spiritual power in the Dharma-ending age, the glorious technological age, and the desolate apocalypse, it has gradually been lost, leaving behind a vast gap. The stories passed down through generations are both true and false, becoming distant legends. However, the awakening of the natal spirit offers the Sea family a chance to recover. The Sea family's meager witch bloodline can awaken its natal spirit and restore that mysterious, extraordinary power. The awakened branch that Sealy belongs to is not good at divination, but mostly at evil witchcraft, and believes in fighting poison with poison. Sealy is undoubtedly the most powerful of this generation. His innate skill is sympathy, said to be a branch of many ancient sorcery techniques. In layman's terms, it involves transferring damage via an object related to the target. It might not sound that impressive, but its practical application is truly remarkable. Not only can his skill redirect an opponent's effective attacks to a single person, quickly eliminating them, but it can also disperse damage. It's incredibly difficult to defend against. Too badly for him to be joined by Xiaoqinyu, who possesses close-range invincibility and powerful fire attacks, and the increased sensitivity of his bracelets. Zheng Tianhua and Yi Lu barely had time to react before the 2 teams were both eliminated the moment they met. Of course, besides the strength of these 2, Team 3 also suffers a fatal flaw in their choice of primordial spirits. Zheng Tianhua's twin-tailed dog, which had held the upper hand against Baichuan in their previous match, suffered a major setback this time. The combination of the ground-controlling snake turtle, the nimble white-haired ape, and the equally monkey-like, mountain-spirited mandrill was a perfect match for the land's dominance, but unfortunately, they encountered the overlords of the sky, the golden crow, the Kuimping, and the ghost chariot. The enemy's position is approaching. Without giving them too much time to think, Su Xiang cautiously peeked out from his hiding cave. In the sky. The giant in the sky was already flying towards them. The hurricane of its wings scattered the debris as a giant bird slowly descended, its massive wings obscuring the sun and darkening the view. Su Xiang's face twisted, having been unexpectedly found so quickly. Damn it! What kind of ancestor is this? I never heard of such an ancestor in a Ning before. He's cheating. Su Xiang, come to your senses. The opponent is ahead. Yi Gao urgently unleashed his skills, reaching out to pull Su Xiang back. He gazed into the void at the cave entrance. No need to hide. As long as you're on the ground, your invisibility skills won't work against me. Xiaoqinyu and Jiang Zheping appeared, their feet pinned to the ground. Their expressions remained unchanged. After all, they still had the golden crow, while the white-haired ape had been held back by a Ning outside the cave. The first battle was about to end in defeat. Yi Gao had never imagined that in just how long, Baichuan had grown to this point. Yes, Baichuan. Although Sealy was present, the majority of his men were Baichuan's men. The fledgling team, powerless against Bo Ji over a month ago, had now become a force capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with him, one that even intimidated him. Xiaoqinyu waited patiently for his skills to cool down. With Jiang Zheping, his shield-bearer, by his side, he had absolutely no concerns. Elsewhere, Zhuo Xingqian sprinted at full speed, his expression ferocious, as he stubbornly clung to the mandrel. He was truly desperate. Captain Jia went berserk, and so did Seeley. The two of them were somehow secretly competing against each other, and before he could react, two of his opponents had already been eliminated. Tears streamed down Zwishingtian's face. Sometimes, having too many attackers on a team isn't a good thing, like right now, when he desperately wanted to contribute. He didn't want to be rated E. Seeley was far behind him, and Zhang Mingjie stopped abruptly. If he couldn't beat the captain, could he beat Zwishingtian too? He had to escape E-rank no matter what. Good! Zwishingtian strode forward, his side darting out like a flash of light. Just as Zhuanzhu was being stopped by the mandrel, Zhang Mingjie shifted, as if under attack. His bracelet suddenly turned red, and emitted a piercing warning sound. Zhang Mingjie's expression was clearly filled with astonishment and confusion. How is that possible? He had clearly been on guard, preventing the ghost car from stealing anything from him. Seeley's empathy couldn't be used without something bearing the target's aura. Zwishingtian couldn't think of any other possibility besides Seeley who could eliminate someone without attacking. He turned around, and saw Seeley emerging from behind the rock wall around the corner. He apologized half-heartedly. Sorry, this is mine. He was holding something shiny, and Zhang Mingjie's eyes widened. My earrings. Seeley then seemed to remember something. I found them when we moved last night. Returning them to you. It had only been a few hours since we moved, and the aura hadn't dissipated yet. All his precautions had failed him here. It was all because of that meal yesterday that he was so lethargic he didn't even think to care about the lost item. Zwishingtian was even more upset than Zhang Mingjie. He angrily exclaimed, You grown man, why are you wearing earrings? Bullshit! I'm just wearing fashion. Country bumpkin. Zhang Mingjie put on his earrings and disappeared from the arena, his voice still lingering. He? Seeley raised his chin, his eyes sharp beneath his white hair, and he glared provocatively in a certain direction. In the cave. Xiechun Yu fought Su Xiang completely uninterrupted. A close look would reveal that he wasn't stepping on the ground, but on the transparent shield thrown by Jiang Zhengping. Knowing that the number of shields was limited, the two exchanged blows at breakneck speed. Eventually, Su Xiang was knocked to the ground, forcing Yi Gao to retract his attack. Xiechun Yu then seized the opportunity to deliver a flurry of elbow strikes. Su Xiang should have been eliminated. But he wasn't. After a moment's pause, Xiechun Yu suddenly understood and quickly raised his hand to block Su Xiang's counterattack. Damn Seeley. However, Team 3's defeat was already certain. No counterattack could reverse it. Team 3 was defeated. The match was over in just over an hour. Team 2 won so quickly that Team 3 had no time to use their ultimate moves. Needless to say, Team 2 was even more vulnerable. Seeley didn't even use his ancestral spirits, and Xiechun Yu relied solely on physical attacks, not even using his ultimate. The pressure shifted entirely to Team 1. Team 1, who had thought victory was certain last night, fell silent, lost in thought. Is this how the strong react? Gongsun sat quietly to the side. The next match was between Team 1 and Team 3. This time, most of the team had used their fully awakened ancestral spirits, so her role was much smaller. But she still couldn't connect these ancestral spirits, with the South District. When did the South District have so many fully awakened spirits? Who was Baichuan, who suddenly emerged with 5 fully awakened spirits? This number of fully awakened spirits would make them a high-quality team even in the other 4 districts, completely different from her impression of the South District. Even at the Nationals, the teams were only teenagers who had awakened just over a year earlier. Requiring everyone to have fully awakened spirits was a bit too much to ask. Of course, the youth training camp was a different story. Last year, only Kurosawa managed to barely crack the top 5 nationally. Boji could usually make it to the second round, and Chang Shui, needless to say, was eliminated in the first round. The trend of the nationals might be changing this year, Gongsun Luo thought. The arrogance she had initially worn was completely gone. Of course, judging a team's strength solely by whether they were fully awakened was a bit of a sweeping generalization, but it was the simplest and most obvious metric. They're back. Teams 2 and 3 walked in simultaneously. The 3 teams collided head-on. The dejected members of Team 3's eyes sharpened upon seeing Team 1. We must win this match. At all costs. Although they lost this time, the advantage was that they had already familiarized themselves with the terrain. Team 2 was also watching eagerly. Xiechun Yu looked at Baishu with restrained eyes, a single thought in mind. When Baishu glanced back, he instantly put on a harmless smile and said with certainty, Tonight, I will defeat Team 1. Baishu could see what was hidden beneath his gentle smile. His pupils trembled with excitement. a hint of aggression barely visible. Bai Shu smiled. I'm looking forward to it. After the others left, a scoff echoed nearby, and Seely tilted his head. I was thinking of trying to team up with him. Jie Yu's smile faded. Oh! Then let's see. And Ning quietly stepped away from the sparring pair and comforted the bitter-faced Zui Xingtian. Okay, you have your chance. Zui Xingtian shook his head in despair. I don't think I'd be able to. Even if that's the case, didn't you say E-level chefs are dedicated? Maybe it'd suit your taste? Senior, I understand his intentions, but I don't want to eat shit. And Ning, why on earth had she chosen these two to team up just to watch the show? Chapter 88. The three teams didn't stay long, each heading to their desired area. There was much more they needed to do. Post-match deliberations, new plans, tactical discussions, and physical recovery. Bai Shu couldn't help but slow down his pace. Facing Jie Yu's almost provocative statement, his heart wasn't as calm as he appeared. The once tacit teammates had become tit-for-tat rivals. He was a true attacker for the first time on the team, and his teammates had very different personalities. His heart was agitated by these uncertain and unknown developments. This was so interesting, especially after watching the first match. The nervousness and trepidation of the regional finals returned. It made my blood boil. A hand fell on Bai Shu's shoulder. Bai Shu turned around. It was Sha Huayu. He seemed to read Bai Shu's thoughts. I understand your feelings, but our next opponent is Team 3. Forget about that team, and that person for now. Sikong, who was walking in the front, tilted his head and looked over. Follow. Bai Shu's eyes calmed down, and he took 2 quick steps to catch up with the main group. Yes. He was no longer Bai Chuan's Bai Shu, but Team 1's Bai Shu. He shifted his gaze to Team 3. The atmosphere there was tense and solemn. Everyone's expression was stern, their faces determined to win at all costs. Team 3 had been silent since returning, training non-stop. Before the second match, they still had a tough opponent. And so, 11 o'clock finally arrived. Teams 1 and 3 gathered in front of the teleportation array on time and disappeared simultaneously. The instructors, coaches, and the 5 members of Team 2 stared at the screen. Knock knock. Every time Bai Shu used the teleportation array, he felt dizzy. But because he read the terrain guide beforehand, after the dizziness wore off, he could roughly deduce his current location by observing his surroundings. This time, however, something was different. Bai Shu blinked. He saw pitch black before him, unable to even see his outstretched hand, as if blind. Where could this dark place be? It took a while for his eyes, accustomed to the light, to adjust to the darkness. Using the faint light from his bracelet, Bai Shu carefully groped his way around. The wall felt hard beneath his hand, and he felt a jagged surface. He guessed he was in some cave. The cave wasn't large. Bai Shu's outstretched arms could just touch the walls on either side. Knock knock. It was in the cave. The most distinctive feature of Area K was the towering grotto mountain. Composed mostly of solid rock, it was riddled with holes, large and small, eroded by weathering. From a distance, it resembled a giant coral reef on land. In the previous scene, Su Xiang and Yi Gao finally hid in one of the holes. After all, there were so many holes here that even using the positioning points would have been difficult to find. However, this cave was far deeper than Su Xiang and his companion's hiding place. No light could penetrate from outside. Bai Shu even suspected he was inside the mountain, completely unsure of which direction to take to escape. Furthermore, there was a high possibility of alien species lurking at such depths. The examples of vampire ants and rhinoceros cats were chilling. After some thought, Bai Shu decided to release a will-o'-the-wisp to explore the way, heading in the opposite direction of the aura of death. While this might instantly expose him and make him a target for the aliens, it was better than stumbling into their lair unknowingly. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Bai Shu was about to release his will-o'-the-wisp, his hand suddenly paused. He heard a faint sound. At first, he thought it was an illusion or the sound of dripping water. But the sound became rhythmic and gradually became clearer. Bai Shu calmed himself, pursed his lips, and scurried away in the direction opposite to the source of the sound. He pressed himself against the wall, one hand covering his bracelet, and stood on tiptoe, as nimble and light as a cat. This seemed to fool the creature behind him. The knocking sound slowed slightly, and Bai Shu relaxed, his steps continuing. A faint glimmer of light appeared before his eyes, signaling the imminent appearance of the cave entrance. Bai Shu's lips curled up slightly. He had made the right move, but at that moment, the knocking sound behind him suddenly intensified, as if it would reach him in an instant. The bracelet flashed a dazzling light through the darkness, peeking out from between his fingers. While it might not have been strong in the sun, in the dark it was no different from a flickering light bulb, and yet, there was internal news at this very moment. Having been completely discovered, Bai Shu didn't bother hiding and bolted towards the cave entrance. The moment he reached the cave entrance, Bai Shu's pupils constricted, his steps abruptly stopped, and his upper body lurched forward uncontrollably. Bai Shu hurriedly grabbed a protruding rock with his left hand, pulling himself back from the edge of the cave. The crushing friction and push and pull of the tiny rocks beneath his feet tumbled downward, plunging into the bottomless abyss. So high, so steep, Bai Shu doubted he was in the same cave, or rather, the same cave mountain where Su Xiang had been in the previous scene. He clearly remembered a meadow beneath the cave mountain, not a pitch-black expanse. It was much higher and more dangerous here. He pressed his palm hard against the sharp protruding stone, blood instantly staining the stone wall red, but Bai Shu felt no pain. His mind was completely focused on the unknown alien species hiding in the cave behind him. For some unknown reason, the devilish, urging thump-thump sound behind him paused for a moment, then approached him again. Beads of sweat formed on Bai Shu's forehead. He didn't move, a white air stream emanating from his body. The people outside the screen couldn't help but sweat for Bai Shu. Bai Shu couldn't see it, but they saw the alien species behind him raise its metallic forelimbs towards him. Without hesitation, it swung forward. Be careful. Bai Chuan and the others couldn't help but take a step forward, wishing they could get inside the screen. This was the healer they had carefully protected, yet now he was alone, facing a cliff in front and an alien behind him, helpless and isolated. How could he not be anxious? At the moment his back hit something hard, his clothes sticking to it, his bloody hands unhesitatingly spun around on the rock wall, supporting his entire body and flipping backwards. Luckily, the alien behind him wasn't huge, and Bai Shu backflipped between it and the rock wall above. The air currents surrounding him coalesced into a slender giant beast. Its furry tail brushed the side of Bai Shu's face, and the nine-tailed fox seized the eyeless alien in its jaws. Bai Shu only had time to take one last look at the alien. Its body was pitch black, its shell glistening with an oily sheen. It couldn't tell front from back, and it had no eyes in the physical sense. The nine-tailed fox's blue eyes flashed with disgust and anger, and with a flicker of its head, a black arc streaked through the sky. The nine-tailed fox stuck out its tongue in disgust. Accustomed to Dong Feng's quiet appearances, Bai Shu was still having trouble adjusting to the nine-tailed fox's more ostentatious presence, and was forced back a few steps by the fox's massive tail. Bai Shu wiped his face, brushed aside the flailing tail, and stepped in front of the nine-tailed fox. Before he could speak, he suddenly noticed a new ornament on the fox's already snow-white neck. Curious, Bai Shu leaned in to take a closer look. It turned out to be Dong Feng's extra-long belt. Why is it here? Bai Shu touched the familiar belt with his uninjured hand, feeling a warm warmth in his heart. He knew a nine-tailed fox as proud as this wouldn't wear such an ornament, and he wondered how Senior Dong had convinced it. The nine-tailed fox bared its teeth. Don't think he doesn't know what Bai Shu is thinking. Couldn't it just consider this decoration okay? It casually glanced down at Bai Shu's bleeding right hand. How could it recognize such a weak summoner? No wonder it couldn't even defeat an alien species. Without giving the man and the beast much time to rest, both felt the rock wall beneath them tremble and roar. Oh no, this is a big noise. Bai Shu looked down at the nearly vertical cliff. Can you get down? Even if he couldn't, he had to. The nine-tailed fox said nothing, opening its mouth directly at Bai Shu. Unprepared for the fox's move, Bai Shu was knocked flat on his face by the mouth. Then, his neck tightened, and his body suddenly flew into the air, firmly grasped by the fox's mouth. The nine-tailed fox raised its head. In their tribe, catching a young fox was a must-have skill for every adult. The tongue, which had never retracted, licked Bai Shu's clothes covertly. No, to be more precise, he wiped it. Bai Shu accuses, turning his head, Maybe he could ride on his back himself. The nine-tailed fox remains unmoved. How could he, the noble fox king, be a child's mount? Bai Shu, that's no reason to use his clothes to wipe your saliva. Woo. Ready. The nine-tailed fox lets out a muffled sound, kicks off with its hind legs, and leaps out of the cave entrance with its nimble body, leaving a streak of white in the air, its tail swaying in the wind as it lands gracefully and steadily on a rock protrusion below. Bai Shu looks back at the cave entrance. Many black creatures, just like before, emerge from it, their armor like shells gleaming in the sunlight. Nine-tailed fox. What kind of alien species is that? Bai Shu searches his limited memories of alien species and shakes his head regretfully. I don't know. Nine-tailed fox. Trash. Bai Shu, I thought I at least escape, but I didn't expect those creatures to crawl out of the cave entrance too. They're chasing us. The nine-tailed fox was gathering strength to leap again when the rock beneath its left claw shattered, preventing it from fully leaping. Nine-tailed, by Shu, shock. Man and beast tumbled forward. This was Grotto Mountain, covered in jutting rocks. If Bai Shu continued rolling like that, he'd surely be dead. Xie Yu's heart skipped a beat, his eyes fixed on the screen. Nine-tailed! Bai Shu yelled. Roar! The nine-tailed fox let out a low growl. In this moment of crisis, man and beast had only one thought in mind. The nine-tailed fox threw Bai Shu upward, and Bai Shu ripped off his belt with his backhand. The nine-tailed fox vanished into thin air. As Bai Shu reached his peak, the massive beast reappeared around him, its sharp teeth gripping the belt and pulling it downward. Its head and one front paw reached into the loop formed by the belt, catching the falling Bai Shu on its back. This time, without Bai Shu blocking its view, the nine-tailed fox moved nimbly, leaping seamlessly between the nearly perpendicular cliffs. Nine-tailed fox. This is the only time this critical moment will come. Bai Shu lay on the nine-tailed fox's back, his entire body drained of strength from the series of mishaps. He let out a sigh of relief. Got it. Seeing Bai Shu escape safely, the people off-screen breathed a sigh of relief. Seeley raised his eyebrows. Beautiful coordination. If he was right, such smooth coordination was the result of resonance between Bai Shu and the nine-tailed fox. This resonance only exists between fully awakened spirits and summoners. After resonance, their thoughts synchronize without words, like one brain controlling two bodies. In other words, at that moment, the nine-tailed fox and Bai Shu's methods of resolving the crisis were highly consistent. If this were the case between a summoner and an ancestor who had been together for so long, and had come to understand and trust each other, a resonance would be unsurprising. However, as far as he knew, this was Bai Shu's first time working with the nine-tailed fox. Not to mention the vastly different eras and mindsets of the summoner and the ancestor, let alone the non-human ancestor. Simply speaking, Bai Shu's ability to maintain composure and adapt flexibly in times of crisis was unlike that of a healer protected from the outside, but more like an attacker accustomed to walking a tightrope amidst danger. A healer with the ultimate attacker's instincts. Seeley held his chin in his hand, somewhat beginning to agree with some of Xia Huayu's unnatural, dog-licking behavior. Compared to his skills and the ancestor, this person seemed more interesting. Chapter 89. Though temporarily out of danger, Bai Shu, bouncing on the fox's back, wasn't idle either. He laid himself flat on the fox's back, tied himself to the spirit with a belt with one hand, and let his injured hand hang by his side, unleashing his will-o'-the-wisp fire. Sensing its master's injury, the will-o'-the-wisp fire, as if it had been pent up for a long time, instantly ignited its arrogance, instantly dyeing the air blue with overwhelming force. Little fatty, come back. However, the will-o'-the-wisp fire didn't detect any enemy. The blue in its vision quickly faded, converging into Bai Shu's hand. This flame. It's undeniable that the fox-o'-the-wisp fire startled the fox-o'-the-wisp fire when it appeared. Not only at the exaggerated spectacle it created, but also at its appearance. He almost thought Bai Shu was one of its kind. The fox-o'-the-wisp fire of their nine-tailed fox clan was also blue, much hotter than ordinary flames, and they were renowned for it. At that time, the surrounding clans all changed color and retreated in fear, imposing awe. Of course, it didn't look this fat. Don't worry. Check to see if there's any sign of death nearby. Bai Shu soothed the trembling flame. The nine-tailed fox, curious, tilted its head to glance at the will-o'-the-wisp, only to bump into it as it was about to carry out its mission. Nine-tailed fox, surprise. Willow, ? The expected burning didn't occur, and the nine-tailed fox's nose felt cold. The strange sensation made it instinctively shake its head. Achoo! With a whoosh, the will-o'-the-wisp vanished. Bai Shu seemed to hear the will-o'-the-wisp scream. The nine-tailed fox, slightly embarrassed, feigned indifference and continued leaping. Your flame's color is nice, but its attack power is a bit low. Don't say that about it. It can be very useful in many cases. Not to mention its attack power, the will-o'-the-wisp's ability to detect the aura of death alone was a huge help. You're so satisfied. The will-o'-the-wisp was forced to accelerate, and soon it sent back a message. Bai Shu's brows furrowed slightly. The will-o'-the-wisp had detected far less aura of death in Grotto Mountain than Bai Shu had imagined. Given the vast swarm of alien species he had just glanced back at in the grotto, there should have been more. Why was that? Could it be, like last time, somewhere deeper underground, beyond the will-o'-the-wisp's reach? We're here. The voice of the nine-tailed fox interrupted Bai Shu's thoughts. They had left the 10,000-stone grotto and arrived at a verdant meadow. This was the familiar spot where Su Xiang and Yi Gao had hidden in the video. So we're at the back of the cave. Bai Shu looked back. They had arrived at the dark, backlit side. Behind Grotto Mountain lay a bottomless abyss, and what lay beneath it was still unknown. Team 3's previous hiding spot was directly in front of Grotto Mountain, facing the sun, where some tenacious green plants grew, adding a touch of warmth. Even so, the man and the fox tried to stay as far away from Grotto Mountain as possible. Bai Shu summoned back the will-o'-the-wisp, and was wrapping his palms with the soft side of his belt, when he suddenly noticed something was amiss. Why was the nine-tailed fox suddenly so quiet, with its back turned to him? Bai Shu quietly circled in front of the fox and saw its tongue hanging out, saliva dripping from the corners of its slightly open mouth. Although the fox had taken care not to rub its fur, a small puddle had formed on the ground. At first, he thought the fox was simply cooling off from exhaustion, but then he thought something else was wrong. Given the nine-tailed fox's proud nature, it certainly wouldn't allow itself to be so embarrassed. Bai Shu thought of the nine-tailed fox grabbing the unknown alien at a critical moment. His expression grew serious, and he took a few steps closer. "What's wrong with your tongue?" The nine-tailed fox's fur stood on end, its 9 tails doubling in thickness. Shock! How dare a tiny human pull its tongue? A pair of animalistic blue eyes instantly widened in anger. "How dare you, human?" Not only didn't feel threatened, Bai Shu casually lifted the stiff 9-tailed fox's mouth, practically thrusting his head into its mouth. "You have 3 symmetrical rows of red spots on your tongue. Aren't they from the alien just now? Are you feeling any discomfort?" Bai Shu was worried. He hadn't studied the alien species encyclopedia thoroughly enough to recognize what kind of alien it was, nor did he know if it was poisonous. Seeing it couldn't be frightened, the 9-tailed fox's momentum weakened. Desperately, it nudged its massive head forward, rubbing Bai Shu's forearm-long tongue against him, drying up his saliva. Now that it had been discovered, there was no point in hiding. While catching the alien, it felt its tongue prick and immediately flung it away. Then its tongue went stiff and numb, uncontrollable. The mighty 9-tailed fox king had never been so embarrassed before. Fortunately, its thick fur masked the heat on its face. The fox's upturned eyes turned sideways to Bai Shu, then its blue pupils calmly shifted downwards, glancing at Bai Shu's unattended hand. "Never mind, it's nothing serious. You should just take care of yourself." The 9-tailed fox vanished with a bang. Bai Shu's hand faltered in the air, his licked uniform clinging to his body damply. He had hoped the 9-tailed fox would help him reunite with his teammates quickly. But thinking he ended up being showered with saliva from the 9-tailed fox's mouth, he suddenly decided to let it go. Since the 9-tailed fox said he was fine, Bai Shu didn't dwell on it. He quickly treated his wound, and turned on his bracelet, which flashed into a light bulb. The message from a few minutes ago popped up first. "Team 1, reporting your position. Those who are nearby, head towards Cassiopeia." "Cassiopeia? I'm in the south-central part of the map, with the captain." "Lin Xuetsong, that's perfect. It's not far. I'd be there right away." "Sha Huayu, wait a minute. We met 2 people. Sikong, hold him off. We'd be there right away." "Where's Bai Shu?" "I don't know. Is he in danger?" "Wait, which location is he?" "He can't be that lonely, unlucky guy in the upper north corner." "Bai Shu, Sorry, he really is." "Bai Shu?" Bai Shu didn't respond for a long time. The 4 of them were clearly keeping an eye on him, so Sha Huayu immediately asked. "It's me. Thank goodness you finally got through." Lin Xuetsong breathed a sigh of relief. "We're all gathered. Where are you? Are you okay?" The training match venue wasn't much larger than the finals and semifinals, and the 4 teams quickly gathered. Only Bai Shu was missing. Since the location points weren't color-coded, they had no idea how to find him. In the upper north corner, Bai Shu glanced at the map. The 4 points where he was about to meet up were clearly his teammates. Team 3 had been less fortunate, scattered in groups of 3 or 2 and still converging. Aside from Sha Huayu, the other 3 were moving towards the direction of the other 2's location. And he was wandering outside the battlefield, in a lonely corner with neither teammates nor opponents. The bracelet fell into an eerie silence. Lin Xuetsong was surprised that her random guess had been correct. Bai Shu heard her mutter, "That shouldn't be the case. Isn't it common sense that the landing point is always near Jiaya?" "Bai Shu, shouldn't that be common sense?" "Sha Huayu, He knew Bai Shu's landing spot was always confusing. Whether it was the training match with Yunxiang or theirs, or the final against Hei's second team, or the final against Chan Shui, It was either right next to the opponent or far away from the main force. But this time it was a bit too much. It directly spanned the entire map. Jiaya's voice was faint, as if explaining to Lin Xuesong, I believe that luck can't be constant, and we shouldn't blindly trust it. Look, Bai Shu has proven that. Bai Shu, good. Versailles. Sikong considerately changed the subject. What happened just now? Bai Shu recounted his experience, and what he had seen. The other party fell silent again. You said you fell into an alien nest? You were attacked and nearly fell off a cliff? This level of bad luck was simply astonishing. Lin Xuesong spoke anxiously. Bai Shu, why don't you go back and let Jiaya knock the wooden fish for you? Jiaya was greatly surprised, suspecting that his accumulated bad luck had accidentally passed on to Bai Shu. He quickly said, Ba, since Bai Shu is injured, you can knock the wooden fish once we reunite. Bai Shu, thank you. Xia Huayu brought the conversation back on track. Based on your description alone, I can't confirm what alien species it is, but one thing is certain. Any alien that appears in groups in the central area is extremely difficult to deal with. Be careful. Okay. Bai Shu nodded. He was silent for a moment. They wanted to surprise attack Team 3, heading east from the south. A detour north was out of the question. Can you do it alone? I have Mengshan help you. Normally, Bai Shu was alone in the upper north corner of the map, with no teammates and certainly no opponents. It was reasonable for him to ask the attacker to join the team. Bai Shu was originally a healer, and this was his first time as an attacker, which made Xia Huayu a little uneasy. With Xia Huayu facing two opponents, Bai Shu naturally wouldn't agree. I can do it alone. I rush over as soon as possible. The call ended, and Bai Shu looked around. A single movement, yet a peaceful scene. Team 1 had already assembled its attackers, healers, and control bots, eager to seize the initiative. An initial attack was expected. For the first time, Bai Shu felt a sense of crisis and a sense of bewilderment. His teammates were so strong that it seemed as if his presence didn't matter. So this was what it felt like to be the attacker in a team. Bai Shu didn't set off. Instead, he sat on the ground, his eyes deep, as if simply lost, as he stared at the map on his wristband. If it were him, what would he do? If he were a healer, his teammates would desperately chase him, regardless of their position. His primary responsibility was to consider their health and mental strength, and secondly, to adapt to their movements and find opportunities to help them. The latter was his forte. But now his teammates were far away, and he couldn't reach them quickly. Rushing to get there would consume a lot of energy. Most importantly, his teammates were strong enough. Would he be able to help them by rejoining them? Or would he have to find another way? Whoa! And Ning, off-screen, couldn't help but rub his eyes. Xiechun Yu's lips twitched. What are you doing? And Ning glared at him. A heartless man? Can't I feel sorry for him? He's injured, and no one's treating him. He's sitting there, all alone. Xiechun Yu looked at the person on the screen. Of course, he felt sorry for him, and he longed to be there with him. But he knew this was Bai Shu's chance to break free and transform. The 5 members of the team had different roles and responsibilities. The controller, who oversees the overall situation, the shield man who intercepts damage, the healer who sustains the team, and the attacker who acts as the blade. Bai Shu has the instincts of an attacker, but that doesn't make him a qualified attacker. While Bai Shu's physical reflexes, speed, strength, and combat skills are certainly excellent, these aren't the core qualities of an attacker. He's competitive, aggressive, and self-centered, willing to sacrifice his teammates to survive at all costs. Bai Shu's personality is undoubtedly that of a healer. He's always tolerant, puts others first, and craves to be needed. Not to mention the difficulty for Bai Shu, originally a healer, to transition to attacker. Even Xiechun Yu, attacker, nearly made a mistake in the finals, only to be brought back to his senses by Bai Shu. Additionally, what sets attackers apart from others is competition. Attackers are the only position every team has 2 or more of. This means attackers have to compete, like him and Si Li, to become the dominant player among 2, or even 3 players. Xiechun Yu looked at Bai Shu. What do you do in this isolated and helpless situation? Chapter 90. Returning to his teammates, and the battlefield was undeniable. What held Bai Shu back was how to get back. Before he could comprehend the situation, he felt a sudden push against his back, causing him to lurch forward. Then, his chest tightened, and he suddenly soared into the air. Nine-tailed fox? Realizing this, Bai Shu gave up struggling and submitted to being picked up. He was swung left and right, as if the nine-tailed fox were venting its discontent. Why did you get out? Is your tongue healed? What a ridiculous topic. The nine-tailed fox paused, then stalked off, Its long tail swung, as if no one was around. An impatient voice echoed in Bai Shu's mind. Of course, it's all right. Little one, just tell me what you want. As your ancestor, I will certainly support you. Compared to its previous panicked escape, the nine-tailed fox was much calmer. That thing wasn't particularly powerful, and the poison wasn't lethal, especially for a spirit like the nine-tailed fox, several times its size. It would be quickly metabolized. After returning to its spiritual sea, the nine-tailed fox noticed that its tongue was slowly starting to heal, regaining consciousness. Things he had previously overlooked returned to his mind. Foxes are naturally intelligent and observant, and the nine-tailed fox, as the Fox King, was no less capable. With Dongfeng's help, it quickly adapted to this completely different afterlife. A quick thought revealed Bai Shu's dilemma, and he was even more angry that he hadn't sought its help, which was why he immediately appeared. Bai Shu smiled helplessly. He hadn't immediately called for the nine-tailed fox's help. Part of the reason he hadn't immediately called for its help was indeed because he wasn't yet familiar with its temperament, and its pride, which kept strangers away, had made him hesitant. Another reason was that he hadn't yet figured out his own course of action. Unexpectedly, the seemingly cold-blooded nine-tailed fox actually had a soft heart. Regardless, with the nine-tailed fox providing transportation, Bai Shu naturally felt at ease, and he had made his decision. Wait, nine-tailed fox, we're not going that way. Huh? Nine-tailed fox raised his chin, and Bai Shu raised it accordingly. Bai Shu wanted to reunite with his teammates. The miniature icon on his wrist represented his and their positions. This direction was the shortest distance, correct? Bai Shu shook his head. We follow the path of the Stone Grotto mountain range. Although they landed in a remote area, that was a good thing from another perspective. Team 1's combat effectiveness was comparable to Team 3's, but their familiarity with the venue wasn't as deep as Team 3's, who had actually played there in person. Especially in the previous match, Team 3 had covered a wide area. Su Xiang and Yi Gao had even ventured into the remote Stone Grotto mountain area. Bai Shu wasn't just looking to get back, he wanted to check and fill in the gaps left by his teammates. Of course, Bai Shu's obsession with the terrain was largely due to Jiechenyu. Accustomed to Wei Er's help, Bai Shu felt insecure without any knowledge of the terrain. If the four could successfully eliminate Team 3, Bai Shu's choice would be a futile effort. However, if Team 1 couldn't successfully eliminate Team 3, his knowledge would be crucial in the face of the many changes that would follow. Bai Shu recalled the route Su Xiang and Yi Gao had taken, returning along the treacherous Stone Grotto mountain range. But a difficulty Bai Shu had never anticipated arose. His face gradually flushed, his breathing becoming increasingly labored. Bai Shu turned back and touched the nine-tailed fox's nose. Thank you for your hard work, nine-tailed. The nine-tailed fox raised its head slightly, its expression proud. What's so hard about this? It's not even heavier than the young ones in their tribe. Bai Shu felt the dampness on his back, and the constriction on his chest and abdomen. If this continued, he'd have to worry about the sturdiness of his uniform. Bai Shu cautiously probed, how about you just carry me on your back? The view from this position isn't great, Before he finished his words, Bai Shu was already sitting on the back of the nine-tailed fox. It was the fox that had made Bai Shu ask for it, so refusing would be embarrassing. Besides, having Bai Shu on its back was indeed more convenient for it to move. I won't do it again. The nine-tailed fox shook its head, its eyes narrowing unkindly. Thank you. Bai Shu hugged his neck and laid down, a cheerful smile on his face. Hearing the nine-tailed fox's artificially cold voice, its air of being someone not to be trifled with, Bai Shu's initial sense of alienation and distance faded. He was right. The nine-tailed fox was as good as Senior Dong. Never again means there will be countless next times. While Bai Shu was returning, Team 1's progress wasn't going smoothly. At first, Team 1 had the upper hand. Aside from Zhang Mingjie, Team 3 consisted almost entirely of Team 2 members. Sha Huayu already knew the statistics of every summoner, their spirits, their skills, and even their combat habits and characteristics, let alone their own, so they couldn't even use the bronze bell eyes. Since their targets were Yi Gao and Zhang Mingjie, Sikong quickly handed Yi Gao over to Sha Huayu while he distracted Zhang Mingjie. The four of them moved like the wind, surrounding the two. Fuck. Seeing the four, Yi Gao and Su Xiang turned and fled. If it was a 2-on-2 situation, they might still be able to fight, but 4-on-2 would be reckless. Sikong immediately used a control chain, but was stopped by the agile mandrill. This area was a vast expanse of land and woods, making it easy for the mandrills to tread on flat ground, making combat easier. Sikong's ancestral spirit couldn't be used, but he didn't need much, just to stop one combat force. The real battle lay ahead. Sha Huayu and Lin Shusong didn't hesitate to bypass the stalemate between the man and the ancestral spirit and give chase. Seeing Lin Shusong about to pass them, Sha Huayu's blue eyes flickered as she reached out to stop her. Don't rush. Be careful. Lin Shusong, seeing the men running away to join their teammates, couldn't help but be anxious. She interrupted him. I know we have to be careful of Yi Gao's abilities, but constantly controlling the distance isn't a solution. Let's attack from both sides, putting him out of range and see what he does. Sha Huayu frowned. This was a foolish plan, but he sensed something was wrong. He was well aware of Yi Gao's powerful control abilities, especially since the snake turtle had begun to strengthen since joining the military. If it were fully awakened, Yi Gao's control on land would definitely surpass Xikong's. Therefore, to avoid Yi Gao's earth trap ability, he held off from pursuing too closely, secretly sending Meng Shan forward to ambush him. But he didn't think Yi Gao hadn't anticipated this. Although Yi Gao was a man of few words, he was a man of great intelligence, as evidenced by his quick coordination with He Le and Zhang Mingjie. Zhang Mingjia's personality had been seen in previous matches, but his and Yi Gao's unexpected synergy was even better than Yi Gao and Su Xiang's, due to their shared earth element. Though the two lacked numbers and combat power, their combined power and movement, retreating without advancing, stalling without attacking, had left the enemy completely bewildered. Even stranger still, if Yi Gao had guessed there was an ambush ahead, why did he charge forward so headfirst? Before Sha Huayu could comprehend, Lin Xuezong and the Bone Demon had already attacked from another direction. Lin Xuezong knew the power of his skills, but also their weakness, their lack of flexibility. If he attacked from two opposing directions simultaneously, he could only control one, leaving the other victorious. Not to mention the Bone Demon in the third direction. She looked up as the Bone Demon flew down from above them. Its graceful fingers transformed into a skeletal mass, its 5 fingertips as sharp as if they had been polished. The snake turtle gathered the two within its shell. The ground beneath Lin Xuezong's feet felt like mud, the resistance increasing, and Lin Xuezong slowly sank. Coupled with the snake turtle's hardening ability, Lin Xuezong could not advance any further. Captain Boji. Seeing his attack was unsuccessful, Lin Xuezong shouted to Sha Huayu. Sha Huayu frowned, still feeling uneasy, but now that things had reached this point, there was no room for hesitation. He bypassed the already formed sinkhole and charged directly at the two. Meng Shan, who was nearby, also rushed out. Leaning closer, Sha Huayu saw the corner of Yi Gao's mouth tilt for a moment. No! When Sha Huayu tried to retreat, it was too late. He met the snake turtle's eyes. Sha Huayu groaned, and suddenly, as if losing strength, he knelt on one knee, one hand forced to support the ground as if unable to bear it. Lin Xuezong was anxious. Hey, what are you doing? Stop acting now. Sha Huayu's forehead vein bulged slightly, and he didn't bother to pay attention. He looked at Yi Gao. What else did he not understand at this moment? I didn't expect you had a trick up your sleeve. When did the snake turtle acquire a second skill? To be honest, he had no idea. Even if Yi Gao tried to appear calm, he couldn't hide his smile. After all, seeing the surprise in the eyes of someone always so strategic and admired was hard not to feel a sense of joy at being humiliated. Which player had challenged the captain, the core of the team? Even someone as restrained as Yi Gao was no exception. It happened shortly before training. I was going to tell you, but since they might be my opponent, there's no need to say it. Having met more people and ancestral spirits in the military, summoners began to understand the patterns of skills. After repeatedly observing the token fragments he had obtained, Yi Gao finally guessed the second skill correctly. Waited. After using this skill, the recipient feels like they are carrying 1,000 pounds, making it difficult for them to move. The duration is 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. In the previous match, Yi Gao had originally intended to use this skill against Jie Chenyu. However, Si Li and Su Xiang were eliminated so quickly, leaving them without any attackers. With only one remaining controller, he naturally wouldn't expose a skill in vain. Yi Gao didn't say much. While the summoner was being controlled, the ancestral spirit wasn't. He exchanged a glance with Zhang Mingjie, hiding beneath the tortoise shell. 2 explosive rocks were hurled precisely at the 2 men, who were unable to move. As the Bone Demon and Meng Shan immediately turned back to protect the ancestral spirits, the snake turtle vanished, and so did the mandrill in front of Xikong. Ouch! The mandrill, swinging the resin in one hand, scooped the 2 men up with its other long arm, cheering as it vanished into the forest. When Xikong and Jiaya returned, they saw only the devastating aftermath of the explosive rocks, and the 2 men unable to move. Jiaya stepped forward to check on them. Xikong frowned. What happened? Xia Huayu, supported by Ming Shan, took off her glasses, which had become dusty from the blast, and wiped them carefully. A sharp look flashed through her obscured phoenix eyes. Sorry, I miscalculated. But it won't happen next time. The three teams reunited successfully. Although the two had exhausted their skills, their narrow escape was worth it. Yi Gaozong's move caught the four off guard, even surprising Team 2 off screen. Seeley tilted his head. Looks like we missed out on something great. Team 1's strategy of seizing the initiative and eliminating Team 3 had failed, and organizing another offensive would have to be a long-term plan. The four, especially Lin Xuesong and Xia Huayu, who were in charge of the pursuit, couldn't say they didn't feel resentful, but that was the nature of the battlefield, with its endless unknowns and possibilities. Terrain is crucial. We need to find an inland lake next. Everyone agreed with Sikong's words. Team 3 had the advantage on land. Unlike Team 1, they couldn't counter the enemy in air combat. They needed to find a body of water to allow Sikong's spirit to take effect. However, judging by the bracelets, Team 3 maintained a certain distance from them, intentionally or unintentionally positioned between the four and the inland lake. It seems we have to get past them first if we want to regain our home turf. Going 4 against 5 is too risky. We better wait for Baishu to return. By the way, where is he? Sikong said, glancing at Baishu's location. Baishu was advancing diagonally from the north to the south. Slower than expected, Xia Huayu said softly. They had all seen a nine-tailed fox. A beast as massive as that should be much faster. Chapter 91. The reason Baishu hadn't arrived yet was indeed because he had encountered some trouble. As they walked, those strange black-shelled aliens reappeared. While their numbers weren't as numerous as those in the cave, they were much larger. Based on Baishu's current understanding of aliens, if the ones he had encountered before were considered level 3 or 4, then this one was at least level 5. Besides being slightly larger, the alien looked identical. It was pitch black, covered in a layer of black shell. Even with its larger size, its facial features were completely invisible. If it hadn't resembled a gourd, with its small head facing him, he probably wouldn't have been able to tell the difference. Furthermore, thanks to its massive size, Baishu could see numerous tiny, wriggling segments beneath the gourd-like body, presumably legs. Thanks to these countless segments, the alien's speed didn't slow down despite its size. The first attack came when an alien suddenly emerged from a crack in the mountain, catching Baishu off guard. Fortunately, the nine-tailed fox, with its more agile skills than a human, quickly pivoted and put some distance between itself and the sudden, charging creature. Baishu reacted immediately, straightening up and readying himself for battle. This was a completely automatic action, unmediated by muscle memory. Coming up with a second thought, Baishu grabbed his belt, halting the nine-tailed fox, which was about to charge forward with high fighting spirit. Wait, nine-tailed. The nine-tailed fox was forced to stop, its eyes filled with disbelief. It hadn't expected the superiors to change their minds so quickly, and it hadn't expected its noble fox king to be strangled like a dog one day. The ears, pressed against its head in alarm, suddenly stood up, and its tail thickened. This damn human, wouldn't he be taking advantage of its indulgence and really treating it like a dog? Baishu swore he'd done this out of sheer urgency. He hadn't forgotten he was in a competition. Although he hadn't yet experienced the degree to which the bracelet's sensitivity was increased, the speed with which the two teams were eliminated in the previous match gave him a good idea. Going solo against a level 5 alien, the chances of injury and elimination were high, not to mention Baishu's already injured hand and precarious health. And Baishu hadn't forgotten this creature lived in groups. If he attracted more, it would be troublesome. Sorry. Baishu stroked the fur on the fox's neck with an apologetic look. The fox glared at him, and before he could let out his pent-up breath, the right side of his neck was tugged again. Still pulling, the nine-tailed fox didn't budge. Baishu's stroking of its fur seemed a bit perfunctory in his haste. He tugged eagerly at the rope on his right hand, urging the fox to turn around. Let's run. Huh? The nine-tailed fox shook its head in protest. After all, he was the Fox King and had never deserted a battlefield, and to such a disgusting, low-level, ugly thing, still pulling. The nine-tailed fox glanced at Baishu, shook its head, and stiffened its neck. Baishu was helpless. The nine-tailed fox wasn't as easy to talk to as Senior Dong. He leaned forward, his voice softened and impatient. Now's not the time for a fight, nine-tailed. I beg you. Humans are trouble. Humph. Nine-tailed fox finally lashed out in the opposite direction, its tail lashing impatiently. Off-screen, Jiechenyu propped his chin up, his eyes a deeper and more profound. Sometimes, you can't be too submissive, right? After seeing the aliens crawling out from behind the mountains, neither Baishu nor the nine-tailed fox stopped. It was certain that those aliens lived in the Wanchika Mountains. They had traveled so far, and still encountered gregarious aliens of their own kind, so it was conceivable that the number of aliens lurking there was likely quite a bit more. Even in the last match, there weren't so many aliens. Baishu glanced at his injured hand. He suspected the smell of blood was the main reason they were being pursued by the aliens. Having gathered enough information, he decisively abandoned his path along the mountains and headed straight for Team 1, entering the forest. This new trouble quickly made Baishu forget about the aliens. The battle between Teams 1 and 3 paused, and Baishu's lone position became particularly conspicuous. It was difficult to ignore him. Both sides had been watching and debating for a long time. One was trying to find a way to ensure Baishu's safe return, while the other wanted to intercept him midway, ideally to paralyze him and eliminate him. So, as Baishu approached, it was like dropping a small stone into a calm lake, sending ripples emanating from it. The two previously peaceful teams both began to move. Team 3, watching closely, took the lead. Seeing this change, Baishu tightened his grip. Ninetales, the battle is coming. Roar. Not running away this time, another team on the map also began to move, and Baishu could probably guess their intentions. Before his arrival, the two teams were in a delicate position. Team 3 stood between Team 1 and the inland lake, each seeking to gain an advantage on the battlefield. Baishu had already figured out how to interact with the Ninetales, and with his face pressed against their neck, he said, "Yes, whether we can make it through this stage depends on you, Ninetales." Ouch. The nine-tailed fox narrowed its eyes, truly pleased. Reassurance. While it didn't know what these humans were up to, and those so-called rules were rather annoying, it just knew to avoid letting Baishu get hurt. With a powerful kick of its hind legs, it didn't slow down, but sped up even faster. Its figure flashed through the forest, leaving only a white shadow. Just then, a noise pierced through the trees overhead. "It's coming." Baishu's eyes darkened. After watching the last match, the two ape spirits he feared most in the forest were those two. Baishu immediately pressed himself against the nine-tailed fox. "Nine-tailed, watch out." As soon as he finished speaking, a white-haired ape appeared, swinging from a branch. One hand grasped a vine, and the other long arm lunged towards Baishu. Nine-tailed fox had naturally noticed it before Baishu, so how could he just sit there and wait for death? Nine-tailed fox landed lightly on the tree trunk, twisting its direction, as its tail suddenly expanded several feet and swung toward the white monkey. The rest of its tail covered the person on its back tightly. Although Baishu wanted to help, he knew he couldn't intervene in a battle between fully awakened alien species. Through the gap in its tail, he saw a dark spot in the sky. Baishu's eyes tightened with realization. "Nine-tailed fox, get out of the way." With a swift movement, the nine-tailed fox dropped a large rock from the sky, slamming heavily into the ground and leaving a large crater. But before it was over, the rock suddenly exploded, sending rubble flying. The white-haired ape had already dodged, leaving nine-tailed fox, unable to dodge, covered in the debris. Protected by the nine-tailed fox, Baishu had no idea of the explosion's power, but he noticed nine-tailed fox had stopped moving. Anxiously, he patted the fox. "Nine-tailed fox?" Roar. "It's okay." The nine-tailed fox's voice dropped, but it sounded fine. It was just in a worse mood than when Baishu had pulled the leash. Then Baishu swayed. It was the nine-tailed fox shaking its fur. An explosion of this magnitude might have been enough to put Baishu on the brink of elimination, but it wouldn't have hurt the nine-tailed fox at all. The stone was too large, and the explosion was too weak, greatly reducing the effect. But its snow-white, soft fur suffered the consequences. The nine-tailed fox's gaze shifted grimly towards the culprit. Not far away, a mandrill casually grabbed a stone as if it were a piece of tofu. Its sharp claws poked a hole in it, and it placed Zhang Mingjia's explosive stone inside, tossing it in its hand with satisfaction. Zhang Mingjie saw the white fluff from afar, and wiped his mouth in a clumsy manner. His eyes gleamed green, as if he had been starving for a long time. "What the hell is this giant cotton?" Marshmallow was furious. "Well done. If you don't like explosions, then let them explode." Two flames, almost the color of dark blue, appeared in front of the nine-tailed fox and instantly charged at the two. "Fuck. What an evil color." Zhang Mingjie didn't dare underestimate this strange flame. Su Xian summoned a water shield, blocking the two. "Get behind me, don't stop." They had paid a heavy price, and they were determined to reduce the number of their team members. But besieging Bai Shu made him feel guilty about bullying a healer. Bai Shu? How are you? The loud noise of the stone throwing attracted the attention of the other team, and Sha Huayu immediately contacted Bai Shu. It's okay. The nine-tailed fox is with me. You're safe for now. But for now. The white-haired ape and the mandrill used their skills right from the start, clearly determined to eliminate him. While the nine-tailed fox was formidable, and its foxfire had disrupted Zhang Mingjie and the mandrill's cooperation, with two attacking abilities activated simultaneously, it likely wouldn't hold out for long against a multi-pronged attack. Even if he used the white peach blossom on the nine-tailed fox, it would be difficult to turn the tide. 3 minutes at most, Meng Shan, get there immediately. Knowing that Team 3 was watching closely, Team 1 couldn't remain indifferent. As Bai Shu approached, they began to plan. To confuse Team 3, they kept their positions, but sent their spirits ahead. Team 3 might not have been unaware, on the contrary. With no idea when Team 1's reinforcements would arrive, they became even more eager to eliminate Bai Shu. Zhang Mingjie's eyes gleamed brightly. In his eyes, Bai Shu was nothing more than a walking meal ticket. Stones were thrown one after another. Zhang Mingjie was very cunning, and most of them contained no explosives, but Nine-Tailed Fox and Bai Shu had to be wary of the ones containing explosive stones. Besides that, the white-haired ape kept pestering the fox. When the stones came, it would run several feet away, only to come closer and provoke the nine-tailed fox once the stones had passed. Attack from both sides. Bai Shu could feel his tails, used for protection, dwindling. The opponent also had a fully awakened spirit. The nine-tailed fox was already struggling against so many people. However, while he had little experience as an attacker, don't forget he was also a healer. When it came to stalling, no one was better. 3 minutes was more than enough. Bai Shu knew he was putting the nine-tailed fox in a bind. He jumped off its back and stood firm. Nine-tailed, focus on the fight. Don't worry about me. Ah. The nine-tailed fox glanced at him, its eyes filled with eagerness for battle. Since Bai Shu had said so, it naturally had no objection. It's always decisive. Finally, Zhang Mingjie had been waiting for Bai Shu to appear. Bai Shu looked up, and their eyes met. Bai Shu rested his uninjured hand on the tree trunk, his back straight, as if completely unconcerned with the stone in the mandrill's hand. His eyes were calm, their meaning clear. I'm standing right here, can you hit me? Zhang Mingjie and the mandrill shared a striking expression, surprise, disbelief, and a hint of anger at being belittled. How dared he be so arrogant? Bai Shu wasn't idle on the nine-tailed fox's back. He kept his eyes fixed on the source of the stone, and his dismount from the fox wasn't a random choice. Here, his view was unobstructed, and there was a large tree, allowing him to clearly see the two men's movements. Since his accuracy was so high, he gambled that the mandrill would hit him. No matter how good a pitcher is, control is lost the moment the stone leaves their hand. By moving as far away as possible the moment the mandrill's stone left his hand, he could best avoid the explosion. Hey! Su Xian was about to say something when the stone was already thrown. And there was no sign of Bai Shu beneath the tree. Stones flew from behind him. Bai Shu leaped forward, but even with ample preparation, he was still hit by the stones. But this was the result of minimizing his injuries. The bracelet had changed color, from yellow to orange, but it didn't need healing yet, which was enough. Su Xian had already reacted. He's already out, why throw stones? Just go for it. Chapter 92. Here they come. Seeing Team 3 react, Bai Shu clenched his fist slightly. He was unarmed, and it would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous facing a fully awakened mandrill. Though the mandrill looked clumsy, it was incredibly fast. The forest wasn't a hindrance to it, but a help. Its exceptionally developed upper limbs moved back and forth, allowing it to take a step forward in the blink of an eye. The figure approached like a mountain, instantly filling Bai Shu's entire field of vision. Can't panic. Bai Shu took a deep breath, focusing his attention. He glanced quickly at QB. Seeing Bai Shu still didn't dodge, Zhang Mingjie was puzzled. If there was a reason for him not dodging before, why this time? Bai Shu's inaction only made Zhang Mingjie wary, and he couldn't help but wonder if he had some hidden agenda. The video didn't reveal that this student, despite looking innocent, was actually full of evil intentions. Zhang Mingjie had to be on guard. Quick attack. Su Xiang's near shout from behind instantly brought Zhang Mingjie back to his senses. Whatever Bai Shu was thinking, he couldn't avoid it. With a 2-on-1 situation, the captain couldn't hold out for long. There was no time for him to hesitate. Zhang Mingjie gritted his teeth. What a joke. He, a formidable attacker with a fully awakened spirit at his side, was actually timid towards a former healer. His thoughts raced through his mind. Zhang Mingjie paused for a moment before attacking with even greater speed. After all, they were a strong team, and their reactions were swift, which wasn't surprising to Bai Shu. For him, every second he could hold out was a second, there was no regret. At worst, he could use Peach Blossom to boost his health, but Bai Shu wasn't about to use it lightly. After all, he had a tough battle to fight that evening. A deep blue flame shot straight at the mandrill. No way. It's coming again. Zhang Mingjie's first reaction was to dodge, and the mandrill also tilted its body. Taking advantage of this moment, Bai Shu smiled and took a step back, letting himself fall. The nine-tailed fox had been waiting for a long time. Bai Shu had no time to adjust his posture, and in a half-lying position, he staggered away from the mandrill. Although he looked awkward, Bai Shu's ability to fight back and forth between the mandrill and Zhang Mingjie was no small feat. When the flames rapidly expanded, turning the surrounding area into a faint blue, Zhang Mingjie realized that this flame was different from the fox fire that Su Xiang had previously blocked. It was darker because they happened to overlap, and it was actually Bai Shu's innate ability. Zhang Mingjie had seen the powerful will-o'-the-wisp fire of Bai Shu in the finals, and his pursuit unconsciously slowed down. The overlapping will-o'-the-wisp fire was no coincidence, it was intentional by Bai Shu. Looking back at his previous matches, because he had used will-o'-wisp less often, and once he understood the rules, it displayed considerable lethality, most people were wary of it. The only exception was Bo Ji. During the training match with Bo Ji, he summoned will-o'-wisp for the first time, and used it rashly, targeting Sha Huayu. He likely had already guessed its limited lethality. Bai Shu did this to Su Xiang. As the flames rapidly bloomed and spread, the sheer force of the scene startled not only Zhang Mingjie, but also Su Xiang. However, Su Xiang suppressed his fear and remained motionless. Then a look of astonishment and understanding appeared on his face. I didn't feel a thing at all. The captain's assessment was correct. The ghost fox's bluffing was in stark contrast to his actual attack power. Zhang Mingjie, no attack power. Chase. Su Xiang, entangled in the foxfire, felt anxious and a little regretful. He should have let Zhang Mingjie deal with the nine-tailed fox. They only wanted to quickly defeat Bai Shu, but they didn't expect Bai Shu to repeatedly exploit their weaknesses. The flames grew again. While Su Xiang was shouting, the mandrill and Zhang Mingjie had already stopped Bai Shu. He was determined to eliminate Bai Shu at all costs, so after a moment's hesitation, he tentatively stepped into the flames, unable to understand that he had been tricked again. This time, Bai Shu was helpless. In the face of absolute power, all petty tricks were worthless. The mandrill attacked, and he could only grit his teeth and fight. By blocking with only his arms, Bai Shu took 2 steps back, his shoulder numb. Strength, speed, and reflexes, humans and sages were simply not on the same level. I really don't know how Jie Chenyu managed to keep fighting with the sages. If anyone knew Bai Shu's thoughts, they'd definitely call him crazy. Does he even realize the size difference between him and the mandrill? He's not even as thick as one of his legs, how dare he take it? Jie Chenyu gritted his teeth. Bai Shu wasn't just afraid, he had to. The mandrill didn't pause, immediately launching another punch. But Bai Shu's side was still numb, and there was no way he could dodge it. Bai Shu sighed, clutching a pink peach blossom in his hand, awaiting the outcome. Clang! A sharp metallic collision made Bai Shu's eyes snap open unexpectedly, and the air around him seemed to vibrate slightly. Bai Shu looked up and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness they arrived. Seeing Bai Shu safe, the nine-tailed fox, confronting the mandrill, relaxed its expression. It spared no time to glance at the sudden appearance, a flicker of surprise in its eyes. Taking back my earlier assessment of the future, this cowardly world does have some interesting aspects. Look what it saw. Besides the beastmen themselves, there were also the ghosts. 1,000 years ago, the 5 clans of gods, ghosts, monsters, and beastmen each had their own boundaries, keeping to themselves. Unexpectedly, they were now fighting together. The man standing in front of Bai Shu had a cold expression, and aside from his battered complexion, everything he saw was a deep black. He had black hair, sickly purple lips, a black ribbon wrapped around his neck, and wore a long black robe over black scaled armor. He held a black leather whip stained with dark red. He looked sinister, as if he had crawled out of hell. The only difference, and the most noticeable one, was the silver chain wrapped around his waist. It wasn't an ordinary jade pendant or sachet, but a row of jingling silver keys. Although he looked sinister and sinister, his eyes held righteousness. Bai Shu recognized him. Indeed, he had ascended from hell. He was General Meng Shan, the ancestor of Sha Huayu. Even though Bai Shu had never met him, It wasn't hard to guess he was Xiao Huayu's ancestor. His aloof demeanor was very similar to Xiao Huayu's. Meng Shan was the ancestor Xiao Huayu had brought back from the West District Secret Realm last year. He was one of the 10 ghost generals guarding the Ghostly Lair Secret Realm. Meng Shan was originally an ordinary prison officer, releasing prisoners to their homes for reunions at the end of the year. Because the prisoners had kept their promise and returned, he released them all. His superiors ordered him to recall the prisoners, but he refused and committed suicide. In recognition of his integrity, he was posthumously named one of the 10 generals. He had 3 abilities. Skill 1. Righteousness brings many supporters. Prisoners grateful for his kindness are willing to fight for him, even after they become ghosts. 10-minute usage time, half-hour cooldown. Skill 2. Impartiality. Imprison the designated guilty person without trial. 10-minute usage time, half-hour cooldown. Skill 3. Return home. Incapacitate the target, preventing them from escaping unless unintentionally. 24-hour cooldown. Meng Shan thrust his spear, effortlessly dislodging the mandrel's hand. Then, he slashed a semicircle in front of him, dropping him to the ground with a thud. A black circle, as black as ink, appeared above the mandrel's head. He hadn't even spoken, and he already unleashed a skill. The mandrel wasn't foolish enough to stop there, but dodged to the side. Meng Shan remained calm, his lips curled coldly. Another circle suddenly extended from above the mandrel's head, moving almost in sync with the mandrel's. Leaving no room for escape, the circle descended into a cage, trapping the monkey. The mandrel was so angry that it beat its chest and stamped its feet. It used its powerful arms to tear at the seemingly fragile cage, and when that failed, it bit at it with its fangs. Ah! Seeing his ancestor spirit captured, Zhang Mingjie was furious, his expression mirroring the mandrel's. Xiao Huayu. In terms of bravery, the mandrel wouldn't necessarily lose to Meng Shan. But if Meng Shan were combined with Xiao Huayu's intelligence, it would be a different story. That guy seemed quiet, but it was no exaggeration to call him a genius. His brain was as impressive as a database. He was probably able to trap the mandrel, because he had already calculated the direction it would normally avoid. Even then, the white-haired ape was gradually losing ground against the nine-tailed fox. The key difference between fully awakened ancestor spirits and those that weren't fully awakened wasn't the number of skills, but their thinking. To exaggerate a bit, the difference in thinking between the two was like that between an adult and a child. So how could it not affect the battle? The nine-tailed fox's attack was protracted, largely due to Su Xiong. In terms of physical combat ability, he was no less capable than Jie Qinyu, and his anti-damage shield also proved difficult for the nine-tailed fox. At this point, the remaining members of both teams arrived. Sikong Xiaohuayu and the others had been delayed for this very reason. At first, Team 3 was trying to hold Team 1 back, but after realizing Xiaohuayu's spirit had disappeared, the situation reversed. Team 1 attempted to keep Yigao out of the fight. However, Xiaohuayu and Sikong's spirit were both deployed, one useless. The healer needed protection, leaving only Lin Xuezong and his spirit available for combat. Team 3, protected by Zheng Tianhua, was unable to force Yigao to use his abilities. Furthermore, even with Meng Shan's help, Team 1 was still concerned about Bai Shu leaving the front alone. The two teams fought, but reached a tacit agreement and arrived. Bai Shu became wary upon seeing Yigao appear. This was bad news. They were now too concentrated. If Yigao unleashed his skills, with their positions now in such disarray, who could guarantee they wouldn't be controlled? Furthermore, Bai Shu had heard from the captain that the snake turtle had a new skill, and they absolutely had to avoid it, making it even harder to dodge. Captain, should we retreat? Bai Shu's mind raced through all sorts of possibilities, and he immediately connected his bracelet. Bai Shu. Sikong's calm voice echoed from within, we need to reach the inland lake. Sikong said only that, and Bai Shu understood. They couldn't just go back like that, because their goal was the inland lake, where Sikong could summon the spirits and fill the gaps in their team. If they could do that, victory would be almost certain. But since it was all water, Bai Shu was curious, Captain, does it have to be the inland lake? What do you mean? Do you have a plan? I know a place with water, but the downside is it's dangerous. There's a high chance we encounter the gregarious alien species I mentioned earlier. Lead the way, Sikong said decisively. Is the inland lake safe? Okay. Nine-tailed fox. Bai Shu shouted, and Nine-tailed fox flung aside the clinging monkey and caught Bai Shu. With the white fox leading the way, the others quickly withdrew without hesitation. The three teams paused. They exhausted their skills, and they thought Team 1 was going to fight them to a decisive battle, only to leave like that. Yigao didn't hesitate. Catch up with them. They're trying to reach the inland lake. No matter what, Team 3 had to block them from reaching the inland lake. After all, they didn't have any flying spirits, so they couldn't escape as long as they were on land. But soon, Team 3 noticed something was amiss. To reach the inland lake, Team 1 should head in their direction. Their current route is the opposite of the inland lake, heading towards the 10,000 stone caves. What are they trying to do? Zhang Mingjie hated this feeling of confusion. Even if they want to confuse us, it won't work. Except for the nine-tailed fox, they're all human ancestors, and they can't run as fast as we do. Elsewhere, Team 1 hurried along in silence. Their diametrically opposed route was not without its doubts, and the pressure of the three teams chasing them relentlessly made everyone's heart sink. But Xikong and Sha Huayu remained silent, simply following Bai Shu, clearly trusting him completely, and their suspicions were suppressed. Chapter 93. This direction is almost perpendicular to the one leading to the inland lake. Should we really continue? Lin Xuezong, panting, finally couldn't help but ask. The three teams behind were advancing aggressively, but they lacked any spirits skilled in running. Although they had a nine-tailed fox, it was negligible. And now the road ahead was blocked by a crack. It was understandable that she felt uneasy. They were about to be caught up by the three teams. It's here. Bai Shu, ignoring the surprised expressions of the others, pointed to the crack. Here was the destination he was seeking. There was a source of water beneath the crack in the mountain range. As mentioned before, behind the 10,000 stone caves lay a cliff, and below was a bottomless abyss. As Bai Shu walked back along the mountain range, he noticed that the crack was getting smaller and smaller. At the end, it became a several-meter-deep chasm. Besides the alien swarms encountered in the 10,000 stone caverns, Bai Shu discovered that many of the aliens emerging from the cracks were wet, their black shells reflecting the water's sheen, and the ground beneath their feet bore traces of dampness. So Bai Shu suspected there was likely water beneath the cliff, but he didn't know how many aliens were there, so he didn't dare venture down. But there was a solution. If it weren't for Bai Shu's serious expression, Lin Xuezong would have almost thought he was joking. Sha Huayu quickly realized, "You mean down there?" Lin Xuezong's eyes lit up. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's get down." Bai Shu stopped her, shaking her head. "There are aliens down there. The number is unknown, and it's very dangerous. Let's wait." Xikong thought of the aliens Bai Shu had described earlier. "It seems you already come up with a solution." Bai Shu nodded. "Let's lure them out first." But wouldn't they be attacked from all sides after they were lured out? Thoughts raced through their minds. Team 1 faced an unknown situation. If they advanced, it was uncertain whether they could successfully find a water source. If they retreated, it was also uncertain whether they could defeat Team 3. Sha Huayu naturally trusted Bai Shu, but he wasn't the captain yet. He turned to look at Xikong. "Do you want to do what he says?" Aside from Sha Huayu, who paid special attention to Bai Shu, for the others in Heizei, even if Bai Shu performed exceptionally well in the finals, he was still a rookie, and their trust was limited. Team 3 was already approaching with great fanfare. There was no time to explain to Bai Shu, nor did Xikong have time to think too much. He looked at Bai Shu calmly. "You make the arrangements." He didn't hesitate much when making this decision. He had only one thought in mind. If Sha Huayu could match Si Li's abilities, the person he strongly recommended would also be no ordinary person. Moreover, the team's decline was due to his ancestral spirit's inability to summon them. The Shiob Oni could only be summoned in water. Once water was present, they were like fish entering the ocean. It was a gamble worth taking. Since the captain had spoken, the others no longer hesitated. Since they had believed all along, they might as well stick with it. Seeing the others' gazes, Bai Shu breathed a sigh of relief, his anxious heart calmed, and a faint smile appeared. Jiaya looked at Bai Shu's hand, which was even more miserable than before, practically oozing blood. The color of the bracelet had turned orange-red. The others were also in uneven condition. Thinking that a tough battle might be ahead, he suggested, "Let me heal you first." Bai Shu rejected Jiaya's suggestion. "Wait a moment. Senior, you be a huge help here." Jiaya? ? To be honest, seeing Jiaya made Bai Shu feel more at ease. He had no confidence in his own luck, but for the sake of his next plan, he hoped Jiaya's luck would help. The moment Team 1 paused, Team 3 arrived. "Wow, we're so lucky." Zhang Mingjie sighed triumphantly at Team 1, forced to halt, his brows furrowed. "Let's have a fair fight." What embarrassed Zhang Mingjie was that after he spoke so fiercely, the opposing team didn't show any significant change in expression or movement. It made him look foolish. Did they give up? Were they exhausted? How could that be? Yi Gao also found Team 1 strange. Suddenly, he saw Bai Shu's glaringly unbandaged palm, its flesh blurred and exposed to view, and his heart skipped a beat. Although he didn't notice when Bai Shu injured his hand or how it was treated, he felt something was different. He thought the wound must have been bandaged before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have noticed the oddity immediately, as he did now. Why wasn't it bandaged again? Was it accidentally removed? Or was it intentional? If the latter, why? Having no clues was a very bad sign. He raised his hand. No matter what, if he could trap them, even just one of them, the balance of victory would tilt towards them. During the standoff, Xia Huayu immediately noticed Ye Gao's actions. His eyes flashed, and Ming Shan appeared behind Ye Gao. This movement broke the stalemate between the two teams, just as everyone was about to reveal their ancestral spirits and engage in a showdown. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The faint sound was particularly noticeable at this moment, like the sound of thousands of brushes scraping against rocks or hard objects, or the rustling of dry leaves in a strong wind, evoking the image of a vast army and sending a chill down their spines. Namo Amidba. Kong Kong. Amidst the overlapping frictional sounds, a faint, barely perceptible, ethereal Buddhist chant, and the clashing of wood echoed through the forest. What is that? Both teams stared, unblinking, at the source of the sound, the crack. A wave of alien species? Then, dense black circles crawled out of the mountains, layer upon layer of chaotically overlapping black arcs, dazzling and shocking. Even Bai Shu, who had seen it all before, he hadn't expected so many. He encountered 10 times as many before in Grotto Mountain, but he never encountered so many at once before. He quickly gathered his thoughts. After all, the more alien species were drawn out, the better. Jump! What shocked the three teams was that, faced with an endless stream of alien species, one team actually went against the tide and jumped into the rift, the alien species lair. Were they crazy? Team 1 had been stationed at the edge of the rift from the start. After the alien army appeared, they surrounded Jiaye in the center. Xikong's control chains, the nine-tailed fox's tail, Xia Huayu's Mei Shan, and Lin Xuetsong's white-boned woman, each protecting their summoner, made a suicidal leap into the rift. But what astonished the three teams even more was that the alien species ignored Team 1, so close at hand, and instead charged towards them. What's going on? The faces of the three teams all turned grim. Could it be that the aliens were being picky about their attacks on humans? The aliens were already standing between them and the rift. Even if they wanted to follow them down, it would be futile. Should we retreat? Someone suggested. Team 3 was silent, their eyes filled with resentment. If they retreated now, they wouldn't be able to catch Team 1, and the advantage they had been working so hard to maintain would be gone. But if they didn't retreat, were they going to fight the alien horde with so little health left? The men retreated cautiously. Ye Gao, lost in thought, stumbled under the anxious pull of Su Xiong. It wasn't Su Xiong's strength, but he had stepped on something soft. He looked down at the bandages, stained blindingly red with blood. No one in Team 1 had been so badly injured, soaking through large sections of fabric. Ye Gao suddenly realized something. This was the bandage Bai Shu had used to bandage his wound. Even the bloodstains were intentional. His eyes flashed with realization, even more joy. Ye Gao grabbed Su Xiong's shoulders. Quick, have the little monkey take this cloth and throw it back into the crevice. We retreat. These aliens follow the scent of blood. Bai Shu knew this beforehand and had set them up, but his inexperience allowed him to discover the key. If they had hung this thing on a tree or covered it with dead leaves, they might have been able to eliminate all three teams without a single blow. What a pity. Team after team walked through the dark crevice, deeper than they had imagined. The sunlight from outside could only penetrate a thin ray, barely enough to prevent them from being blinded. Although they hadn't seen any water source since entering, they could smell dampness in the air. After 2 steps, the sound of dripping water echoed in their ears. The ground beneath their feet was soft and damp, like treading in mud. All these factors proved that the water source was not far away. The aliens came out in droves, and one team was relieved. Bai Shu's hand injury had healed completely. In addition to Jiaye's innate healing ability, his predecessor, Master Linguiji, had also given Bai Shu a pill, and Bai Shu's health had finally returned to normal. Lin Xuesong was brimming with excitement. Finally, she saw the aliens charging towards the three teams. Perhaps they could win without even trying. At that moment, she was completely impressed by Bai Shu. How did you know that the aliens only recognized blood and not people? It was an accident. This was also due to Bai Shu's initial injury at the cave entrance. He remembered that after he was injured, the alien paused for a moment. But he didn't fully realize it at the time. He gradually discovered it during the subsequent battles with the aliens. After that, the aliens that appeared on the road were almost always chasing him, extremely enthusiastic about him. The aliens used smell and hearing to determine the enemy's location. He was likely discovered in the cave because of the noise, but after smelling the blood, more aliens appeared, with an unusual frenzy. Based solely on his changes before and after the injury, it's easy to guess what provoked the aliens. The group in the cave initially didn't catch up, not because they didn't want to, but because they lost sight of the target after being outdistanced by the nine-tailed fox. This time, while Baishu was also unexpectedly faced with so many aliens, in some ways, this was a positive development. The noise they made could mask the movements of Baishu and his group. Their sole target was the blood-stained bandage Baishu had deliberately dropped, even at the cost of amplifying the wound to create bait. After luring the aliens out, Jiaya immediately treated Baishu's hand injury, allowing them to safely advance deeper into the aliens' lair. It doesn't matter if they discover the source. A gleam of malice flashed in Xiaohui's eyes. 9 out of 10, Yi Gao will have the spirits retaliate in kind, sending nimble mandrills or monkeys to throw the bandages back. But you don't know that the noise these two spirits make will be enough to attract the aliens' attention, thus cutting off their retreat. As for the bandages thrown back, they're just a deception. Let the bone demon guarding the cliff edge deal with them. After hearing Xiaohui's words, Baishu was slightly surprised and scratched his hair uncomfortably, feeling embarrassed by the others' gazes. I don't want them to fight the aliens to death. I just want to encourage them to descend into the crevice, so that we can end this quickly. Lin Xuetsong fell silent from the moment Xiaohui began her analysis. To be honest, if she were Baishu, even if she knew the aliens' characteristics beforehand, she would probably find it difficult to come up with a win-win solution so quickly. Only by experiencing it firsthand will one realize that this first-year student's reputation is well-deserved. Baichuan's rise was no accident. The very people their captain and Captain Boji coveted fell into Baichuan's clutches. His luck rivals even Jiaye's. Chapter 94. When Yi Gao saw the bone demon suddenly emerge from the crevice, he knew he was going to be disappointed. The other party had been prepared. The bone demon's movements were light and graceful. She didn't argue with the white-haired ape, but instead, following the ape's momentum, flung the blood-stained bandage far back. Unlike the white-haired ape's violent movements, the entire process was remarkably smooth and silent. The movement caused the black creatures to scatter. Some pursued to the other side of the crevice, while others, as Yi Gao had hoped, became stepping stones for their kind in the crowded crowd and fell back into the crevice. When the three teams didn't want to fight, a number of them remained motionless, forming a tacit, encircling formation, trapping them in the center. Another group followed closely behind the white-haired ape, closing in their direction. As Team 1 had anticipated, they soon realized the sound was also a factor in their attraction. Let's run. No! Yi Gao interrupted He Lu. The match only lasted 4 hours, and halfway through was already past. By the time they escaped the alien encirclement, who knew how long it would take to find another team? Furthermore, they had already drawn most of the alien firepower, so wouldn't that mean the first team had taken advantage for nothing? The rules of the match stated that if the winner couldn't be determined within 4 hours, the team would be judged based on their total damage, meaning their health. Rather than running away, it was better to confront them head-on. Let's chase them in two. Yi Gao was quiet. Zheng Tianhua, a fellow third-year student, quickly understood what Yi Gao was thinking and explained. Judging from the appearance of these aliens, there's a water source beneath the rift. The worst-case scenario is that Sikong summons the Tide tribe ghosts. Not to mention that escape wouldn't be easy right now. The narrow space of the rift could be advantageous for us. We might as well give it a try. Su Xian agreed. If we continue to be conservative, we might end up with a draw at full health. But what's the point of that? I like to see their strength. Zhang Mingjie nodded vigorously. They attracted the aliens, so naturally, we should take them back. He was excited at the thought of a massive battle involving not just Team 1, but many other aliens. Off-screen, Lu Qing and the three coaches expressed their agreement. Team 3 had the most second-year students, but also the fewest fully awakened spirits. No one could deny that this team had weaknesses. But what was truly commendable was their unwavering determination to resist defeat and face challenges head-on. Winning or losing was certainly important, but wouldn't it be putting the cart before the horse to give up opportunities for growth just for the sake of winning? Their ultimate goal was the national competition. The rumbling sounds of fighting continued above, showing no sign of abating. Team 1 knew Team 3's choice. Team 1 in the rift didn't act rashly. After all, it was the aliens' lair, and they couldn't afford to be overconfident. They had only taken a few steps when even the last ray of light overhead vanished. Knowing the aliens were insensitive to light, Baishu immediately summoned will-o'-the-wisp fire to illuminate the area. Several people, it illuminated, but not completely. As the will-o'-the-wisp fire appeared, the area surrounding the 5 people turned a faint blue. While it was indeed possible to clearly see the surroundings within the crevice, the surrounding scenery distorted and shifted like a wave of flame. At any other time, this wouldn't have been a problem, but now they were on a narrow path, roughly the width of a single plank bridge, jutting out from the cliff face. They had no choice but to walk in a line, Sikong and Xiao Huayu in front and back, Lin Xuesong in the second, Jiaya in the middle, and Baishu behind. After using the will-o'-the-wisp light to clearly see their surroundings, the group felt relieved. They were thankful they acted cautiously, jumping close to the cliff face. They hadn't landed at the bottom of a crevice as they imagined, but rather on a path jutting out from the wall. Perhaps because the cliff face, sometimes smooth and sometimes uneven, had been frequented by the aliens, a downward path had formed, saving the group from having to climb. The chilly feeling enveloped by the will-o'-the-wisp light and the damp cliff face beside them made Lin Xuesong shiver. The abyss beyond the will-o'-the-wisp's reach resembled the gaping maw of a giant beast, a chilling prospect. To ease the eerie atmosphere, she quipped stiffly, "Do we look like we're walking on the legendary Naiha Bridge in the underworld?" Jiaya twirled the Buddhist beads in his hand and continued, "If it's the Naiha Bridge, there should be the Wanchuan River below." Baishu also laughed. "There must be wandering ghosts in the Wanchuan River." Jiaya suddenly staggered in front of him. Baishu immediately dropped his smile and reached out to steady him. "Thank you." Jiaya didn't turn around, his body tense. "The road is slippery. Everyone, watch your step." "Damn!" As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Xuesong screamed. A dark shadow brushed past her shoulder. The instantaneous contact made her hair stand on end, and she felt a chill. How could I put it? It felt sticky, densely packed, with bumps smaller than rice grains, a prickling sensation even through her clothes. Turning her head, she saw the black creature's underside, its multiple legs writhing disgustingly. Lin Xuesong couldn't deny the urge to poke her own eyes out. She suppressed her scream, only a low roar emanating as she swiftly sent it flying. "Are you okay?" "No." Lin Xuesong moved his arms and took a deep breath. The uniforms blocked it. This one wasn't an accident. Xiao Huayu looked up as countless aliens descended from the sky. His pupils constricted. "Stay close to the wall, hurry!" Because the space was small, everyone's ancestors, except the bone demon, had temporarily returned to their spiritual seas. Getting entangled by the aliens now would be disastrous. Bang! The first alien that fell finally hit the bottom. Below the crack was water. The group walked forward a few dozen meters. Sikong, who was at the front, stopped. "It's okay." The will-o'-the-wisp flew downwards, and the ripples of the water could be vaguely seen. The water flowed out of the crevice, finally merging into the main stream at the bottom. Before anyone around him could react, a flash of light flashed around Sikong. The crack was instantly filled with wailing and lamenting. Because of the high mountains and deep waters, the echoes were exceptionally clear. The voices of the resentful ghosts surrounded the group like stereo sound. Baishu looked down, his body trembling. The sound of the flowing water had vanished without a trace, and the river was now filled with a dense mass of terrifying ghosts. These ghosts were clearly from impoverished backgrounds. They wore simple clothing, some even wearing only a piece of cloth to cover their bodies. There were old women covered in bruises, old men with hunched backs that were almost vertical, women with large bellies and limbs like withered branches, and men of poverty or unbearable status. Even his teammate, Lin Xuesong, gasped. No, even the people outside the screen were astonished. This really proves what I said before. The scene in the underworld is just like this. Flickering will-o'-the-wisp fires, twisting space, bridges and rivers, wandering ghosts. Don't be afraid. Sikong looked at Baishu with a tense expression, making his already ferocious face even more terrifying in this situation. If Baishu had to make a fitting metaphor, calling him the king of hell wouldn't be an exaggeration. What? Sikong glanced at the others helplessly. It would have been fine if Baishu didn't know, but were they still playing dumb? The Shioba ghosts won't hurt anyone. Oh! Baishu finally regained his composure. That was the truth. In every competition where the Shioba ghosts appeared, the contestants were frightened and fainted. There had never been a case of them being harmed by the Shioba ghosts. In life, these Shioba ghosts were often forced into forced labor or impoverished individuals who accidentally fell into the water. After death, due to minor sins committed before and no one offering sacrifices, they lacked the money to bribe the ghost messengers and were forced to do the hard labor of fanning the flames. Their energy, fueled by their toil, remains strong, and their resentment is hard to change. They love to play pranks, dragging others into the water, to earn paper money for burning them. Though they are not particularly good, they are not particularly evil either. They possess the savage, mercenary nature of the poor, driven by profit, but they are not inherently bad. Perhaps their willingness to become an ancestor this time has selfish motives, but overall, it's a good thing. Shio goes skill 1. Wave Rush. Creates a safe zone at sea, pushing everything to the shore, repeating this cycle. Power duration, 10 minutes, cooldown, 30 minutes. Skill 2. Overboard. Drags anyone who approaches into the water, requiring them to fulfill their wishes to escape. This skill can be activated 3 times, cooldown, 30 minutes. Skill 3. Falling Gold. There is no return. People who fall into the range of the Chaobu Ghost must offer a precious item to escape. The cooling time is 24 hours. A familiar rustling sound echoed from behind them, and several people immediately became alert, glancing at their bracelets. It seemed not only were the aliens approaching, but Team 3 was also not far behind. Sikong's expression remained unchanged. He told him to summon the Tide Devil. Given a level of strength between the two sides, he was certain to win. This was the confidence and strength that fueled his position as the South District's top controller. Although his Tide Devil summoning had significant limitations and required a high water requirement, once summoned, the waters were his domain. The first thing to appear before them was the alien. According to Xiao Huayu, this type of alien was also listed in the Alien Atlas. It was called the centipede. Although it lived in groups, it was quite low-key compared to other more prestigious aliens. It often lived in dark, humid environments, rarely overlapping with human activity. The centipede had no eyes, ears, or mouth, and was encased in a hard black shell, with the only exception being its underside. Beyond the outermost legs, the center is an irregular circular fold, representing its abdominal cavity. Beyond the fold, 2 interlocking crab claws conceal its only soft spot. The claws are completely black, but dotted with dense white spots, which, upon closer inspection, reveal bumps. The white spots represent the mucus it secretes, which paralyzes nerves. The 9-tailed fox's tongue stiffened, presumably due to the prick of this substance. Bai Shu was thankful the 9-tailed fox was gone, otherwise he feared it might have thought of giving up its tongue. Bai Shu's guess was slightly wrong. They weren't able to hear sounds, but rather their feet had a keen sense of touch, allowing them to detect vibrations in the ground and even in the air. This kind of thing is tough and difficult to hit, but relatively non-threatening. After all, no one would want to descend into a crevice. Over time, aside from the border troops assigned to this area, the only person capable of identifying centipedes was Xiao Huayu, who had a photographic memory. One team was on full alert, and because they changed direction, Xiao Huayu and Bai Shu were at the forefront. They didn't need to kill the aliens, they just had to carry them to the water. This wasn't difficult, but Bai Shu was without weapons. Here. Here. 2 voices echoed, one after the other, and a large bone and a long spear appeared before Bai Shu. Bai Shu looked at the bone. Where did this come from? In the middle, Jiaya said, Ba. Outside, Zui Xingtian glared. His job has been taken. Jie Qingyu sneered. Xiao Huayu smiled faintly. We're both gold type. While we can't be as well equipped as Zui Xingtian, we can still manage a few weapons. Lin Xuezong chuckled innocently. Yes, and plenty. Bai Shu looked at the bone demon. She mostly appeared in human form, only partially ossifying during combat. He glanced at her thigh, which looked normal. Understanding Bai Shu's concern, Lin Xuezong chuckled. Don't worry, this isn't the bone demons. Aren't bones everywhere these days? Bai Shu pursed his lips, and chose the large bone stick, smiling at Xiao Huayu. Thank you, this will suffice. The spear would be more useful for Meng Xianling. Xiao Huayu nodded. Everything was ready, but the centipede didn't arrive as quickly as expected. After they descended into the crevice, the wraith's voice lingered, echoing through the valley. A look of bewilderment etched across its pitch-black shell. Holy shit! Am I dead? The 3 teams that followed the aliens froze. Had they all reached the Naiha Bridge? Chapter 95. Overhead, centipedes rained down from the sky like giant raindrops. The 5 members of the team drew their weapons to counter them, especially Lin Xuezong and Bai Shu, who flanked Jiaya. They had to be especially cautious. Thankfully, these aliens were round and short-limbed, so as long as they stayed out of harm's way, they wouldn't cause any trouble. Bang. Swoosh. Whoosh. Bai Shu glanced back in surprise. Xiao Huayu's movements were more precise and swift than he imagined. People had always emphasized his genius, but surprisingly, his skills were also quite impressive. Sha Huayu noticed Bai Shu's surprise, and the corners of his pursed lips curled up slightly. He took a moment out of his busy schedule to say, "You're the captain, after all. You should have some skills. However, you're only a first-year student, so you're still relatively inexperienced. It's understandable that you have such a narrow-minded view of who's the strongest. You understand if you participate in more competitions." Jie Qinyu raised an eyebrow. Bang! Bai Shu sent the alien flying with a blow of his bone. Busy with worrying about Jiaya's safety, he didn't catch the deeper meaning in Sha Huayu's words, "All right." Working as a striker with completely different teammates was a novelty for Bai Shu. As the centipede was knocked into the water, his eyes followed it. This was his first real encounter with a Shiob ghost. Could the Shiob ghost truly control so many aliens? But then, he felt relieved. He saw the fallen aliens, as if they were trapped, struggling in the water, with their abdomens facing upwards. The Shiob ghosts didn't care how disgusting the fallen creatures were. They would claim their wishes from them. However, these creatures couldn't even communicate with them, let alone make a sound. Unable to gain their consent, the Shiob demons' faces grew even more ferocious, pushing and shoving the centipede relentlessly. Bai Shu was certain nothing would happen. But as their numbers grew, the scene became unbearable to watch. Bai Shu's face paled, and he closed his eyes, refusing to look down. It was truly so intense, just one look would make one's chest constrict and breathless. Not only Bai Shu, but the other four, though their reactions were less pronounced, quietly increased their force in their flying attacks. "Get away from us." After realizing they weren't in the underworld, Team 3 appeared in front of Team 1. The two teams stood facing each other in the strange rain. Suddenly, one side moved. A mandrill kicked with its legs, its finger bones embedded in the solid rock wall. It sprinted across the nearly vertical wall, as if it were flat ground. Its agility allowed it to dodge the alien creatures with ease, and in the blink of an eye, it reached Team 1. Clang! The sound of weapons and claws clashing against each other. Ming Shan stood before the 5 men, forming the first line of defense. The Bone Demon, naturally unwilling to be outdone, attacked the third team with equal agility. Suddenly, her face froze, and her movements paused for a moment as the two-tailed dog bit her ankle. Having absorbed the will-o'-the-wisp fire energy, the two-tailed dog emanated a faint blue glow, appearing eerie and sinister. Zheng Tianhua's fire chain, half red and half blue, coordinated with the two-tailed dog to attack the Bone Demon. The Bone Demon immediately raised his arm to block. Snap! The Bone Demon raised his arm, slightly puzzled. Except for a charred mark, it was practically intact. Bai Shu was truly an amazing person. Besides him, Zheng Tianhua had never seen such a bizarre setting where absorbing another's fire reduced one's own damage by half. Su Xiang didn't summon the white-haired ape. While agile, it belonged to the water element, and couldn't cling to the cliff face like a mandrill. However, the water was already occupied by aliens and vengeful spirits, so summoning it would be futile. The same was true for Bai Shu's nine-tailed fox and Yigala's snake turtle. The terrain here was extremely unfavorable for the ancestral spirits to function. Especially the nine-tailed fox, the victim of the centipede. Bai Shu had a hunch. For the nine-tailed fox's mental health, he absolutely couldn't let it witness this. His Sha Huayu, standing in front, gasped softly. His arm was injured, and his uniform was torn. It wasn't that Ming Shan and Sha Huayu were lacking in strength, but rather that they were severely restricted. Mandrills could roam freely regardless of the terrain, but this man and ancestral spirit remained motionless. The bottom of the cliff was dominated by the tide demons, but this also doubled the mandrill's combat power. Sha Huayu quickly retreated 2 steps and glanced at his bracelet. Damn, is this sensitivity a bit too high? Normally, this minor skin injury wouldn't have had a significant impact, but now his bracelet had turned orange-yellow, meaning he'd be eliminated if he sustained this level of damage twice. Sha Huayu's eyes twitched. No wonder Team 2 had finished the match so quickly in the previous match. If they dragged it out, without a healer, they have easily been worn down. Bai Shu, knowing he wouldn't be of much use at this moment, retreated with Jiaya, allowing Lin Xuesong and Sikong to move forward. Each of them possessed a whip and a chain of control, respectively, which were more suited to the current battle. A white chain darted past Sha Huayu, and the cliff wall's airstrike. Hold on for another minute. Faced with the aggressive mandrills, Sikong remained calm and extended his chain of control to Team 1. Just knock them into the water, just like you would an alien. Alright. Sha Huayu, her wounds healed by Master Huiji, stepped forward again. Team 1's advantage was that they didn't need to defeat the other team, They only needed to knock them into the water. While the mandrills blocking the way ahead were a formidable threat, there was still a chance to attack from behind. Feeling ready, Seekung waved his hand, and the control chain swung toward the water's edge, seemingly aiming to sweep everyone down. But Seekung knew this was impossible. First, his vision was obstructed by the mandrills, preventing him from seeing the actual situation. Second, Team 3 wasn't immune either. They would surely have been on guard the moment they saw the control chain. So his target was Yilu, who might be the last one to be protected. First, cut off the enemy's healing power and sever their retreat. Even if that didn't work, sometimes attacking the healer was more effective than attacking the attacker directly. As expected, Zhang Mingjie was thrown into the water by the control chain. He watched the alien creatures bobbing in the water, their faces pale as paper. Even the Shiob ghost seemed more friendly. With a bitter face, he eagerly threw himself into Shiob Ghost's arms. Sob, Shiob Ghost? ? After a moment's apparent pause, Shiob Ghost also opened his arms. Compared to those stiff, ugly creatures that couldn't even say a word, a warm human was indeed preferable. Cough. Zhang Mingjie's face turned purple from the struggle, and he was finally forcibly pulled into the embrace of a seemingly delicate hand. Fulfill one of my wishes, and I let you go. Zhang Mingjie stopped in front of a pretty woman. She was the most respectably dressed of the group, wearing a brightly colored gauze dress that ordinary people wouldn't wear. However, even the thick makeup couldn't hide the bruises beneath. The dark tears of blood in the corners of her eyes, and the deep purple hue of her lips betrayed the cause of her death. Poison. Zhang Mingjie had never found a Xiaobu ghost so pleasing before. Without waiting for the female ghost to speak, he expertly asked, "What is your name, young lady? What was your birth chart? And when did you die? I burned all the paper money, the mansion, and the fine clothes for you." Having been teammates with Seekung for a year, Zhang Mingjie knew quite a bit about the Xiaobu ghosts. Their demands were usually just for paper money. But this time, he encountered an exception. The woman shook her head coquettishly, though her face looked terrifying with 2 lines of black tears. Her voice was sweet and innocent. "No, Li Nyang wants you to be her husband." Zhang Mingjie shuddered. "No way." Slender fingers gently lifted Zhang Mingjie's chin, then lightly brushed down his prominent Adam's apple and firm chest. She suddenly buried her head in Zhang Mingjie's arms and smiled shyly, as if embarrassed by the good touch of his hand. Zhang Mingjie looked at Seekung accusingly. "This price is a bit high." Seekung hadn't expected this outcome. He silently turned his head away. "No matter what, just hold them off." Just as Seekung was about to repeat his old trick and drag another person down, Sha Huayu's health was running low. A mandrill, while Sha Huayu instinctively dodged and exposed herself to an air attack, leaped over Meng Shan and unexpectedly gave up on eliminating Sha Huayu. He took a blow from Lin Shuet Songjie's whip and retreated. Bai Shu's body tensed. Could they also be targeting the healer? Zhang Mingjie, in the water, ignored the female ghost beside him, his eyes dimming as he raised them. Yi Gao had long ago told him that Sha Huayu wasn't so easy to kill, and even if she was, it was just an illusion. Therefore, the mandrill's target wasn't Sha Huayu from the beginning. He freed one hand, grasping something, and hurled it quickly toward the mountain wall. Rumble. The cliff face not far behind Bai Shu suddenly exploded, nearly shaking his heart and lungs out. The sound of Master Huiji's chanting echoed through the cliff valley. Ah! Although Li Nyang had become a ghost, the shortcomings of the Chao tribe ghosts were that they were illiterate in life, with a narrow vision and a tendency to follow the crowd. They didn't understand the existence of other spirits, nor could they observe the twists and turns of the game. They only knew that the ground ahead had collapsed, and they hurriedly protected Zhang Mingjie and retreated. Zhang Mingjie was stunned for a moment, suddenly feeling that he had gone too far. Just as Bai Shu was considering releasing the already anxious nine-tailed fox, the mandrill didn't aim at Cassiopeia, but passed over the two and continued to move forward. Bai Shu narrowed his eyes, and saw that the mandrill had, at some point, carried a person on its back. It was Yi Gao. The rubble from the exploding rocks filled the water, creating a gravel field that rose above the surface. A snake and turtle appeared above it. "Don't look into the snake turtle's eyes," Sha Huayu hurriedly warned. The whole team averted their gazes in unison. But this wasn't a long-term solution. The mandrill was right in front of them, ready to attack at any moment. How could they not watch? To make matters worse, they could clearly feel the ground beneath their feet growing softer, their feet sinking into it, unable to move. Yi Gao's usual skill, his own ground sinking, and the snake turtle's rigidity. This was a battle for control between the water and the ground. They couldn't just sit there and wait for death. Bai Shu, quick-witted, threw out the will-o'-the-wisp fire, which instantly focused its area of influence, attaching itself to Yigao's body. Since they couldn't help but look, they had to shield the snake turtle's eyes. Besides the snake turtle and Yigao's position, everything else suddenly became pitch black. Would it work if they couldn't make eye contact because of the darkness? Bai Shu wasn't sure, but he had to do it. It worked. Sikong gave him an appreciative look. Well done. Human eyes can't see clearly in the dark, and neither can some animals. But Meng Shan didn't need that. The sudden darkness interrupted the mandrill's momentum, and caught the three teams off guard. The will-o'-the-wisp had been there since before they arrived, making them forget its importance. Shit! Someone shouted, and everyone looked at their bracelets. The number of positioning points had risen to 9. Someone was eliminated. Without a pause, the second, third, and fourth positioning points vanished. An executioner was slaughtering in the darkness. Except for the one who did it, everyone was speculating. Before the positioning points vanished, Bai Shu heard several sounds of people falling into the water. Only then did he realize that the three teams had been eliminated one after another. The mandrills hadn't attacked yet. The first to be eliminated must have been the accused Zhang Mingjie, Ming Shan's most desired and easiest target. The moment it darkened, Sikong indiscriminately swept with his control chain. Bai Shu retracted the flames. Team 1, the fastest to react, seized the initiative. If the tide demons controlled them, Ming Shan could easily finish them off in the darkness. First, eliminate the most threatening mandrills, then the two-tailed dogs, which could absorb the flames. Eliminate these two, and Su Xiang and Yi Lu will be a piece of cake. Yigao's control of them on the ground actually helped them in some way, preventing them from being swept into the water and facing the aliens. Now, the only one left was Yigao. Chapter 96. Yigao hadn't anticipated how his counterattack advantage would be instantly reversed into a disadvantage. He seemed momentarily unresponsive, and after a moment, he slowly lowered his head. I lost. He stated this calmly. On the battlefield, anything is possible. It's perfectly normal. 2 years of training and competition had taught him this, but when all his plans fell through, and he watched the dawn of victory vanish like a ray of hope, it was still hard to let go. Even if a team was completely controlled, the controller alone wouldn't help. Bai Shu waved his hand, and the flames once again illuminated the entire area. At some point, the alien rain had ceased, and all of it sank and floated in the water, a dense, dark mass so dense that even the tide demons couldn't be clearly seen. Bai Shu rolled his aching arm. This was all their work. Yigao stroked the snake turtle, then raised his head, his eyes piercing as he glanced at the group across from him, or perhaps threw them at Sha Huayu and Lin Xuetsong. But I won't surrender. Just come at me. The 5 members of the team were pinned to their spot. The only ones who could be eliminated were the ancestral spirits, and the attacking ancestral spirits were the Bone Demon and Ming Shan. Sha Huayu's eyes were dark, not a flicker of joy at her impending victory. She replied with an ambiguous tone, all right. The Bone Woman took a step forward, but Ming Shan remained motionless. At that moment, Sha Huayu's eyes shone brightly, reflecting the shape of a bronze bell, and she stared directly at Yigao. Yigao's body tilted uncontrollably to the left, his expression suddenly changing. Damn it! Like a ghost detached from his body, he stared with a gloomy expression as his body blocked the Bone Demon's view, obstructing the snake turtle's view. He suddenly turned to look at Sha Huayu, his expression darkening even further, practically monstrous. He couldn't be fooled, he discovered it. Ming Shan moved, but not in Yigao's direction. He quickly raised his gun and blocked it. Clang! It was the familiar sound of spears colliding with mandrel nails, the sound Bai Shu and the others knew so well. Bai Shu looked up, startled by the familiar, massive creature. It was the spirit of Zhang Mingjie, the first eliminated player, a mandrel. How could this happen? Zhang Mingjie's location had indeed disappeared. Bai Shu looked down at his bracelet. The 6 locations had become 7. It was Yi Lu. Bai Shu quickly figured it out. He remembered that Yi Lu's true identity was a stuntman. Perhaps because he'd been with Yigao more often, Yi Lu wasn't as high profile as they'd been when they first met. He had been guarded at the back throughout the match, his presence low. Or perhaps, Bai Shu's only interaction with him was limited to a single training match, and he overlooked this during the battle. To avoid eye contact with the snake turtle, everything except Yigao's position was dark. Even with Bai Shu's lights on, his focus was focused on Yigao, allowing the mandrel to silently lurk above them. But there was one exception. Both Yigao and Yi Lu were familiar to Sha Huayu. How could he forget the scapegoat trick? The more discreet Yi Lu acted, the more Sha Huayu took notice. Furthermore, Sha Huayu had already suffered a loss at the hands of Yigao, a mark she would never forget. Wouldn't it be foolish to fall again with the same tactic? Bang. Clang. Unlike its previous agility, the mandrel's movements in the fight with Meng Shan were dramatic, slow, and powerful, each swing reaching its full potential. This put it at a disadvantage in the fight, but the space was limited, and the 5 players couldn't move. Even the slightest impact on the nearest Xiaohuayu and Lin Xuesong caused their health to plummet. The mandrel's goal wasn't to defeat Meng Shan, but to implicate the entire team. This time, aside from Baishu's Pink Peach Blossom and Master Huiji's Spiritual Song, there were no other healing options available. They wanted to save these 2 for the next match. Si Kong's control chain was also temporarily depleted. Both teams had exhausted most of their skills, and even the ancestral spirit fight relied solely on their own strength. Fuck. Lin Xuesong stood in front of Xiaohuayu and took a hit from the mandrel. The red screen on the bracelet indicated elimination. There was no other way. She knew the bone woman couldn't handle the mandrel, and she had already eliminated Yi Gao. She looked at Xiaohuayu unwillingly. Win for me. Xiaohuayu gave her a cold look. Don't worry. Baishu looked at the countless centipedes pointing upwards in the water, and an idea struck him. Pick it up and throw it into the water. Meng Shan's spear, thrust forward, suddenly veered, piercing the mandrel's fur. His wrist, veins bulging, clenched inward. A huge wave splashed in the water. Zhang Mingjie, leaning against Lin Yang, hurriedly surfaced. His face was livid as he saw the ancestor lying stiffly on the blanket of centipedes. He hurriedly summoned the ancestor. He had been in the water for so long, how could he not know that centipedes could secrete mucus that could cause numbness? Even though he had tried his best to hide underwater, there were too many alien species, and the mucus secreted from their feet inevitably merged into the water. He could feel the obvious stiffness in his limbs after soaking in the water for a long time. As Xiaohuayu had predicted, Zhang Mingjie was replaced by a substitute puppet the moment he was eliminated. His ancestor spirit was arguably the greatest contributor to the competition, and the opportunity to be resurrected was perfect for him. But their plan had been discovered, and there was no second chance for retaliation. Meng Shan was already attacking him. Zhang Mingjie wiped his face. Defeat was inevitable. Wait! He suddenly remembered something, and stopped before Meng Shan swung his spear. To show his sincerity, he raised his hands with an effort. I surrender. Meng Shan's spear stopped just short of Zhang Mingjie's nose. There was still one thing he hadn't done. Zhang Mingjie looked at Lin Yang. Although this poor ghost's demands were unreasonable, she had always saved him from harm and, in a way, had helped him a lot. It wasn't impossible for him to fulfill her wish. However, Zhang Mingjie felt a little awkward. Being a husband wasn't something you could just do casually. He had his limits. Why do you want me to be your husband? Zhang Mingjie was quite pleased with himself. Could it be because he was so handsome that he appealed to everyone, young and old, and even female ghosts fell in love with him at first sight? Are you willing to be my husband? Lin Yang was pleasantly surprised. Answer my question first, and answer it seriously. Lin Yang hesitated, then retracted her playful expression. Because you look rich. Zhang Mingjie froze. Because if I marry a rich man, I won't have to endure hardships. I have countless servants and guards to protect me, and no one can bully me. Will you be my husband? Zhang Mingjie shook his head. I don't want to. Lin Yang pursed her lips in sorrow, turned her head away, and remained silent. She could only keep the man by her side temporarily. If he didn't cooperate, there was nothing she could do. The time she could hold him back was short. Why not make yourself rich? I promise to send you paper money every year. Zhang Mingjie said, you can still avoid hardship, and you can hire someone to protect you. Maybe. You can snatch me from all those people. Maybe you'd be stronger than most of them. Is that so? It was a simple truth, but it left Lin Yang speechless for a long time, as if she were hearing it for the first time. Something was about to be broken. Suddenly emerging from the shattered rift into the bright world, the two teams almost simultaneously, with the same movement, let out a long sigh. Zhang Mingjie was being supported, his body twisting and turning. The sky is so blue. The flowers are so red. The air is so fresh. The food smells so good. The cafeteria wasn't so cruel as to serve strange things to children who had just finished fighting. Zhang Mingjie's hand holding the spoon trembled slightly as he stuffed his mouth with a long-lost delicacy, and tears welled up in his eyes. Baishu stopped what he was doing. Xiaohuayu followed his gaze. A team arrived. They were also their next opponents. Baishu's gaze unconsciously fell on Jiechenyu. To be honest, before the training camp began, the two had been inseparable, even during meals. But this time, Jie Chenyu was on his team, and Bai Shu was on his own, and the two teams, about to play, maintained a proper distance. Just as Bai Shu was about to look away, he met Jie Chenyu's gaze. A smile lingered in his narrow, long phoenix eyes. He nodded slightly, and then turned away, not once glancing at Xia Huayu beside him. Bai Shu couldn't help but smile too. That look practically said, "I can't wait to play." After a quick meal, Team 1 gathered for a meeting to prepare for the upcoming match. Everyone's face was solemn. Unlike Team 3, Team 2's 5 members were more mature, with 4 of them being third-year students, and 2 powerful yet unpredictable captains. Aside from the lack of a healer, they were a perfect combination. Their own team still had many shortcomings, as evidenced by the previous match. The most prominent one was a lack of tacit understanding. On the surface, we appear to be working well together, but that's not due to tacit understanding, but rather to everyone's combat experience and improvisations. Sikong admitted, "As captain, I lack the ability to control the team as a whole." He looked at Bai Shu apologetically. Bai Shu had been alone for the first part of the match. Besides Bai Shu's poor start and inability to communicate, he hadn't offered any useful advice afterwards. He had cast him aside. Undeniably, he had underestimated Bai Shu and didn't care whether he joined or not. Thankfully, Bai Shu was well organized and had been a great help to them. Sikong formally apologized to Bai Shu. "I'm sorry, I won't do it again next time." He still didn't know how to describe Bai Shu. He was unlike the average attacker. His sharp edge was evident, and at times his offensive power was pitifully low. But whether he was finding a flaw and leveraging the centipede's unique abilities to help them escape, or controlling the will-o'-the-wisp fire's range when Yi Gao finally summoned the snake and turtle, he always played a crucial role at the crucial moment. This was the first time Sikong had encountered such a difficult-to-categorize person. But it was undeniable that without Bai Shu, their victory wouldn't have been so easy. Bai Shu shook his head, unconcerned. He didn't think he was good enough to just accept someone's trust without doing anything. He needed to prove it himself. "In fact, I'm very grateful for your trust in me." After all, he had never been down the canyon himself, and rashly leading people down without knowing the situation still seemed dangerous in retrospect. Luckily, Bai Zhu and the others were still manageable. If they had faced a more formidable opponent, Bai Shu couldn't imagine. Xia Huayu adjusted her glasses with 2 fingers. Compared to our awkwardness in the first match, Team 3 is clearly more strategic. They have a clear core. He Lu, Su Xiang, Zheng Tianhua, and Yi Gao are all from Boji, but in this match, they all tacitly centered around that one core player, Zhang Mingjie. Lin Shusong was puzzled. "So do we have to decide on a core player now?" She looked at Xia Huayu and Bai Shu. A core player is naturally an attacker responsible for damage. She, needless to say, was a gold-type player, and if she had to choose a core player, she would have chosen Xia Huayu. Bai Shu, logically, she shouldn't have considered him. But what could she say? Lin Shusong couldn't explain it. It was just a hunch. If he were the core, the team might be completely different from the current one. He wasn't as formidable as Si Li, Xia Huayu, and others in terms of attack, but he always gave off a sense of immense potential. Several people looked at Si Kong, waiting for his opinion. Si Kong was silent for a moment. "I lean toward Xia Huayu, but it's too early to say who will be the core. In the next match, I might be the first to be eliminated, so I need to think carefully about how to fight." "Why?" Si Li remained silent, glancing at Zhang Mingjie. This reminded them of how Zhang Mingjie had been inexplicably eliminated in the previous match. Lin Shusong frantically covered his head, then sighed in relief. "Luckily, he probably doesn't have anything I used. But aren't we all living separately?" Bai Shu was stunned. Si Kong said seriously, "I go to his place every day to make tea and clean the room, so there are many things that bear my scent." Bai Shu was stunned. He was more likely to imagine Si Kong wielding a sword and hacking people than doing housework. The 2 Kurosawas were clearly used to it. Let's assume the worst-case scenario. Chapter 97. As dusk fell, Bai Shu took a brief rest before changing into his team uniform and standing with his team in front of the teleportation array. Team 2 stood in 2 rows. Team 1, Sikong, Xia Huayu, Jia Ya, Bai Shu, Lin Shusong. Team 2, Silly, Guhua Bird, Jie Chenyu, Jinwu, Jiang Zheping, Chuangmu, and Ning, Kuinping, Zhuixingtian, Xuanju. Facing each other, Team 1's expressions were slightly grim. Team 2, aside from the lack of a healer, was impeccable in every way. A formidable opponent. After a brief greeting, each team took their respective positions on the teleportation platform. "Bai Shu, come here." Xia Huayu pointed to the space between herself and Jiaye and waved. Bai Shu hurried over. Now that the spirits of the ancestors had appeared, Bai Shu had to believe in those mysterious theories of luck. Hopefully, thanks to Jiaye, his landing would be more normal this time. Sikong looked at everyone. Don't be nervous. Everything goes according to plan. The four nodded. 10 figures vanished from the transport platform in unison. In the observation room, Team 3 was unusually silent. 2 consecutive defeats had left them somewhat languid, and Zhang Mingjie had lost his initial spirit. Still, they appeared in the observation room on time, their eyes fixed intently on the large screen. Is their current success simply due to the coincidence of having a formidable captain? What's wrong? You're all like frostbitten eggplants. Lu Qing smiled unkindly at the 5 people sitting in a row. He had been through this phase himself, and could discern their thoughts at a glance. Looking back at these young people now, it suddenly occurred to me that perhaps I too had a similarly adorably foolish moment. Don't be so quick to deny yourselves. You're still young, and your experience is limited. As you reach higher levels, you discover that ahead lies a mountain of insurmountable genius summoners, naturally powerful innate powers, enviable connections with ancestors, and so on. Then you. The 5 men looked up, eager to hear Lu Qing's next words. Instead, he continued, you get used to it. Lu Qing waved his hand. Just kidding. One day, you surpass those summoners, and the responsibility of protecting humanity's homeland will ultimately fall on you. The 5 men weren't moved by Lu Qing's words, taking them merely as encouragement. Unaware, Lu Qing's eyes darkened as he sat down. He wasn't lying. There are always unique, dazzling stars in this world, illuminating their own region with their own strength, admired and praised for their strength. But they are but a fleeting flash in the pan. In just a few years, weren't Xie Chenyu's parents and his superiors forgotten in the vast sea of stars? Breaking free from his thoughts, he waved to the unusually silent Yi Gao and Zheng Tianhua. Come here, you two. Miss Gongsun has a problem with your ancestors. Their eyes suddenly lit up. On the screen, Bai Shu slowly opened his eyes. Having learned his lesson from last time, he didn't act rashly. Blackness covered his vision again. Bai Shu's breath caught in his chest, and he turned to look at his bracelet. Luckily, this time, the landing point was normal. Other red dots were scattered not far from his location, which at least meant he hadn't been banished to some remote corner. But where was this place? Bai Shu summoned the will-o'-the-wisp, and his eyes widened. His wristband began to flash, signaling his teammates had woken up and were contacting each other, but Bai Shu had no intention of opening it. This was a familiar place, the damp environment, the faint sound of dripping water, familiar faces, and the aliens crawling all over the cliff face. After the noon competition ended, without the control of the Tide-Belly Ghost, the aliens naturally escaped, but Bai Shu hadn't expected them to be in this state at the bottom of the cliff. The round black shells were neatly and unevenly nailed to the cliff face, motionless, reminding Bai Shu of the neatly arranged golden door nails on the ancient vermilion gates he had seen in his previous life. This time, he fell into a crevice. The initial joy was gone. Bai Shu looked up, and above him was an endless blackness. To reunite with his teammates, he would either have to climb the 100-meter cliff face barehanded, or follow the path below him and make a long circuit. But any movement would inevitably attract the aliens' attention. Bai Shu, calm down. Perhaps he could use the object in his hand. For example, a feint to the east and attack in the west to lure the alien species away would be enough. Bai Shu looked around, but there were no small stones or other objects he could use. He looked down at himself again. Competitions never allowed extra items, so the only thing he had brought this time was the bone stick in his hand. Bai Shu's eyes were filled with reluctance. Unlike the casually picked human bones from the last match, this one was a refined version, meticulously crafted by the Bone Demon, using the highest density alien bones. One end had a polished, rounded handle, the other a crescent shape, with sharp edges on both sides, shaped a bit like a sickle, making it very handy to wield. In the forest, a team of 4 had already reported their situation. Their positions were similar to those of the previous match, and they had already gathered in pairs. What's worrying is that there's no news from Bai Shu. Lin Xuezong shook his head at Xia Huayu. He didn't reply. I'm afraid he encountered something again. Sikong relaxed a little, seeing that there weren't any particularly remote positioning points this time. It's okay, let's gather first. The people outside the screen were shocked by the crawling aliens, and felt for Bai Shu. His luck is unfathomable. He Lu was helpless. Zhang Mingjie hesitated. Perhaps it's true. Fortunately, he was calm enough. Yi Gao speculated. I think he wanted to throw the bone far away to lure away the aliens, and then take the opportunity to escape. Wait. Su Xiang's voice was a little flustered. Are you sure he's calm? On the screen, Bai Shu's fingers rested on the bracelet, his eyes fixed on it in the flickering will-o'-the-wisp fire. He couldn't bear to part with his weapon. If only he could throw the bracelet away. Thankfully, Bai Shu finally let it go. Team 3 breathed a sigh of relief. Going mad in a calm state is more terrifying than actual madness. This is just a competition. There's no need for such extreme measures. Bai Shu suppressed his impulse and mentally called out to the spirit, "Nine-tailed fox, I'm sorry for you." Humph. The nine-tailed fox's tail whipped around in his spiritual sea, nearly turning into a whirlwind of fire. Finally, he thought of it. Dong Feng, covered in fox fur, stood back helplessly, but he didn't try to persuade him this time. It was time for Xiaobai to learn to rely on the spirit. Although it was difficult for the nine-tailed fox to appear in the rift, the difficulty was not insurmountable. However, before the nine-tailed fox could step out, a long, shrill cry streaked through the sky. That sound was the guhua bird. Bai Shu immediately retracted the will-o'-the-wisp, covered his bracelet with one hand, and disappeared into the darkness. With that sound, the familiar, dense rustling sound rang out again, gradually fading with the call of the guhua bird. Bai Shu glanced at his bracelet. Most of the tracking points had converged, but one not far from him remained alone. It must be Sealy. He hadn't expected him to be at the bottom of the cliff, too. Perhaps because the Sea family excelled in sorcery, their luck was generally not good. Most Sea family leaders died young, often in violent circumstances. To avoid this, Sealy had been taught to be gentle from a young age. But deep down, he didn't care. Born in the apocalypse, it would be absurd to desire a natural death. Sealy's situation was even worse than Bai Shu's. He was not stable, and to avoid falling underwater, he had to make a lot of noise, which initially aroused the aliens. That's why he used the guhua bird to distract some of the aliens. Above, the bracelets of a team of 4 flashed. Listen. As the two teams moved, the situation became generally clear. Furthermore, after the previous match, both teams were equally familiar with the terrain. Team 1 knew Bai Shu was in the crevasse, but they didn't know which of the two locations represented Bai Shu. Thus, Bai Shu's message was crucial. I'm at the bottom of the valley, east, with Sealy. Bai Shu spoke concisely, his voice deliberately low. Si Kong and the others could hear a rustling background noise. They waited a moment, but no further message arrived. Sha Huayu acted decisively, summoning the spirits, let Meng Shan help him. Although plans couldn't keep up with the changes, the goal remained the same, eliminate Sealy first. Meng Shan, accustomed to the darkness, possessed not only superior combat power, but also a crowd-control skill and a 24-hour cooldown mental ability. Eliminating Sealy with a single ultimate skill wasn't a loss. In terms of individual attack power, Sealy was inferior to Jiechenyu, and the opportunity to be alone was very tempting. But Lin Xuesong said, watching the 4 approaching quickly. They're here. Yes, there's another troublesome individual lurking around. Sha Huayu said this, but didn't let Meng Shan stay. Within Ning's Kunping, the second team of 4 successfully reunited without much effort. After hearing that Sealy was at the bottom of the cliff, they headed straight for the first team of 4. As for rescuing Sealy, Jiechenyu had no intention of doing so, and Bai Chuan and the other 2 wouldn't bring it up. Not to mention that Kunping was too large to fit through the narrow slit. Even if they could, they didn't think Sealy would need their help. For Jiechenyu, it was even simpler. He didn't care where Sealy was, as long as he could deflect the damage, it was enough. Just like before, just fight like before. And Ning waved her hand. Okay. Jiang Zhengping and Zui Xingtian nodded in agreement. The 3 of them silently looked at Jiechenyu. He didn't move, simply staring at his bracelet. Suddenly, he changed his mind. Golden Crow, go. The Golden Crow suddenly turned and flew into the crevice. Zui Xingtian leaned forward. What's wrong? Didn't you just leave it alone? Jiechenyu curled his lips and tapped the location on his bracelet. Xiaobai should be here. How could that be? He's at the bottom of the cliff? Jiechenyu didn't explain further, simply staring at the bracelet. Sealy had gotten off to a bad start. He had exposed his identity early with the guhua bird, alerting those in the crevice and forcing them to hide. Therefore, Sealy had no idea who was in the crevice. Jiechenyu didn't know at first, but as the 2 location points gradually approached, he understood. Choosing to confront Sealy without hesitation would only make him an attacker, and yet, he remained undetected until now. Only Bai Shu, whom he was unfamiliar with, was there. It was unknown how he had evaded the detection of Guhua Bird and Sealy. Without an explanation, a moment of peace descended on Kunping's back. And Ning nudged Jiang Jinping. Jiang Jinping shook his head. With Bai Shu gone, Xie Chenyu had noticeably changed. To be precise, it wasn't a change, but it was as if he had returned to the way he was before Bai Shu joined the team. Zui Xingtian was on the reserve team at the time, and had only a limited contact with Team Jie, so he didn't quite understand Xie Chenyu's true nature. But Jiangyan was different. Back then, although Xie Chenyu often smiled, his smile was distant and superficial. There was no smile in his eyes. This was especially evident when he first joined the team. Though he was a year younger than them, his eyes were so complex that they were hard to discern, as if he had experienced much and matured prematurely. His thoughts were always unpredictable, and he wouldn't explain. Using victory as bait and fists as a deterrent, his orders were unbreachable. He was a smiling dictator. Thinking back to when Xie Chenyu first became captain, and seeing the condescending and critical gazes of the team, Jiang Jinping still felt his scalp tingle. Except for Ning, who was carefree and willing to test the waters on the brink of danger, no one dared to initiate small talk with him. After Bai Shu joined the team, Xie Chenyu changed. A smile appeared in his eyes, and sometimes his actions were even hilarious. He seemed like a teenager. Why? Why aren't you talking? Zui Xingtian, possessing extraordinary intuition, didn't notice anything changing and continued to pursue him. Xie Chenyu regained his composure and looked at Jiangyan, who looked a little uneasy, and Zui Xingtian, who was scratching his head. Sorry, I was just thinking. What did you say? Zui Xingtian asked again, and finally got everything explained. Jiangyan and the others breathed a sigh of relief. What was changing? They must have been overthinking it. Chapter 98. Unbeknownst to anyone, a small figure was crawling forward in the vast darkness. Fearing discovery by the Guhua bird, Bai Shu dared not use his will-o'-the-wisp fire. The cliff wall was swarming with alien creatures, leaving no room for support. To find the path ahead in the pure darkness, Bai Shu had to kneel on the ground, groping for the path ahead like a blind man. His knees and hands were stained with the soft, damp mud. To gain leverage, he unconsciously lifted his butt, his movements unhindered, looking like a careful and nimble cat. In reality, only Bai Shu knew his plight. The road beneath his knees hadn't been paved. It was not only uneven, but also incredibly hard. His palms and knees were chafing after just a short walk. Bai Shu had to be even more careful to avoid chafing his skin and attracting alien creatures with the smell of blood. It was this method that kept Seeley from noticing him. Although he had a location, it only showed a rough range, not an exact one. After climbing for a while, Bai Shu finally spotted Seeley. He heard him, not by sight. Darkness enveloped his vision. The only thing he could see was a familiar bracelet, casting a faint ray of light in the darkness. Bai Shu covered it, hiding himself. The continuous sound of falling water, the quick, sharp thud of something breaking through the air, and the crisp, sharp patter of footsteps echoed through his ears. Bai Shu's heart trembled. In such a dark environment, where no normal person could see, how could he rely solely on sound? Not only that, judging by the sound, he didn't seem panicked at all. Even the most powerful people have their limits, but there are countless other species. Bai Shu hid in the darkness, and he didn't deny the thought of trying his luck. Although Seeley and his ancestor had the upper hand in the narrow gap, there was always a point when his strength would be exhausted. Bai Shu was not short of patience. But hearing the sounds of fighting, Bai Shu's uncertainty returned. But was it really that simple? He gave the impression that he could escape at any moment. Bai Shu thought of the Guhua bird. It had only chirped once, never using any skills from beginning to end. In the darkness, Seeley raised an eyebrow. He was surprised by the other party's patience. In fact, for Seeley, darkness was his comfort zone. He was accustomed to fighting in the dark, and he could discern the aliens' position simply by listening. These aliens weren't as aggressive as they had been in a previous battle, and seemed to be testing them. And with the Guhua bird present, leaving here wouldn't be difficult. He chose to stay here simply because he was curious about the other person in the narrow gap. Unfortunately, the other party was cautious. He only saw the positioning point approaching, but didn't spot the target. But it didn't matter if they got close, they'd taken the bait. The corners of Seeley's mouth curled up slightly. Just as Bai Shu was about to retreat, a faint white smudge suddenly appeared in front of him. Approaching him, Bai Shu's heart ached with alarm. He preferred Seeley to be the one investigating rather than Guhua bird. Guhua bird was a pure black nine-headed bird. Like the golden crow, it was fully awakened, but due to a lack of fragments, its power hadn't reached its peak. Strangely, Guhua bird had only used 2 skills in previous matches. One was Soul Devourer, Its cry distracted the entire enemy, temporarily rendering them inert. The other was Night Wanderer. It transformed into a female ghost and roamed the streets at night, killing all living creatures it encountered, except infants. Both skills had a cooldown of half an hour. Sealy had never used his typically most challenging major skills. Baishu saw the white color, and knew it was most likely the result of the opponent using their second skill. Of course, there was also a slight chance it was a mysterious, powerful skill, but Baishu didn't believe the opponent would release a skill they had hidden for so long just for him. The Guhua bird had returned at some point, and used a skill. What was Baishu still confused about? The opponent was baiting him. Now was the perfect time for the Guhua bird to use its second skill. The surroundings were pitch black, with only one narrow path. The opponent was determined to leave no chance of survival. Baishu clenched his fists and stood up. The Guhua bird moved closer. As it drew closer, a puffing sound echoed through the air. The will-o'-the-wisp flames ignited, and Baishu leaped forward, unconcerned about being entangled by the alien creatures. Like climbing a rock, he used the alien creature's power on the wall to soar through the air above the dark head. In that instant, he saw the ghost woman clearly. Although her messy hair covered most of her face, he could still see her pointed chin, her eyes closed, and her face pale. She wore a loose, ancient-style white dress that was somewhat bold for the time, revealing two slightly swollen calves. Her feet were bare, and though she moved, they remained motionless. A closer look revealed a slight gap between the soles of her feet and the ground. She was floating. Baishu landed and quickly glanced around. He stood between the Guhua bird and Sealy. When he saw the cliff face, his pupils twitched slightly. Most of the centipedes were still nailed to the wall. First, the Guhua bird cried, but only the top few rows of alien species left. Perhaps it was because the Guhua bird was so fast, Baishu could understand that. But Sealy's movements just now were not small. With such an obvious target, how could the alien species not even show any intention of escaping in full force? Moreover, he didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt their direction had changed. The slightly smaller end of the centipede pointed in the direction of the two men, as if observing prey. This thought made Baishu's heart tighten. Had the centipede been like this before? He wasn't sure. These creatures had no faces, making it hard to remember them, but at least at that time, he definitely didn't feel like he was being observed. "It's you." Although he had a slight guess, Sealy smiled when he saw who it was. He had been most curious about the person lately, and his luck was pretty good. Baishu ignored the aliens that posed no threat for the time being. He leaned sideways, his eyes flickering between the Guhua bird and Sealy. Baishu's body was covered in mud, especially on his limbs. Only his face was barely clean, giving him a more childish look. His large eyes darted back and forth, and as he saw Sealy approaching, his body tensed like a string, as if it would spring into action at the slightest touch. Bang! Sealy waved his hand, and the boy's eyes widened even further, his mouth slightly open in shock. Sealy even had time to wonder why he hadn't awakened his bronze bell eyes. "You? Are you crazy?" Baishu's mind was in a tizzy. Sealy not only didn't join the Guhua bird in a front and rear attack, but actually helped him fend off the attacking aliens. "It's coming." Sealy's expression was indifferent, his eyes hidden beneath pale lashes glancing at the Guhua bird, then at him with amusement. Baishu shivered. He wasn't trying to help him, but to observe him more conveniently, like those aliens. The gaze of a superior on an inferior was vividly and unconcealedly reflected in him, making Baishu feel uncomfortable. This man was confident in his own strength, and believed Baishu posed no threat. Furthermore, he didn't care about winning or losing the training match. Winning wasn't as important as seeing clearly that he had quickly gained fame and drawn the attention of the two men fighting over it. Everyone wanted to win, not only to force themselves to grow, but also because they had the promise of the Southern District Secret Realm dangling before them. But for Sealy, he had already been to the Southern District Secret Realm, and might have more opportunities to join the border troops in the future. To him, it was just a ruin, devoid of any appeal. The reason he wanted to win was simply because he found it fun to compete with Jiechenyu for kills, and because he felt embarrassed if he lost. Baishu quickly adjusted his composure, neither letting down his guard at Sealy's help nor resenting the blatant slight. He quickly classified the danger levels. The Guhua bird turned back. Its long black hair and white clothing looked even more eerie in the orchid will-o'-the-wisp glow. Its body twisted unnaturally, unlike a human's. Its head immediately turned backward, and then its body followed suit, its feet moving slightly. A thin layer of sweat formed on Baishu's forehead. Before the match, they and Sikong had considered many possibilities, especially how to deal with Xiaohuayu and Jiechenyu. To be honest, Baishu preferred to face Jiechenyu. Sealy seemed too unpredictable to him. Even Sha Huayu didn't know about Guhua Bird's ultimate ability, and Bai Shu disliked this feeling of uncertainty. Zhang Mingjie smacked his lips, his face twisted. Su Xiang glanced at him impatiently. What are you doing? You can't even watch peacefully from outside. Naturally, Zhang Mingjie would have retorted angrily, but instead, he simply sighed, with a complicated expression, his face sullen. You don't understand. The feeling of being manipulated. As for the Guhua Bird's ultimate skill, it's no wonder Sha Huayu didn't know about it. After all, even his teammate Di Sikong didn't know about it. The Guhua Bird had never used it. After all, just 2 skills would have been enough. Especially since this environment was perfect for night wandering. Bai Shu naturally refused to sit still and wait for death. He suddenly attacked, sending a streak of fox fire across Sealy's face. Sealy quickly tilted his head, and the fox fire burned one side of his hair, turning it into a tangled black strand that shrank to ash. You know, fox fire also has a nighttime benefit. He took 2 steps back, meeting a pair of fierce beastly eyes. Ignoring the fact that the 9-tailed fox was forced to hold its 4 legs together due to the narrow path, its 9 tails, usually puffed up and stiffened, looked a bit comical, but its imposing presence was immense. The 9-tailed fox was unable to maneuver in the narrow space, but its goal wasn't to deal with Sealy, but to resolve Bai Shu's predicament. The giant beast blocked Sealy's path. The foxfire turned and charged directly at Guhua Bird's face. One of its tails swept Bai Shu up, and with the help of its 9-tailed beast, Bai Shu climbed upward. Seeing Sealy maneuvering effortlessly at the cliff bottom, Bai Shu abandoned his plans for a head-on confrontation and resolved to return to land, where his 9-tailed beast could be most effective. Sha Huayu said Meng Shan had come down to pick him up, and the challenge lay in stalling. What Bai Shu hadn't expected was Sealy's exceptional cooperation. But things changed in an instant. As the will-o'-the-wisp flames vanished, and as Bai Shu's figure receded from its path, the smile on Guhua Bird's lips vanished. Suddenly, it raised its head to the sky and let out a piercing wail, tears of blood streaming from its eyes. What's that sound? The 8 people grappling at the edge of the cliff had sharp ears and eyes, and even heard the faint sound coming from below. Bai Shu, trapped in the crevice, couldn't cover his ears. His head felt a buzzing pain. But his mind remained clear. So, this sound wasn't the Guhua Bird's soul-devouring ability, but simply a wail. Why? Not only Bai Shu was surprised, but Sealy was as well. This sound wasn't directed by him. It was the Guhua Bird itself. Hee. Surprise flashed past, and then Sealy chuckled softly, as if he had discovered something amusing. This time, the smile was much more genuine. Here, give me your hand. Meng Shan, possessed, extended his hand toward him. Bai Shu put aside his doubts for the moment. Let's go up first. He leaped up and extended his hand. Bai Shu's eyes flashed with surprise. He reached inward with both hands, but they missed. Both the man and the ghost were stunned. Bai Shu hadn't expected such a miscalculation. Luckily, he was nimble, landing 1 foot on a protruding alien creature. He readjusted his stance, grasping the crevice with his left hand and pushing upward, finally landing safely in Meng Shan's arms. After completing this series of movements, Bai Shu didn't notice Meng Shan's surprise. He didn't realize a red dot had appeared between his eyebrows. It was an eerie red. It was as if stained by the blood and tears of the Guhua Bird. However, Bai Shu had already left before the Guhua Bird shed its tears. Chapter 99. It seemed that the deafening noise finally couldn't leave the aliens pinned to the wall indifferent. They rustled, leaping and attacking those who trampled them, one after another, forming a black wave vertical to the ground, growing and shrinking, wave after wave. It wasn't that the aliens didn't want to stop them, but Meng Shan's ghostly figure, his inhuman leaping ability and reflexes allowed him to step on the flying aliens and move towards the crack. Bai Shu, held in Meng Shan's arms, surprisingly didn't feel the crowding at all. Bai Shu was puzzled. Could Meng Shan be so large? The thought flashed through his mind, and Bai Shu quickly looked down. He wanted to know how Sealy would respond, but his sight was instantly occupied by the aliens, and darkness completely separated him from the 2 men. But he could hear Sealy's laughter. Unlike the previous inexplicable chuckle, this time he seemed genuinely happy, laughing unabashedly, not caring at all whether it would attract aliens. A dark tide surged around them. Sealy leaned against the cliff face, clearing a semicircle of moderate size. Beyond that semicircle was already a dense black mass. Sealy looked at the still human Guhua Bird. Her face still bore traces of dried blood and tears, but her eyes were fully open, revealing double pupils. The contract is concluded. From now on, you will assist me wholeheartedly. He withdrew his smile. Guhua Bird nodded and looked upward. Don't worry, you see him? Seely raised his chin slightly. A quick victory. The woman transformed into a 9-headed bird and charged forward. Jie. The voice was much sharper and more distant than Bai Shu had heard before, full of sorrow and tears. Bai Shu and everyone else on the rift stopped moving and covered their ears. Only Team 2 was unaffected. No, judging by their uncomfortable expressions, they were somewhat affected. Cassiopeia. Xiaohuayu realized something, his eyes darkening. He had a premonition that Seely was about to use his sympathetic ability without warning, and his target was definitely Sikong. But after battling Team 2 for so long, coupled with the Guhua Bird's indiscriminate attacks, almost everyone's health was low. If he didn't recover at this point, Sikong would likely be eliminated. 20 minutes ago. On the rift, Sikong and his companions, following Bai Shu's location, reached the edge, only to be entangled like a dogskin plaster by the 4 members of Team 2. They wanted to avoid it, but with the enemy's incredible transportation, the Quimping, how could they possibly outrun them? Team 1 was forced to engage Team 2 in a melee at the cliff's edge. Although Team 2, with the exception of Seely, consisted entirely of Baichuan's original crew, they seemed like a fledgling group to Sikong and Lin Xuesong, who came from the established and consistently victorious Kurosawa team. But the moment they met, they immediately realized something remarkable. Xiaohuayu also had a distinct feeling that Baichuan had made significant progress compared to their last match. Their coordination had improved, and their strength had also increased. The key point wasn't their fully awakened ancestor appearing a bit too quickly? Not even Kurosawa could be so exaggerated. In the finals, they knew Ning had summoned a new ancestor, but who would have dared to imagine it was a fully awakened one? But in fact, it was. Lin Xuesong, thinking of his own puppeteer, instantly felt a surge of jealousy. Baichuan's luck was simply too good, except for Bai Shu. Without giving Team 1 much time to think, Team 2 stormed in. Xiechenyu, accustomed to being without the golden crow, remained unfazed. He even calmly headed for the 9-tailed fox summoned from the cliff bottom. Zhuo Xingtian and Jiang Jingping's hidden shields combined to conceal their figures from Sikong's control, allowing them to bypass the forest of snow bushes and the white-boned demon guarding Jiaye. Xuanzhu immediately activated his ultimate skill, staring intently at Sikong, as if he could deliver a fatal blow if his control chain showed even the slightest flaw. Ferocious, truly ferocious, they were unleashing a barrage of skills right from the start. If their team wasn't all up to par, they would have been completely stunned by the onslaught. Xiechen유's movements were cunning, and with Zhuo Xingtian's hidden shield helping him, Sikong's control chain was unable to find a target. He wasn't familiar with this team, but it seemed like they fought them countless times before. He zeroed in on the only person still outside the circle. And Ning. She was the military advisor to Jiang and Zhuo. With a crystal mirror in hand, she foresaw the outcome. With one shield and one attacker, she unexpectedly gained the upper hand in the battle against Lin Xuesong and his spirits, even without the aid of an ancestral spirit. Jiaye had to be protected by Xiaohuayu. 10 minutes was the cooldown period for skills. It sounded short, but for the current team, it was an extremely long time. They lacked the opponent's offensive power. Only by prolonging the match could their advantage be highlighted. This couldn't go on. Sikong's control chain suddenly shifted, aiming for the target he had long been eyeing. Sikong stared at his opponent's lone control. If he succeeded, he could break the opponent's momentum and disrupt their formation. Xiechenyu caught a glimpse of this scene from the corner of his eye, and a subtle smile curled his lips. The control chain struck a massive creature, its thick links looking fragile as it was firmly blocked. Sikong's face briefly froze for a rare moment. Quimping was too large to be seen in its entirety on a human's level. It was also too quiet and docile, its entire body white, its feathers tinged with a faint blue in the sunlight. As a result, despite its majestic appearance, it was ignored as a harmless creature. Seeing it wasn't needed for flight, it calmly crouched on the ground, wings tucked at its sides. Though a majestic bird, it curled itself up into a ball, its claws tucked into its thick feathers. Amidst the chaotic battle, it curled itself into a ball, eyes lowered, observing the scene. But when it saw the other party approaching its summoner, it spread one wing to block it, carefully retracting it, fearing it would send flying towards its own spirit and the slightly larger creature opposite. The control chain was trapped between Quimping's retracted wings. Sikong tried to pull it back, his arm veins throbbing, but the opponent remained motionless, unmoved, unable to even feel a tickle. Sikong, the slightly larger fellow, was completely unnerved. Are they really a new team? If Sikong's calm demeanor was stirred to a state of irritation and helplessness, then Lin Xuesong was simply astonished. Wow! Lin Xuesong barely dodged the sudden oncoming broadsword, a drop of cold sweat running down her cheek. Ordinarily, she and the Bone Demon had been cooperating for quite some time, so a combined attack would be no problem. Yet, somehow, the opponent always managed to precisely find the gaps between the Bone Demon and her and strike quickly. Under the blow, Lin Xuesong's bracelet slid down. Baichuan's rise came too late, too quickly. Aside from Silly and Sikong, the Kurosawa team had only watched one of Baichuan's final matches. Lin Xuesong didn't even realize she was actually facing 3 people, with a Ning providing support behind the scenes. Help! Lin Xuesong yelled to Jiaye. At that moment, everyone heard a shrill cry, drowning out Lin Xuesong's, causing a splitting headache and trembling internal organs. Everyone immediately covered their ears. Jiaye endured the pain and struck the wooden fish, and everyone in Team 1's health began to recover. But the process was too slow. Using sympathy to transfer all the damage only took a moment. Sikong was eliminated. Silly was eliminated. Xia Huayu's eyelids fluttered. Sikong's elimination was almost certain, but what about Silly? Team 2 was also startled. Then Jinwu and Mengshan simultaneously emerged from the bottom of the cliff. Xietchen Yu said coldly, retreat. Their advantage had only lasted 10 minutes of fierce attack. Now, with their synergy, the remaining enemy players were practically depleted of health, unfit for further action. Through Mengshan, he saw Baishu's hair, and a hint of white on the back of her neck as she quickly left with the remaining 4. He needed to figure out what was happening down there. Xietchen Yu looked at the golden crow. What was it doing at the bottom of the cliff? It was even slower than Mengshan. The golden crow creaked anxiously. It couldn't be blamed. Although it could fly, at the bottom of the cliff, in the darkness where its wings couldn't be seen, it was completely blind. To determine its direction, it spat out a number of fireballs. Lin Xuesong instinctively followed suit. The news that Seely had also been eliminated instantly cheered her up and emboldened her. Thinking of how she'd been beaten before, she wanted to fight back immediately. But Xia Huayu held her shoulders, her eyes quizzically fixed as she shook her head. She still found this expression odd, but when she turned around, she was shocked. Baishu was bewildered by the stare. He was just as eager as Lin Xuesong, eager to fight Team 2. But why were they all looking at him? Is there something on my face? Everyone nodded in unison. Just as they were about to say something, Xia Huayu interrupted them. Shh. The faint rustling at the bottom of the cliff was audible even to those above. This wasn't the place for conversation, so he gestured for them to leave. Baishu was gently placed on the ground. Facing the expressions of the 4 people, who looked as if they'd seen a ghost, even QB, Baishu felt a little bewildered. He took a step forward and fell to the ground with a thud. At that moment, even his slow reaction time would have told him something was wrong. His body had shrunk. Although it wasn't noticeable, his trouser legs and sleeves had grown longer. His fall had been caused by his heavy, muddy trouser legs. Baishu lay on the ground for a long time, unable to recover. His mind was swirling, a turbulent sea of emotions, his emotions spilling out uncontrollably. Fear and terror stained his dark eyes, and his anxious, trembling fingers touched his face. He wouldn't fall into some unknown body again. Don't panic. Baishu's abnormality was so obvious that Xia Huayu was surprised. Someone who could remain calm even when seriously injured, someone who had faced countless dangers with composure, could be so frightened. He glanced around, asking them not to show it too obviously, and reached out to help the man up. The panic in those eyes, now rounder and duller, was so intense that even the most high-spirited young man and woman felt a pang of heartache. Their reaction might have frightened Baishu. Don't be afraid, you just shrunk a little. Baishu dared to move his hand away from his face. Shrink? Afraid Baishu wouldn't believe him, Lin Xuesong pinched a tiny fingertip. It's really only a little bit. It won't affect your fight. What happened at the bottom of the cliff? Everyone was curious. Seely had been eliminated so early. This put a damper on Team 1's previously planned A, B, C, D, and E plan. I noticed the aliens at the bottom of the cliff are all lined up, nailed to the cliff face. The voice, now somewhat childish, slowly began to rise. Confirming he hadn't changed bodies again, Baishu finally calmed down and recounted his experience at the bottom of the cliff, pondering the details. No wonder he almost couldn't hold Mengshan back. It turned out it wasn't a miscalculation, but rather his arms were too short. Baishu, I think the reason might be the guhua bird. As he spoke, he kept checking his arms and legs, fearing they become even smaller. To his relief, they hadn't shrunk, or at least not noticeably. Xia Huayu and Jiaya both agreed. Unbeknownst to Bai Shu, there was a bright blood spot on his forehead. And you might have been hit by one of his ancestors' ultimate skills. Of all skills, normal skills have strictly limited durations. Only ultimate skills can have such incredible effects. Rejuvenate? Lin Xuesong seemed to have a thought. Come to think of it, I'd taken a brief look at the files on the awakening of the Guhua bird. Besides recording its name, it also states that it is a collection of resentful souls who died in childbirth, and therefore has a fondness for babies. The others pondered and gained some insight into the third ultimate skill. Could it be? Several people looked at Bai Shu's frightened eyes. Is her skill to turn you into a baby? No, that can't be. Bai Shu's body trembled, and he sat there in a daze, his mind revolving around two words. Baby? Bai Shu was terrified, but his teammates were heartless. Lin Xuesong paced back and forth anxiously. Bai Shu lowered his eyes, only able to see two swaying legs. This isn't good. I thought we pulled back a win with Sikong gone and Silly eliminated, but we've lost another one. What are we going to do? Xia Huayu, we don't know when we transform into babies, but it looks like. He glanced at Bai Shu. It's not going fast, but we should be able to hold out for the remaining 3 hours. Jiaya, we can observe every half hour. Bai Shu, shock. Chapter 100. Wait, there's no solution. Bai Shu's voice trembled. Were they too resigned, thinking they might still have a chance to fight back? Several people looked at him with helpless eyes. Jiaya helped Bai Shu roll up his trouser legs, his calm judgment seeming especially cold. While there are counter skills, we don't know anything about the Guhua bird's third skill. Reverting back to a baby is just speculation. If Sikong were here, there's still a possibility. Bai Shu knew he hadn't finished. Furthermore, this skill is special, it doesn't deal damage, so ordinary healing skills won't help. Thank you. Bai Shu thanked Jiaya, his rather childish face filled with bitterness and resentment. Puff. Bai Shu, silently rolling up his sleeves, suddenly looked up. Seeing that Lin Xuesong had burst into laughter after being discovered, Xia Huayu and Jiaya restrained themselves slightly. The former never showed her emotions, while the latter, one could see she was trying hard to suppress the corners of her mouth when Bai Shu glanced at her. Amitabha. Monks are not allowed to laugh at others. Bai Shu, He was heartbroken. He didn't realize how much of a contrast he was putting on a soft face while pretending to be mature. Seeing Bai Shu's nerves were about to break, Xia Huayu finally said something fair. Don't be afraid. Rejuvenation and resurrection, these incredible skills have significant limitations and come at a higher cost. Shrinking is only temporary. Just go see the clerk after the game. This undoubtedly reassured Bai Shu, and he felt a little better. Lin Xuesong had finished laughing and placed a hand on Bai Shu's shoulder. As for the competition, don't lose heart. You might be able to help us a lot in your current state. Bai Shu looked up with a hint of anticipation. Facing a pair of overly bright eyes, Lin Xuesong said solemnly, Team 2 certainly can't believe you turn into this. Just showing up will definitely scare them. We ambush nearby and take one of them down. She made a knife-shaped gesture beside her neck, her expression serious, reflecting her genuine confidence in her plan. Bai Shu silently averted his eyes. Although he didn't think his transformation would have such a significant impact on the opponent, considering Jiechenyu and the others were battle-hardened, it wasn't likely they would be easily affected. Still, it was a kind gesture of comfort from his teammates, and Bai Shu didn't object. The two teams tacitly maintained a distance, each waiting for their abilities to recharge. Bai Shu took this opportunity to recount his own experience at the bottom of the cliff. This made the aliens' anomaly even more obvious. The few of them had been engaged in battle all day, especially those like Xia Huayu, who were more nimble-minded. This was a more systematic operation than the previous one, perhaps even a deliberate display of weakness to lure the two men back to the bottom of the cliff. Otherwise, it's impossible to explain why they were initially motionless, then all moved at once when Bai Shu was about to leave. The claim that it was caused by the sound of the Guhua bird wouldn't hold water, as the Guhua bird had called once before, and from Bai Shu's observation, only a small group at the top moved. Xia Huayu frowned. All social animals have a leader and a strict hierarchy, but so far, we haven't seen any particularly clear divisions, which is strange in itself. Seed Li's elimination is also very strange. Their movements are sometimes loose and sometimes tight. Whether they have a plan or it's just an accident, we just need to stay away. Jiaya agreed. With Sikong eliminated, water no longer holds an advantage for us. Time was almost up. One team moved away from the cliff face, while the other two teams consciously moved closer. This battle would determine the outcome. Bai Shu followed the team. In the past half hour, although Xiao Huayu and the others said his changes were not noticeable, Bai Shu felt as though he had shrunk again. To make matters worse, as his body shrank, the muscles he had painstakingly built also shrank, leaving him less powerful than before. Even his movements were slower than before, due to the difficulty controlling his constantly changing body. Going forward like this, he might not even be able to defeat Zhu Xingtian, let alone Jie Chenyu. What Bai Shu hadn't expected was Xiao Huayu's plan. He actually adopted Lin Xuetsong's suggestion. Bai Shu was shocked, and for a moment, he wondered if he had been possessed. But with Si Kong gone, Xiao Huayu naturally became the team leader. He finalized the plan, and Bai Shu had no choice but to proceed according to it. He couldn't understand how they could be so confident about this crudely crafted plan. Bai Shu was practically consumed by worry. He had to think of another way, to add another layer of security. And then a magical scene unfolded. Among three tall, long-legged boys and girls, a man in ill-fitting clothing frantically shifted his short legs, his brows knitted like an old man, his fingers biting with anxiety. Suddenly, he froze for a moment, and quickly pulled his hand away. Why was he sucking his finger? Team 2 and Team 1 were in agreement on staying away from the rift. Team 2 and Team 1 shared similar views. Si Li's sudden elimination cast a mysterious shadow over the rift. Jie Chenyu's thoughts drifted off track. He had a feeling something was off about Bai Shu. Even if it was just a glimpse of his figure before parting, obscured by Ming Shan. But he couldn't quite put his finger on it. They're coming. And Ning told Kunpeng to stop, and Xie Jiang and Zhou all jumped down. The trees made it difficult for Kunpeng to land, so Ning stayed on the bird's back, the high altitude providing a natural shield for her. The two teams, having met, stared at each other. Jie Chenyu glanced across, his lips curling. There were only 3 of them, and he wasn't there. Not only Jie Chenyu, but the other 3 members of Team 2 were also searching for that familiar figure. After Si Li's elimination, Team 2 consisted of almost all of Bai Chuan's men, with only Bai Shu standing on the opposing side. This was a novel experience for both teams. Without Bai Shu, and Ning became even more vigilant. In battles with others, Bai Shu's elusive nature was his defining characteristic. Shooting arrows, sneak attacks, stealth tracking, and keeping his opponent completely at bay were his specialties. Back then, he watched his opponents tremble in fear. Now it was their turn. Xiao Huayu was the first to strike. Ming Shan bypassed Jie Chenyu and charged directly at Zhu Xingtian. Zhu Xingtian was startled, clearly unprepared for the opponent to use their most powerful spirit against him. Jiang Jingping's expression froze, and he immediately used his shield skill to aid him. Back! And Ning's voice echoed from his bracelet. Even though his mind told him to advance, Jiang Jingping's reaction was faster than his brain, and he took a step back. His figure vanished from sight. Xiao Huayu's eyes darkened. To defeat Team 2, they had to overcome 2 key weaknesses, Jie Chenyu and Jin Wu, and the coordination centered around Zhu Xingtian. Xiao Huayu's eagerness to strike was to seize the initiative, to position his hand against the opponent he desired. Disrupting the coordination between Zhu Xingtian and his support was relatively easy. With Bai Shu's encyclopedic guidance on weapons, Jie Chenyu's demanding training, and his own exceptional agility, Zhu Xingtian's attack methods were endlessly varied. He might be wielding a sword one moment, and something else the next. This, however, precisely demonstrated his versatility, though not mastery. While it might be effective against an amateur, it was a complete failure against the general Ming Shan. Furthermore, Ming Shan's first skill was the prison cage, originally intended for Jiang Jingping. If he approached Zhu Xingtian and dared to hide, Ming Shan would be able to pinpoint his location. Unfortunately, he glanced at the massive object obscuring the sky. The other party possessed a crystal mirror, and it was very perceptive. Despite his failure, Xiao Huayu remained calm, curious to see which was more effective, his own speculation or the other party's. Zhu Xingtian was feeling suffocated, and was about to use Zhuanju's skills to free himself, when he turned to see Zhuanju already locked in a fierce battle with the bone demon. He suddenly held his breath, tears streaming down his face. Logically, shouldn't these 2 fully awakened spirits besiege Team Jie? Why were they chasing him? Zhuanju was a formidable opponent for the team. Although he only had 2 skills, his powerful abilities were not to be underestimated. A relentless pursuit would be disastrous for anyone caught in it. But there was a way to counter it. All it took was for the demon to fail to recognize its target. Besides its ability to transform into bones, which enhanced its combat effectiveness, the bone demon's second skill was a bewitching ability that allowed it to change its appearance. Sha Huayu didn't expect the opponent to play right into his hands. He was on guard. He only needed to temporarily suppress this skill. The opponent had too many offensive skills. He had to attack them one by one. However, with the strongest combat force deployed, Lin Xuesong and Sha Huayu, two unarmed commanders, were already overwhelmed by the first major challenge, not to mention the incapable Jiaye to protect. Puff, cough, cough. Lin Xuesong nearly vomited after being hit by a merciless elbow. What kind of fighting style is this guy? She had just blocked the incoming blow, her knuckles still painful, but she didn't expect the opponent to hesitate for a second, dropping his weapon and turning back to attack again. Lin Xuesong had no choice but to retreat. Her own combat training made her increasingly aware of the complexity of the opponent's tactics. Although a mixed bag, he was surprisingly useful, decisive, and ferocious. Lin Xuesong looked back at Sha Huayu from a distance, wanting to curse. Look at the golden crow wielding fire in the sky. A single breath from it would singe a clump of her hair, leaving streaks of ash on her face, making her look utterly miserable. Thankfully, it was nighttime, and the golden crow's aim wasn't very accurate, so Lin Xuesong was still able to cling on. What kind of job was this? While she enjoyed fighting, she didn't enjoy being a punching bag. If it weren't for her healing ability, she would have been eliminated long ago. Even with Jiaye chanting and beating the wooden fish non-stop, her bracelet still hovered at the elimination threshold. Sha Huayu was helpless. In terms of fighting power, besides Meng Shan, only Lin Xuesong could fight. Although she was a girl, she had been professionally trained in martial arts since childhood. Although she didn't look strong, she might have more muscle mass than any male summoner. Sha Huayu mouthed the words. Immediately, he was waiting for the tension to reach its peak, so that his chances of success would be greater. Zui Xingtian's situation was slightly better than Lin Xuesong's, but without a healer, his danger level was similar. If it weren't for the Golden Crow's occasional support, he would have been on the verge of elimination. Sha Huayu grabbed the Golden Crow and turned to deal with Lin Xuesong's airstrikes. When a space opened up beside Zui Xingtian, his slightly lowered eyes shone with a silver light. Come again. Zui Xingtian's body lurched, and he knew who had hit him. He hated Sha Huayu's innate ability the most, bar none. The iron pot on Zui Xingtian's back was still pinching his neck. Could they discuss having him fall sideways next time? His expression was indescribable, even a bit vacant, a mixture of helplessness, anger, shock, and even a touch of self-satisfaction. How could he have deserved to be hit by so many people? Ah! Soon, Zui Xingtian had no time to think about it, as he was tumbling to the ground under the continuous stabs of the spears. Xie Chenyu raised an eyebrow. With Sha Huayu as captain, the entire team style had changed, orderly, coherent, and maximally utilized. So what was Bai Shu's role? The others were distracted by the commotion over there, and Sha Huayu knew the time had come. Chapter 101. Night fell upon this land, windless and starless. A purple-red curtain hung across the sky, fading into the mountains. A half-moon hung in the sky, emitting a soft, lonely glow. The long chasm seemed even more eerie in the darkness, like a chasm leading to hell. It bisected the entire area. To the west, the trees were shady, towering trees, and half-high bushes densely blocking the light that finally did find its way through. The silence, the dimness, and the lack of light gave people a chilling feeling. To the east, a vast pool of water silently rippled, a few bubbles bubbling on the surface. The struggle between teams 1 and 2 shattered the tranquility of the west. The battle between the two sides had reached a fever pitch. The ancient spirits unleashed their skills one after another, destroying the surrounding vegetation and leaving a vast expanse of bare land. A massive creature hovered overhead, its wings flapping, even the smallest of movements, creating gusts of cold air. Team 1, seeing Zui Xingtian's bracelet about to turn red, became even more ruthless, intent on eliminating one of their opponents in a single blow. Meanwhile, Team 2, watching the fluctuating color of Team 1's bracelet, constantly hanging on the edge of hope, held their breath. Red flames occasionally illuminated a patch of land, ravaged to the point of charred earth, barren of vegetation. Lin Xuesong clutched her aching shoulder, clutching the whip in one hand, and stumbled back a few steps. A few strands of hair, tied in a high ponytail, fell across her forehead. She stared in disbelief at Xie Chenyu, the seemingly much taller figure. She hadn't expected her vaunted fighting prowess to be so vulnerable before this man. Her health was dropping faster than Zui Xingtian's, even when he faced 2 ancestral spirits. Thanks to Jiaye, she was barely holding on. Xie Chenyu's lips curled, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. He raised his hand slightly, his fingers twitching. The golden crow flew over from a distance. He was so lazy he wanted to kill her right away. Xiechenyu rarely threw such energy at the start. He preferred to take his time, planning his moves. But this time, he was a little anxious. He was the attacker this time, and Xiechenyu couldn't understand why the other party would hide him. Lin Xucong's pupil shrank, and the bone demon stood in front of her. After summoning Lin Xucong, she regretted it. She glared at him fiercely, and lashed out with her whip. She should retreat. Fire overcomes metal, and the other party was probably waiting for her to do so. Sure enough, the golden crow flew towards the bone demon, its raging flames blocking her. But she was deeply terrified, afraid she wouldn't make it. The opponent gave her no time to breathe, beating her to a pulp. When she finally managed to look up, she saw him calm and composed, even absent-minded. His clothes weren't ruffled, and even his breathing hadn't changed. The shock she felt at that moment was immense. The thought of recalling the bone demon was almost a subconscious one. Xiechenyu held the familiar mace and placed the whip on it. With a tug of his wrist, the whip slipped from Lin Xuecong's hand. Easier than expected, his energy dissipated. He slowly exhaled. To say his breathing hadn't changed was impossible. It was merely a deliberate disguise. Xiechenyu could hear his own rapidly racing heartbeat. He doubted he could hide it at this point. Lin Xuecong fell to the ground, quickly propping himself up with his uninjured hand, but he was already enveloped in the opponent's extended shadow. The bracelet had already turned a dangerous orange red. There was a whoosh. Just as Xiechenyu had hoped, with this sound, a streak of inky black suddenly appeared in the middle of the crimson wall of fire behind her, forcefully splitting the flames in two directions. A streak of pure white burst forth from it. Here it comes. This was the thought of several members of Team 2. Pa! Zui Xingtian rolled on the ground in a heap, his features almost invisible amidst the sweat and black dirt, blending seamlessly with the charred ground, making it difficult for Ming Shan, who was pursuing him, to distinguish them. Things were blurry before his eyes, but he could still sense the shift in the atmosphere. Focus yourself. Ming Shan had already found his target and appeared before Zui Xingtian in the blink of an eye, offering a kind warning before suddenly thrusting his spear forward. Damn! He hadn't even seen anything yet. Zui Xingtian, tears welling in his eyes, rolled to the ground again. He learned this trick from Bai Shu, but his deception must have been successful, as Ming Shan's movements were noticeably sluggish. But why was the opponent's stabbing still so accurate? Thankfully, the bone demon was gone. He gritted his teeth and persevered, a defiant smile curling his lips. The opponent was bullying them because they didn't have a healer, so they dared to use their main force to attack him. At that moment, his longing for the prosperous days when he had milk and Bai Shu reached its peak. And the opponent's obvious subtext, that he was the easiest to defeat, only fueled Zui Xingtian's rebelliousness. He was determined to survive. Even if it wasn't a pretty way to survive. The target disappeared again. Ming Shan wasn't in a hurry. After a pause, he thrust his spear downwards again. Ouch! Zui Xingtian cried out in pain and fled hastily. Why? This was clearly the safe haven Ning had told him about. Put your fangs back. Stop showing them. And Ning shouted from the bracelet. She had been perplexed. Although Ming Shan could see at night, Zui Xingtian was so dark that even a ghost wouldn't have recognized him. It turned out that Ming Shan must have been successfully tricked, yet he managed to accurately stab people. She instructed Kuiping to fly lower and lower until she discovered the reason. Because she was focused on this side, she was also startled when Bai Shu and Jiuwei suddenly appeared from the curtain of fire. Bai Shu, crouching on Jiuwei's back, was barely visible against its luminous white fur. Even when he approached, he was only a blurry figure. Xiechenyu stopped, his eyes brightening dramatically, and the smile he held on his face took on a more genuine look. Everyone knew how guilty Bai Shu felt. Even when Bai Shu hid in the bushes, his palms were sweating. He couldn't help in his current state, and might even hinder them. He shouldn't have followed Jiuwei out, but Sha Huayu had told him to. When he saw the flames trapping the bone demon, and saw Lin Xuecong collapse, Bai Shu no longer cared. He took a deep breath, grasped the bone knife, and leaped off Jiuwei's back. Simultaneously, the nine-tailed fox activated its second ability, sending 9 white pythons, each tail dripping with blood, charging towards Xiechenyu. Taking advantage of Jiuwei's distraction, Bai Shu quickly circled behind him, intending a sneak attack. In his current state, Bai Shu hadn't considered confronting Xiechenyu head-on. But he still underestimated Xiachenyu's strength. He was a man who dared to challenge an alien species alone. The nine-tailed fox's attack created a whirring sound, but it also drew Xiachenyu's attention to the movement behind him. At the same time as the nine-tailed fox, Bai Shu also attacked, but his position was low and the angle was really tricky. Xiechenyu, unfazed by the pressure of being trapped, actually took the initiative and ran towards the nine-tailed fox. The nine tails were no longer as soft as Bai Shu usually felt. Their silver fur stood out, gleaming with a cold silver light in the moonlight. But Xie Qianyu's goal wasn't this. He ducked to avoid one tail, hooking his hand around the fluttering strap on the fox's back. He chuckled triumphantly, then yanked it back toward him. With a tap of his toes, he soared into the air. The nine-tailed fox, accustomed to Bai Shu's strength, was dragged downward. This man was incredibly strong. But that wasn't the end of it. Xie Qianyu, still airborne, whipped his long legs backward. Bai Shu's wrist ached, and he lost his strength for a moment, causing the bone knife in his hand to fly easily. It was over. He had indeed come to deliver his food. Your strength is weakened. That's not like you. Are you reluctant to leave me? The man, still upside down in midair, with one hand on Nine-Tailed Fox's head, was caught off guard by the face of the person behind him. Suddenly, the wind picked up. The smile on his lips froze the moment he saw clearly, and then his eyes widened dramatically, giving his narrow, long, phoenix pupils an even more rounded arc. Who is this? Adding a ning in the air in Jiang Zheping, who was forced to confront Xiao Huayu. The shock on the faces of the three members of Team 2 was almost tangible. Hey, hey, hey! The military advisor suddenly fell silent mid-sentence. Confused, Zhuo Xingtian, his head full of questions, whispered earnestly for the military advisor to come online, even covering his mouth. And Ning ignored him. Zhuo Xingtian, assuming something had happened, ignored the rest of the conversation and anxiously called out, Zhuanzu. Zhuanzu flashed behind Lin Xuetsong. He risked elimination to bring Lin Xuetsong down. He already been envious of the slightest drop of health he lost. Lin Xuetsong eliminated. Zhuo Xingtian eliminated. In midair, a ball of foxfire narrowly grazed Ning's back. Though it didn't hurt her, it burned a hole in her uniform. The scorching heat stung even without contact, and Ning snapped back to her senses, her eyes, slightly dazed and surprised, regaining composure. But it was too late. The foxfire rushed towards her again. And Ning, who had always stood at the top, was finally knocked down. And Ning rolled low, and the furious foxfire finally stopped in front of her. A transparent protective shield protected Ning from the foxfire's attack, but before she could breathe a sigh of relief, an iron cage descended from the sky, trapping her in the shield. This eliminated any possibility of her returning to the air, and with her immobilized controller, it was only a matter of time before she was eliminated by foxfire. Ming Shan used his skills, not even glancing at Ning, and dodged back to Xiao Huayu's side. Jiang Zheping looked at the man and the ancestor, then calculated the duration of the shield. A drop of cold sweat ran down his face, and his head swelled. Not to mention the chain reaction on the other two sides. If eyes had piercing power, Bai Shu felt as if holes were being pierced through his body. What kind of look was that from Xie Qianyu? Bai Shu couldn't explain it, but his face inexplicably heated up under the gaze. The nine-tailed fox rolled its eyes in anger, and with a merciless swipe of its tail, it yanked the man off his head with a snap. What a joke. Is the head of the mighty Fox King so easy to touch? Ahem, ah. Xie Qianyu flew a long way away, half knelt on the ground, clutching his chest. After a moment's recovery, he slowly straightened up. His pale, disheveled face was no longer the calm composure of just a few seconds before. However, his eyes, which should have been sharp, softened, resting on Bai Shu's face as he instinctively took 2 steps forward to help him up. His voice was soft, filled with helplessness and doting. How did you get yourself into this state? It was undeniable that Bai Shu looked adorable now. He looked about 10 years old. His uniform was baggy, like a child wearing adult clothes. His cheeks had a touch of soft flesh, delicate, and looked very delicate. His eyes seemed 2 sizes larger, like black grapes, brighter than the stars in the sky. She was looking at him worriedly. A slightly absurd thought even crossed Xie Qianyu's mind. It seemed reasonable to simply hand over the throne of victory. Who could resist the cute, Egeo-like behavior of someone they liked? Chapter 102. Xie Qianyu had to admit that he had a moment of lust that blinded him. Bai Shu frowned slightly, clearly knowing he was outmatched, but he didn't retreat. Instead, he ran towards him with determination. With a softness he had never seen before. The weapon in his hand had long been kicked away by Xie Qianyu. He was no taller than Xie Qianyu's chest, and his rolled-up trouser legs fell apart as he ran. Xie Qianyu even worried that he might trip him. Of course, that was Xie Qianyu's unfounded worry. Bai Shu wasn't that foolish. Although his body had shrunk, his intelligence remained. Xiao Huayu's plan went so smoothly that it surprised Bai Shu and gave him more pause for thought. It was now the latter half of the plan. And Ning was trapped in the cage, and Jiang Jingping's invisibility skill had worn off. The two were no longer a threat, and Team 1's victory was imminent. The only thing they were most worried about was Yanghua, a point where they could turn defeat into victory if they weren't careful. But when it comes to familiarity with the Yang Fire and Xiechenyu, Baishu is the undisputed leader. One of the Yang Fire's weaknesses is its inability to distinguish friend from foe. Therefore, Team 1 had already agreed to disperse their forces, aiming not only for surprise, but also for close combat to pin down Team 2. Considering his teammates could be affected, Xiechenyu wouldn't use his attack lightly. Additionally, the darkness made it difficult to discern movement, allowing Team 1 to exploit their weaknesses and successfully navigate the first half of the battle. When Team 2 began to show signs of weakness, Xiechenyu became less concerned. This was the most important thing. That's why Baishu couldn't retreat. He had to divert the fire source. If the Yang Fire had to appear, then Xiechenyu had to be kept as far away from his teammates as possible. He rushed forward recklessly, completely oblivious to exposing himself to the Golden Crow. Knowing it well, he knew its vision was extremely poor at night, and it was doubtful it could even aim at him. He didn't even care about his own health. So be it. The match was drawing to a close, and he felt he was only a burden if he remained like this. Rather than being eliminated, he might as well take the initiative and fight. Even if it increased his teammates' chances of survival, it was worth it. Baishu didn't employ any tactics, simply charging ferociously towards Xiechenyu, hoping to push him away. But he had overestimated his image in the eyes of others. The Golden Crow tilted its head, not intending to lash out at him. It just so happened that Jiang Jingping had been in a difficult position since his cloaking shield had expired. With Xiecenyu's approval, he happily flew over. In Xiecenyu's eyes, Baishu wasn't there to fight him, but more to be embraced. He reached out with one arm, one hand wrapped around the thinner shoulder, the other hand supporting the rather voluptuous buttocks, firmly enveloping the now several times smaller figure in his embrace. Baishu pushed him, but he didn't budge. Seeing this, he quickly raised his leg and kicked at the crook of his knee, but was maliciously lifted up into the air, so the kick naturally missed. Looking down, Baishu met Xiecenyu's smiling eyes, and his annoyance turned to embarrassment, a faint blush staining his face. The other party wasn't serious at all. "You're not going to eliminate me yet? How could I bear to do that?" The other party, still with his impudent demeanor, stared at Baishu with a brighter look, lifting him even higher. "You regret this." Baishu gritted his teeth and quickly reached out to cover Xiecenyu's eyes. "Nine-tailed fox, quick! Hit him!" The foxfire came towards him. Though dim in color, it transformed against the night sky, shimmering and shimmering, making it even harder to ignore. Xiechenyu quickly grabbed Baishu's hand, which was blocking his eyes. In Baishu's current state, he could easily have grasped it with one hand, so he calmly restrained him in his arms, his steps deliberate. Despicable. Baishu, unable to move, could only watch Foxfire follow Xiechenyu around, glaring at him in anger. He was being used as Xiecenyu's shield. Xiechenyu smiled yes. But he wouldn't change. It's undeniable that he had fallen for Shaohuayu's honey trap. Seeing Baishu running towards him like a cannonball, Xiecenyu's heart was filled with tenderness. But someone as cunning and utilitarian as him couldn't possibly act with only one motive. The finality of Team 2 would come after eliminating Baishu, a glaring target who didn't even try to hide. While Ning was being guarded by Shaohuayu, Ming Shan was suppressing Jiang Jingping, and only with the help of Jin Wu could they have been able to hold off until now. Once Jiang Jingping was eliminated, and Ning, trapped in the cage, would lose her protective shield and be at the mercy of Shaohuayu. Having attacked Baishu, wouldn't that have put the team on edge? After all, Ming Shan's ultimate skill, Return Home, was useless, as he and Shaohuayu were still secretly battling. Furthermore, Ning, Jiang Jingping, and the others weren't fools, but Xiechenyu couldn't fathom their minds, let alone try, so he had to improvise. At the last moment, every choice, every action, would impact the outcome of the match. Rash action would only lead to disaster, and neither impatience nor recklessness were allowed. Facts proved that Xiecenyu's caution was right. And Ning wasn't one to sit back and wait for death. Once the initial panic of being trapped in the cage subsided, and she saw that Shaohuayu couldn't do anything to her for the time being, she slowly regained her composure. A behemoth like Kuimping, used only for transport, would be a waste if it were kept out of combat. Although it lacked combat skills, it could certainly provide some assistance. Living like a lamb to the slaughter was far from what Ning desired. With a ruthless heart, she suddenly flapped her wings vigorously, stirring up 2 hurricanes in the air, spreading in both directions with devastating force. and Ning, Xiaohuayu, and the others closest to Kunpeng were the first to be lifted from the ground. Next came Jiang Zhengping, but he remained relaxed, allowing the gusts of wind to sweep him away. He was already at the edge of his health, and if it weren't for Ning's clever move, he would have been eliminated in an instant. Jie Qinyu and Bai Shu naturally witnessed the commotion. Bai Shu quickly lowered his head, curling up in Jie Qinyu's arms. Jie Qinyu instinctively pulled his hand away, intending to press it on his back. But at that moment, a pain in his hand ripped Jie Qinyu's brow. Bai Shu had already seized the opportunity to escape from his arms. Foxfire, beat him up. Bai Shu hadn't forgotten to give his instructions before being blown away by the wind. He hadn't noticed it when they were teammates, but only after becoming opponents did Bai Shu realize how much Jie Qinyu hated him. Jie Qinyu looked at the bloody teeth marks on his palm. The bite was so fierce that the bracelet had even changed color slightly. He thought he was afraid. Alas, what a foolish mistake. The nine-tailed fox didn't do as Bai Shu said. Bai Shu's small frame, with the words barely out of his mouth, was swept up like a falling autumn leaf, mingling with the hurricane's shroud of dust, rocks, and even torn branches, gradually reducing visibility. How could he survive without its protection? So fragile and frail. No matter what, the ancestral spirit always puts the summoner's safety at risk. Jiuwei didn't care about Jie Qinyu anymore, and quickly changed direction to pursue. Bai Shu felt uncomfortable the moment he was caught in the whirlwind. He couldn't open his eyes, and his skin outside his uniform stung as if being scratched by fine iron wire. He even felt like he couldn't breathe. Before he slipped into unconsciousness, he saw several tails reaching out towards him, their sharpness gone, now surprisingly soft. The instinct for survival made Bai Shu reach out. The gentle touch, like a cloud, made Bai Shu feel much better. Not to mention Bai Shu, even Jie Qinyu, and the others were in a tough spot at this moment. And Ning was picked up by his ancestral spirit, and fortunately escaped the hurricane's range. Jiang Zhengping and Jia had already been eliminated, leaving only 4 people with strong physical fitness, who could be protected by the ancestral spirit. And Ning had originally just tried it out. If it worked, it would create some distance between them and the first team, giving them a chance to breathe. Secondly, it would also allow the deliberately dispersed teams to gather together, so they could be burned to death and put an end to everything. But Kunpeng had overexerted himself. The effect was far too good. The 2 teams, drifting precariously in the wind and sand, were unaware of this, and everyone outside the screen was filled with worry. How could this happen? Zhang Mingjie was stunned. The centipedes then took action. As the 2 teams, swept by the hurricane, flew through the cracks, a seemingly endless stream of black shells poured out. Blacker than the night, they shimmered in the sparse moonlight, shimmering across the land. Most worryingly, the centipede's movement was in the same direction as the hurricane. No one would believe it was a coincidence. The 2 physically strong men, Xiaohuayu and Jie Qinyu, who had managed to maintain their composure, were oblivious to the situation on the ground and remained focused on their battle. Jie Qinyu sensed the wind weakening and secretly prepared to summon his yang fire, waiting for it to ignite as it approached the ground, wiping out everyone. Wait, what's that? And Ning, who had been neglected by Meng Shan to protect Xiaohuayu, finally noticed something unusual on the ground after returning to Kunpeng's back. Her hands unconsciously clenched the railing in front of her. How could there be so many? The scene was so dense. Even in the darkness where observation was difficult, it was terrifying. And Ning had never seen so many alien species appear at once in her life, their scale rivaling a beast tide. Turning her head to look at her teammates, completely invisible in the hurricane, and Ning slumped against the iron cage. Okay, no more fighting, just drop to the ground and get annihilated. Soon, Jie Qinyu and Xiaohuayu noticed something was amiss. The familiar rustling sound was faint at first, difficult to distinguish in the wind and sand, but Jie Qinyu immediately noticed something was amiss when he activated his skill. Meng Shan! At the same time, Xiaohuayu narrowed his eyes slightly. Seeing a beam of golden light appear, he unhesitatingly instructed Meng Shan to use his ultimate skill. Golden flames flared up in the darkness, and Jie Qinyu's face suddenly paled. The amount of mental energy consumed by the yang fire was incomparable to the level used in training and competition. He retracted the golden flame almost immediately. On the ground cleared by the yang fire, the 2 men, stepping on charred, brittle black shells, finally saw the army surrounding them. Jie Qinyu's eyes, weary from the effects of Meng Shan's skill, pressed his brow, which suddenly ached from the overdrawn mental energy. I didn't expect to be devoured by the centipede army before being burned to death and eliminated by you. Well, time to go back and rest. As if he had seen something beautiful, his brows softened, his expression less sharp, and he looked in the direction of the nine-tailed fox. At that moment, his breath almost stopped. The final result of the match seemed undeniable, and with the end imminent, Team 3 curiously asked, if both teams are eliminated due to the centipedes, who wins? A draw? No draw. Naturally the last one standing wins, Lu Qin replied. Even if there were more alien species, with the bracelet's protection, he wasn't worried. The winner among the alien species was more valuable. Then Team 1 wins. After all, after being hit by Ming Shan's ultimate skill, Team 2, along with their ancestors, looked weary. Although Ning was on Kunping's back, she was still in Ming Shan's cage, and Xia Huayu could pull her off at any time. Unfortunately, if there hadn't been a large-scale appearance of centipedes, Team 2 would have won. If the Yang fire hadn't vanished so quickly, Xie Chenyu would have surely been able to stand to the end. However, just as Ming Shan was about to pull Ning down, Xie Chenyu suddenly grabbed his arm and shouted, "Don't move." His voice was a crackling, sharp cry. The voice was filled with shock and anger, and a barely perceptible tremor. Xie Chenyu's face was ashen, the previous gentleness completely fading. He had actually managed to break free from Ming Shan's ultimate ability in such a short time, unless something had disturbed his mind. Chapter 103. Xie Chenyu suddenly attacked with reckless abandon, startling Xia Huayu. She instinctively tried to resist, but abruptly stopped herself from counterattacking. At his signal, Ming Shan also paused. His expression was too disjointed, as if he was merely trying to stop the attack, not attack. Xia Huayu sensed something was amiss. Following his gaze, her blue eyes trembled violently, her face as pale as Xie Chenyu's. Because the nine-tailed fox had also been affected by Dao Mingshan's return home skill, Bai Shu, protected by his numerous tails, was revealed after landing. He didn't look well. His hair was disheveled and covered in dust, and his clothes were a mess. His ill-fitting uniform was further scattered by the wind, leaving traces of tiny scraps. Especially on the clothing that extended from his limbs, one sleeve had completely disappeared, leaving his exposed arm in an unnatural curve, clearly struck by something mid-flight. This was also the reason for Xie Chenyu and Xia Huayu's violent reactions. The bracelet that should have been on his wrist was gone. The shock of this scene was truly profound for Xie Chenyu, prompting him to quickly break free from his return home skill. He quickly ran to scoop Bai Shu into his arms, carefully squeezing his arm. He looked even more childish, dirty and bruised. Even holding him in his arms couldn't fill him up, leaving Xie Chenyu feeling empty inside. His previous relaxed state of mind was gone. He only regretted that it had to happen at this moment. Thankfully, it was only a dislocation, not a fracture. Xie Chenyu carefully straightened the dislocated arm, but the redness and swelling persisted. Even so, Bai Shu showed no sign of waking up. On Kunping's back, Ning bit her lip guiltily. She was still far away when Ming Shan used his skill, and hadn't been hit. She knew the whole thing clearly. Bai Shu's condition was largely caused by her own actions. She hadn't anticipated losing her bracelet due to Bai Shu's shrinkage. The cage holding her had already been reclaimed by Ming Shan. Xia Huayu and Ming Shan took it upon themselves to defend against the aliens. Encircled by a horde of aliens, the four of them naturally didn't have the time to dwell on the competition. Xie Chenyu had no time to care about anyone else's thoughts. He grabbed the man in his arms, stood up with a sullen face, and with his free hand, quickly pulled the straps off the nine-tailed fox. Don't dwell on it, fox. The strap had been custom-made for Dong Feng. It was of exceptional quality, having served a purpose beyond its proper function countless times. The fact that Xie Chenyu had ripped it apart with such force showed how much strength he had exerted. The nine-tailed fox's eyes brightened from the constriction. After taking in the situation, he glanced at the unconscious Bai Shu. His fox eyes grew more cautious, and if one looked closely, one could see the sharp canines bared from his grinning mouth. Just now, he had been caught up in a dreamlike feeling, as if his fox offspring would be waiting for him after the competition. But who knew, after the pain, he would be left with devastation. The shame, the disillusionment, and the disgust he felt filled with rage, and he wished to tear these obstructions to pieces. Dismiss. Kunping's enormous size limited his ability to descend. And Ning had already gotten him as low as he could, but it was still a stretch. Looking at the alien creature scattered across the ground, and Ning truly didn't dare let Kunping land. Besides its size, Kunping's defense and reflexes are practically non-existent. A swarm of ants can kill an elephant, let alone an alien with paralyzing mucus, and Ning anxiously looked at Xie Chenyu and gestured for him to have Jinwu bring Bai Shu over. Given Bai Shu's current weight, Jinwu should be able to handle it. As soon as Bai Shu came up, she would bring him back to base as quickly as possible. That way, Jie Chenyu and Xiao Huayu could safely escape using their bracelets. This was the best solution they could currently offer. But Jie Chenyu didn't move. He was hesitating. Captain Jie. And Ning urged him again. The struggle on Jie Chenyu's face gave way to determination. Without looking at Ning, he used the belt he had pulled down to tie Bai Shu and himself together. His left hand paused on the bracelet for a moment before untying his own and throwing it away. And Ning, struck by lightning, stood there in a daze. "You're crazy!" Even though Xiao Huayu was cold and indifferent, she couldn't control her voice. Off-screen, Lu Qin slammed the table in anger, leaping to his feet. That bastard. What is he doing? The military would have known about Bai Shu's bracelet falling off even earlier. The bracelet had a mechanism that allowed off-site observers to receive immediate notification and initiate rescue efforts should the associated player encounter an accident. The moment Bai Shu's bracelet's alarm sounded, he interrupted the game to initiate rescue. The military reacted swiftly, dispatching an elite team to Area K via the teleportation array and simultaneously sending a larger force to clear out the aliens. Central Area K was riddled with aliens right under the military's noses. To say they weren't shocked by the dense swarm of aliens was a lie. Even the higher-ups were alarmed. But even if the military reacted quickly, the limited number of people they could teleport meant they wouldn't be able to reach Jie Chenyu in the face of the vast sea of aliens, let alone a large force. The regional competitions and finals had been held for so many years, and with the enhanced functionality of the bracelets, there had been no accidents in a long time, let alone the military. Now that there was an unexpected incident, everyone was already on edge, and Jie Chenyu's action undoubtedly added another prick to the already taut strings. Jie Chenyu had no intention of explaining, nor was there time for it. He spun the mace in his hand, then landed it firmly in his palm. He acknowledged that Ning's method was the fastest, but not the safest. If there had been a way out, if Bai Shu hadn't shrunk, Jie Chenyu would have adopted Ning's solution. But Bai Shu had no way out. He only had one life left, he was fragile, unconscious, and had almost no resistance. How could Jie Chenyu leave Bai Shu to anyone else? He only trusted himself. His gaze fell on a tree beside him. The tree towered into the sky. "And Ning, get ready." Jie Chenyu hugged the person tightly in his arms, and turned, preparing to fight his way through the aliens. "Let's go up." Xiao Huayu nodded. That was exactly what he was thinking. Instantly, several figures of light appeared around them. Xiao Huayu's ghost general, and Ning's lovebird, and Mr. Li. Their presence immediately eased the situation. Turning their swords, Jie Chenyu and the others tried to fight their way through the swarm of aliens. The lovebird gradually closed the distance between Jie Chenyu and Bai Shu. Suddenly, the sky trembled, and hailstones fell from the sky, slowing the movements of all the aliens struck. The ghost general held his head in place, raised his sword, and gave a command. 5 ghost soldiers, their limbless bodies, charged into the alien race, engaging in a resounding battle. Although the nine-tailed fox had joined them previously, this time the alien race was simply too numerous, and the area burned by the yang fire gradually shrank. This time, with the help of numerous ancient spirits, they finally managed to maintain a brief period of balance. Not actively seeking a way out, but simply waiting to die, is a sure path to certain death. Dong, dong, dong. The sound of drums awoke Bai Shu from his slumber. Bai Shu opened his eyes, with a hint of bewilderment, his vision shifting as his body tossed and turned. Then he found himself unable to move, his vision dim and indistinct, shadows seemingly passing through his field of vision. He struggled, but the excruciating pain in his right wrist made him groan. Bai Shu's eyes were forced to moisten, their eyes filled with shock. When had he become so delicate? It was just a swollen wrist, not even a superficial injury, yet he couldn't stand this little pain. Awake? Be quiet. Heavy, hot air sprayed over Bai Shu's head, and a few short, chest-piercing notes emanated. Though he tried to sound relaxed, his hoarse, dry voice betrayed his master's distress. It was so different from his usual clear voice, that Bai Shu paused for a moment before realizing it. It was Jie Chenyu. He didn't hear the drumbeats, but his pounding heartbeat. Memories from before his coma returned, and Bai Shu hurriedly said, "Hurry, stop competing." I saw. He stopped talking suddenly, and his left hand pressed against his right wrist, only to find nothing. The bracelet was gone. No explanation was needed. Bai Shu now understood what had happened. His bracelet had been blown away by the wind while he was unconscious, but the alien army had already surrounded them. Jie Chenyu and the others could have used it to return to safety, but clearly, they didn't. While Bai Shu was pondering and observing, Jie Chenyu had already climbed up the tree, protected by Xiao Huayu and the ancestral spirit. and Ning, who had been waiting for them, pulled them up, unable to hold back her tears. The nine-tailed fox vanished below the surface, and Sha Huayu showed no intention of climbing up. In fact, he couldn't have climbed up either. He looked no better. His meticulous uniform had been ripped and tattered by the aliens, leaving him covered in dust and dirt. Only his blue eyes remained visible. His usually well-groomed hair was now covered in dust and debris, with a dead leaf clinging to it incongruously. Shaking it would likely spray a lot of it. From a distance, his back was covered in bumps, even on his legs. These were the aliens he hadn't stopped in battle. Their mucus had left him paralyzed to an eerie degree. He didn't have time to worry about his own awkwardness. With a trembling hand, he pulled the bracelet from his pocket and put it on himself. He tried several times to get it to snap, but Meng Shan finally helped. "Thank you." The ghost general stood beside him, his head drooping, his eyelids slightly closed, his face weary. "I'm leaving now." The moment the bracelet was fastened, Sha Huayu's figure became ethereal, but the look he gave Jie Chenyu was somewhat complicated. "Thank you, I owe you one." Jie Chenyu looked at him seriously. Sha Huayu was helpless. This man really wouldn't take any loss. He hurriedly took charge of himself, as if he was afraid Bai Shu would owe him something, or make demands on him. But never mind. Sha Huayu had never felt so truly, as now, that Bai Chuan was a better match for Bai Shu than Bo Ji. Jie Chenyu was different. Before this, Sha Huayu had always assumed they were the same. They wanted to become stronger, to see beyond the world. They were rational, unwavering egoists. But the truth proved that Jie Chenyu was anything but rational. No matter how much he loved Bai Shu and wanted Bai Shu to join his team, it was impossible for him to be like him, throwing his own life away. Just as Sha Huayu could never imagine the mental journey Jie Chenyu went through when he decided to throw away the bracelet. Unbeknownst to Sha Huayu's inner struggles, and Ning and Kunpeng flew towards the base at full speed. Bai Shu stood behind Jie Chenyu, a cautious expression on his face. With one hand struggling to grasp the smooth black shell, he used a simple knife with the other to help Jie Chenyu pry the centipede off his back. Off to the side, and Ning and Dong Feng were helping the nine-tailed fox pry the alien species off its body. With Sha Huayu in such a state, it was clear that the others were no better off. The centipede's ability to act as door nails on the cliff face revealed their immense grip. Add to that their disgusting abdominal cavities, with their claws curled up within, and Bai Shu would reveal a shallow, bloody pit every time he plucked a centipede. Bai Shu's nose felt sore, and tears immediately rolled down his cheeks. Chapter 104. Don't cry. Bai Shu was now only a head taller than the seated Jie Chenyu. 2 tear marks streamed down his dirty little face, a sight that Jie Chenyu felt pity for. He turned slightly, feigning a casual air. "It's just a minor injury. Just move your fingers and I'd be fine, right? It's nothing to cry about." Before his hand even touched Bai Shu's face, Bai Shu abruptly straightened it. "Don't move." "I'm not crying." The voice behind him was muffled. "It's really okay. I don't feel any pain at all." Jie Chenyu wasn't lying. His back was numb, stiff even when he moved, and the pain wasn't noticeable. He tried to move again, but was struck on the shoulder. It was a gentle blow, not intimidating. But it made the dishonest man completely obedient. Injured and still moving. Bai Shu punched Jie Chenyu in anger, but that wasn't the only thing that irritated him. But seeing the scars all over his body, he ultimately didn't use any strength. But this didn't affect the hint of anger in his voice. It was only neutralized by a soft, velvety tone, making him sound completely unangry. "You deserve this. Aren't you usually smart? Why threw the bracelet away? Like an idiot." Jie Chenyu was indeed guilty about this, completely losing the righteous air he had when he threw the bracelet. Even when yelled at, he remained calm, stroking her softly. "I was wrong. I acted impulsively. Don't cry." Bai Shu was furious when he woke up and learned the news. Seeing the hideous wounds again, he was furious and anxious, forcing himself to cry. However, he didn't expect his skin to be so tender now that his nose and eyes turned red when he cried. Not to mention the small wounds on his face from the wind and sand, his tears actually stung him. Bai Shu was stunned by the pain, and even more frightened by the sound of his own sobs. Thinking that not only did his tear glands develop, but his pain sensitivity was also heightened, he felt like a porcelain doll, and there was no telling how long this would last. Suddenly, grief overwhelmed him. His trembling lips tried to close, but ultimately, he couldn't hold it back. With a wow, he sobbed even louder. Jie Chenyu couldn't laugh this time. Bai Shu, always reserved, had never seen such a scene before, and frantically tried to pull him into his arms. Deservedly. And Ning, the helmsman at the front, rolled his eyes back, and several spirits pricked up their ears to watch the excitement. Bai Shu smeared his face, completely smearing himself like a calico cat. His expression was a little uneasy, and he secretly clamped his mouth shut, breathing cautiously, afraid of crying out loud again. He himself felt embarrassed, and awkwardly held the disabled man down, saying sternly, "Don't move. I haven't treated the wound yet." "That's right." Coming to his senses, Bai Shu got down to business, his tone uncertain. "Those aliens aren't simple. I suspect they can fly." "What?" Kunping's speed slowed down, and Ning was in disbelief. The aliens on the ground alone were enough to give them a hard time. If another group of flying ones arrived, it would be a real dark cloud over the city. Bai Shu's face sank. He had been very confident, but the lack of any unusual movement in the sky had made him unsure. He explained, "When we flew over the crack, I took a look. The aliens were pouring out. It was a very strange scene. Although the crack wasn't very wide, it was more than enough for 4 or 5 aliens to crawl out at once. So if the aliens were crawling out, the center should be empty." But Bai Shu saw that this was not the case, and it left a deep impression on him. The entire chasm was a surging black, like boiling black water or a volcano about to erupt. If the alien couldn't fly, such a scene wouldn't have occurred. Bai Shu's words made sense, and Ning couldn't help but rub her arms. "It's better to believe it than not to believe it." Xie Chenyu frowned, but thanks to the numbness in his back, he could think without wavering. Bai Shu, on the other hand, was sweating profusely as he worked on the wound behind him. After nervously prying the alien free, he breathed a sigh of relief. Dong Feng immediately used a few skills to stop the bleeding, and the wound healed slightly, looking somewhat better. Just as Ning had calmed down, her bracelet chimed, and Lu Qing's anxious voice reached the three of them. He took a deep breath, forcing himself not to curse, and got to the point. "Don't be impulsive. Slow down, Kunping, and keep moving in the same direction. Try to buy time to recover your skills. We're surrounded by flying aliens, and the border troops are clearing them out." Buzz buzz buzz. Lu Qing had also been teleported to the front lines, so he didn't immediately know Bai Shu, and the others had made their second guess. His voice, accompanied by the noisy background noise, proved Bai Shu's predictions were correct. It was precisely because of these flying aliens that the border troops were halting their advance. Otherwise, there were many flying spirits among them, and they wouldn't have been so slow to arrive. At the same time, to reduce casualties, the border troops also mobilized heavy weapons to Area K. In addition to spirits, heavy weapons are also a major aid in eliminating aliens. But generally speaking, the military wouldn't use them lightly. First, heavy weapons indiscriminately damage the area and have a wide radiation range. Once used, the area would be ruined. Even without aliens, they wouldn't survive, and new radiation-adapted aliens would be able to reoccupy it. These creatures are far more adaptable than humans. The military's decision to deploy heavy weapons, this time, was the result of careful consideration. These alien species are too numerous, and the hidden dangers are too great. If the three teams hadn't chosen this location for their competition, taking turns bombing the opposing team's nests all day, causing unrest, the military would have considered this an oasis. Because of this incident, the military leadership even decided to rescreen all the quiet, inconspicuous contaminated areas, and surprisingly, quite a few escaped the net. But that's a story for later. After hearing Lu Qing's description, Ning gasped. These alien species are actually ambushing us on the periphery? If that weren't the case, why hadn't they seen any flying alien species all day? They were so well hidden. And Ning broke out in a cold sweat, thankful that Xie Chenyu hadn't handed Bai Shu over to her. She couldn't imagine how desperate she and Bai Shu must have felt when they were about to leave Area K, surrounded by the alien species without any fighting ability. If the bracelet could be passed on, she would have given it to Bai Shu without hesitation. However, it's a 1-to-1 match, and honestly, she lacked the courage, like Xie Chenyu, to die alongside Bai Shu. Watching Bai Shu die would never bring her peace. Such a meticulous plan should have a leader, Xie Chenyu said. There was a pause in the call, followed by a few deep breaths. Lu Qing said unhappily, "Yes. Don't worry. The military has already found clues, and knows the location of the centipede leader. Just remember to avoid the pool." However, due to the random nature of the teleportation locations, the first batch they sent out consisted mostly of scout-type summoners, while the second batch consisted of attack-oriented summoners, including Lu Qing. As an officer in the outer circle, he wasn't responsible for the central area, but these were his soldiers, and the situation was so dire that a decisive action was needed. Lu Qing couldn't just stand by and watch. Xiechenu and the others didn't know that if Lu Qing hadn't stopped the centipede leader from flying out of the pond, they would have been in grave danger. But from the sound of their voices, they knew they were engaged in combat, so they didn't say anything more and simply ended the call. They knew that this respite had been bought by the border troops. Although they hadn't seen any reinforcements, knowing that someone outside was risking their lives to save them gave them some confidence. Xiechenu, we have to find a way to get out. There's no time to lose. The two nodded. Although Lu Qing had instructed them to wait until their skills recovered before taking action, every minute saved would mean fewer casualties for the border troops. Moreover, Ning was terrified, fearing that further delays would lead to more unexpected events. Kuiping suddenly flew higher, and the three figures swayed with it. Who knew that at this moment, the alien suddenly emerged, creating a human ladder. They swarmed forward. If one looked at the entire K area from outside the screen, one could see that the night, once still shimmering with a hint of moonlight, had transformed into a pure black, yet enormous, low cylindrical cage. The bottom was paved, and the top opening was constantly straining between expanding toward the center and being forced to retract. Not only that, thorns sprouted from the interior of the column, blocking the prey in the middle with no escape. The pressure on the three of them continued unabated. Ning took a deep breath and removed her bracelet. She saw Bai Shu's hesitant expression and patted her pocket with a smile. Don't worry, I'm not as brave as Team Jia, but if I can't even do this at this moment, I'm not worthy of being a teammate. One more person means more strength, especially. Ning winked at Bai Shu. With a healer, everything's fine. Now she felt completely confident. Live on. Bai Shu wasn't one for pretentiousness, so he accepted it calmly. Thank you, senior. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Jiechenu looking at him expectantly. Bai Shu turned his head away, the thank you on his lips unspoken. He was angry. Although they didn't have the bracelet, they didn't panic. As the helmsman, Ning controlled the crystal mirror as a compass, allowing the massive Kuimping to dodge nimbly between the towering alien towers. If it couldn't avoid them, there were the ancestral spirits to defend them. Jiechenu protected Bai Shu, occasionally delivering a finishing blow. Uncharacteristically, the nine-tailed fox didn't return to its spiritual sea. Instead, it lay silently on Bai Shu's other side, its eyes narrowed, looking listless. Its glossy white fur had long since become smudged with a mixture of dirt and blood, losing its former beauty. The areas where the alien had pried it off, and then healed it by Dongfeng were now hairless, leaving only ugly holes. Bai Shu rubbed Ninetail's back with a look of deep concern. He remembered the time the alien had stung it, and couldn't retract its tongue. Ninetail had fled into its spiritual sea, and refused to emerge. Now, even with its entire body bald, it stubbornly remained there. It was to protect him. Though the nine-tailed fox didn't understand the strange gadget, it knew from the human's attitude that without it, its last resort was gone. The nine-tailed fox flicked its tail, stretched out its tongue, lowered its head with difficulty, and slowly, stiffly, licked its messy fur. Xiecheniu's eyelids twitched at the discriminatory treatment, his body stiff and expressionless as he poked the blind alien. Soon, with a rustling sound interspersed with a buzzing sound, the three of them spotted the flying centipedes Lu Qing had mentioned from afar. Kuiping had come to a stop. They were clusters of dark clouds, dotted with dense red dots. Though these flying centipedes weren't as large as those on the ground, their superiority was evident. The elder's black, transparent wings, resembling cicada wings, supported a body that appeared even larger. Furthermore, they had eyes. Like the other aliens, they had blood-red eyes. Bai Shu placed his hand on Jiechenu's shoulder. A ray of silvery white light appeared between his palm and his shoulder. Without batting an eyelid, Bai Shu pressed his hand firmly, leaning in to block it. The light was too conspicuous in the darkness. These aliens did have eyes, and Bai Shu didn't want to draw their attention. Success or failure depended on this one move. He didn't realize that Jiechenu had silently straightened his back at his proximity, and glanced at Jiawei with a certain complacency. In terms of tacit understanding, he was still the best. And Ning, straining to observe in the darkness until his eyes were sore, saw the scene in the dim red light, and held his forehead. Why are you so proud? It was just a skill. Chapter 105. This time was different from before. The aliens were overwhelming, and the two of them didn't have life-saving bracelets. And Ning, already nervous, turned to look. Jiechenu, his eyes narrowed like a cat stalking a meal, and Bai Shu, calm and focused, suddenly lost all their panic, fear, and uneasiness. True, the Emperor is not anxious, but the eunuchs are. And Ning cursed herself for being incompetent. Of course, facing this situation, the three of them were not unprepared. To break out of the encirclement, the powerful and domineering Yang fire was essential. The problem was, Yang fire was more likely to damage the massive Kunping than the aliens. Thankfully, Dongfeng's mana regenerating skill shortened the cooldown, increasing their chances of escaping. However, before using Yang fire, several steps had to be taken. First, Mr. Li would use hail to slow the aliens as much as possible. Each of the spirits took turns unleashing their skills, inflicting as much casualties as possible on the centipede to reduce the burden on Xiaqinyu's abilities. Second, Baishu needed to use the will-o'-the-wisp fire to its fullest extent. To Baishu's regret, even after scouring nearly the entirety of Area K, he couldn't find any trace of death. Under this widespread containment, he likely understood the reason and completely abandoned the idea of increasing the will-o'-the-wisp fire's lethality. How could such a vast race survive? This question puzzled Baishu until he saw the charred, dead centipede. The shattered shell revealed a nearly hollow interior. The centipede's body was little more than a flattened point, adorned with countless limbs and a feeding pincer. These parasites, mindless and even bodiless, had an extremely frugal body structure that made it unnecessary to consume excessive amounts of food. Moreover, they ate almost anything, like locusts swarming through a landmass, devouring not only the remains of other creatures, but also their own dead, leaving nothing behind. The dead were devoured by their prey, leaving no room for the will-o'-the-wisp fire to flourish. Baishu felt sorry, but there was nothing he could do. But the will-o'-the-wisp fire still had to be unleashed. After their numerous abilities, especially the Yang fire, many alien species would inevitably perish. The will-o'-the-wisp fire competed with the centipedes for fuel. Of course, another reason was to alert the border troops outside to their presence, allowing for internal and external coordination. After all abilities were used, all the spirits returned to the spiritual sea, and everything was ready. Only then could the Yang fire be unleashed. This included Kunping, of course. This also meant that before the border troops could rescue them, they would have to return to the surface for a while, facing the centipede's attacks from both sides. The plan wasn't complicated, it could even be said to be simple. It simply involved unleashing every possible ability. But looking at the disabled child behind her, and Ning frowned deeply, feeling a deep sense of worry. Seeing Ning's hesitation and complex expression, Baishu said nothing. He pushed past Xiaqianyu a few steps, stepped forward, gently grasped her hand, and slipped the bracelet onto her. "Don't worry, senior, we be there soon." And Ning looked up. Baishu's eyes were gentle, as if he could sense her guilt. Putting himself in Ning's shoes, Baishu could understand her feelings. Being forced to abandon a companion who had stood by her side through thick and thin wasn't pleasant, but it was the best option. Baishu's expression was firm, preventing Ning from overthinking it. "Trust us." His life after this second life was infinitely better than his previous one. In the apocalypse, under the watchful eyes of predatory aliens, he faced life-threatening danger for the first time in months. This was astonishing enough. How could he still ask others to risk their lives for him? Thinking of this, Baishu couldn't help but glance at Xiaqianyu, who sat upright behind him. There was nothing he could do. And Ning almost laughed at Baishu's helpless expression. The child's expression was so mature it made one want to pet him. Time was pressing, so she said nothing, only shaking Baishu's hand. She was being stubborn. Even if she wanted to stay, there was no place for her. With a whoosh, a faint blue flame ignited amidst the surging black and red, rapidly spreading in all directions. Looking closely, one could even see occasional flashes of other light. On the other side, the border troops had already learned of the three men's plan. The moment they received the signal, they immediately changed formation, pointing their swords straight at the target. Already. Advance northwest. They had heard that the three trapped men were new recruits this year, and had initially worried about their ability to handle it. Now, it seemed they were doing just fine. The time for action was earlier than they had anticipated. The border troops were led by Commander Gao, in charge of Area K. He was about 40 years old and experienced, but he had lost the ambition of his youth and had become somewhat lax. This accident was entirely due to his poor oversight, and fortunately, it was linked to the fate of a talented summoner of the new generation that his superiors valued. Commander Gao, sweat dripping from his forehead and a look of nervousness, immediately shouted at the signal, "Speed up, and assist them." "But Commander, The others around him were slightly surprised. Hearing that they possessed an extremely powerful innate Yang fire, Lieutenant Liu had specifically instructed them not to get too close. Commander Gao interrupted, "The closer, the easier it is to assist. I handle anything." The young soldier didn't have much to say. In the distance, hail suddenly fell from the sky, and suddenly, fire dragons ignited. While the centipede shell was difficult to burn, Its wings were not very strong. The golden crow's continuous fire breathed out, significantly improving visibility in the sky. Alien creatures stained with smoldering flames descended from the sky. From a distance, it resembled a beautiful fireworks display under the moonlight. But these flying centipedes were clearly more intelligent. They surrounded the golden crow and deliberately kept their distance. Xiechinu didn't intend for the golden crow to single-handedly take on so many alien creatures. His expression remained calm, as he calmly bound Bai Shu to his front with his belt. The Quimping soared low, its wings fluttering, stirring up gusts of wind that swept away the dead and wounded, those with insufficient suction. And Ning seized this opportunity, targeting a sparsely populated area ahead, and had the lovebirds drop the two of them there. That was the safe zone that Mr. Li, the nine-tailed fox, and the drought master, the ancestral spirits, had bravely cleared. 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. Even after exhausting their abilities, they were no more than ordinary people with better physiques, and were quickly overwhelmed by the alien creatures. To say they felt no pain would be a lie, but their eyes, whether resolute or fierce, showed no sign of retreat. The nine-tailed fox erupted in ferocity, its previous elegance and aloofness gone. It turned its head, and snatched the attacking alien creature into its mouth, pressing down hard. After a cracking sound, it immediately threw it away. Its sharp claws and pointed teeth were its true weapons. Bodily pain and numbness could no longer dampen their will. Fighting to the bitter end was the sole focus of all the ancestral spirits. They existed for this very reason. We had all died once before, so what was this little pain? As long as the token hadn't been reduced to smoke, there was always a chance to recover, so they spared no effort. Enough. The ancestral spirits would not retreat, but the summoner could not stand by and watch as their health was drained. The moment they left Kunpeng, all the ancestral spirits were summoned back to their spiritual seas. And Ning cast a deep glance at the 2 men. Take care. To preserve their strength, she tried her best to stand in front of the frail and weak. Her health plummeted rapidly in that short time, and the moment she donned the bracelet, she vanished from the spot. The behemoth in the sky suddenly vanished, along with all the clamor of fighting. Everything instantly returned to silence, leaving only the 2 men in the throes. Xiechinu hugged Bai Shu tightly, and a beam of golden light emerged from the darkness. The golden light was exceptionally dazzling, a luminous glow amidst the chaos, like a divine hand from the heavens, tearing the black curtain apart. Gradually, the golden light expanded from the 2 men, illuminating the darkness in an instant, stinging their already accustomed eyes. Bai Shu, caught in the blazing flames, could not help but burst into tears. But those who have long lived in darkness yearn for light. No one wants to look away, and Bai Shu is no exception. A golden light suddenly appeared in the air, radiating outward in ripples, then transforming into falling golden comets. As the 2 men landed, flames spread across the ground with unstoppable force. Bai Shu's heart tightened when he heard Xiachinu's muffled groan. He subconsciously clutched Xiachinu's shirt, as if this would transfer his mental energy to him. He didn't realize how pitiful his expression was. I'm fine thanks to you. Xiechinu gently soothed Bai Shu's back. His breathing was unsteady, his face was extremely pale, and his head was aching like needles. He begged Bai Shu to reclaim his life, but Xiechinu held back. But what he said was true. The only reason they had been able to hold out this long was thanks to Bai Shu's will-o'-the-wisp fire. The yang fire caught up with the will-o'-the-wisp fire. The golden and blue flames intertwined, as if sensing their master's will, overlapping and merging until they became inseparable. The bones of the alien corpses that perished in the yang fire were passed onto the will-o'-the-wisp fire, becoming its perfect fuel, infusing it with an even more vibrant and profound color. The massive damage it inflicted, in turn, reduced the yang fire's consumption. Look, we're both made for each other. Hee hee. Xiechinu leaned heavily on Bai Shu, his head buried in his neck, taking a greedy, deep breath, as if this could alleviate the pain of his drained mental energy. Bai Shu's trouser legs were rolled up and down, his belt tied and retied, hanging loosely across his body. His skin was reddened by the heat. He was struggling to walk with his short legs, carrying a large figure with long arms and legs. His ears suddenly rang with a buzzing sound. What did you say? Xiechinu, naturally, couldn't hear Bai Shu's words clearly. He just kept sniffing at Bai Shu like a cigarette, his hands rubbing against him. Bai Shu's expression was slightly grim, and he held down Xiachinu's rubbing head with one hand. Does he know how heavy he is? Don't move. But when Xiechinu finally stopped moving, Bai Shu's fear returned. The flames would spread further and further, and they would get out of control. Yang fire, unlike the docile will-o'-the-wisp fire, was unruly. What if it escaped Xiaqinyu's control and turned him into a fool? Xiaqinyu, wake up! The man on his back didn't respond. Bai Shu was terrified. Sweat dripped into his eyes, stinging as he strained to keep them open, but he didn't care, he just wanted to see Xiaqinyu's face clearly. There seemed to be a shadowy figure ahead. The drowsy Xiaqinyu didn't know, and neither did Bai Shu, whose vision was blurry. The border troops' eyes, once focused on the boundless darkness, were completely absorbed by the golden light, finally focusing on the figure emerging from the flames. What kind of power could shake the very heavens and earth? When he grows to such heights, what unparalleled heights will he reach? Such a person must not be lost. Knowing the two were in poor condition, Commander Gao and the frontier troops desperately tried to rescue them, but when they encountered the sun fire, they all screamed in agony. Commander Gao immediately used his own skills to block the sun fire. His promise of handling it wasn't in vain. He was a water type mutated into an ice type, and he was certain he could handle the sun fire. Unexpectedly, his skills didn't weaken the sun fire, but instead melted the ice. Ah! Commander Gao screamed. A seasoned veteran after all, he immediately cast another layer of ice on the affected individuals. Healing, water summoners, step out! Bai Shu saw the chaotic figures across from him, but had no time to react. Xiaqinyu had fainted. He couldn't let the sun fire continue like this. Chapter 106. Xiaqinyu, wake up! Bai Shu weakly lowered the man to the ground, but no matter how he slapped Xiaqinyu or called out in his ear, he got no response. Retract your skills, help is here. Bai Shu faintly heard a voice coming from outside. He looked up, seeing a blurry black figure through the firelight. They're safe. Bai Shu looked down at the man beneath him. His face was pale and lifeless, the only redness on his cheeks coming from the slap he made. His thick brows were furrowed. Bai Shu touched his forehead, feeling it wet and cold. If this continued, he'd be a fool. Bai Shu was anxious. He was weak now, and ordinary tactics seemed ineffective. He leaned forward viciously and bit his ear, the taste of blood filling his mouth. We agreed to compete in the national competition together, to explore the world beyond. If you die like this, you fool, I will never forgive you. Although Bai Shu spoke harshly, he was always watching Xiaqinyu's reaction. The pain didn't react, but as he uttered these thoughtless words, his hand moved. If he had known this would happen, he would have just spoken. Bai Shu awkwardly let go of his mouth, not caring about the blood in his mouth. He clutched Xiaqinyu's head and shouted, if you don't wake up, when the yang fire burns out, and you become a fool, I join Boji and Hei Zhe. A large hand pressed firmly against his back, pressing his body against Xiaqinyu, with such force that it seemed to press him into his body. Bai Shu saw Xiaqinyu's ears move, and his lips pursed in anger. I didn't expect it would actually work. Bai Shu intensified his anger. Sha Huayu's skills are all excellent, not to mention Sealy. We're sure to take first place in the country. I come to see you with the trophy. Bai Shu felt a pinch in his chest, nearly choking him. Damn that bullshit. I didn't say that just so he could crush me to death, but the worst part was, no matter how much Bai Shu prodded him, there was no further change. Bai Shu coughed weakly. Unlike Xiaqinyu, who wasn't affected by the yang fire, the scorching heat was already making it difficult for him to breathe, and he was losing a lot of water. It hurts. Cough cough. If you don't retract the yang fire, you're going to kill me. Xiaqinyu's eyelids twitched violently, as if startled. The suffocating and burning sensation gradually faded. When Bai Shu finally opened his eyes, he saw only the large army rushing towards them, and the dry, black earth. He breathed a sigh of relief, pinching Xiaqinyu's face in anger before he passed out. How could his mind be so unpredictable? When he opened his eyes again, he was in a familiar place. The room was silent. Bai Shu froze for a few seconds, as if his computer had crashed, before regaining control of his body. His body was utterly exhausted, unable to muster a single ounce of energy. He sizzled like a loaf of bread in the oven, emitting steam with a sizzling thud. Awake? Bai Shu tilted his head, and saw Dong Feng reading. The fragmented characters made it clear he was struggling, but he was still absorbed in his reading. Healers were few and far between, and with so many survivors, it was difficult to care for just the summoners on the battlefield, let alone the others. And since everyone suffers from illnesses, medicine was still developing. Seeing him awake, he removed the towel from his forehead. Bai Shu was listless. He must have been healed by the healer, but the damage to his body couldn't be restored overnight. Once his tense nerves had relaxed, he began to shout at his master. How's he? A fever wasn't a big deal. Bai Shu was still worried about Xiaqinyu. But just as he pushed himself up, Dong Feng pinned him down by the shoulder. Don't move, you still have a fever. Although these two men were saved, they were still a source of worry. One was practically like a cooked shrimp, shrinking ever smaller, while the other had the entire military's healers at a loss and hadn't woken up yet. Was the hand on his shoulder too big? Baishu realized something and reached out his own hand, his face filled with surprise. My body? He coughed twice anxiously. Can't I recover yet? Baishu saw his own reflection in the window. A damp towel rested on his head, his face round and red like an apple. He was wearing a clearly improvised one-piece dress, probably cut from a large piece of fabric, with thread still hanging out. Even so, it didn't fit him properly, hanging loosely on his body. He was less than a meter tall, about the size of a 5-year-old. Baishu was devastated. He had been hoping that he could recover after leaving the competition, but reality had dealt him a fatal blow. Don't worry. Dongfeng looked at the child's black, glassy eyes, filled with shock. His round body was particularly adorable. He touched Baishu's head lovingly. Seely has asked Guhua Bird. You be able to recover after tonight. Baishu winced. He was a little unaccustomed to the sudden change in the spirit. According to Dongfeng, Guhua Bird's great ability stems from her intense desire for a baby. However, this desire leads her to have many expectations for her own child, at least her first. She must be beautiful, well-behaved, healthy, lively, and pleasing to the eye. However, most summoners who could match Kurosawa were large and powerful, either aggressive or brooding. Those who even remotely met Kurosawa's requirements were often shielded by attackers. Because Kurosawa hadn't found a suitable candidate, Seely couldn't activate her ultimate ability. Until she met Baishu, his delicate and well-behaved face, and his relatively thin frame, unlike most tall and muscular figures, instilled a sense of pity in Kurosawa. However, unlike the healers who were shielded, he had a nimble physique, making him a natural match for Kurosawa, fulfilling the requirements of being lively and healthy. Imagine a beautiful and well-behaved child who wasn't afraid of her, and could even play with her. How could Kurosawa, having been unable to find a child she liked for so long, not like him? Baishu felt relieved at first after hearing this explanation, but more than that, she felt helpless. Are all the spirits alright? Fortunately, they're being carefully cared for by those who are healing them, and they're not seriously injured. The nine-tailed fox has also recovered from its injuries, and is recuperating. But, as Dongfeng frowned, Baishu's heart began to swirl again. Mr. Li, who was at peace, had received adequate treatment because his summoner was conscious and able to summon him to the outside world. Although Baishu hadn't woken up, the nine-tailed fox was being treated and cared for directly within Dongfeng's spiritual sea. But as far as Jiechenyu knew, although his external injuries were no longer serious, he hadn't woken up. His two spirits hadn't appeared, not even the fully awakened golden crow, indicating the severity of the damage to his spiritual sea. The border troops summoned all summoners and spirits capable of enhancing their spiritual power to help with the treatment. Dongfeng had naturally been there, but aside from the initial appearance of the golden crow, which quickly vanished, no matter how many skills he used, the spiritual power he input was like a drop in the ocean, with no effect at all. The border troops had even tested him with specialized instruments to measure mental power, and his spiritual sea was completely depleted. Even after repeated attempts at treatment, there was no improvement. His spiritual sea was like a colander, unable to hold any mental energy. This was practically a death sentence. Dongfeng had been with Baishu since the Baichuan team was formed. He had been with Xiechenyu and Baishu since they met, and he knew their friendship intimately. He didn't hide anything, telling Baishu everything he knew. If there was a last glimmer of hope to save Xiechenyu, it was him. Baishu's body was shaky, and the worst outcome had occurred. He threw away the towel on his head, and was about to get out of bed. I want to see him. But he was running a high fever, and his feet gave way before they even touched the ground. I take you. Dongfeng picked him up. Thank you. Baishu's expression remained relatively calm, but Dongfeng, looking at his unconsciously clutched sleeve and trembling hands, knew that he was not at peace. It's no exaggeration to say that Baishu has spent most of his time in this world with Jiechenyu. He'd grown accustomed to knowing Jiechenyu's presence, unconsciously placing him in a unique position. He wasn't as nonchalant as he'd been in the Yang Fire. He simply believed Jiechenyu wouldn't fall. But when that possibility truly loomed, it was an understatement to say the sky was falling. Jiechenyu's condition was indeed far more critical. Before even entering, Baishu saw a crowd of people, both familiar and unfamiliar, gathered around his ward. Lu Qing and Shan Liangzhe were both there. Seeing Baishu enter, they were more than just surprised by his appearance, but also delighted. Awake? Are you feeling unwell? Shan Liangzhe touched Baishu's head, frowning at the scorching heat. His body had shrunk, and his tolerance had decreased. He needed rest to recuperate, and they, the healers, couldn't help. Baishu shook his head. He saw the dark circles and bloodshot eyes under his and Lu Qing's eyes. He could tell they hadn't slept since yesterday's incident, and the same was likely true for the others. How is he? Lu Qing's expression darkened at this, and he made room for him. Not well. Baishu's heart trembled. His mental power was depleted. We tried everything to replenish it, but it only worked at first, and now it's even counterproductive. So many people were hesitant to act, and could only watch. Lu Qing's tone was dejected. No one wanted anything to happen to Jie Chenyu more than him. Commander Jie only had one descendant. Ultimately, it was because the resources in the South District were scarce. Even ordinary healers were scarce, let alone summoners skilled in mental healing. He looked at Baishu expectantly. Even though Lu Qing hadn't experienced it himself, a skill that could instantly reduce the cooldown of a major skill to 0 must be incredibly powerful. Baishu didn't hesitate. Let me try. Thank you. Lu Qing took the child from Dongfeng's arms. The child was light, and still burning, relying solely on willpower. If there wasn't absolutely no other way, he wouldn't have asked such a young child to help him while he was ill. The others also looked at him with intense, yet loving gazes. Baishu stiffened slightly under the gaze. Had they forgotten his actual age? If you added in his previous life's age, he was almost as old as them. However, his skill hadn't yet run out of cooldown, so he needed to concentrate his mental energy once more and apply it to Baishu. He expected it to feel as comfortable as restoring health, but when he actually received it, Baishu couldn't help but frown. The feeling of restoring mana was surprisingly terrible. The sensation of various mental energies swirling through his body, repelling and tangling, left Baishu no doubt that Jie Chenyu's condition would worsen. Just then, the peach blossom branch appeared. Sensing its owner's discomfort, it proactively absorbed all the mental energy it was receiving. The chaotic mental energy was sorted out, turning silver-white and flowing quietly through the branches. Gradually, 2 flower buds, one white and one pink, began to bloom. When Baishu saw the white buds, a huge weight finally settled in his heart. Peach blossoms are delicate, and it's particularly difficult to induce white peach blossoms. Fortunately, he had been recovering for some time, and the color of the flowers had already taken hold. The moment the flowers bloomed, he unhesitatingly injected the white flowers into Jie Chenyu's body. Everyone looked nervously at Jie Chenyu, and the testing equipment beside him. You must know that mental damage is profound and unfathomable. The longer Jie Chenyu remains unconscious, the more irreversible the damage. If Baishu's white peach blossom is of no use, then they will have to seek help from a powerful spiritual healer in another region. Regardless of whether they have the time, inter-regional travel is currently inconvenient. Even amassing vast resources and utilizing a large teleportation array would take time, and Jie Chenyu can't afford to wait. Baishu had long forgotten his own illness and remained by Jie Chenyu's side, almost unblinking. Lu Qing simply dismissed everyone, leaving the two of them alone. Jie Chenyu. Baishu looked at the unconscious Jie Chenyu and touched his cool hand, his heart aching with anxiety. He should always be full of energy. This fragile state didn't suit him. He curled himself into Jie Chenyu's arms, his eyes moistening unconsciously. He could no longer utter the harsh words he had spoken before, sobbing almost pleadingly, "If heaven can bring you back to life, I pay any price." Chapter 107. Can you really agree to any request? The voice, tinged with a sly smile, was a voice Baishu knew all too well. He looked up and saw Jie Chenyu's smiling face. When he smiled at him, his eyes were always narrowed, obscuring his unreadable pupils. This gesture always made him look less innocent, and the slightly upturned corners of his eyes made him look more fox-like than a nine-tailed fox. Before Baishu could say anything, his face leaned in, magnifying in Baishu's eyes. I couldn't breathe. Baishu suddenly opened his eyes. It was a dream, and Baishu felt a wave of loss. The narrow field of vision held the monotonous hospital ward. Outside, the sky had darkened, and the setting sun, about to sink into the sky, dyed the clouds red. The lights were off inside, and only the dim shadows of the trees cast by the window on the wall, and he lay completely in Jie Chenyu's shadow. He didn't know when he turned sideways, and a hand landed on Baishu's face, easily covering it, his fingers revealing Baishu's eyes. His callous fingertips pressed lightly or heavily against the soft skin, as if testing, confirming, or perhaps even enjoying it. Baishu pulled Jie Chenyu's hand away, propping himself up and unsteadily leaping over. Are you awake? How do you feel? Baishu's words suddenly stopped. Those eyes, devoid of emotion, merely moved slightly in response to Baishu's movements, then stared calmly at the shadow of the withered tree on the wall behind him, as if intently trying to discern a flower in it. But after Baishu spoke, a subtle frown crossed his brow. This voice was the only one he was familiar with. His body was unimpeded, but his mind struggled to turn, like a rusty gear. His senses were dulled, a thick membrane separating him from external stimuli, blurry, sluggish, unable to grasp the key points. His internal thoughts were also choppy and incoherent, relying entirely on instinct. It was as if he had stepped out of a chaotic world and into a completely unfamiliar one. This voice, though it had once disgusted him, was the only clue he could grasp. When he regained consciousness, besides the pain and burning heat, only this voice drove him like a whip, lashing him, making him struggle in pain, wavering between resignation. It was a voice he could not disobey, could not help but obey, a voice that filled him with anger, sorrow, and grief, and intensified his suffering. It was not until, amid the burning fire, a comforting rain fell that he, like a demon, crawled out of the dark abyss. He had intended to seek revenge. In unfamiliar surroundings, when in a vulnerable position, one must know how to show weakness. With all sorts of calculations in mind, Xiechenyu didn't show a single glimpse of his feelings. While pretending to stare at the wall behind him, he secretly studied the voice's owner. His hands, with distinct joints and veins bulging on the back, were long, broad, and full of strength. Yet, the person under him seemed pale, weak, soft, and harmless. A single glance sent a strange feeling swirling within him. He suppressed the strange feeling with his fingers, not exerting force. Xiechenyu thought he still had something to offer. It was wonderful. The temperature here was pleasant, comfortable, and quiet. He wanted to stay here. Baishu had no idea that Xiechenyu, even with his mind empty, could still think so eloquently. His surprise vanished, leaving only a single thought. He had truly been foolish. He hurriedly pressed the call bell. Soon after, Jinwu and Hanshi appeared in a mess. Jinwu was better, but he looked a little listless. However, Hanshi was not so good. Although the centipede on her body was removed, she did not receive treatment. She even turned back into fragments because the summoner did not provide mental power. Fortunately, now nourished by spiritual power, he returned to human form, but had fallen into a coma due to severe damage to his vitality. The Golden Crow was utterly anxious. Although summoners could slowly heal themselves through spiritual power, the Drought Master remained unconscious. It didn't dare to be complacent, and, seizing the opportunity, dragged him out. Let Xiaobai see. Baishu used the pink peach blossom to heal him, and Dongfeng also helped check on him. During this time, he felt a vague gaze on him. When he turned his head, he saw only Xiechenyu staring blankly ahead. Forget it. Baishu felt discouraged. Soon, the healer, Lu Qing, and the others arrived. How is he? How is his intelligence? Lu Qing asked with difficulty. Xiechenyu was clearly off. The healer wasn't surprised. Honestly, normally, his awakening would be a miracle. His eyes fell on Baishu, his mouth wide open, and he gave Baishu a fiery look, as if he were looking at a treasure. What? The others were extremely nervous. His spiritual C has fully recovered. And there are no side effects at all, a perfect recovery. If it weren't impossible, he would have taken Baishu directly to their department. He was simply a must-have energy pack for home and travel. Spiritual healing skills also have different levels of quality. Single-target healing is better than group healing, and the higher the healing power, the better. Because multiple people inputting spiritual energy will disrupt the recipient's spiritual energy, the fewer people charging, the better. When Xiechenyu was rescued, he saw the desolate spiritual sea, and was basically certain that he was beyond help. However, the patient's will to survive was so strong that his spiritual energy was struggling tenaciously, and the instrument showed a faint fluctuation of light. Even if that calendar-like spiritual sea had recovered, it would likely have been incomplete. But now it was complete, completely restored. Seeing the crowd's faces of disbelief, the healer felt like shoving the instrument screen into their faces. He said excitedly, "Look, his spiritual power isn't yet fully replenished, but it's stabilizing. His spiritual power is recovering faster than it's being lost. He'd be fully replenished after a few days of rest. But he's clearly not normal right now." With so many people present, he remained completely silent, like a fool. The healer fell silent. That shouldn't be the case, but the brain is complex, not to mention the spiritual sea. It's possible that the prolonged depletion of spiritual power caused brain damage. Since it's recovered, it stands to reason that the damage should be reversible. As for the extent of the damage, perhaps a visit to a neurosurgeon would be best. After all, he was a healer, a summoner, not a doctor specializing in neurology. Okay. Lu Qing nodded, turned to Bai Shu, extended his hand, and said gently, thanks to you this time. Leave the rest to us. I take you back to your room, so you can get some rest, okay? Bai Shu nodded wearily. Even after a good sleep, he still felt sleepy. His body had shrunk even more, and the fever hadn't subsided yet. It was time for a good rest. Ideally, he'd be fully grown up by the time he woke up. With a snap, just as Lu Qing was about to pick up Bai Shu, the dazed Jie Chenyu suddenly slapped his outstretched hand away and tucked the tiny creature into his arms. His eyes glared fiercely at Lu Qing, like a wolf growling in protest. Lu Qing held his forehead with a headache. While Jie Chenyu was still asleep, he'd gone to great lengths to separate them. If only he hadn't been given the muscle relaxant he'd been forced to give him. He really didn't want to compete with a muscular idiot. I go too. Bai Shu struggled to pry his head out of Jie Chenyu's arms. It won't take much anyway. Bai Shu and Lu Qing had the same idea. You couldn't argue with a fool. The neurosurgery results came back quickly, but they weren't satisfactory. On the surface, there was no difference, just a decrease in cell count in a certain area, but conversely, cell activity was high. Just rest and recuperate. Try to reconnect with past events that left a lasting impression on him. Maybe that will help him recover faster. The doctor's decision was final. The two returned to the dormitory. Jie Chenyu's recovery was much better than Bai Shu's, and being in a familiar environment was better than being in the hospital. Bai Shu felt more at ease in the dormitory than in the hospital. Lu Qing turned his gaze to the two conjoined twins. Then I have to trouble you to stay with him. Bai Shu leaned into Jie Chenyu's arms and waved. It's okay. He was used to it. Anyway, his size limited his ability to do anything. Instead of walking on his own, he might as well just lie comfortably in Jie Chenyu's arms. As Lu Qing left, he glanced back. Jie Chenyu, expressionless, lowered his head slightly out of Bai Shu's sight, his gaze inquiring. His hands held the man tightly, yet he was careful not to exert any force. His expression was genuine and lively, like a curious, vicious dog poking its head out. Lu Qing, initially worried, suddenly brightened. He wouldn't forget. Here they come! The three groups in the dormitory had been waiting for a long time. Hearing that the two had woken up, they had almost all gathered at the door. Only when he saw the two approaching safely did Ning's anxious heart begin to calm down. Captain Jie. Bai Chuan and the other two stepped forward, but were coldly avoided by Jie Chenyu. Everyone's expressions changed. Jie Chenyu, defiant, pinched Bai Shu's armpit and turned around. Their eyes met, and Bai Shu said, Damn it, how could he understand what he meant? Bai Shu pointed back expressionlessly, smiling apologetically at the others. I explain later. Jie Chenyu looked clearly unwell, and Bai Shu was also exhausted, but the others considerately didn't interrupt. Seely, at midnight, the Gua bird will transform you back to your original form. Okay. Jie Chenyu was curious about everything, and the sudden change of scenery made him want to take in more of it, but the person in his arms wouldn't cooperate. Bai Shu didn't want to bother him, just wanted to get some sleep and avoid this embarrassing infancy. He caught sight of himself in the mirror, a complete shrew child, with short arms and legs, perhaps about 3 years old. His clothes had to be retied several times. Every time he spoke, his voice was so babyish that it made Bai Shu tremble, and every time he opened his mouth, he saw the other person's surprised look, which filled him with shame and anger. He didn't want to speak, didn't want to see anyone. And he didn't want to clear out the forgotten memories before the age of 3. You can let me go now. Bai Shu poked him hard, hoping to attract his attention. After observing him silently all the way, Jie Chenyu's expression became more relaxed. He knew he was part of this place, he had just lost his previous memories, and was not in danger for the time being. He studied Bai Shu carefully. Everyone seemed accustomed to their closeness, which meant they were not enemies, but rather close. Jie Chenyu didn't consider himself someone who enjoyed maintaining relationships, unless it was a relationship driven by instinct. But this was quite contradictory. There were so many people his age. Why would he choose someone so young to establish a close relationship? It was a waste of time. He had to admit that he had the best smell and the best touch. As for his appearance, he'd probably like it when he grew up. Thinking that way, taking action early made sense. Though Jie Chenyu didn't speak, his eyes were fixed, a depth he'd never seen before, like a whirlpool capable of drawing anyone in. Bai Shu felt a chill run down his spine. What's that look? A mentally retarded person couldn't and shouldn't eat people, right? He reached out to pull at his ear, but overestimated his short arms. A slap sent the defenseless Xie Qinyu's head careening sideways. Bai Shu froze. In the past, he only felt sorry, but now, he was a little scared. Chapter 108. The two stared at each other for a full half-minute. Bai Shu felt the large hands gripping his sides tighten, and his heart pounded. Yeah. He was about to speak, but the other person didn't play by the rules. The hand pinching Bai Shu twisted, and Bai Shu's eyes flickered, and he slumped into Xie Qinyu's arms. With support, his body softened, and he simply lay there motionless. Forget it, I'm tired. He's a child now. What can he do to me? Xie Qinyu really couldn't do anything to him. Even looking at the soft, adorable, white and pink glutinous rice dumpling in his arms, he couldn't bear to do anything to him. He wanted to attract his attention, but the dumpling had no such desire. It seemed that it only wanted to curl up in a comfortable position, making Xie Qinyu unable to be aggressive. He wanted to get close to him, but he didn't know what to do. Even if he only left him ahead, Xie Qinyu felt his heart melt. Nurturing is not impossible. His gaze was gradually drawn to the chubby fist, like a small steamed bun, clutching the front of his shirt. Xie Qinyu nudged his itchy teeth with his tongue. He wanted to take a bite. As his hand fell into the broad, callous palm, Bai Shu trembled slightly, and looked up with a hint of confusion. Suddenly, his eyes widened, instantly filled with moisture. It hurts. He bites? Whoa. Bai Shu struggled to pull his hand back, bringing it to his lips, and blowing on it. He was mentally retarded, and with him, his whole being had changed. Xie Qinyu would never hurt him. Bai Shu wept bitterly. When he withdrew his hand, the situation was much better than he had expected. There was no bleeding, only two shallow dents. Why does it hurt so much? He made the person in his arms cry, a soft, suppressed sob that seemed even more pitiful. This time, it was Xie Qinyu's turn to stiffen. He opened his mouth, but the dryness in his throat stopped him. He simply patted Bai Shu's back and walked straight to the bed. He assured her he only bit her gently. Perhaps, he was just trying to sleep. He definitely wanted to sleep. They both felt awkward in their own ways. Xie Qinyu's silence echoed Bai Shu's feelings. He curled himself up completely, clasping his hands tightly in his arms, unable to lift his head. It was too humiliating to cry so easily. Thankfully, the result was what he wanted. Bai Shu felt herself being gently placed on the bed, and Xie Qinyu's grip loosened. As soon as her feet touched the ground, Bai Shu felt a dizzy sensation, as if her body wasn't her own. As Xie Qinyu released his grip, the little figure lurched a few steps on the bed before finally leaning back and sitting flat on his back, the soft flesh on his cheeks trembling. Bai Shu's face flushed even more, and he feigned indifference, secretly glancing at Xie Qinyu. He still had no expression on his face, a slightly stiff expression at first glance, a stark contrast to his usual cheerful demeanor. The moment his eyes met Xie Qinyu's, Bai Shu closed his eyes and collapsed completely, rolling into a corner with his back to Xie Qinyu. Let's sleep. He was still a child, not one for brainpower. So, he didn't notice the slight curl of Xie Qinyu's lips as he turned his head away. Bai Shu's subtle movements didn't escape his notice, but he expected her to say something, only to fall asleep. Although Xie Qinyu expected Bai Shu to say something, he wasn't about to argue with a child. He strode onto the bed, his tired mind beginning to feel sleepy. He considerately lifted Bai Shu's head and placed a pillow beneath it. Like a lion surveying his territory, he surveyed her, touched her slightly cold hands and feet, and tucked her in with a quilt. Seemingly drawn to her delicate, soft skin, and perhaps also to her cheeks, pouting from lying on their side, he reached up and pinched them, still blushing. He thought he was being gentle. Bai Shu, pretending to sleep, twitched his eyebrows. Even if this man was intentionally controlling his strength, it was still too much for him right now. He endured it. But soon, Xie Qinyu noticed too. The side of his face that had been pinched was red. He lowered his gaze, feeling strangely guilty. He withdrew his hand and clenched it at his side, trying to control himself but also itching to move. Suddenly, his gaze froze. This place is fine after all. Bai Shu's eyes shot open, and he kicked his legs like a rabbit. A hand firmly caught his feet. The claws on his butt were still there. Bai Shu's face burned. Can't argue with a fool. Xie Qinyu narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. He was indeed the one he had chosen. However, he narrowed his eyes, a calculating glint in his eyes. It would take a long time to successfully watch the fruit ripen, and there would undoubtedly be countless competitors during that time, like the people he had just met. They also seemed very familiar with the little guy. How many times was this guy going to pinch him? Bai Shu couldn't bear it anymore. He pretended to be asleep, unconsciously turned over, and reached out to hug both of his arms. Well, just hugging him was a bit difficult, so he simply leaned his legs over as well. Jie Qinyu's eyes narrowed. He knew Bai Shu wasn't asleep by listening to his breathing. He was holding his hand deliberately, indicating that he wanted to be close to him. If he liked it, let him hold him. Despite their completely different brainwave patterns, the results were in sync. The two stopped competing, and slowly fell into a deep sleep in a relaxing atmosphere. Jie Qinyu's sleep wasn't long, but beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He felt as if he had a long dream, a dream as complex and chaotic as a kaleidoscope. But it was the empty embrace that startled him awake. He looked down, his pupils constricting. Even if Jie Qinyu had remained calm and composed, his mind was now torn. How could the man he was waiting to grow up be so much smaller? Bai Shu didn't wake up this time. Children tend to sleep long and forget things quickly. Feeling uncomfortable, he instinctively slid closer to the source of warmth, rolled over, and nestled perfectly in Jie Qinyu's arms. His carefree, innocent face in sleep stood in stark contrast to the amnesiac next to him, who was paralyzed and questioning his life. How could someone get smaller? Wait, why did he think he couldn't get smaller? Suddenly, a fragment flashed through his mind. A handsome young man was shooting an arrow. His red robe made his skin appear even paler. His slender fingers gripped the bowstring, 2 fingers pinching the tail of the arrow. The cold gleam of the arrowhead flashed, reflected in his cold eyes. Though not physically strong, he felt menacing. A scene flashed, and this time he saw himself. The other protagonist was still the young man, but this time the perspective was slightly different, looking up. He first saw the young man's narrow neck, his chin raised slightly in a smooth curve. His gaze was firm and furious, more dazzling than the fiery clouds on the horizon, making it impossible for him to see anything else. When he grasped this key point, all his memories of him came flooding back. The boy's features mirrored the child in his arms. They were one and the same. Jie Qinyu was certain of this, because his current feelings matched those in his memory. How could he have become a child? Jie Qinyu wanted to continue his search, but was interrupted by a burst of sobbing. Wow, wow, wow! The person in his arms clenched their tiny hands into fists, as if exerting all their strength. Their eyes were red, tears welling in their beautiful eyes, and their cries were like those of a kitten, pitiful and unbearable. What's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Jie Qinyu's face was filled with anxiety. Ah! Wow! Bai Shu had woken from holding his breath, and when he opened his mouth, he was stunned. It was over, he couldn't even speak. Jie Qinyu was stunned. The most heartbreaking thing in the world is to hold back when someone is able to speak, and then find that they can't speak when they want to. Hold me, hold me. Bai Shu struggled to open his arms, uttering 2 words with difficulty. Jie Qinyu awkwardly picked the person up and tossed him around awkwardly. To see Bai Shu's expression clearly, he simply sat him on his arm, one hand supporting his back to prevent him from getting too restless. This made Bai Shu feel like a starling on his arm. No, who holds a child like that? But that wasn't the point. The point was that he needed to go to the bathroom. Not only could he not speak, but his control over his body had also diminished. To avoid losing his composure, he completely shut down his mind, ignoring everything else. He frantically patted Jie Qinyu, his voice childish, go, go. Jie Qinyu was confused, and only when he reached the bathroom did he understand what Bai Shu was up to. He glanced at the man, who was blushing like a shrimp, and tried to lift his skirt with one hand. But she encountered resistance. Bai Shu held her hem tightly with both hands, biting her lower lip. Her eyes were watery, and her voice was soft, go away, woo-woo. Don't act like a spoiled child. You can't get in. Bai Shu wanted to cry even more. Was he polite? Jie Qinyu saw the person in his arms trembling, and lifted her dress without a word. Woo-woo. Ever since leaving the bathroom, Bai Shu's sobbing hadn't stopped. Although she initially thought it was adorable, Jie Qinyu gradually became worried that she might break down crying. He held her at his arms to soothe her. How about I show you later? Woo-woo, elbow. How could she be so adorable? So cute that it made him want to bite her. Thinking of the consequences of the previous incident, Jie Qinyu held back, but it was hard. Bai Shu knew no one was to blame for this embarrassing situation, but he just couldn't help it now. Once he recovered, he clung to Jie Qinyu's neck sullenly, his head resting languidly on his shoulder, refusing Jie Qinyu's embrace. Let him be a starling, he was too embarrassed to face anyone. Jie Qinyu didn't dare argue with him now, silently playing the bird stand. But when that awkward scene silently resurfaced in Bai Shu's mind, his heart, which had finally calmed down, began to waver again. With a shudder of shame and anger, he bit his neck with his innocuous teeth to vent his anger. Jiechenyu let it go. When Seely entered, he saw the man he always remembered as rebellious become a full-time dad, carrying his child as he walked, patting his back, rocking him gently, and muttering something under his breath. To be honest, it was as terrifying as seeing a muscular married woman. The Gua bird appeared impatiently. Although she loved babies the most, that didn't mean she didn't want to see her beloved child through all the stages of their growth. It was just that Seely had stopped her from watching. At the sudden intrusion of the stranger, the warmth in Xiechenyu's eyes suddenly froze into ice, piercing the two of them. The person in his arms had finally cried themselves to sleep, and he didn't want to wake them, so he simply sent them away with a cold glare. The Gua bird also looked at him with hostility. If they hadn't shared the same concern, the man and the spirit would have likely been locked in a fierce fight. Don't just throw two patients together. Seely had a headache. If you want him to recover, listen to her. Seely gestured. Xiechenyu remained indifferent. He wasn't crazy to leave Bai Shu to such a ghostly woman. Xiao Bai was such a crybaby now, he couldn't let her scare him into tears again. Baby, baby. Gua Niao's eyes were filled with longing as she slowly approached. She had clearly dressed meticulously to see her child. Her loose hair was tied back in a simple bun, her clothes were neat, and she even had her lipstick done, giving her a more lively air. The dress was originally too big, and after coming out of the bathroom, Jiechenyu used it as a swaddling cloth. The child's thick eyelashes were still stained with tears, and the corners of his eyes were a delicate red. He sobbed uncontrollably. At the long-awaited voice, his wet eyelashes trembled, and he saw Gua Niao's anxious face. She looked at the culprit who had separated them, her eyes filled with tears, as if deeply wronged. Baby? Jiechenyu, the culprit, She felt like she had been teased. Chapter 109. Jiechenyu didn't want to pay attention to her, but the person in his arms opened her arms to Gua bird without hesitation, her small mouth struggling to puff out, and in a voice that was even more eager, softer, and more urgent, hold me. Ah! Seeing Jiechenyu's indifference, Bai Shu kicked his legs frantically. The attack from a foot no bigger than a fist was no more than a tickle to Jiechenyu, but it left him breathless. What kind of person was this? Could he trust them? He watched with half belief as the ghost-like woman joyfully took the child, his empty hands clenching. Gua bird held the child with much greater skill. One hand held Bai Shu against her chest, supporting his body with the crook of her arm, while the other hand rhythmically patted his back. She smiled contentedly at the fair, beautiful child, uttering soft, coaxing sounds. More than one person was stunned. Seely had never imagined the Gua bird could make such a pinching sound. Being treated like a baby made Bai Shu a little shy, but she had to admit that compared to hard flesh, this embrace felt softer and more comfortable. He blinked, his eyes sparkling as he looked at her. Is he finally going back to normal? The Gua bird silently averted its gaze. Others didn't know, but she knew that while its ultimate skill was powerful, it had many limitations. First, it could only be used at night, and second, its effectiveness only lasted until midnight the following night, not at her discretion. She hurried over, simply to see him. As expected, the child in her arms was just as she had imagined, fair skin, bright, round eyes, and a smile that formed a small moon, instantly warming one's heart. If her child was born successfully, it would surely be like this too. The Gua bird stared at him intently, its expression a mixture of joy and sorrow. Bai Shu's anxiety subsided unconsciously. At this moment, she wasn't a spirit or a ghost, merely a mother joyful for her child. Why should he rush? She gently stroked his head, sometimes tapping his cheek with her fingers, sometimes lifting Bai Shu up by his arms, humming a gentle, unknown tune. She controlled her strength, unlike Jiechenyu's rough and tumble movements, and didn't cause Bai Shu any discomfort. She was completely focused, her eyes filled with affection, a simple mother playing with her child. Bai Shu couldn't help but smile. The Gua bird's eyes lit up, and her smile grew more genuine. The two boys silently left the room. The silly looked at him curiously. They had heard that his mental strength was exhausted, and they had thought he wouldn't wake up. After all, spiritual power is a crucial factor in a summoner's future, and it's the most challenging of all difficult cases, so there aren't many talented people in this area in the South District. But he woke up. However, I heard he become mentally retarded, suffering significant damage to his spiritual sea, putting Baichuan's chances of winning the national competition this year in jeopardy. Xiechenyu ignored the inquiry, and glanced at Si Li with a hint of hostility. He probably knew this person, but he probably didn't have a good impression of him. His gaze lingered on him for a moment, then he stared intently at the door, as if he could see through things. He didn't know who that strange woman was, But since Bai Shu was so cooperative and happy, he let it slide. At the first sign of movement, he rushed in. His unconcealed impatience with him, and the nervousness within was something Xie Chenyu hadn't been able to do before. Seely thought of a large dog crouching at its owner's door, poised to be summoned, and he marveled at it. It seems he's truly lost his mind. Even the fox has become a foolish dog. Until the two hands pointing to 12 overlapped, a bang sounded in the room. The person beside him whipped up a gust of wind, blowing Lee's white fur forward. Almost at the same moment the sound rang out, the person pushed open the door and rushed in like a gust of wind. Even Lee didn't react. This guy, not only has his head become a beast, empty, but has his body assimilated as well. The Gua bird was so engrossed in spending time with its child that it lost track of time. As soon as 12 o'clock passed, before Bai Shu could be put back in bed, a flash of white light passed, and he had already transformed back to his original form, falling to the ground unexpectedly. Bai Shu shock. Ignoring the pain from his tailbone from the fall, he hurriedly pulled the swaddling clothes to cover his vital parts. The Gua bird's eyes were still kind. She could still see the childlike shadow in the adult Bai Shu. But without the child's body, Bai Shu could no longer indulge himself. Bai Shu's blood surged with the return of reason and shame. Gua bird covered her mouth and chuckled softly, "Don't be afraid." The woman's figure was no longer visible in the sky, and Xie Chenyu rushed into the bedroom. Shocked by the sight before him, he slammed the door shut without a second thought. Seely had wanted to follow him in, but the door slammed shut and screeched to a halt. Gua bird appeared beside him. "Let's go. Don't disturb him." Seely looked at her. Gua bird had changed drastically. Before she met Bai Shu, she was filled with resentment, far from the calm and approachable person she is now. "It seems you like him very much? I think I should thank him." At his mention, Gua bird's expression softened, even giving her a gentle chuckle as she hid her sleeves. She nodded. "If you can let me see her more often, I do my best to repay you." Seely raised an eyebrow. That was a big promise. Fully awakened ancestor spirits are independent individuals. Aside from a few good-tempered ones, like Dong Feng, ancestor spirits can be arrogant or eccentric, and even have a vested interest in their summoners. Earning an ancestor's unwavering devotion is no easy task. For example, Gua bird had previously insisted on not using her ultimate ability, and there was nothing he could do about it. He tapped his fingers, seeming to find considerable amusement in the suggestion. He tilted his head, glad to help. The moment he saw Xie Chenyu, Bai Shu's heart, which had been at ease, lifted again, unleashing unprecedented athletic potential. Xie Chenyu's eyes blurred, revealing only a pair of long, straight legs and a sleek waist and hips. The scene flashed by, and Bai Shu had already quickly tucked herself in the quilt, leaving only her head exposed. Her breathing was slightly rapid. "I'm fine." Xie Chenyu paused for a moment, then strode over. Even though he had memories, the sight of this real beauty before him was still dizzying. That gaze was so intense, as if he was seeing him for the first time. Bai Shu felt a little uneasy, even wondering if memory loss could drastically change someone's personality. He almost tucked his chin into the quilt. "Bai Shu. You remember." Hearing his own name, Bai Shu looked up in surprise. He thought he recovered, but the next moment, he realized he'd been overthinking. "Your name is Bai Shu, right?" Xie Chenyu half knelt on the edge of the bed, approaching him, his eyes gleaming with a startling light. This was the one he'd chosen. A familiar scent filled him. He stroked Bai Shu's hair. Even the strands were to his liking, making him want to hold them close. "Yes, how much do you remember?" Bai Shu quickly reached out to rest his hand against his chest. He was considerate, never overly enthusiastic, as if burning, making him uncomfortable. Part of it." Xie Chenyu took his hand. I want to have sex with you." He avoided Bai Shu's questioning gaze and stuttered. "Bai Shu? ? Xie Chenyu felt uneasy. He went over what he wanted to say in his mind. He decided he couldn't use something as crude as mate. He needed something more elegant. "I want to have sex with you." "Have sex with you." He finally racked his brain for a less offensive word. As he spoke, a voice, almost exasperated, told him to shut up, but he ignored it. "If you like someone, you should say it out loud, or else someone else will get there first." Bai Shu's eyes widened slightly. Such words actually came from Xie Chenyu's mouth? What was even more shocking was that Bai Shu didn't find it outrageous. Instead, he exclaimed, "Wow, he's so direct." Bai Shu remained silent, watching the boy visibly panic as he stared at him eagerly, his anxiety and worry all visible. Perhaps because it was so rare to see him in this state, and with this expression, Bai Shu felt like laughing. I don't want to. His eyes dimmed, and he held her in his arms, feeling downcast and aggrieved, refusing to let go. His strong embrace seemed to secretly demonstrate his strength. Why? Are you attracted to someone else? Or is there something about me that's not good enough for you? No. Then why? He insisted on pestering Bai Shu for an explanation. Bai Shu suddenly missed his old self, and he didn't know how to put it into words. Mating, union, and sex, though Bai Shu had never experienced them before, he wasn't a complete novice. In his previous life, whether intentionally or unintentionally, he had become accustomed to them. Those pleasurable, painful, hideous, frantic, and ultimately unsightly intertwining bodies were surprisingly well received. On missions, he's seen his companions gather together, talking cryptic words, and then bursting into excited laughter. He also seen people desperately collecting supplies, risking their lives just to bring a few precious stones to someone back at the base that wouldn't fill their stomachs. Bai Shu didn't understand these conflicting, complex impulses. If the target was Jie Chenyu, he wouldn't feel any resistance, but he wouldn't be drawn to them either. He had a perfectly legitimate reason. Because, as Bai Shu spoke, the people behind him fell silent. They looked at Bai Shu solemnly, their eyes as if to say, whatever's wrong, he can fix it. Bai Shu extended a hand and traced the lines of his sturdy abdominal muscles. This part hasn't grown yet, so it's not allowed. Jie Chenyu, This was truly an impeccable excuse that would break anyone's heart and bring tears to their eyes. If he had ears or a tail, they would have drooped. Jie Chenyu was obedient as he could be. Bai Shu slept soundly. When he woke up the next day, Jie Chenyu was nowhere to be found. He had recovered. The fever he had experienced earlier was largely due to the sudden shrinkage, the intense stress, and the trauma. Over the course of 2 days, the centipedes were annihilated. The military finally deployed heavy weaponry, and Area K became a restricted area, heavily encircled and barred from human entry. Unfortunately, despite the large number of alien species eliminated, the fragments obtained were few, at best precious fragments. The majority were blindly obedient alien cannon fodder, mere empty shells picking up scraps from above. Since the incident was caused by the military's inadequate oversight, the military offered 2 compensation options: fragments or points. Bai Shu didn't have the fragments he wanted, so he naturally chose points. Time waits for no one. After a break, everyone immediately plunged into the new round of competition. With the lessons learned from the previous one, the venues for this competition were rigorously screened, and no further accidents occurred. Although Jie Chenyu's memory hadn't fully recovered, his fighting instincts remained, and he was highly adaptable, like a natural fighter, and he had already blended seamlessly into the battle. Furthermore, combat might be a way to awaken his memories. Since that night, although not overtly, Bai Shu could sense his avoidance of her. Bai Shu also knew that the incident was awkward, and that he needed time to recover, so he didn't force it. He didn't know if it was his imagination, but after the match, he felt that Jie Chenyu's control over Yang Fire had reached a new level. Time flew by. After more than 10 days of intense mixed-team competition, Lu Qing was forced to end the training session early due to matters concerning the Southern District Secret Realm. Though it had been less than 20 days, everyone had been transformed. Their coordination, tolerance, and ability to adapt on the field had greatly improved. In Lu Qing's words, "We're finally playing like a team." Apart from that, the biggest gain was the strengthening of their ancestral spirits. With Gongsun Luo's help, they developed more ancestral spirit skills, even converting some to full awakening. Needless to say, Kurosawa was almost fully awakened, leaving Gongsun Luo with limited room to play. However, she had awakened Lin Shuzong's ancestral spirit puppet master second skill, which was a great help. Zheng Tianhua's twin-tailed dog at Boji has fully awakened. It's named Wudo, legendary, as the mount of the fire god Zhurong. It has gained the powerful skill Evil Sea of Fire, which burns and attracts bad luck. Su Xiong's white-haired ape, after much experimentation, has accidentally discovered its name, Waziki, and has gained the powerful skill Prisoner's Rage. Baijuan, by comparison, is faring much worse. His ancestral spirits haven't improved, and the memory loss caused by the damage to his captain's spiritual sea has yet to be recovered. Chapter 110. Bai Shu didn't know the depth of the Gongsun family's heritage, but he knew the surname could be traced back to the Yellow Emperor. The central district where she lived was a thriving civilization, home to countless hidden families, powerful summoners, and fully awakened ancestor spirits. Besides its advantageous geographical location, protected from interference by alien species, the main attraction was its secret realm. The Qin Huang Secret Realm was the only secret realm containing human ancestor spirits. Compared to the dilapidated southern secret realm and the other 3 secret realms, where communication was difficult, the central secret realm offered far greater convenience. This is why the history recorded by humans only barely formed a coherent structure before the Qin dynasty, while the period after that was a patchwork of fragments. Thus, Bai Shu wasn't surprised to know the names of the ancestor spirits, Hu Dou and Wu Zhiqi. This spoke volumes about the power of Gong Sun Luo and the family behind her. What puzzled Bai Shu was that Bai Chuan wasn't even slightly bothered. Opportunities to receive guidance from a hidden family were rare. Bai Shu feared that his or Xie Qinyu's amnesia might have distracted his teammates from paying attention to other matters. So, after the competition, the 4 of them returned to their original dormitory building. Before they left, Bai Shu couldn't help but ask, "Should we go meet Gong Sun Luo?" Unexpectedly, Jiang Zheping and Zui Xingtian exchanged a glance, slightly resigned. "I'm afraid it's useless." During training, the 4 Baichuans were scattered across the team, competing with their eyes open and reviewing with their eyes closed. They had no time for proper communication. But even if others didn't mention it, Jiang Zheping and the others were eager to improve their primordial skills, especially after seeing successful examples. Even if they weren't fully awakened, having an additional skill like Kurosawa could give them an advantage in national competitions. Aside from Bai Shu, who was a fully awakened ancestor, and Jie Qinyu, who remained indifferent, the 3 of them had approached Gong Sun Yao more than once, only to receive a cold response, especially after Jie Qinyu's amnesia. At first, the 3 didn't understand, but after repeated rejections, they finally figured out the reason. Although she was a distinguished guest from the southern district, she had come under an interregional agreement to help them, but she wasn't so selfless. At first, she assumed the southern district lacked powerful experts, and approached with a haughty air. Seeing so many fully awakened summoners in Team 3, she saw a profit to be made, and her attitude changed. And knowing that Jie Qinyu's amnesia, caused by the damage to his mental power, hadn't recovered yet, she naturally considered his future bleak. In her opinion, Bai Chuan, without understanding Jie Qinyu, wouldn't have fared well, even with a skilled healer. She could just come to the South District for the sake of it. A few successful cases would demonstrate her abilities, and that would be enough. Why bother trying so hard, besides? Jiang Zheping smiled wryly. If we accept her help, she demands that any fire-type fragments obtained by our team within the next 3 years be given priority for review. Bai Shu was stunned. Why? That's right. The same applies to He Zhe and Bo Ji, but their agreement is for 1 year. He Zhe doesn't have a fire type, and Bo Ji's only fire type is Zheng Tianhua himself. This condition isn't difficult for them. But Jiang Zheping and the others couldn't agree. They still had to fight together for at least another year. Bai Shu and Jie Qinyu were both fire types on the team, and they couldn't afford to sacrifice their teammates for selfish reasons. For Gong Sun Luo, helping attackers was most beneficial. Lin Xuezong, Zheng Tianhua, and Su Xiang were all good DPS players. If they left their current teams, they would likely become the core of their new teams. Therefore, she saw no value in Bai Chuan. Therefore, the Lion's demands were so high that if they didn't agree, there would be no negotiation. Bai Shu hadn't expected such an outcome. Zui Xingtian patted him on the shoulder. It's okay. I don't think she's that powerful. Xiaobai, you're much better than her. He sincerely felt that way. Bai Shu had also helped them summon 2 fully awakened beings, but he wasn't as arrogant as her. Bai Shu shook his palms. Okay. If you rely on the mountain will fall. We rely on ourselves. Seniors, don't worry, Brother Jiang, I work hard. He looked at Jiang Zheping. He was the only one on the team who hadn't yet fully awakened his spirit, making him relatively weak. With the national competition approaching, he believed he was more anxious than anyone else, but his calm personality kept it to himself. Jiang Zheping saw Bai Shu's determined gaze, and his occasional anxiety subsided. Xingtian is right. What family, what heritage? We summoned so many fully awakened beings even without her. There's nothing to be proud of. It was rare to see Jiang Zheping so emotionally exposed, but the team atmosphere was much better than before. Zui Xingtian nodded rapidly. Besides, Xiaobai and Team Jia's trip to the southern secret realm this time might hold some exciting opportunities. The 5 spots for the southern secret realm have already been confirmed. Si Li, Si Kong, Sha Huayu, Jie Qinyu, and Bai Shu. Bai Chuan had practically snatched 2 spots from a tiger's mouth, and all 3 were happy for them. Bai Shu breathed a sigh of relief, glancing at Jie Qinyu, who sat quietly folding clothes and listening to the lecture. Ever since that day, he'd been incredibly well behaved, Bai Shu almost suspected he'd become a completely different person. If hitting a wall with Gong Sun Luo wasn't enough to depress the team, Bai Shu thought. Another significant factor was Jie Qinyu's continued memory recovery. Even with the doctor's repeated assurances that his spiritual sea was fine, there was still concern about whether this injury would affect his ultimate abilities. Bai Shu, however, didn't think so. Although Jie Qinyu had been controlling the timing of the Yang Fire's appearance during the subsequent battle, and no one had noticed, he had a vague feeling that Jie Qinyu's mental strength had improved. Unbeknownst to Bai Shu, after he looked away, Jie Qinyu secretly glanced up at him, his back stiff. Suddenly, the door was kicked open, and Ning stormed in. Used to living with the boys, she hadn't taken it personally. She cursed, that Gong Sun Luo is so arrogant. I finally opened my eyes. How could someone so shameless? What's wrong, Sister Ning? Bai Shu poured her a glass of water. Ning's eyes softened for a moment, and she reached out to touch his head. Thank you, Xiao Bai. Ever since she'd seen Bai Shu as a child, she developed a thick, motherly filter for him. Normally, she just offered a few words of concern, but this time, she was furious, and her expression changed with remarkable speed. She reached an agreement with Kurosawa and Boji, using the guise of assistance to pursue personal gain. That's fine, it's just a matter of mutual consent. She paused. But you know what? She actually demanded a top-grade shard from the South District. How dare she be so arrogant? If the shard had a connection with her, it would be fine, but if it didn't, what right did she have to ask? Doesn't she think we're poor? Doesn't she look down on the South District? Why does she now look down on us? The preciousness of top-grade shards is self-evident. They're only available in the outer contaminated areas, not to mention the bloody battles of high-ranking border troops. And she's going to grab one just by talking. They have plenty in their own district. Even the South District can only win one by winning the regional championship. This is the South District's most promising team. Giving them a chance will allow them to give back to the South District in the future. Did the military agree? Of course not. And Ning's face looked as if she had swallowed something disgusting. She settled for the next best thing and asked to enter the Southern Secret Realm together. The border troops agreed. Huh? Her original goal was to enter the Southern Secret Realm. Xie Qinyu snorted, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. It was truly astonishing that the Gongsun family would even consider such a dilapidated secret realm in the Southern Secret Realm. If she wants to go, then go. It's a good opportunity to see what she's up to. The military's easy agreement might have been motivated by this. The information gap was infuriating, but it had to be acknowledged. They wanted to know Gongsun Luo's unusual obsession with the Southern Secret Realm. And Ning was surprised. Isn't it because they knew Shenong was about to awaken? Xie Qinyu shook his head. This kind of thing has happened before, but I never seen them go this far. Although humans can collect fire essence to strengthen the secret realm's defenses, their power is ultimately limited. Therefore, Shenong, the master of the secret realm, awakens annually from his slumber and uses his own power to strengthen the secret realm's defenses in preparation for the beast tide of the following spring. This cycle prevents the secret realm from collapsing. Thanks to mutual assistance, the Southern District is the most closely connected to the secret realm among the 5 regions. Although Shenong's awakening is rare, it's nothing for the powerful families with deep roots. The Southern District's secret realm itself is vulnerable. Without the ability to summon new ancestral spirits, humanity cannot update its knowledge of the ancestral spirits. They would also be unable to release any of them, and it would be useless against Gongsun Luo, a fire type. After hearing Jie Qinyu's words, Ning regained her composure. Given that person's selfishness, I have a feeling he's up to no good. Jie Qinyu agreed. He had no good feelings towards Gongsun Luo, and even less so towards the aristocratic families. When things are going well, they flock to him. When things are going badly, they abandon him like a worn-out shoe. Huh. Don't worry. It won't just be us, the border troops will also be keeping an eye on him. Perhaps we can glean useful information from his motives. Knowing that the border troops and they were wary of Gongsun Luo, Ning felt relieved. She was indeed formidable, a rare sight in the South District, at least on the surface. She was truly afraid that people would go easy on her without a clear conscience. It's good that you're aware of this. It's getting late, let's go back. Ning arrived in a hurry and left quickly. All that needed to be said was said, and the other two hurried back. Jie Qinyu and the others were preparing to enter the secret realm, and they were also busy, about to follow the border troops deeper into the outer circle. The brainpower they had always relied on, the core of the team, was gone. They, from the second line, were shifting to the front line, their home turf. There were only 2 people left in the room. You actually regained your memory, haven't you? Bai Shu's sudden exclamation startled Jiechunyu, who almost dropped the rag in his hand. After folding the clothes, he began cleaning the closet. He had never loved housework so much as he did now. He pretended to be busy to avoid embarrassment. His memory suddenly returned after the game last night, when he relaxed. I want to sleep with you. You haven't grown up yet. Two voices played in his head on a loop. That scene, that feeling, seemed to be embedded in his mind, ingrained into his bones, popping up every now and then to assert its presence. Jiechunyu tossed and turned in bed all night, one moment calm, the next he felt like banging his head on the ground, practically twisting himself into a knot. How could he say such a stupid thing? It was so unlike him, so much so that the next morning, he didn't know how to face Bai Shu. He simply imitated his amnesiac ways, less talking, more doing, silently digesting the embarrassing memory. He hadn't expected to be discovered so soon. He tried to struggle, pressing his index finger to his forehead, feigning deep thought. Why do you ask? I still haven't remembered something. Seniors, they haven't remembered it either? Jiechunyu shook his head. Only part of it. Bai Shu stared at him intently. Since he asked, he must have been absolutely certain. But he didn't understand why Jiechunyu wouldn't admit it. Until he looked at Jiechunyu uncomfortably and turned his head away, noticing the tips of his ears, red as blood, that dull, yet strong nerve finally clicked. His smile deepened, and after a moment, he said, You remember that Shenong awakens every year. You wouldn't have forgotten us, the people we spent so much time with. Chapter 111. Jiechunyu was speechless. He had hoped to keep it a secret for a while longer, but he hadn't managed to hold out even for a day. He didn't mean to hide it. It was simply because his memory of that day was so bleak. When he woke up and looked into Bai Shu's face, he completely played dumb. Okay, it suddenly came back to me last night. He smiled awkwardly. I wasn't trying to hide it from you, I just... Just what? Jiechunyu had always been eloquent, but now, he couldn't articulate it. But judging by Bai Shu's cold and indifferent expression, it seemed likely that what happened at night was just an incident in his mind. Of course, that was Jiechunyu's assumption. Bai Shu's memory wasn't that bad, but Bai Shu had more important things on his mind than that night. After all, his memory wasn't complete at the time, so Bai Shu didn't need to dwell on it. Besides, Bai Shu liked their current relationship and didn't want to change, nor did she want to do that. He felt relieved that the other party didn't bring it up. Based on his past life's experiences, it was a frenzied, twisted, and bizarre scene, and even their verbal accounts lacked any aesthetic appeal. Bai Shu had more important matters to discuss with Jiechunyu. He cupped Jiechunyu's face, forcing him to meet his gaze. Ignoring his inexplicably low voice, he spoke word by word. Tell me about you throwing away the bracelet. This matter had weighed on Bai Shu's mind for a long time. It had been difficult to bring it up while Jiechunyu was amnesiac, but now was the perfect time. Jiechunyu, however, didn't want to bring it up. Isn't the reason obvious? If I hadn't done that, you would have died. And the facts prove that I was right. We both survived. This rhetoric would only appeal to an outsider. You know that's not what I'm asking. If you don't explain clearly, I consider withdrawing from this secret realm journey. He was avoiding the main point. He could have done what Ning did, and temporarily removed the bracelet. That would have been the safest option. Throwing away the bracelet would have escalated the worst-case scenario of one person dying to include two people dying together, a detrimental outcome. It was precisely this irrational behavior that shocked everyone. Without a life-saving device like the bracelet, the secret realm journey, or even the future journey to the central district, could have been fraught with accidents. If the same situation arose again, Bai Shu couldn't afford to take a life, and he wouldn't. But Jiechunyu always acted methodically, and perhaps he had his own reasons, so Bai Shu insisted on getting to the bottom of it. The word withdraw shocked Jiechunyu. Bai Shu wasn't just bluffing, he really meant it. How cold-blooded. That thing. Jiechunyu seemed to have just remembered. He embraced Bai Shu with a natural expression, but secretly he was gnashing his teeth, his hand on Bai Shu's waist tightening slightly. That was truly infuriating. Feeling a slight pain in his waist, Bai Shu glanced at the man with the indifferent smile and persistently pressed. Why? His relentless pursuit was a sign that he didn't want to be separated from him. If he didn't speak more forcefully, Jiechunyu wouldn't answer honestly. Because? Jiechunyu sighed deeply. Midway through his sentence, he found a stool, sat down, and, hooking his arm around the woman's waist, pulled her close to him, resting his head in Bai Shu's arms. They switched heights, and the overwhelming aura softened. Bai Shu, confused, looked down at him, following his lead. He frowned, his voice muffled. My mental energy was draining quickly, and my head was aching. If I hadn't thrown the bracelet away, I was afraid I'd lose control and run away. I still had plenty of health left. My headache was splitting. I couldn't think straight. I just did whatever came to my mind. So that's how it was. Bai Shu felt a little relieved. Whether he threw the bracelet away out of impatience or a misjudgment, it wasn't a death wish. That was enough. Jietchen, you perfectly revealed a hint of grievance. How could I bear to die? How could I avenge you if I died? Hearing this, Bai Shu felt completely at ease and embraced him. I'm sorry, you were the one who saved me, yet I still question you. Little did he know that Jietchen was saying one thing and thinking another. He was so frustrated that he wanted to bite him. To be honest, he couldn't tell whether it was impulsive or deliberate, but his mental energy was still strong and his mind was clear when he threw the bracelet away. Afterward, he didn't regret it, but felt at ease. He prided himself on being a rational person, unfazed by the use of means to achieve his goals. He had goals, things he had to do, and he valued his life above all else. This time, he was truly emotional, a move that even he found unbelievable. The more he observed Bai Shu's rationality, the more aggrieved he felt. He felt a sense of injustice, and then wondered if the things that had tormented him for most of the day had simply passed by without a trace in Bai Shu's mind. Stubbornness welled up in him, and he took the initiative, forcefully pulling the man down and onto his lap. He was tall and had long legs, so he performed this difficult maneuver naturally and smoothly. His tone was tinged with gritted teeth. It's okay. Now let me ask you. What happened that night? 2 years from now, will you agree? He curled his lips, looking devilish. You have grown up by then. Bai Shu frowned, pondering for a moment. Are we not on good terms now? Do we really have to do that? Jietchen Yu, ? It's not that it has to be, but it's inevitable, right? He's serious. This is the difference in their mindsets. In Jietchen Yu's view, once you're in a relationship with someone you like, you should be as loyal and protective of them as his parents were. That will just happen naturally. But in Bai Shu's view, intercourse is something that can be done as long as both parties are willing. It's a commonplace thing, neither beautiful nor useful. He didn't understand why Jietchen Yu was so persistent. It's not that I have to do that. I want to be with you, to date you, to be your lover. Do you understand? Jietchen Yu sensed something was amiss. He and Bai Shu had a great rapport in combat, but now it was clear they weren't hooking up. He hadn't been so anxious originally, but this incident had made him realize that accidents could happen at any time, and the future would be even more dangerous. He didn't want to wait any longer. Dating? Couple? Bai Shu was puzzled. Isn't dating all about mating? In his previous life, Bai Shu hadn't interacted much with anyone at the base, relying entirely on observation and what he saw and heard during missions. From his limited observation, men and women, men and men, and women, mating occurs once they're dating. Therefore, dating is equivalent to mating. Jietchen Yu was horrified. Of course not. Otherwise, what if couples don't want to do it and can't? He had intended to ask about things other than sex between couples. Unexpectedly, Bai Shu delivered a resounding blow. Without hesitation, he decisively said, then do it with someone else. Jietchen Yu, shock. What a scumbag quote. Who on earth is instilling such evil ideas in a child? Jietchen Yu was heartbroken. Bai Shu pursed his lips and glanced at Jietchen Yu. Did he answer wrong? The more guilty he felt, the more confident he appeared. He didn't want to reveal his lack of common sense. His current life was simpler, and he had no way of observing. His answer was entirely based on his past life, when many people were proud of having lovers. But Jietchen Yu's eyes never left him. He'd been caught peeking. Bai Shu feigned composure. Jietchen Yu was ready to kill. He forced himself to calm down, not rushing to judge, and continued, so, what do you think the purpose of these two people being together is? His face, which had just relaxed after thinking it had passed the test, suddenly wrinkled. The question became even more difficult. The only time he witnessed a mating scene was when he was 13. He stumbled upon one hidden in a bush, but only watched for a moment before being driven away by the clamorous screams. He remembered that one partner was in agony, the other in joy. He intervened, only to be scolded by both. He didn't understand, and from then on, he paid them special attention. 2 days later, the distressed woman, after receiving food and sparkling gems from the man, was overjoyed, and the two began another round of mating. Bai Shu was grateful that he still had the desire to explore human nature, allowing him to answer such a profound question. He then concluded, it was an exchange. Huh? Jietchen Yu nearly flipped the table in anger. Bai Shu nodded as a matter of course, and just as he was about to continue, Jiechenyu clamped his hand over his mouth. Fortunately, his large hand also blocked Bai Shu's eyes, preventing him from seeing Jiechenyu's gloomy expression. He was so glad he had spoken out today, otherwise he wouldn't have known he'd fallen for a heartless playboy who needed to be disciplined. That docile, soft exterior wouldn't reveal it at all. He thought Bai Shu's past life was too chaotic, and he'd seen too much darkness, which was why he had such thoughts. He was still young, and lacked good judgment. Fortunately, he was still young. He had to correct this perspective, meaning Bai Shu's innocent, clear eyes. Jiechenyu took 2 deep breaths. Listen, the words dating, mating, and exchanging are not synonymous. Bai Shu clenched his palms, a little nervous. Had he gotten his answer wrong from the start? Jiechenyu also noticed his nervousness, thinking Bai Shu was frightened by him. He tried to soften his voice. Dating is something only 2 people who truly like each other do. It's not for that kind of thing. He emphasized his voice. Dating is long-term, one-on-one. Seeing Bai Shu seemed to understand, Jiechenyu elaborated. This kind of liking isn't the kind you get between friends. It's the kind that makes you think of him and want to be close to him. When you're close to him, you blush, your heart beats, and you feel joy. Being close to him, because you like him, is a natural consequence. It's an involuntary act of love, understand? I think I understand a little. Bai Shu nodded thoughtfully. Jiechenyu saw that he seemed to understand but not quite, and had a headache. He was still in the stage of groping in the dark. These words were based on his parents and his own experience, and were far from the level of a teacher. Bai Shu, however, was listening intently. Since it wasn't about those things, then we can start dating. Jiechenyu, The thing he always dreamed of had come so easily, it felt unreal. Have you really figured it out? Bai Shu nodded seriously. Thinking carefully, he thought of Jiechenyu the most, and he was the closest to him. He didn't want to be as close to anyone else as he was to Jiechenyu, which roughly matched Jiechenyu's teachings. Except for one thing. Seeing Jiechenyu's skepticism, he tilted his head slightly and pointed at his mouth. Or you could try kissing me. Would I blush and my heart race? Jiechenyu, His Adam's apple slid up and down uncontrollably. Even though he knew Bai Shu didn't understand, with the person he loved so close to him, their eyes filled with dependence and anticipation, who could resist such an alluring invitation? He could hear the sound of himself swallowing, so loud it seemed to echo throughout the room. His heart raced, and his blood rushed to his head. Jiechenyu's eyes nearly sparkled as he held the fragrant flesh in his arms, but he couldn't. He was certain that if he really tried today, Bai Shu would find someone else to try tomorrow, and then he'd have nowhere to cry. He taught him to kiss the forehead, but this guy had just turned around and started kissing everyone else. What a jerk. Bai Shu felt the arm around his waist tighten, and then a pain in his shoulder. He wasn't being kissed, he was being bitten. Chapter 112. Team Leader, Instructor Liu has notified you and Xiaobai to attend a meeting? Zhuixingtian, who had just returned, had just opened the door before he could even look inside when Jiang Zhengping quickly covered his eyes. Although Ning was covering her face, her eyes glittered through her fingers. Oh my god! What's going on? Has it progressed this far without her knowing? From their perspective, they could only see a thin figure sitting diagonally on the boy's lap, her slender waist tightly locked by a pair of arms. Fingers gripped the fabric at her back, slightly bent, veins bulging on the backs of her hands, as if exerting force yet also restraining herself. The boy, his head buried in his thoughts, was unsure what he was doing, but he was tolerated because Bai Shu held him tightly with both hands and didn't push away. Exciting, and Ning wished she could turn to the other side. Zhuixingtian pulled Jiang Zhengping's hand away, a puzzled look on his face. What are you doing? Jiang Zhengping, not suitable for children. Zhuixingtian, ? He pointed at Bai Shu, who was already standing. Huh? Isn't he younger? And, as much as he hated to admit it, Jiechenyu was his age. Jiang Zhengping, Don't worry about it. Zhuixingtian, shock. There was business to attend to, and the discussion came to an end. Bai Shu jumped off Jiechenyu's lap and tugged at his collar to cover the teeth marks. He touched the spot where the teeth marks were. It didn't hurt. The other person hadn't bitten hard, just grinding slowly with his teeth. He didn't know what he was doing. Jiechenyu's anger suddenly grew even more intense at Bai Shu's businesslike manner. One day, he would make him unable to maintain such a calm expression. Bai Shu straightened his clothes. Let's go! Jiechenyu refused to try to kiss him, and there was nothing he could do. Though he desperately wanted to find out, endless dangers and challenges lay ahead, leaving them with little time. Soon, the two of them appeared in the conference room, along with the other people heading to the secret realm. Lu Qing was their team coach, Gong Sun Luo was a non-staff member, and Si Li, Si Kong, Xia Huayu, and the two of them were the 5-man reserve team selected. Come on, you're the only ones missing. Lu Qing didn't exchange pleasantries, handing 2 documents to the two of them. Take a look. This is the plan for this trip. It was very detailed. First, the route map. Starting from the military base, they would use the teleportation array to reach the end of the teleportation array closest to the secret realm. Middle P area. The journey from Area P to the secret realm would be their true test. For the first time, without the protection of the bracelet, they were exposed to the alien's vision. On the map, the South District's thumbnail resembles an irregular circle nested within another, with the city at the innermost, followed by the inner circle, the middle circle, and the outer circle. The other districts follow a similar structure. However, some resemble circles, some ovals, and some are more angular, like pentagons. The South District literally means the lowest of the 5 districts, and the secret realm lies in a gap in the southernmost area, bordering the outer circle, its deepest point 100 kilometers from the middle circle. As mentioned earlier, after the secret realm emerged, humans established 5 major urban areas based on its location. However, the secret realm's overall strength is far greater than that of humans. Therefore, when expanding the safe zone, they will not surround the secret realm, but instead leverage its power to form part of the outer wall against alien species. However, the South District's situation is unique. The secret realm's power is unstable, and the military has been considering ways to share the pressure it bears. Thus, the South District is considered the innermost of the 5 districts. Scrolling back, there are other personnel heading to the secret realm and their strategies for combat. He carefully examined the map. Besides the 7 of them, 30 other border troops would also be heading to the secret realm. 20 of them were from the outer circle, and 10 from the middle circle. They were divided into 6 groups, forming a circle. Only their group of 5 was placed in the middle, clearly freeloaders. While this was understandable, they might be strong among their peers, and in the regional competitions protected by wristbands, they were victorious. But to the outstanding border troops, who had personally fought bloody battles against alien species, and were selected to travel to the secret realm, they were merely immature buds, and the competition was nothing more than a game. Furthermore, they were the hope of the future, the seeded players for the national competition. The South District wanted to secure a spot in the national competition, so they would do everything they could to improve their players' skills and ensure their safety at all costs. The next day, all those departing for the secret realm arrived. The youngest of the 30 border troops was 20, the oldest under 30. 20 wore black uniforms, and the other 10 wore green. In order to maximize the number of talented individuals, aside from a few exceptional individuals leading the team, many were newcomers who had never been to a secret realm. No matter how much the southern secret realm declined, it held an unparalleled allure for those who worshipped the ancient spirits. They came to see the Lord of the secret realm, the oldest and most distinguished of the 5 great masters. How could this not inspire longing and excitement? Therefore, many border troops shared their expressions, excitement, anticipation, and vigor. But as true battlefield veterans, they held their heads high, their gazes resolute and confident. They were the chosen elite, the defenders of the South District, and even humanity. At their prime, they were prepared to sacrifice at any moment, glimpsing a glimmer of beauty in the darkest era of human history. The moment he saw them, Bai Shu was filled with awe. Little did he know that these people were also curious about the new recruits. Soon, Bai Shu felt countless gazes directed at him. Bai Shu, To be honest, he was used to these scrutiny. It was simply that the sudden appearance of a clean-skinned, small-sized figure amidst a sea of muscular men was striking. Even healers, especially top-tier healers, required exceptional physical prowess to align with top-tier attackers. Furthermore, due to the scarcity of healers, they'd likely go on more missions than attackers. Over time, their skin tans, and aside from their demeanor, they appear no different from other players. Judging by appearances is wrong, but people in the military subconsciously equate appearance with ability. The first impression is, this kid is pretty and fair-skinned, and it's obvious she hasn't experienced hardship. Her ability is average, so why is she here? At this stage in their career, they're struggling. They barely have time for daily missions and training, let alone focusing on regional competitions. The national competition is truly a national event. The team leader is Xue Chengyong, also a Kurosawa Academy graduate, several years older than Lu Qing. He looked even more menacing than Sikong, yet there was something different about him. Sikong was naturally menacing, but the other man's face was deliberately stern, a serious expression that kept strangers away, like a student looking at a dean. He was also incredibly tall, half a head taller than Jiechinyu, and his frown could probably stop a child crying. Because of his strength, he was chosen as the team leader because he was the lord of the Southern Secret Realm and happened to enjoy talking to people like Shui Chengyong, who were quiet, straightforward, and capable. Seeing Bai Shu, Shui Chengyong's expression grew even more serious. He greeted Lu Qing, "Be careful." Lu Qing was stunned. Honestly, this was the first time the other person had greeted him. Although they were both from Kurosawa and from the same outer circle, he never spoke nonsense, let alone small talk. The sudden remark felt awkward. But following his gaze, he saw Bai Shu, looking innocent. Okay. He understood a little. The man probably wondered why Bai Shu would participate in such a dangerous mission, but his presence proved it was the military's decision, and he was bound to obey. So, he added another instruction. Hadn't he felt the same way when he first saw Bai Shu? Although he knew he must have something exceptional to be a reserve, people are often misled by their appearances. I know. Time will tell. Besides the reserves, Gongsun Luo also had to be on their guard. After all, he was sent down from the central district. If anything went wrong, the southern district would be blamed. As the group stepped onto the teleportation array, Bai Shu's eyes blurred. After a familiar feeling of dizziness, he was already in the central P district. He exhaled deeply. Judging from the alphabetical order, their previous competition venues were all located near the front, where the military had a tighter control. However, the areas near the outer circle after Area P were too dangerous, with fewer humans able to reach them, and the teleportation arrays were frequently damaged and rendered inoperable. Bai Shu's first impression of Area P was desolation. It wasn't a desolate scene, quite the opposite. The vegetation here, rarely trodden, was thicker and more robust. Unlike other areas, there were no beaten paths or traces of battle, giving it a more primitive feel. The border troops were divided into 6 teams, with the black military headquarters at the front, back, and left, the green uniforms at the rear, and the reserve and other teams' healers and controllers in the safe center. After forming their formation, Bai Shu heard Shui Qingyong's voice from the front, "Move." As soon as the words fell, before Bai Shu and his companions could react, bursts of light flashed, and 30 people, each displaying their magical powers, appeared. Huge animal-like spirits of wolves, tigers, elephants, monkeys, and other forms, as well as the magical instruments wielded by human-shaped spirits, all appeared. Without transportation, they just share a ride with someone nearby. The 5 of them were stunned. Aside from Bai Shu, the other 4 didn't have any spirits suitable for transportation. Letting Jiawei be ridden by anyone else was absolutely impossible. Lu Qing waved his hand, "Ing Zhao." A strange, flying horse appeared beside him. Its brown skin was streaked with black stripes like tiger stripes. 2 massive wings flared on either side of its back. Its limbs were sturdy, and the toned muscles that moved gracefully with its movements revealed its beauty. When it turned around, it was a surprise. It was a human face. It smiled gently at the group, then lowered one wing to signal them to board. Lu Qing rode on horseback. "I can take one more person." Gongsun Luo didn't summon an ancestral spirit, but instead summoned a fire cloud and stepped forward. It was her innate ability. She stood atop the cloud. The others weren't even on her invitation list. With a smile on her face, she looked only at Seely. "I can take one more person, too." Haughty and impressive. Seely and Si Kong's destinations were arranged. Xia and Sha would have to find other teams to join. Xiechenyu rubbed his chin, suddenly forming a vague idea of the ancestral spirit he would summon next. During previous competitions, it hadn't been a big deal. The teleportation array made it easy to get around. The competition was limited, so they could still run. At worst, they had their teammates to help them. Actual combat was completely different. The target alien species wasn't as willing to engage as their opponents, not to mention the teleportation array failing once they approached the outer circle. The terrain was complex and dangerous. Relying solely on foot would be exhausting, if not fatal. Just escaping would be a struggle. The importance of transportation became clear when almost all of these people had their own means of transportation. A cheerful-looking guy with a buzz cut spoke up from behind. He wasn't very old, probably in his early 20s, and his smile revealed a pair of fangs. "If you don't mind, you can come with us. I can take 2. He was standing on a small spaceship, a small shed about 3 or 4 meters long. A single person sat aboard, a cold-faced woman, resting with her eyes closed. The other 3 teammates were clearly shield attackers, positioned to the outside of the 2. One of them paused and said, "I could take one, but..." It was a rather precarious position. Chapter 113. Seeing Bai Shu hesitate, his head lowered, lost in thought, Shirgui, the buzzcut boy, felt a surge of pity, as if he were seeing himself in the past. It must have been difficult for him to blend in with these people. These young men were still growing up, but each one was imposing and had distinct personalities. They were all clearly prodigies, exuding an air of elite talent that made people afraid to approach. Only Bai Shu gave off a sense of peace and comfort. After all, a healer shouldn't be traveling with an attacker, so Shirgui offered Bai Shu a hand without hesitation. The spaceship's a bit high, can I help you? Bai Shu was talking to Nine-Tailed Fox, when he suddenly heard someone speaking to him. He looked up, only to feel a strong push from behind. In his mind, Nine-Tailed Fox flicked its tail, finally raised its head, and let out an excited cry before lazily resting its head on its paws, its thick tail covering its body in a ball. Bai Shu, He had originally planned to ask the Nine-Tailed Fox to give him a ride, but it just so happened that Xia Huayu and Jie Qinyu were available. Who knew that the young man's words would give the Nine-Tailed Fox, which had never wanted to be a mount, an excuse? Bai Shu stood up straight, a little embarrassed, and said to the two people on the boat, "Sorry to bother you." It's okay, it's okay." Shirgui glanced behind Bai Shu. What happened? Did he think he saw he had a tail? The girl, who had been resting with her eyes closed, nodded slightly, then closed them again, looking unapproachable. Jie Qinyu leaped onto the spaceship and smiled at Xia Huayu. "I leave the front to you, senior." Xia Huayu tensed, speechless, disgusted. Jie Qinyu crossed his long legs and sat neatly next to Bai Shu, leaning back against the edge of the boat, curiously surveying his surroundings. Without the slightest hint of restraint, he might have felt on someone else's territory. After a quick glance around, he smiled at Shirgui and politely greeted him. He considerately introduced himself. "Hello, senior. My name is Jie Qinyu, a fire attacker. May I know who you are?" In addition to the transportation, a variety of reconnaissance and attack spirits were summoned, forming a massive team. The formidable formation ensured that no blind aliens would come crashing down for a while. This also gave them a chance to chat. Shirgui scratched his head. "My name is Shirgui. I'm not a senior, just a few years older than you. I'm a water controller." Although the five of them were a group, they were selected from different teams and had varying ages. Shirgui was the oldest of the five, at 25. His natal ship was from Kurosawa's second team. The other four were around 21 or 22 years old. The quiet girl was Lin Fei, a rare fire healer. The two attackers and one shield on the periphery were fire, and earth, named Liu Ming, Zhang Yaokai, and Gao Wu, respectively. These four were from Team Heizei and Bo Ji, as well as the core of Team Changshui Nanlin. In Heizei, Shirgui had seen many geniuses, but he knew he wasn't one of them. After graduation, he followed the crowd and joined the border troops, thinking that guarding the inner circle would be enough for a peaceful life. Unexpectedly, his life changed dramatically after joining the military. His natal star was extremely popular. After participating in several missions, he fortuitously summoned a fully awakened ancestor, surpassing the threshold for promotion to the middle circle guards, and now having the opportunity to travel to the secret realm. He thought his development over the years had been quite impressive, but after joining the team, he realized that he was still a frog in a well. The dazzling array of geniuses left him feeling overwhelmed, eager to huddle with his kind. After a brief introduction, he ignored the seemingly talkative Jie Qinyu, and sat down beside Bai Shu, holding his hand and engaging in lively conversation. Training must be tough, right? Oh no, a whole new social dynamic. Bai Shu's eyes widened slightly. I hadn't expected the biggest challenge he faced after this wasn't aliens, but humans. He unskillfully mimicked his movements and shook his hand back. It's okay, everyone's worked hard. Are you a wood healer? Healers are so good. The military is so short of them. When I was in the inner circle, I got injured and had to seek medical attention. Later, when I arrived, Bai Shu opened his mouth, but the other party didn't give him a chance to speak. You look like you're only in your second year. Your future is limitless. It's great to be young. Shirgui's face was filled with envy. Having made it this far, they were arguably the strongest five of the new class. Perhaps they soon be promoted to the outer circle after graduation. It's well known that a healer's abilities are closely linked to the strength of their team. Senior, I'm a sophomore. I need some water. Jie Qinyu, smiling, stepped between the two, donning his friendly leather jacket and handing over a water bottle. Unlike in competitions, you can bring as much medicine, weapons, and food as you can, often with unexpected benefits. Just look at the number of appearances Dongfeng's belt has made. Shirgui took the water cup. He was a little thirsty. He's a first year. What? Ahem. Not only Shirgui, but the other four turned their heads, staring at him in surprise. When did the outside world become like this? Second years are one thing, but how can there even be first years? How can they survive this? Which team are you from, Kurosawa? Tokiwa? Shirakawa. Everyone who listened in curiosity was stunned. Shirakawa. Where? This academy is so unfamiliar. Luo Ming, well informed, finally remembered after a long pause. Ah! Is it the Shirakawa who won the autumn competition? This incident was huge news in the South District. He had heard about it by accident. Sietchenyu chuckled and whispered in Baishu's ear, naturally encircling them. Wow, their shocked expressions are truly timeless. They're worth capturing and cherishing. Baishu glanced at Sietchenyu speechlessly, but didn't move. He simply couldn't handle overly enthusiastic people. Cherish this short time. After the national competition, this effect will be gone. By then, everyone will know about them. Sietchenyu was surprised that Baishu would actually agree with him. Baishu was amused. Every time someone gave him a strange look, he couldn't keep his heart calm. Yeah, you're right. Their conversation was so intimate and natural, it was impossible to imagine. It was completely different from how he imagined they would get along. Shirgui chuckled dryly. You two are really close. Be on guard. Ahead, Xue Qingyong's loud shout caught the attention of several people. It seemed the first batch of unstoppable aliens had appeared. Baishu stood up and looked. Ahead lay the boundless sea. Something shiny flashed in the sunlight. Oh no! Luo Ming screamed. As a fire element, he hated water battles, a fact shared by Baishu and Sietchenyu. Baishu's ears twitched, and his body shifted into combat mode, pulling Shirgui backward. He noticed several more white threads at their original location. Be careful, everyone. It's a devouring python. Luo Ming and the others stood in front, clearly observing the creature causing trouble in the water. It was an old acquaintance. In the first regional match between Baichuan and Yunxiang, the alien species they encountered was a level 5 devouring python that had devoured a fire spirit. But here, they were all level 6. Because they hadn't devoured the fire spirit, their scales remained their natural blue-green hue, perfectly hidden in the sea. These alien species were cunning. They didn't reveal themselves, simply spitting silk at them. The boat swayed for a while, increasing the difficulty of the battle. Some of the means of transportation were unsuitable for water, forcing the team to move closer together, increasing the distance between teams. The outer troops bore the bulk of the attack, but they were still handling it with ease. The unfortunate thing was that their team was slow. Baishu was certain that once the main force was dispersed, the alien species would reveal themselves. Damn it. The three outside felt the same way. Hold on, Shirgui, we clear the way. The central border troops reacted quickly. 3 men formed a cone to protect the front of the ship. Galwu stood at the bow, holding a massive bronze shield, a man's height. Despite its copper construction, it offered significant defensive power, and even had a speed-boosting function. The 2 men at the back scattered along the side, dealing with the layers of annoying silk threads. The ship's relative size attracted more attacks, and for a moment, it became a crisscrossing cavern, with threads snagging the sails and the deck they had just sat on. The 4 of them temporarily retreated to the narrow cabin, which had just enough space for 4. Sietchenyu escorted the people to safety, and summoned the Golden Crow. As soon as the Golden Crow spit out a puff of fire, Shirgui's face paled. Wait, no fire on the ship. TSK. Golden Crow, go to the stern and set it on fire. Sietchenyu turned to look at Shirgui. Can you deal with these threads on the ship? These threads have an anesthetic effect. Without clearing them, I can't move. Shirgui nodded and quickly concentrated his energy. The threads that had fallen on the ship moved without wind, as if picked up by invisible hands and rolled into balls and thrown back into the sea. For Shirgui, the ship was more than just a means of transport. It was his domain, where he was the king in control. It was just that his ship had only just evolved from a 2-seater to a 4-seater, so controlling it required more mental effort than before. Clearing a path, Shirgui's face paled considerably. He looked at Sietchenyu. Hurry. Sietchenyu stepped out of the cabin. Baishu exchanged a glance with him. Baishu nodded without moving. Today, he's no longer the man who simply charged forward. Many of his skills and spirits are now suppressed. The aliens are hiding underwater, so going out would be useless. Better to stay here. At least he has the 9-tailed fox as a trump card, just in case. He hadn't expected his first actual combat to be so difficult, completely different from previous matches. Too many restraints, unable to use his skills, and time running out. After such a long time in the apocalypse, Bai Shu finally realized, slowly, that at the border of the middle circle, humanity was standing on alien territory. The threads were growing. All troops. Bai Shu faintly heard Shui Qingyong's voice, and saw from the cabin window a black and white sphere soaring into the sky. It spread its wings and cried out, a resounding one echoing throughout the entire arena. Seeing its wings flapping vigorously, Bai Shu finally recognized the ball as a bird, an angry little bird. Its tiny body emitted a loud noise, and after a few cries, it vanished into the air. One meant to avoid battle and advance, a command most commonly used on this trip. After all, their destination was the secret realm. When he was looking at the information earlier, Bai Shu had wondered if relying solely on voice to organize so many people would be too straining, and why they didn't use smoke bombs or something. After this command, the first few teams moved noticeably faster. Shigui's face showed anxiety, and his face grew paler. Bai Shu was puzzled. Hold on. You don't need to clear all the silk threads on the boat. Protecting the people is enough. Shigui clenched his hands and shook his head. No, the sail is tangled. With the sail damaged, the boat would lose its way. They couldn't abandon it now. Bai Shu's face was solemn. The surface of the water suddenly became a silk-threaded cave, trapping the advancing team. Captain, should we help them? Outer border troops noticed the two teams lagging behind and hurried over. Shui Qingyong raised his hand to interrupt him. Wait a little longer. Beyond the sea lies the outer circle. Don't give them too much support and let them lose their guard. Like dogs smelling meat, more and more devouring pythons swarmed the 2 or 3 teams lagging behind. The large ship attracted even more of them. They surfaced restlessly, their huge mouths open, waiting for food to fall. Chapter 114. Giant maws yawned from the water, reminiscent of the toothless crocodiles Bai Shu had seen in his previous life. Their firm skin revealed their incredible bite force. A level 6 devouring python was significantly larger than a level 5, only slightly smaller than a mountaintop sea monster. Its silk was also thicker, difficult to cut with ordinary weapons, and the limited combat space on the water exacerbated the difficulty. Sensing this as a vulnerable target, the aliens grew bolder and began to leap from the water. Their impenetrable scales warded off the attackers' attacks. They pursued and bit them. Damn aliens! Luo Ming cursed. Water combat was difficult for fire types, as selecting suitable spirits was difficult. Although they could barely fight, they had brought in reserve. Luo Ming had assumed that with 2 years of combat experience, he could remain calm no matter what. However, the reality proved that he had overestimated himself. The center circle is completely different from the center circle, so it's only natural that these rookies have trouble adapting for a while. Luo Ming regretted it immensely. If he had known, he should have led the newcomers to the front team. That guy behind him didn't even react. The seashore was covered in a forest of carnivorous plants, the closest of which was only a few centimeters away from him. Ming Shan, the ghost general, couldn't fight alongside him. Sha Huayu behind him said nothing, but he wasn't frightened. He had crossed zones to the central and west zones and joined the youth training camp. Every time he wasn't in danger, he simply disliked the noise of the people in front of him, but he couldn't move away. Luo Ming was about to say something when he saw a huge tail swinging towards him and gasped. The thick wooden pole carrying the 2 men soared upward. The ship in the middle wasn't so agile. With a loud bang, the snake's tail whipped against the side of the ship, and without its sail, the ship tilted uncontrollably to the other side. Ugh! The 3 people in the cabin were thrown to pieces by the sudden upside-down turn. Bai Shu, nimble and quickly hooked his feet onto the horizontal bar under the seat, grabbing the 2 men, each half of their bodies sticking out. Brother Jie, he shouted outside. It's okay. A response quickly came from outside. Jie Qinyu's breathing was slightly rapid, but fortunately, it sounded like he was fine. The deck outside was completely covered in white silk, except for the darkness beneath Jie Qinyu's feet. The golden crow had gone to the bottom of the ship, burning it with yang fire. After waking up, Jie Qinyu discovered that he had better control over the yang fire. Originally, the yang fire could not be retracted and could only be used once. But now, there was a slight difference. He could divide the yang fire and use it freely. As sparks. The sparks' attacks were more focused, burning faster, but they were isolated and disappeared quickly. Essentially, the yang fire disappeared because the combustion conditions were extremely low, not because Jie Qinyu had actively withdrawn it. If it encountered flammable materials, the sparks would become ablaze, but the fire would remain the same. Despite this minor change, it was a significant aid to Jiechenyu. At least, he could use his skills in normal combat. However, he looked at the slightly charred wooden planks beneath his feet, and touched his nose with a slight sense of guilt. Luckily, the ship hadn't been burned. He still hadn't mastered the right balance, and if the ship hadn't suddenly lurched, he wouldn't have used it. He expertly wound his mace with a large ball of silk thread, like a marshmallow. With a snap of his right fingers, the sparks flashed, and the marshmallow turned to ash. But this was just a drop in the bucket. The ship was moving too slowly, and the biggest problem was the tangled sails, which were hindering its progress. Can the sails be burned? We won't be able to move any faster without burning them. This question startled Shirgui, who was inside the ship. In the cabin, Bai Shu handed her dagger to Lin Fei. Although she was a healer, her inherent heat could soften the silk thread, making the dagger even more useful in her hands. Lin Fei was a little bewildered when she received the dagger. Because of her special status, she was always well protected during missions, and everyone was accommodating. She served as a high-quality health pack, simply following her gestures to cast skills. This was the first time someone had given her the initiative, someone who had brought her back from the brink of death several times. She couldn't see his movements clearly, and didn't know how he did it, but the expression of such a powerful person clearly said, "Only you can do this." Lin Fei nodded gratefully, tightened her grip on the dagger, and swung it unpractically at the silk thread that was encroaching into the cabin. The thread broke. She turned around and met Bai Shu's encouraging eyes. Even though he was facing danger, the joy in his heart was even greater than before. When Bai Shu first saw her, he had noticed something on her ear. Now he realized it was a hearing aid. She was hearing impaired, and couldn't hear people speaking at a normal volume. It wasn't that she was naturally indifferent. "Burn it." Shirgui spoke, his voice slightly hoarse, biting his fingers nervously. He regretted not retracting the sails at the beginning to save energy. He knew his spaceship had become a burden. Bai Shu glanced at Shirgui. After all, this wasn't an ordinary sailboat. Damage could cause him harm. Bai Shu had many ideas before, even considering abandoning the ship to train a devouring python. But he quickly gave up. The devouring python was different in size from the mountain monster, and was far too agile. There was only one solution. Outside the ship. Keep your stick close to the edge of the ship. Huh? Luo Ming was startled by the sudden voice behind him and exclaimed, "I said it was a fire stick, not a stick." How could he, a fire element, have a stick as his elemental element? Let all the spirits, who can't fight on the water, come aboard to help. As long as the ship can speed up, we can escape. Sha Huayu and Jiechenyu had the same idea. Although they wanted to tear the aliens into pieces, they weren't an independent team. Their goal was to catch up with the main force. A big reason they couldn't break out now was because of the larger ship. The cabin only limited the number of people, not the number of spirits. Letting the spirits aboard at least gave them room to use their skills. If they couldn't attack from a distance, at least they could help those on board. Luo Ming slapped his head in frustration. Why hadn't he thought of that? But there was one point he disagreed with. All the ancestors? Isn't that a waste of skills? It'd be even more dangerous if we reached the outer reaches. Sha Huayu smiled. Just don't use your skills at once. We have a healer here who can restore our mental strength. Luo Ming's mouth dropped open in shock. Damn! Why didn't you tell me earlier? They have 2 healers. What's there to be afraid of? He even considered diving into the sea and fighting the devouring python. As soon as he approached the spaceship, Luo Ming saw Jiechenyu calmly burning marshmallows. Seeing the silk thread burn to ash on the mace, Luo Ming was ecstatic. He actually met a kindred spirit. As a fire element, Jiechenyu's innate ability couldn't possibly be a mace. So, his true destiny is a mace-shaped lighter, Jiechenyu. Of the reserves, he and Bai Shu were the 2 most adaptable to actual combat. The latter had experienced life-or-death struggles, while the former was naturally indifferent to them. The most important thing was to escape quickly. Gong Sun Luo and Lu Qing had already escaped and rejoined the main force. Jiechenyu didn't want to rely on Si Li and Gong Sun Luo for help. Thanks to regular training, Bai Shu and the others quickly adapted to their different teammates. The headless general, along with 5 disabled soldiers, including Ming Shan, jumped aboard when the 2 men approached. Joining forces with the spirits of the others, the boat was suddenly overcrowded. Bai Shu steadied himself in the cabin, feeling the turbulence subside. He peered out the window, his eyes lighting up when he saw the spirits. We're safe. The 3 of them smiled at each other and embraced excitedly. Jiechenyu saw this scene as soon as he entered the cabin. His eyebrows raised, The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he roughly pulled Shirgui out. The three were forced to separate. What are you doing? Shirgui, originally furious, lowered his voice after seeing Xiechenyu's face clearly. Strange, why did he feel guilty? Isn't this your ship? How would I know how badly it's burned? Xiechenyu took it for granted. Shirgui, So he's gone from senior to you? Don't be afraid. You be safe with me. Xiechenyu and Baishu exchanged gestures. Shirgui, already halfway out, said, he's already leaving. Who's afraid? Besides, where does he get such confidence? The spirits on the ship worked in an orderly manner, either using their skills or using their swords to gather the silk thread into balls of uniform size, which they then delivered to Xiechenyu like an assembly line. Strange three-legged crows circled the sailboat, spitting fire continuously. Shirgui, even if I accepted it, my heart ached. After the two men left, just as the sail was about to fall, a familiar, elegant man appeared beside Baishu. The apricot, representing spiritual power, dissipated in his palm, transforming into green dots of light that scattered. Lin Fei, who was closest to him, was the first to feel a sense of relief. His spiritual sea began to fill up. Even a small amount was enough to bring joy. Soon, the dots of light fell on the people on the boat, including Luo Ming, Sha Huayu, and others around the ship. His spiritual power had rejuvenated, and if it weren't for the inopportune moment, Luo Ming would have felt so comfortable that he would have stretched. Go! Luo Ming shouted. Behind him, Sha Huayu's brow, which had just relaxed, furrowed back. It was too noisy. Unexpectedly, this sound was the perfect stimulant. Zhang Yaokai on the other side, and Gao Wu at the bow excitedly echoed, charge. Ming Shan seized the opportunity, and flew to untie the last strand of silk thread shackled to the bow. Xiechenyu snapped his fingers. From a distance, the pure white cocoon gradually weakened, until finally, a crack appeared, and a spaceship, emitting smoke, burst forth from it. Yet the combined voices of a few people surprisingly conveyed a sense of might. Xue Chengyong stared ahead, his expression unchanged. The deputy team leader stepped forward. They made it all on their own. With just 3 reservists and a mid-level border unit, that's the minimum. Not bad, isn't it? Xue Chengyong wasn't surprised, his voice a bit higher than usual. Not bad. Si Li and Sha Huayu have been receiving special attention from the military since they entered the national competition as reserves last year. Despite their young age, their experience, knowledge, and skills are unmatched by most mid-level border units. We invested heavily this year to improve our dismal national rankings. If these two teams don't improve, the South Division will be a hopeless mess. The sudden rise of Baichuan is quite interesting. The deputy team leader chuckled. Captain Xue, you know how you tend to talk too much when you're happy? Xue Chengyong glanced at him and sped up. The team was moving at a brisk pace, and soon they saw the edge of the sea. The sun was already directly overhead, and everyone had been working non-stop for half a day when the little round bird reappeared, issuing the second command. Rest ahead. Shirgui and Baishu, the last two to arrive, breathed a sigh of relief. Shirgui, controlling the sailless spaceship, was sweating profusely. If they didn't dock now, they would. The moment he jumped off the ship and touched the ground, Baishu knew they had officially entered the outer circle. He suddenly remembered their only previous encounter, the level 7 alien species that had given them such a hard time. The mystery. The fear they felt then was incomparable to facing the devouring python. It was a completely different level of difficulty, leaving them completely defenseless. They were severely injured and barely escaped. Now he had intruded into these creatures' territory. The excitement within him made him tremble uncontrollably. Xiechenyu gently patted his shoulder. He could see the excitement in his eyes. He felt the same way. Chapter 115. The temperature here was much higher than in the central area. The dense bushes behind him were still green, dotted with a few bright red fruits. It looked as cute as a cherry hair ornament on a little girl's head. But no one was fooled by this appearance. After the 30-odd people landed, they didn't rush in. Instead, they withdrew their magical powers and replenished their energy on the spot. Luo Ming drank 2 bottles of nutrient solution and excitedly recounted his recent experience to the others. Heard of healers who could restore mental strength, many people cast curious glances. Shirgui, who had been sighing for his natal spaceship, suddenly forgot his sad past and felt much more energetic. Don't be fooled by his harmless appearance. He's actually quite skilled. Back then, he grabbed us in 2 quick moves. Lin Fei, rarely closing his eyes to rest, listened intently beside him. When he heard key words, he gestured back and forth like a knife, with his hands and nodded vigorously to reinforce his credibility. Don't be fooled by his small size and lack of bulk. He's a healing type, and very reliable in a pinch. He was halfway through his sentence, when he suddenly met Jie Chenyu's half-smile. For some reason, ever since he witnessed him calmly burn his own sails, he'd been terrified of him, even though he'd done nothing outrageous. Wait, judging by the results, it was clearly him who'd done the most outrageous thing. Jie Chenyu slowly withdrew his gaze, and fed Bai Shu a mouthful of pickled vegetables, while the others casually downed a bottle of nutrient solution and launched into a rambling account of the dangers of the sea. Bai Shu remained much more silent. He had business to attend to, making the most of his time to nibble on his rations. Whenever possible, he never skipped 3 meals a day. Meeting Bai Shu's eyes, Jie Chenyu raised an eyebrow, feigning heartache yet also a playful look. Look, he only been gone for a short while, and he already made a good friend so quickly. Bai Shu, He remained calm, snatching up the food and ignoring him. Being ignored? Jie Chenyu wasn't annoyed, but rather watched with rapt interest. To save time, his cheeks were bulging with food, like a squirrel busy hiding its food, a sight never tires of watching. His reverence for food was unmatched. Though he favored fluffy, sweet textures, he could savor even dry, hard pancakes as delicacies. Jie Chenyu was observant and meticulous. When Bai Shu ate, his usually sharp senses seemed to dull, and he accepted almost any food offered. While the chances of getting a response decrease, the level of agreeableness increases inversely. During the training match, Zhuo Xingtian even considered cooking a dish right in front of Bai Shu, perhaps eliminating him at the lowest possible cost. Though he ultimately failed to put it to the test, Jie Chenyu couldn't help but laugh at the sight of Bai Shu, like a kitten, gradually lured into a trap by the bait strategically placed on the road. Seeing Bai Shu swallow his food, he attentively offered him another mouthful. Eat quickly, ignore those flatterers. They have such a good relationship. Lin Fei watched the two interact with Indy, rarely speaking at length. Suddenly, the crowd ahead began to stir. Bai Shu quickly swallowed the last bite of his food, drank half a bottle of nutrient solution, and reluctantly accepted the package. A passageway opened up in the crowd ahead, and Xue Chengyong stepped into it, holding something resembling a mask and several bracelets. Next, we passed through the dense forest, enter the underground base, and then enter the secret realm through the base passage. So the dense forest ahead is the most dangerous section. There's poisonous gas, so everyone is required to wear a gas mask. Because the forest is narrow, it's impossible for a large group to pass through together, so we be regrouping into groups of 5 to 6 people, ensuring each group has 3 outer border troops, divided into 7 teams. Each team leader will come to receive a communication bracelet. Bai Shu calculated that, including Lu Qing, there were exactly 21 outer border troops, but one team had to have 6 people. Hearing this, although they had expected to be separated, Lin Fei and the others still felt disappointed. They still wanted to continue forming teams. Jie Chenyu, Bai Shu, step out. Bai Shu was stunned, then instinctively stepped out. Jie Chenyu followed him out of the group. Xue Chengyong, you too, come with us. Bai Shu felt his gaze linger on him for a moment. Amidst a chorus of envious and pity-filled glances, the two approached him. Envy is for those who don't understand. Those who have truly experienced Xue Chengyong's perversion can only feel pity. And yet, at this very moment, someone actually approached. I go with you too. Gong Sunyao suddenly spoke. Seeing everyone's gazes, especially Xue Chengyong's, which was the most compelling, his eagle eyes seemed to see through her thoughts. Her expression faltered for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure. What are you looking at? In such a dangerous place, I believe only team leader Xue can protect me. If you're afraid of death, don't come here with such gusto, was everyone's sentiment. Lu Qing's face darkened, and he glanced at Xue Chengyong. Xue Chengyong remained silent, a gesture of acquiescence. Gong Sunyao's eagerness to come to the secret realm had already aroused suspicion among the military. Now, insisting on following Xue Chengyong, the secret realm's diplomat, no one would believe her claim to have no ulterior motive. Lu Qing was, after all, a peripheral officer, young and promising. Gong Sunluo's words were too hasty, showing he had no sense at all, and was truly provoking. If someone truly cowardly, arrogant, and foolish, he wouldn't have been assigned to the southern district. The evidence was that, despite Gong Sunluo's arrogance, he had been polite to powerful individuals like Xi, and he and Lu Qing had always gotten along well. 3 minutes to get acquainted with the team, then we're off. Besides Xue Chengyong, the other 2 peripheral soldiers in the team were a lean young man who looked as gentle and harmless as a rabbit, yet also possessed an inexplicably shrewd expression, and a tanned, androgynous-looking man. His most striking feature was his long, soft, shiny hair, half tied up, making Bai Shu unable to tell whether he was a man or a woman. All three were tall. 300 years from now, adults are almost always over 1.9 meters tall. Summoners are the best, and these three are even taller, even the cute, lean young man. Xue Chengyong, I'm a metal attacker. The short-haired one is Jiang Yiqing, a wood controller. The long-haired one is Zhang Lu, a fire attacker. After a brief introduction, the six of them headed off to the dense forest. Let's make a deal. Xue Chengyong glanced at the two of them. I don't have many rules, but there's only one. Obey orders. Bai Shu instinctively stood up straight. The other person's aura was so overwhelming that Bai Shu suddenly recalled his past life. When he opened his eyes after the transformation, he was surrounded by people, staring at him with excitement, surprise, admiration, and disgust. The first person to speak was the doctor. I don't ask much of you, but one thing is absolutely necessary: obey orders. In fact, people who say this usually have quite a few demands. Bai Shu curled his lips secretly. He had already mastered the art of secretly complaining. Sure enough, he continued, although you two are reserves, now that you're here, don't expect to just sit back and enjoy the fruits of your labor. He pointed at Jiechin Yu. Stay with me. What are you always doing with the healer? Don't let your guard down. Perhaps you were once very good, and you become complacent, thinking you're invincible. That's foolish. Always remember that danger can strike the moment you let your guard down. If you don't want to die in vain here, keep your eyes open and your heart in check, understand? He knew the two were quite capable, and one even possessed dual abilities. But the most fatal flaw of newcomers is arrogance, especially for those who are young and have had a smooth journey. Xue Chengyong would rather scold them than let them lose their vigilance on the battlefield. Jiang Yiqing patted Bai Shu's shoulder, his smile dimpling. Stay with me. Protect yourself first. Their styles were as different as the cold of winter and the warm of spring. Before setting off, Xue Chengyong paused for 2 seconds, observing Bai Shu's thin figure, her calves barely thicker than his arms. With a flick of his hand, a metal bracelet was placed around Bai Shu's wrist. This will protect you from one level 7 alien attack. Bai Shu was startled by such a valuable item, and wanted to return it. Jiang Yiqing stopped him. Take it. This is one of Ion's innate abilities, and he won't need it. Bai Shu felt the smooth finish of the metal. To reiterate, their styles were as warm and gentle as spring. Why did he think of the doctor? Jiechin Yu. Because the cold wind is all here. The faint rustling of several people rustled through the forest. 6 people walked side by side into the dense forest. The moment they stepped inside, the world was suddenly shrouded in a thick veil, as if they had stepped into another world. A thick, pale red fog suddenly and inopportunely arose around them. The sunlight, which seemed bright outside the forest, was gradually swallowed by the fog, eventually blending with the pale red to a dull earthy orange. Bai Shu clung to Jiang Yiqing tightly, completely invisible to the other teams that had been nearby. Is he protecting him? Jiang Yiqing glanced at his grasping arm with a hint of amusement. Being protected by a healer was truly a novel experience. He explained soothingly, we call this forest the Misty Forest. It's foggy here, and there's nothing edible. Large alien species aren't interested in such a barren place. Also, because the fruits emit a toxic gas, smaller insects and reptiles are rare, so this is a relatively safe area. We enter and exit the base through this dense forest. It's relatively safe, don't worry. As for the other teams, although we can't see them, this place is within our base's signal coverage, and we can communicate via wristbands. The outer troops had made arrangements for them, and Bai Shu felt relieved, but he still kept a careful eye on his surroundings. Suddenly, a branch crossed in front of him, and 2 red fruits on the branch swayed gently. Bai Shu quickly dodged. In his quick escape, he forgot about the uneven, soft ground beneath his feet. He missed a step, and suddenly fell forward. A pair of cat-like eyes suddenly widened. There was a protruding broken branch on the ground in front of him, not fatal, but it would puncture the mask. Be careful. Luckily, Jiang Yiqing, standing by, caught him just as he was about to fall. When Bai Shu looked up, his expression changed. Jiechin Yu and Xue Chengyong, who were supposed to be walking ahead of them, were gone, and neither were Zhang Lu and Gong Sunyao behind them. Only 2 tiny, lonely figures remained in the vast, dense forest. The controller and the healer. I'm sorry, it's all my fault for not being careful enough. Seeing how he had messed up, Bai Shu blamed himself. Jiang Yiqing shook his head. It's not your fault, it's Wu Lin's fault. Bai Shu? ? Oh! The expression beneath his mask was unclear, but a hint of sudden realization laced his calm tone. Didn't I tell you? Wu Lin is an alien species. Bai Shu? Question mark. As expected of an Outer Circle member. Chapter 116. The surprise was only momentary. After all, Bai Shu had seen the appearance of advanced alien species before, and common sense couldn't be used to infer them. This also explained why this forest, clearly near the base and a frequented area by summoners, showed no signs of human contamination. It wasn't that they didn't want to, it was that they couldn't. Ultimately, the difference between the Outer Circle and the human-restricted areas beyond it simply lay in the ability to establish a hiding place, a place to retreat to in the event of danger. It was those who hadn't been to the Outer Circle who imagined it to be too rosy. Regardless, the authorities had to ensure that the majority of the people saw the light of hope. Seeing Bai Shu's surprise, Jiang Yicheng didn't mind giving a sneak peek at the new forces that might arrive in the Outer Circle, so he could be mentally prepared. There's a big difference between the outer and inner circles, right? The more advanced the alien species, the smarter they are, and the greater their need for summoners. If any signs were revealed, not only would other alien species come to attack, but even the foggy forest would disturb everyone, essentially resulting in total annihilation. That's why the outer border military bases are scattered, carefully hidden underground, using alien bones to mask their presence. Due to their enormous size, they even directly attack the alien species. Building a nest inside the corpses isn't impossible. But you know? Jiang Yicheng let out a breath, his voice dropping to a low, trembling voice. The alien species in the Outer Circle are complex and diverse, with characteristics, habits, and attack methods unknown to us. Therefore, every time we establish an outer underground base, we often sacrifice the lives of several groups of people. His eyes were serious, staring intently at Bai Shu. The Outer Circle is different from the Center Circle. The Center Circle is defending, while the Outer Circle is attacking. Even if there are heavy casualties, as long as there is one person left alive, we must find new construction sites and continuously expand the outer boundaries. If you want better treatment, there's no need to come to the periphery. He's neither impressive nor comfortable. He hides and dodges like a mole, busy dying. Outer border troops must be prepared to die. It sounded like a joke, but he was serious, without a trace of joking. The determined fire in his eyes dimmed his gentle exterior, inspiring awe, and Bai Shu instinctively stood straight. Expanding the periphery, the human safety zone, bit by bit, gives humanity the possibility of reclaiming their own land. Even if it's weak, even if it's slow, it's a real hope, and as long as people live, they won't give up. That's why, despite the harsh and difficult conditions, so many people are stationed there. Bai Shu shook his head vigorously. I'm not afraid of death. I'm afraid of living in oblivion, afraid of being struck by a sudden disaster one day and dying unconscious and without resistance. I'm even more afraid of the future that disappears. Strictly speaking, Bai Shu has witnessed the end of the world twice. He would never forget the agony and terror of the zombie outbreak, the destruction of families, and the shattering of the world. As a result, he never regretted choosing to transform for a bag of food, fearing the doctor but not resenting him. Because he had seen human society before the apocalypse, he found it even harder to accept the future of extinction than those already living through it. Treasured memories were of tall buildings, clean, tidy streets crisscrossing, bustling with traffic, and brightly dressed people talking, laughing, and hurriedly walking, leading happy, ordinary lives. The spirits who accompanied them were recorded in books and scrolls, their stories passed down from generation to generation, deeply etched in people's minds. Before coming, he had indeed considered that the troops on the outer frontiers would be treated better, have more abundant food, and even their pure black uniforms would seem more dazzling than others. He'd grown accustomed to the ironclad rule of his previous life, where those with ability enjoyed superior treatment. But the harsher-than-expected life had actually brought him peace of mind, deepening his respect for the border troops. He spoke with all his sincerity, I want to become stronger, not just for a comfortable rest of my life. One day, I travel even further afield and reclaim our land. How bold of a mind he had, even for a child. Jiang Yicheng was amused by Bai Shu's bold words. Only children, who had never seen a high-level alien species, could have such ambitions. But looking at his bright eyes, he wondered if perhaps he was getting old, and perhaps the new generation might actually have a chance of success. He patted Bai Shu's head encouragingly, his tone becoming more intimate. Good boy, you're young, but you're ambitious. I'm waiting for you to join us. Bai Shu wasn't impressed by Jiang Yicheng's levity. He frowned, thinking, but now we have to find a way back. Jiang Yicheng, he coughed dryly. Don't worry about that. Since the base was built here, they naturally mastered the fog forest's attack methods. Relatively speaking, the fog forest is quite benign. Due to its earthbound nature, it can only move within a small range. It typically uses the poison gas released by the red berries to kill prey that stray into its path, or it uses a maze to exhaust its prey. But we have the mask, so we don't have to worry about the poison gas. Don't underestimate it. It's made from materials the military painstakingly found to counter the fog forest, and the maze itself can be traced. Bai Shu listened intently. That's the key. Jiang Yicheng pointed to the branches. See those red berries? Do you see anything different? Bai Shu looked in the direction he pointed. The fruit, which looked smooth and harmless like a cherry to the outside world, revealed a different appearance beneath the mist. A slit had opened on the fruit, like a split mouth, and the red mist was emanating from it. It has an opening, Bai Shu replied, but before Jiang Yicheng could speak, he had already sensed his intention. Some red fruits had only a single opening, but he noticed a few with two. He thought of the branch that had suddenly stretched out toward him, the red fruit swaying on it facing him, seemingly with two openings. His eyes darted around, his body already moving, self-consciously avoiding the strange, rare fruits with two openings. Thankfully, these fruits didn't move with his movements. If he was right, the fruit with two openings must have another function besides releasing poisonous gas. Most likely surveillance. How could it sense intruders in such a vast fog forest? The base's presence here must not rely on keen senses and scent. It must rely on observation through the second opening. He had been observed before he got lost. Bai Shu's movement was even more haphazard than Jiang Yicheng's. He constantly measured the number and location of the red fruits, finding blind spots, and eventually he and Jiang Yicheng were standing in the same spot. Jiang Yicheng's eyes darkened. This first-year student was quite remarkable. This was definitely his first time in the woods. With just a few vague pointers from him, he managed to accomplish this. This required sharpness, observation, reflexes, and experience, and he certainly didn't look like a novice. To be fair, Jiang Yicheng was still naive at his age, and definitely couldn't have achieved this level of skill. Even now, if he were completely unfamiliar with the mist forest, could he have reacted so quickly? Jiang Yicheng couldn't guarantee it. The child's face remained serious, as alert as a cat with folded ears. Jiang Yicheng felt an inexplicable surge of guilt. Don't worry. While the double-mouthed red fruit has surveillance capabilities, they're rare and scattered throughout the fog forest. If we're lucky enough to avoid being caught by them, the fog forest won't change our position. Even though there's no one around, we're probably only a few meters away from the team. As long as we head towards the base, we run into them again. Lucky? Bai Shu's expression was strange beneath his mask, and he lowered his head guiltily. He was the one feeling guilty. Jiang Yicheng was confused. Well, I'm pretty lucky. Bai Shu said with a hint of hope. Really? Of course it wasn't true. After being trapped in a maze of altered surroundings for who knows how many times, Jiang Yicheng's confident expression gave way to doubt. Who got so sleepless that they ripped a hole in the fruit? Why are they everywhere? Or is he being punished for his bad deeds, and all his previous good fortune has been reversed? Be careful. For the umpteenth time, branches peeked out from their hiding spots, their thorns hurtling towards their faces. With the intelligence of these advanced aliens, how could they not understand the key to their continued inability to defeat them? The two quickly dodged, and the scene before them shifted again, the trees shifting again. Jiang Yicheng's expression grew increasingly serious, his steps increasingly hesitant. If he continued to let the forest shift, even he would lose his way. After all, he couldn't possibly be familiar with the entire mist forest. Even on the other side, upon noticing Bai Shu's disappearance, Xie Chenyu immediately lost his composure. Although Shui Chengyong explained the characteristics of the mist forest, assuring them that they were safe, and that with Jiang Yicheng's guidance they could reach the base, and perhaps even reunite with them, Xie Chenyu remained concerned. Luck. That was something he hadn't seen much of in Bai Shu. After walking a fair distance, there was still no sign of Bai Shu. Xie Chenyu couldn't stand it any longer. If Jiang Yicheng had been a striker, he wouldn't have been so worried. But besides him, it was clear that everyone else supported Shui Chengyong's decision to move forward, especially Gong Sunyao, who was impatient with Xie Chenyu's attempts to stop him. Since Captain Shui has said it's okay, stop making such a fuss. They show up when we get to the base anyway. Xie Chenyu remained unmoved. He had a hunch that they thought the normal state of the Wuling would change. But it was just a hunch, no convincing reason. He was just making such a fuss. When it came to Bai Shu, he had no time for a gentlemanly act. His prickly thorns were surfacing. He glanced at her nonchalantly. Why are you, an outsider, interfering in our South District's affairs? You? Gong Sun Yao collapsed in anger. Although a hint of arrogance was deliberately displayed, this was the only one who truly challenged her. He wasn't afraid. He wasn't afraid of needing help from others. Xie Chenyu ignored her and stared at Shui Chengyong. You should be able to contact them, right? These two were a team, after all, and they might have unique means of communication. If it weren't for the poisonous atmosphere in the mist forest, making it difficult to summon the golden crow, he wouldn't have said anything to them. If I can't reach them, I go find them myself. He was resolute, unflinching under Shui Chengyong's scrutiny. Shui Chengyong nodded helplessly. The newly promoted border troops might not know, but he knew the brilliance of Xie and Lin back then. No one didn't aspire to be Commander Xie, and no one hadn't received Commander Lin's favor. After their disappearance and presumed death, the military was always somewhat lenient towards their only son. One word. A round object was thrown towards him. Xie Chenyu's hand felt heavy, and his body fell. When he scooped it up, he saw the familiar plump little bird. No, a closer look revealed it looked more like a chicken. But could such a small thing have eaten a weight? It's so heavy. He keenly sensed Xie Chenyu's obvious disdain. The bird's tail suddenly puffed up, barking angrily at him. Xie Chenyu silently moved it away. It was so noisy. It felt like 100 people were beating drums and gongs in his head. How do we get in touch? A flicker of embarrassment crossed Shui Chengyong's expressionless face. He turned to the fat bird. No, the fat chicken. Ah Ching said, you need to reduce your food intake to prevent high blood lipids. The fat chicken suddenly puffed up even more. It was hard to imagine that stern face could actually talk about such a down-to-earth topic. Xie Chenyu's face faltered a little, and so did Gong Sun Luo. Only Zhang Lu, who had grown accustomed to it, smiled. Jiang Yicheng, far away, suddenly felt a headache. What's wrong? Jiang Yicheng shook his head weakly. I've been slandered again. It's a good thing. Chapter 117. It's indeed a good thing. After Jiang Yicheng's explanation, Bai Shu finally understood. One of Shui Chengyong's ancestor spirits is a plump little bird named Guan Guan, nicknamed the Quarrelsome Chicken. It's small, but its voice is incredibly loud and resonant, and it has a fiery temper. It never loses in a quarrel, but its mouth is filled with a burst of bird chirping and fragrance. It has 3 skills, and this time it used a passive skill. It tracks those who want to quarrel within a certain range. It might seem useless, at most a harassing skill, but it's surprisingly useful as a messenger. It's just difficult to block out the strong chirping sound. It's hard to imagine such a serious and rigid person having an ancestor spirit that is always a quarrelsome chicken. Bai Shu couldn't imagine the difficulty of summoning it. As expected, those who become outer border troops are not ordinary people. The second skill is quite normal. Its feathers have the effect of clearing the mind and dispelling confusion. Although it only had 2 skills, and wasn't an offensive spirit, acting like a mascot, it was rarely used in competition. However, Guan Guan actually made a significant appearance in actual combat. This skill made Shui Chengyong immune to mind-distracting abilities, like Dong Feng's feigned death and Ming Shan's return home, and was also incredibly effective in the foggy forest, where orientation was difficult. At least given Bai Shu's current situation, Guan Guan's presence was essential. How's it going over there? Shui Chengyong initially dismissed it, but his expression gradually changed as he listened. This gave Xie Chenyu, who had been paying close attention, a shiver of worry. Even though he couldn't hear, he still moved closer. This wasn't the central zone. Although Bai Shu had 2 skills, his will-o'-the-wisp wasn't always effective. The 9-tailed fox alone wouldn't be enough to deal with the outer zone. Jiang Yicheng wasn't an attacker, so how could he be so confident? But Shui Chengyong and the others didn't take it seriously. Perhaps they were already accustomed to the Wulin, or perhaps they had other plans in mind. Xie Chenyu's face darkened even further at this thought. After Shui Chengyong finished his question, Jiang Yicheng's voice reached him, his tone anxious. Iong, do you still have a mask? I need it urgently. What happened? The Wulin group was used to it. This shouldn't have happened. I don't know. Wulin must have gone crazy today, very manic. Xiaobai's mask is scratched. To avoid getting lost in the Wulin's changes, they didn't dare move around. Unexpectedly, more and more red fruits gathered, and soon, it became difficult for them to find blind spots. Under such circumstances, branches suddenly appeared, making it difficult to defend against them. Bai Shu's mask was scratched by a branch. A strange, pungent free aroma filled his nostrils, and Bai Shu felt dizzy. He immediately held his breath, clenching the scratch with a trembling hand. Though futile, there was no better solution offline. What a formidable species. The seemingly innocuous Wu Lin, after his mask shattered, revealed the threat of a high-level alien. Bai Shu, whose healing skills had never failed, had suffered a setback. Dong Feng lacked detoxification skills. Faced with a new poison, even a god wouldn't be able to create an antidote in a short time. Jiang Yiqing supported Bai Shu as he dodged, ultimately nearly trapping him. Fortunately, Bai Shu was small, and Jiang Yiqing, though not as strong as the attacker, could still manage a bit. Just then, he heard the sound of guan guan, a pungent sound. Though unpleasant, it was like heavenly music to him. Is he frantic? Xue Chengyong looked up. There weren't many red fruits around them, and only a few had double-mouthed ones. With a little attention, they wouldn't be noticed. At least they hadn't triggered anything in the long time they'd been standing there. Just in case, Xue Chengyong had equipped each team with extra masks. But they were all in Xue Chengyong's possession. They had to reunite. Xue Chengyong glanced at the anxious Jie Chenyu, but remained silent. He pressed on. Do you know where you are now? The feathers would allow them to orient themselves in the mist forest, making it easy to find someone, but at least they had to have a purpose. Jiang Yiqing fell silent. He had just changed so many times that even though he was familiar with the mist forest, he couldn't tell for sure. Not very good. What skills do you have? Ideally, something as conspicuous as a flashbang, but with a low attack power to avoid attracting the mist forest's attention. I reunite with you. He lifted Bai Shu, who had fallen down, again. Carrying him on his back would have been easier, but he didn't dare let him out of his sight. His other hand was firmly pressed against the wound. A flicker of regret flashed across Jiang Yiqing's eyes. He'd been careless. If he acted sooner, he wouldn't have been caught off guard by Wu Lin. Jiang Yiqing needed a direction. Xue Chengyong relayed his message, but received no response. How could all four of them be attackers? How could they have a skill that was all talk and no action? Jie Chenyu gritted his teeth. He didn't have that skill, and he didn't know what the two had said, let alone a direct conversation with Bai Shu. Only now did he realize how difficult it was to navigate the contaminated area with only combat spirits. An urgency rose within him to summon more spirits. Especially those with non-combat abilities, the more bizarre the better. But thinking of the upcoming national competition, he reined in his urge to summon them. Jiang Yiqing noticed a pause, and realized he was being somewhat difficult. Minimize the damage. Bai Shu has a skill. Jie Chenyu had barely finished speaking when he realized something and said firmly, he's in trouble. Wisp of Fire was the most suitable skill. They would have been quicker to find the two, but Jiang Yiqing hadn't considered it. The only possibility was that Bai Shu was in trouble, and they hadn't had time to tell him about the characteristics of Willow Flame. Jie Chenyu's voice rang out almost simultaneously with Jiang Yiqing's. He glared at Xue Chengyong. Don't think he didn't notice they were trying to get rid of Bai Shu. Xiao Bai! Jie Chenyu shouted at Guan Guan, apparently forgetting that Bai Shu couldn't hear him. Perhaps the two of them were telepathically connected, as Bai Shu on the other side suddenly woke up. That? Bai Shu's voice was muffled. He wasn't unconscious, but his mind was clouded, as if he'd been drinking fake alcohol, and he didn't know where he was. Speaking was difficult. Bai Shu couldn't even hear what he was saying. He gave up, but he still vaguely remembered hearing someone request his Will-o'-the-Wisp ability. He hadn't even considered why or who would use it, when a powerful voice in his heart clamored for him. Bai Shu, never one to ignore instinct, unleashed the Will-o'-the-Wisp without moving a finger. Knowing its master's danger, the Will-o'-the-Wisp had barely emerged, before revealing its plump true form, before it shot out like an arrow. Jiang Yiqing saw only a strange flash of blue, then a dot. Soon, with that dot as the center, the entire fog and forest turned a strange blue-purple hue. Wherever he looked, there was fire. The originally thick fog was distorted by the flames, forming visible waves in the air, surging with the flame's breath. Jiang Yiqing was startled. If he hadn't seen with his own eyes that the flames came from Bai Shu's hands, he would have thought the fog forest had mutated. Is it really powerless? It seemed so. Bai Shu was completely unconscious, so his skills would naturally attack indiscriminately, but he didn't feel anything unusual. He didn't care how strange the skill was. He turned around and shouted to Guan Guan, Blue-purple flames, we're here. The four of them moved faster than him, and Jie Chenyu immediately saw the familiar flames. Not long after, Jiang Yiqing saw Xue Chengyong and the others break through the flames and enter. No one said a word during their initial encounter. Jie Chenyu quickly helped Bai Shu put on a new mask and took him out of Jiang Yiqing's arms. The moment he removed the mask, he saw Bai Shu's lips turning blue and his frown worsening. He took a deep breath, his expression growing even colder. If they hadn't been deep in the jungle and needed to lead the way, he would have turned and left. Jiang Yicheng hesitated. Hurry back to base. Shui Chengyong interrupted Jiang Yicheng. Now wasn't the time for explanations. Aside from Gong Sunlu, who seemed lost in thought, everyone else had a different expression. With the feathers, even a large number of red fruits couldn't stop the 6 men. Additionally, from Zhang Lu's hand behind him flew several small paper figures, about 5 centimeters long. They were precisely placed on the cracks of the red fruit, and the original light yellow quickly changed to the same color as the fruit. The surface of the fruit became smooth, looking nothing like ordinary fruit. Surprisingly, it looked just like any other fruit. Jiang Yicheng and Shui Chengyong walked ahead, likely using their skills, as the thorns swept away any uneven rocks or obstacles as they passed. They walked as if on flat ground. Xie Chenyu made no comment about this belated protection, though he couldn't help but sneer inwardly. They walked in silence until they soon reached the base entrance. Through a long, narrow underground passage, a heavy iron gate with intricate patterns appeared before them. It looked like a product of ancient times, but in reality, it was quite advanced, using facial recognition. Upon entering, Xie Chenyu saw Lin Fei and Shigui waiting at the door. What happened? Shigui was startled. They had just been discussing the danger level outside, which seemed unremarkable, but they hadn't expected to be injured. Poisoned. Xie Chenyu hurried, carrying Bai Shu straight to the medical room. The base wasn't large, and the layout of each base was similar, so Xie Chenyu was quite familiar with it. Shui Chengyong asked, "Has the team all returned?" Shigui replied affirmatively, leaving a note, "Have all the captains met in the conference room in 10 minutes. He hurried off. Jiang Yicheng and Zhang Lu followed. Only Shigui and Lin Fei were left confused. Shigui rubbed his head. What happened? They're acting so strangely. Lin Fei couldn't help but worry when he saw Bai Shu return lying down. He waved at him and turned away. In the conference room, Lu Qing was already there, and Shui Chengyong and Zhang Lu didn't find it strange. They looked at Jiang Yicheng. Jiang Yicheng lifted his hair, and his once cute and harmless face had changed. His blunt eyes had sharpened, his mouth thinned, and his nose became straighter, giving him the well-defined features of an adult man. If Bai Shu had seen this face, he probably wouldn't have felt the sharpness. It was from Sha Huayu's family, a face that revealed a calculating mind. He's certainly a little different, but I don't think he's a heretic. Jiang Yicheng stated his conclusion first, repeating what Bai Shu had said to him. If the aliens can disguise themselves to this degree, then humans probably have no chance of success. As for his peculiarities, whether it's the ancestral spirit or the dual abilities. Oh, and if the rest of the team is normal, there's one more thing, he's extremely susceptible to alien attacks. I suggest keeping him close by for future observation. Chapter 118. This story begins with Lu Qing. Since winning the regional championship, the rising star Baichuan has captured everyone's attention. However, without Kurosawa and Tomoji in the autumn competition, even the military wouldn't compare the two. But after Baichuan joined the military, especially after breaking up and reorganizing the team, Lu Qing realized that Baichuan was not bad at all. Besides Xie Chenyu, another person's performance was particularly outstanding. Bai Shu. If Lu Qing's initial investigation was simply out of curiosity, he unexpectedly uncovered something. Born into an ordinary family in the inner circle of a border city, after the death of his parents, Bai Shu was sent to the Ping'an Relief Institute. As the descendant of a martyr, his life in the orphanage was not bad. According to investigators, Bai Shu was a withdrawn child, not interested in activities or training, and had few friends. He was physically weak, but diligent and studious. He studied math, physics, and chemistry, not the math required of summoners. The dean once thought he would become an ordinary person. But after arriving at Baichuan Academy, Bai Shu's personality not only changed, but he also quickly displayed astonishing summoner talent. Most unusually, he suddenly displayed exceptional combat prowess. Talent cannot be controlled, but combat prowess doesn't develop overnight. It requires years of training. This attracted the attention of the military. Some advanced alien species are capable of illusion, even transforming into human form. Their combat prowess is already formidable, not to mention the danger of them infiltrating humans. Thus, Shui Chengyong and Jiang Yicheng specifically kept the two under their watch, not only to test Gong Sun Yao's intentions, but also to determine Bai Shu's true identity. Unexpectedly, an unexpected event occurred, and Bai Shu was poisoned by Wu Lin. Jiang Yicheng's expression was complicated. In his opinion, Bai Shu had nothing in common with the aliens, he was simple and sincere. His determination to join the outer circle, and his resolve to drive out the aliens were genuine. He thought he was a good judge of people, but if even this sincerity could be displayed by the aliens, then, as he said, humans had no chance of success. Although the aliens could transform into humans, their nature was ultimately cruel and tyrannical. Jiang Yicheng had seen an alien that could take human form before, but its inhumanity was immediately apparent. He lowered his eyelashes. He has never done anything wrong, and yet he was injured because of my negligence. Let's just leave it at that. Although they were acting as a precaution, Bai Shu's injury was their fault. Thanks to the military's understanding of Wu Lin, Bai Shu was quickly rescued. But the treatment was excruciating. Lying on the hospital bed, Bai Shu trembled as he opened his eyes vacant and dazed, looking strangely fragile. Gradually, his gaze focused, and he bit his lower lip, a subconscious movement of anxiety. A strange blush stained his pale face. He's awake. Xie Chenyu, who was speaking with the doctor, saw Bai Shu open his eyes, and the two of them hurried over. At the sight of the white coat, Bai Shu involuntarily flinched. Clear and clean from the inside out, naked, soaked in a special liquid for 2 hours. Though the pain from the intubation had healed to a slight degree, the pain was still vivid. How could such a horrible treatment be possible? He would rather be stabbed. Ouch. A tiny, dry sob escaped his throat. Panicked and aggrieved, Bai Shu threw himself into the boy's arms, avoiding the doctor's hand. Xie Chenyu was flattered and took him in. It was the first time he'd seen Bai Shu so vulnerable, like a faltering chick. The cold expression from holding his breath vanished in an instant. He held him in his arms and soothed him softly. What's wrong? Are you feeling any worse? He hadn't spoken like that just now, his voice was so raspy. The doctor shuddered. Bai Shu shook his head and pleaded softly, let's get out of here. He could understand Bai Shu's reaction. The child was shy, unlike those thick-skinned, rough-hewn men. She was pure and innocent. So he smiled sympathetically. It's okay. Young people are shy. If you feel there's nothing wrong, you can be discharged. Bai Shu, as if granted amnesty, changed his clothes and, like a ghost, pulled Xie Chenyu towards him. Let's go. Xie Chenyu was confused and a little curious, but he had more important questions on his mind. You don't mind Xue Chengyong and the others? Ever since entering the military, Bai Shu had been scrutinized and suspected. From an outsider's perspective, the military couldn't be more cautious. But Xie Chenyu wasn't an outsider, his bias was undeniable. Bai Shu paused, didn't answer his question, and instead asked, don't you think I'm weird? It was Xie Chenyu's turn to be silent. To say he couldn't see his unusualness would be a lie. He never hid his weaknesses in battle, never concealing anything. Xie Chenyu had considered getting to the bottom of it, but later found himself reluctant. Yes, I used to want to know everything about you, but now I feel. Bai Shu tilted her head to look at him. Xie Chenyu pinched his cheek. Whether you tell me or not is your business, and whether I believe you or not is mine. You're the one I like, so it doesn't matter. The boy was handsome, and to be fair, he was the most beautiful person he had ever met. However, he always wore a fake smile, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent. To Bai Shu, who valued feelings, his superior appearance was masked by a sense of danger. As they got to know each other better, Bai Shu saw his true side, and his previous negative impression disappeared. But now, he suddenly thought, you seem to have suddenly become more handsome. Xie Chenyu hadn't expected Bai Shu's sudden remark. After a moment's pause, his smile deepened, and he lowered his head slightly, pressing his lips to the other's palm. I'm honored to receive your compliment. What are you doing? Bai Shu quickly pulled his hand away, his hair standing on end. He glanced around to see if anyone was around before he breathed a sigh of relief. Xie Chenyu showed no remorse, his eyes fixed on Bai Shu's face. Praise from someone he liked was like a stimulant. Forget about kissing someone's hand, he even wanted to kiss them on the mouth. Alas! That sunny and handsome image suddenly shattered like a bubble. Still that unruly person. Bai Shu briefly considered telling him the truth, but thankfully he calmed down. After a moment's hesitation, the little snail cautiously extended its tentacles. It's not that I don't want to tell you, I just don't know how. Give me some time. I tell you everything after the national competition. Xie Chenyu's lips curled up, and he agreed briskly. Okay. The national competition is coming soon, and the most important thing right now is the competition. We talk about the rest later. Bai Shu nodded rapidly. When that happens, I have something to tell you too. His eyes flickered, and he stubbornly took Bai Shu's hand again. He hunched slightly, staring intently into those bright yet evasive eyes, like a wolf, so hungry its eyes had turned green. Look, He finally got it. He couldn't wait any longer. What his fingers touched seemed not smooth skin, but a blazing flame. The heat made his fingers curl up uncontrollably, his palms burning, and his head drooped even lower. Somehow, vaguely, he knew what it was. Xiechun couldn't help but laugh. This was progress on his part. Bai Shu quickly changed the subject. Where are the others? They should be in a meeting. Once they come out, we'd be ready to enter the secret realm. If you want, we can move freely. There's basically no danger once you enter the secret realm, so forming a team is unnecessary. The opportunities within the secret realm depend entirely on individual experience. Bai Shu shook his head. Stay with Captain Shui. Although he sensed the other party's probing intentions, he felt guilty to begin with, so how could he get angry? His indignation was rare though. Bai Shu helplessly replied, "What's wrong with you? Being this angry isn't like you at all." Xiechun sighed, and rubbed his head vigorously. "Who am I doing this for? I'm just standing up for you. I can't blame anyone else. I sometimes doubt myself." He had originally thought his difference lay in his two lives. But Wu Lin's targeting of him was too obvious. In fact, there were already signs of this when he faced the centipede in the middle circle. It's not bad luck. Bai Shu was confused and frustrated. It's the aliens who are targeting me. Could it be that the aliens could tell he wasn't from here? And that's why they were particularly hostile to him? That's impossible. That's good. Xiechun patted his head. If we're drawn into the national tournament, wouldn't we be a sure winner? It just so happens I'm looking for an ancestral token. I feel like I don't have enough of my own. That seemed like a good idea. Before the two of them reunited with the team, Xiechun excused himself and went to find Shui Chengyong. Just as the meeting was about to adjourn, seeing him, Shui Chengyong turned and returned to the conference room. Jiang Yicheng had already put on a mask and, after a moment's thought, followed him in. The military is not allowed to investigate him again, harass him, or treat him differently. Xiechun said 3 no's in a row. There are suspicious aspects about him. Xiechun took a deep breath. I know. So what if I vouch for him? If I'm not qualified, what about the military's promise? The word promise made Shui Chengyong suddenly look up at him, frowning. You're qualified enough. Promises are important. Don't use them lightly. The military's promise was another form of compensation after Xiechun's parents disappeared, and it also guaranteed that any request he made would be unconditionally granted, within reasonable limits. His parents dedicated their lives to the military. If they couldn't even trust their son, it would be truly inhumane. His parents also sacrificed their lives for the South District. You should at least be more discreet. Xiechun said this, not wanting to stay any longer. The massive teleportation platform, like the iron gate they had encountered earlier, was covered in mysterious and ancient patterns, apparently designed by the same person. 37 people stood together on the transmission platform. Shui Chengyong was at the front, holding a lot of things in his hands. Zhang Lu and Jiang Yicheng stood beside him. The captains of each team moved to the front intentionally or unintentionally, not to mention Gong Sun Luo, who had been holding a basket in her hand and had been following Zhang Lu closely from the beginning. Jiang Yicheng took the initiative to call Bai Shu and Xiechun to the front. Xiechun certainly wouldn't refuse such an opportunity to show himself. The others tacitly agreed not to mention the previous incident. The ancestral spirits within the secret realm aren't as close to humans as the summoned ones. They don't rely on the spiritual sea for existence, and have no experience of life and death. They obey only the orders of the secret realm master, and don't even consider humans as their own. To put it bluntly, they are allies who exchange interests. The Southern District Secret Realm has the best relationship with humans, compared to the more distant relationships in the other districts. The Central District hasn't seen their own Secret Realm Master in decades, a testament to this. Although summoners work as a team, each is also an individual, and opportunities for growth lie within the individual. Shui Chengyong is the most favored by the Secret Realm Master. Staying with him might leave a good impression with him. Even if he can't take the Secret Realm ancestral spirit away, receiving guidance or some help from him would be beneficial. You should know that the Secret Realm also contains token fragments. The Lord of the Secret Realm also wants to recall his subjects to fight against the aliens. This leaves behind many fragments of ancestral spirits that they don't recognize or that don't belong to his subjects. Though these fragments are useless to them, they won't be given to humans for free. Humans will exchange them for things they find interesting. This is where the large and small packages in Shui Chengyong and Gong Sun Yao's hands come from. Everyone stood on the formation. The youngsters were excited to enter the secret realm, unaware that Gong Sun Yao's face was even more excited than theirs. Unlike the clueless military, The Gongsun family had a deeper understanding of historical materials. The more they understood, the more they revered the power of the ancestral spirits. Powerful ancestral spirits are like dimensionality-reducing beings. Humanity, with its meager strength, simply cannot contend with them. The ancestral spirits are the key to humanity's victory. The ones who can save humanity are godlike ancestral spirits. They are all ancient beings. Besides the ancestral spirits, the ancestral spirit artifacts are also ancient, and their power is no less powerful than that of the ancestral spirits. However, magical weapons are part of the ancestral spirits, such as Dong Feng's rice and apricots, and Zhuan Ju's Yuchong's sword. Unless gifted, they remain with the spirits for life and death, unattainable by anyone else. However, the Gongsun family prophecy indicates that the most powerful magical weapon, the one most likely to be obtained, lies in the secret realm of the southern area. Chapter 119. If Bai Shu hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed such a place could exist. Unlike the inner city, with its teeming houses and interconnected roads, nor the polluted area, with its thorn-covered, impassable terrain and bare, grayish-white concrete, it exuded a sense of decay. The secret realm was covered in verdant grass, with distant mountains, canals, thatched huts, and a crisscross of dirt and stone paths. Yellow and white wild daisies, and bent foxtail grass swayed in the breeze. From afar, one could see humans of all shapes and sizes, most naked, covered only with animal skins, leaves, or coarse linen, revealing their sturdy, sun-beaten, wheat-colored skin. As the sun began to set, bonfires lit among the sparse clusters of thatched huts, sending wisps of smoke rising slowly. Hua! A long, drawn-out horn blew from nowhere, and behind him rang out a series of powerful shouts. Then, Bai Shu felt the ground tremble, and heard the rhythmic clatter of footsteps beneath the shouts. He looked down, realizing it wasn't his imagination. Even the tiny clods of earth were trembling. Just walking caused such a scene. What powerful spirits they must be. Bai Shu looked toward the source of the sound. A group of people passed through the open space to their left in the distance. He tilted his head back, his neck aching from looking up. So tall, like giants? No, they were giants. The group included both men and women, about 8 or 9 meters tall, all clad in animal skins, the women wrapping their upper bodies in an extra layer. Both men and women looked sturdy, their eyes fierce, and they carried the murderous aura and the scent of blood, fresh from their battles. Behind them, they were dragging a simple wheelbarrow, upon which lay a dying, advanced alien. The behemoths that seemed invincible to them seemed tame compared to the giants. Upon entering the secret realm, upon witnessing such powerful ancestral spirits, all summoners were stunned, their eyes flashing with enthusiasm, desire, and awe. Is this a human? Or a god? Of course it's a god, an ancient god. In terms of antiquity, no other region can compare to our southern district. Why are we facing the most difficult situation? Who told us to be most vulnerable to the aliens? The thought that these ancestral spirits would never leave the secret realm filled the young men with a look of regret. Suddenly, Gongsun Yao's nose and eyes were no longer the same. The southern district's decline was due to withstanding the aliens' greatest attack. How could the central district, benefiting from this, become so arrogant and domineering in their territory? Gongsun Yao's gaze burned as he stared at the giants' weapons. They were made of animal bones, solid wood, and sharpened stone knives. They looked simple, yet radiated a lustrous light. These people might be the legendary Fanfeng clan. Because he had read ancient legends in a previous life, Bai Shu was quicker to absorb the situation, and his attention shifted elsewhere. With the sensitivity of a healer, he always immediately checked for injuries on those who had just finished fighting. The smell of blood emanated from these people, and although they were imposing, their expressions were somewhat solemn. But they moved with lightning speed, paying no attention to the incoming small people, not even a glance. They were like a rapidly moving wall, leaving only their broad backs for everyone to see. Bai Shu wanted to continue watching, but they were already far away. Gone. Jie Chenyu patted Bai Shu's shoulder and tilted his head towards the retreating giants. A woman descended from the sky, landing gracefully on the ground. She wasn't as massive as the others, her skin paler, and slightly shorter than the summoners. She wore clothing made of leaves, and a gorgeous, pure white cape draped behind her, a stark contrast to her simple attire. Everyone, please follow me. The woman's attitude was respectful yet indifferent. When she turned, it became clear that the gorgeous cape was actually a pair of folded wings. The repeated cold reception left the hopeful summoners feeling disappointed. They considered themselves descendants of the ancient spirits, but the ancient spirits of the secret realm didn't consider humans as offspring. but rather as another tribe or faction with whom they could share mutual benefits. It's understandable that when they inexplicably emerged from the darkness and saw their descendants, who looked and lived differently from them, they probably wouldn't accept them. Protecting their own people and territory was more important than protecting their descendants, who were separated by who knows how many generations. The woman led them deeper into the square. Soon, they passed a large circular open space, where a temple of heaven was neatly built with stones. Stone pillars stood at intervals around the edges, emblazoned with ancient patterns. Each pillar was crowned with a sun pattern, which incorporated elements of mountains and rivers. Below, totems of people, birds, and animals were carved, each one unique. A variety of houses stood around the perimeter of the square. Near the entrance were the Yuchao clan, who lived in trees in the summer, and in burrows or caves in the winter. The giant from earlier belonged to the Fanfeng clan, and they had built the largest and most rudimentary thatched hut. Besides these two tribes, there were a variety of other tribes, but without exception, they all possessed characteristics beyond their current definition of human. Traveling back along the path in the center of the altar, the group arrived at a vast cave. The entrance was located atop dozens of stone steps. The stone carvings on the ceiling were remarkably vivid, reflecting the flowing light and making it shimmer. The exterior of the cave was decorated with exquisite ornaments made of polished animal bones and jade, which clashed with an ethereal sound in the gentle breeze, adding a touch of solemnity. 2 lamps, made of an unknown material, stood on either side of the cave entrance, extending into the cave. This was the abode of the Lord of the Secret Realm. The cave was pitch black, leaving one bewildered. The woman who had brought them in seemed unprepared. Just as she was about to enter to investigate, a fiery figure emerged. A towering half-human, half-beast appeared before them. His lower body resembled a horse, but more robust, and with sharp claws, covered in reddish-brown hair. Looking upward revealed a muscular abdomen. His bare upper body bore a sun totem on his shoulders, and his hair was a flaming red, as if blazing. His eyebrows, low at the base and high at the base, gave him a formidable and menacing aura. His ears were adorned with crimson earrings, large enough to reach almost halfway up his neck, swaying as he looked towards them. Master Zhu. The woman bowed slightly, deeply respectful. For most of the time that the Yin Emperor was asleep, the Secret Realm was ruled by Zhu Rong. Zhu Rong, a descendant of the Yin Emperor and a skilled warrior, had contributed greatly to the fight against the aliens, and everyone in the Secret Realm looked up to him. He hasn't woken yet. Don't disturb him. The red-haired man spoke bluntly. If I'm not mistaken, this person is the legendary Zhu Rong. This ancient being, seen only in books, Bai Shu couldn't help but glance up at him. Not quite seeing him clearly, he glanced again. Suddenly, the earrings on his ears moved, and fiery red scales emerged from the smooth surface. The dragon's head met Bai Shu's gaze, and Bai Shu quickly lowered his head. Zhu Rong glanced curiously at the man so weak that he looked like he could be crushed to death with a single hand. He was quite courageous. The woman nodded, turned, and said, "You can explore freely, or wait in the outer room." Hearing that the Lord of the Secret Realm hadn't awakened, everyone felt a little disappointed. But even the non-fire summoners didn't want to leave. What if the Lord of the Secret Realm awakened? If they didn't stay with Shui Chengyong, they wouldn't be qualified to see Shenong themselves. Shui Chengyong didn't choose, but instead sincerely raised his hand and handed it directly to Zhu Rong. "We brought the fire spirit with us. I wonder if it will help the leader wake up." Bai Shu finally understood why Shui Chengyong had become a diplomat. Judging from Zhu Rong's demeanor, he wasn't one to beat around the bush. Shui Chengyong's directness wasn't just directness. He wouldn't let a single word from Zhu Rong sway him. He was sincere, but not blindly submissive. Zhu Rong, who had taken someone's hand, nodded. "Wait a moment." With that, he turned and returned to the cave. Silence fell outside the cave, but Bai Shu didn't want to wait any longer. He wanted to confirm the situation with the giants. Xie Chenyu's sleeve was tugged. Bai Shu was about to explain, but before he could finish his words, the other party chuckled. "Let's go!" It seemed they were on the same page. After greeting Shui Chengyong, the two of them left briskly, facing his disapproving glances and the other's surprised looks. "Is that okay?" Jiang Yicheng asked. Both of them were fire types, and he desperately wanted them to meet the Secret Realm Master, especially Bai Shu. Firstly, he felt guilty, and secondly, the Secret Realm Master Shenong's powerful healing abilities might be helpful. Shui Chengyong shook his head. Not only were neither of them foolish, but even Xie Chenyu, while he had never entered the Secret Realm, knew it just as well as he did, so there was no need to worry. They're still young and impatient, after all. But with their strength, Returning to the secret realm shouldn't be a problem. We meet eventually. Gong Sunyao said this without much sincerity. She wished everyone would just go away. It was a pity that Shui Chengyong and the Jiang man were too wary of her. The giants were so large that they could find their way without a guide. Moreover, after all their journey, the two of them had a general understanding of the secret realm's layout. Although Bai Shu was eager to move, the giants looked uneasy, so he didn't plan to approach them. He planned to observe for a while, reassuring himself once he was sure there were no problems. Great, let's hide here. He spotted a pile of firewood, his eyes lighting up. Just as he was about to grab someone and hide with him, his hands were empty. Xie Chenyu immediately grabbed Bai Shu, whose pace had slowed, and before he could react, he casually joined the giants in their work. The closer they got, the more limited Bai Shu's vision became. All he could see were various sturdy legs and bare feet. Swish, swish. After turning countless corners, Bai Shu came face to face with a black bone knife, sharpened to a cold gleam. Pressed against the stone slab by a pair of giant hands, it made a sharp sound. Nearby stood a mountain of alien corpses. Sharpening knives, aiming for pigs and sheep. Bai Shu suddenly thought of this. Neither of them could be considered pigs, at best, they were chickens with little meat. They were no taller than someone's calf, so they were considered agile for not getting stepped on along the way. The sound of sharpening knives suddenly stopped. The giant sitting on the ground had finally noticed them. Bai Shu breathed a sigh of relief, but then his fears grew. The first was that they had finally been noticed, and the second was that all the giants had looked over, and he worried they might be angry at their intrusion. No one spoke, and the atmosphere was tense. Bai Shu glanced sideways at the culprit, who still looked calm. He pinched Xie Chenyu's waist. It wasn't much, but he should have understood what he meant. Bai Shu still had faith in their chemistry. He waited for Xie Chenyu's response, and as he waited, the soft flesh in the hollow of his waist was precisely pinched back. Bai Shu's eyes were filled with shock. The man, with a calming expression, removed the long, tangled object he had been carrying on his back. With his movement, the top layer of cloth loosened, revealing a gleam of dazzling cold. The giant's expressions changed. The atmosphere dropped to freezing point. Bai Shu's back stiffened, his gaze fixed on a thatched hut beside him. The stronger smell of blood emanated from there. He could tell someone was injured. However, it seemed obvious which would be faster, rushing in to save someone now, or getting crushed the next second. Chapter 120. In reality, the atmosphere wasn't as dire as Bai Shu had imagined. To the giant, it was nothing more than two immature kittens suddenly running up to meow at him, with one of them extending its claws at most. They were barely taller than his calves, and the smaller one wouldn't even reach his knees if it jumped. He was more afraid of accidentally injuring the little people, and the little people, while sharpening his knife, than of getting hurt himself. So he waved his hand impatiently, the wind ruffling Xie Chenyu's hair. For some reason, Bai Shu suddenly remembered the dog being chased away in his previous life, and he almost gave the giant a go-away sound. Puff. Cough. The tension instantly dissipated. Xie Chenyu glanced helplessly at the smirking boy. He continued to untie the strips of cloth in his hand. As its true form was revealed, Bai Shu realized it wasn't the weapon he imagined, but a flat, half-open metal box. On one side, there was a large semicircular notch, and inside, a thinner metal plate. He was stunned. This thing felt familiar. He watched as Xie Chenyu placed the box on the ground, grasped the metal plate from the notch, pulled it out, and twisted it 180 degrees. Out came a knife with a sharp edge on one side, the blade pointing straight up, slightly taller than a boy's. Bai Shu's mouth dropped open. It wasn't the weapon he imagined, but a folding knife so commonplace he never even considered it. Seemingly intrigued by the novelty, the giants remained motionless, but their gazes were noticeably higher. Xie Chenyu blinked at Bai Shu. Although this was his first time in a secret realm, he'd been hearing stories about them since he was a child. Furthermore, the ancestral spirits within the secret realms do not age, and no new life is born except when summoned. The ancestral spirits, who govern the secret realms, and their lifestyles remain virtually unchanged, making their information ever-changing. The southern secret realm is unique in that there are no ancestral spirits to take away. Furthermore, since it is an ancient era, they are unaware of the ancestral spirits that emerged later. Therefore, the most common way for them to benefit from this is to trade ancestral spirit fragments with them. To strengthen themselves and recall their companions, the ancestral spirits within the secret realms will actively or passively engage in warfare with alien species. Therefore, they possess a large number of ancestral spirit fragments, and these fragments are generally of high quality. The secret realms also have requirements for recalling ancestral spirits. For the southern secret realm, they can only summon fire-type alien species, and they must be fully awakened ancestral spirits, who are truly willing to follow the secret realm master. This leaves many fragments lingering within the secret realms, but they cannot be given away for free to humans. Humans must exchange them for something of value. Official transactions typically involve fire spirits, fragments, and modern artifacts of interest to the ancestral spirits. For years, trade between the military and the secret realm had become a common practice. With the military in the way, attempting to trade based on personal ability was generally difficult unless one was lucky enough to possess the ancestral spirit fragments or fire essence they needed. Since learning they would be entering the secret realm, Xiechinu delved into the matter. Finally, he set his sights on the Fanfeng clan. Firstly, they were formidable fighters, and would undoubtedly possess numerous fragments. Secondly, the Fanfeng clan was perhaps the least interested in military trade. The novel foods of the human world might be useful to other clans, such as medicine, weapons, or food, but to the massive giants, they were useless. Even if humans were willing to make things larger, they faced difficulties in production and transportation. Take medicine, for example. Since most developers are ordinary people and cannot enter the secret realm to see the patients, the control over dosage is too vague, resulting in many drugs being inconsistently effective on giants. The same principle applies to persuading people and selling products. Xiechinu is extremely talented in this area, and the language barrier is no obstacle. He put on a friendly smile, gripping the hilt of his sword with both hands. The sword, nearly as tall as he, did not hinder his agility. He flipped over and leaped, stepping on the whetstone in a few steps to land on the fallen alien. The blade gleamed with a cold gleam. The blade was cut from the bottom of an iron pot, repeatedly tempered by the golden crow's flames, and forged by the swordsmith Wishington himself. Even for a daily use, it was a remarkable weapon. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xiechinu decisively pointed the blade downward. The sharp blade pierced the alien's body, easily slicing through the hard, flexible skin of the higher-level species. Bai Shu saw the giant's eyes light up next to Xiechinu. Their weapons were useful in combat, but not necessarily against the aliens. Even the thinnest stone knife was no match for tempered steel. Xiachinu's men didn't stop. This one was clearly a high-level alien, with an unusual anatomy. He didn't even attempt to locate its internal organs. He sliced through the outer shell, revealing the pale, soft flesh within, and sheathed his knife. The silent giants finally spoke. Unfortunately, Xiechinu didn't understand. He turned the box upside down and pulled out a long, thick needle from the back. Bai Shu's eyes widened. It was a multi-purpose folding knife. The long needle dove into the corpse, sliding through it, changing direction whenever it encountered bone or flexible muscle. When Xiechinu felt something soft and firm, the needle pried open the token fragment, releasing it. This made retrieving the fragment painless and effortless, without having to worry about damaging it. He raised an eyebrow. Lucky luck. It's a top-grade earth element fragment. Just right for Jiang Zhengping. Though he already considered the fragment his own, Xiechinu placed the token fragment in the giant's hands, with a very obedient expression. He also handed over the knife handle. I wonder if this suits your taste. Although they didn't understand, it didn't stop the giants from understanding his meaning. As soon as he spoke, the folding knife was already in the giant's hand. The knife, full of body height, fit perfectly in the giant's hand, about half the length of his arm. The giant shook it, nodding silently, as if pleased with the weight in his hand. With a single swipe of his knife, the once chaotic mess of alien skin, bones, flesh, and organs was separated and neatly arranged. Every profession has its specialties, and when it comes to dismantling corpses, modern people are no match for the ancients. Summoners typically only take out the token, leaving everything else to the designated person. The knife is used for skinning and deboning, while the small needle is used for delicate work, eliminating the need for chopping bones and allowing the remains to remain intact. Even better, because they are fixed on one side and the box is specially thickened, the knife and needle can be used together as tweezers. The other giants leaned forward. They discussed for a long time in their own language. The giant solemnly put away the multifunctional knife, showing no intention of returning it. Unlike the language-learning master Swearin, he awkwardly blurted out two words, exchange. It's done. The two of them beamed with joy. But before they could say anything, a giant hurried out of a nearby house. They exchanged a few words, and then all the giants rushed towards the thatched hut. It was the house that smelled of blood. Bai Shu's heart sank, and he followed the giant's lead. Seeing Bai Shu follow, the giant paused for a moment, but didn't try to stop him. Instead, he lowered his head and paid closer attention to his steps. In the giant's eyes, the small, fair, and fragile little people, unlike them, were exactly what they admired. What could they do at such a small size? Just stay out of the way. Bai Shu's vision was a dark mass, and he struggled forward amidst the forest of legs. Suddenly, the horizon opened up, and the female giant behind him scooped him up. Dizzy from the crowd, Bai Shu was about to say thank you when she slapped him twice on the butt. Bai Shu froze, turning his head away. The female giant's face didn't show much anger, only a hint of warning. If one had heard her speak, they would have noticed the giant's voice was deliberately soft. The slap wasn't heavy, but Bai Shu's face flushed deeply. He tried to appear calm, pointing his finger forward, trying to make the other understand, "I'm a healer. Let me go in and take a look." The other remained unmoved, even hugging Bai Shu tighter. In such a complex situation, a language barrier was a problem. Xie Qianyu's mind struck, and the golden crow appeared beside him. He was also trying his best. The golden crow also came from ancient times, but they were different species, so whether they could communicate was uncertain. Dong Feng also appeared with the golden crow. The ancestral spirits were also curious about the secret realm, not to mention the chance to see the legendary Shenong. Therefore, upon entering, the two of them had asked their own ancestral spirits to go out for a walk. Dong Feng and Jinwu had been waiting at the cave entrance. Suddenly, seeing Jinwu summoned, he hurried back, fearing something had happened to Bai Shu. Jinwu chirped in the giant's ear. Mercifully, the female giant understood. Glancing at the tiny figure in her arms, she didn't hold out much hope. She simply motioned him to stay still, and squeezed him inside. When they finally saw the patient surrounded, both Bai Shu and the female giant's faces fell. The giant on the bed was bleeding profusely, his face a gash in his stomach, revealing his damaged internal organs. Next to him, a ceramic basin the size of a bathtub overflowed with blood. No wonder the bloody smell was so strong. A human with such injuries would have died long ago, but the giant remained conscious, his eyes weakly open. His bronze face was pale and faintly black, and blood was still oozing from his mouth and nose. That would have been enough, but he saw a nearby giant holding a familiar object, aiming it at the gash in his abdomen, as if to spray it. Bai Shu's pupils trembled. That wasn't an enlarged alcohol spray bottle. Stop! Stop! Bai Shu and Dong Feng shouted simultaneously. Jie! Jinwu repeated quickly, flying over and snatching the spray bottle with his mouth. But a little alcohol still sprayed, and the giant roared in pain before fainting completely. Forget the giant, just looking at him was painful. Without the aid of the summoner's spiritual seed dwelling, the injuries of the ancestral spirits in the secret realm could not be quickly healed. They could only recuperate and receive normal treatment. And their treatment methods were also limited. Relatively few fire-type ancestral spirits had healing skills, and the greatest witch doctor, Shenong, had fallen into a deep sleep again. Often, the ancestral spirits in the secret realm could only use their bodies to bear the brunt of the situation, applying simple herbal remedies and anti-inflammatory and antiseptic drugs obtained from the military. The Fanfeng clan, thanks to their formidable physical constitution, possessed the simplest medical methods of any clan. Among modern medicines, only anti-inflammatory and antiseptic drugs, like alcohol, are popular. But you can't just spray alcohol directly on a wound. Bai Shu watched helplessly as the patient's health bar shrank slightly from the pain. The patient's condition suddenly worsened, and several giants hurried out. They were seeking help from the Shenong clan, known for their expertise in healing. Although they knew the little guy was a healer, they, like the female giant, didn't hold out much hope. They had been healed by humans before, but those skills were nothing compared to giants many times their size. It's a huge help to delay the progression of the condition until the witch doctor arrives. Xie Qianyu relayed the giant's words through the golden crow. Bai Shu, observing the patient, didn't use any skills rashly, but instead asked Dong Feng to check on him. His peach blossoms could quickly heal wounds, and if it were merely an external injury, it would be fine. But now, he didn't know if the victim's internal organs were broken or missing, or where they should be, so he didn't dare to heal them hastily. Dong Feng put on sterile gloves and a mask. He had recently become very interested in modern medicine, and had learned a lot. How did he get injured? Even though they held out hope, the giants remained respectful of the rare healer, recounting the entire story in a flurry of words. With the golden crow acting as an interpreter, Bai Shu couldn't help but twitch his lips as he listened. The ancients were incredibly sturdy, and the gash in the giant's stomach was actually inflicted by them themselves. According to them, the giant named Li's initial injuries weren't serious. He had been hit by an alien during the battle, but he didn't even feel a wound or any pain. He brushed off the dirt and stood up to continue working. The others ignored him. When they defeated the alien and were carrying the spoils back to the secret realm, Li suddenly developed a nosebleed. That was when Bai Shu and the others arrived. At first, the giants ignored him and simply let him chew 2 herbs, thinking he would be fine after a short rest. Who could have imagined that not long after, the man in the bed suddenly vomited blood, many of which were clots. The giants panicked, but no matter what herbs he took, they failed to alleviate his symptoms and only made him weaker. At that moment, Li complained of a stomachache. The clueless giants assumed something bad was in his stomach, so they opened his abdomen to see what was going on. Given the giant's physical strength, such a minor injury was nothing. Bleeding, scraping flesh, and amputating limbs were common treatments. They also remembered that spraying alcohol on wounds could prevent them from rotting, which led to the scene Bai Shu witnessed. Even though Bai Shu wasn't a medical expert, he guessed that Li was probably bleeding internally. He pressed his throbbing forehead and suddenly understood Dong Feng a little. People who don't take care of their bodies are truly infuriating. You should have iodine, right? Why use alcohol? It hurt so much it made him bleed. The giant scratched his head, knowingly, pain means it's working. Iodine doesn't hurt. Bai Shu,